Qin Yu traveled to a fantasy world and became a doya. However, in the Great Qian dynasty, martial prowess was revered, and, as a waste, he was looked down upon by everyone. At the critical moment when the princess forced him to practice martial arts, he obtained a system for deducing martial arts techniques, allowing him to cultivate any excellent martial arts through deduction. Thus, a generation of strong warriors was born. Chapter 1. Looking at the ornate room decorated with dragons and phoenixes, Qin Yu sighed deeply. Yes, he had traveled through time. His identity was the current imperial son-in-law, and his wife was Princess Qiangyao, known as the most beautiful woman in the Great Qian dynasty. Sadly, he was merely a tool for a political marriage. He had never even seen what the princess looked like. During the wedding, the princess's personal maid stood in for her, completing the ceremony with a cold face and dismissively saying, "Do not harbor any improper thoughts, stay within your bounds." Then she left without giving him a second glance. The previous owner of his body was furious about this, drinking away his sorrows until his death. In fact, the Qin family was once a prestigious family in the imperial capital, with considerable influence and power. Qin Yu's father, Qin Jintian, had fought alongside Emperor Qianwu in numerous battles, earning countless merits and even saving the emperor's life. Grateful for this great favor, Emperor Qianwu promised a marriage alliance, and the Qin family was at the height of its glory. Unfortunately, Qin Jintian was assassinated by enemies, leaving Qin Yu without support, leading to the family's decline. To avoid criticism from the world, Emperor Qianwu honored the marriage contract and married off Princess Qiangyao. Since entering the residence, Princess Qiangyao had lived in the back garden of the Qin residence, where everything was under her control. Qin Yu, as the nominal master of the Qin residence, was not allowed to set foot in the back garden, which showed how much Princess Qiangyao disregarded him. Chapter 2. At that moment, Mingyue approached and reported, replying to Your Highness, the prince has already been informed. Princess Qiangyao withdrew her gaze, revealing a hint of disdain. He didn't say he wouldn't go, right? Mingyue smirked, Your Highness is joking. Even if the prince had 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare to go against your wishes. Useless as mud that can't be propped up. Princess Qiangyao scoffed and sat down to continue her training. On the other side, after testing the sword, the voice of the system echoed in Qin Yu's mind. System task. Please report to the Dali Temple and solve the case. Completing the task will grant you more deduction time and a special martial art. More deduction time? Good. Great. Qin Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart. As far as he knew, there was no martial art in this world that indicated a sword. Even a sword master needed a sword as a medium to unleash sword energy and kill enemies. This just shows how exquisite the Six Meridians divine sword is. And this was merely a low-tier, earth-level martial art. If it could be deduced to a heaven level, how astonishing would that be? As long as his cultivation improved, he could easily crush the current emperor. At the same time, Qin Yu developed a strong interest in the martial arts that the system mentioned. Being called special surely indicated its uniqueness. Chapter 3. The corpse had intact bones and unbroken skin, with no bruises, which ruled out death from external injury. There was no congestion in the eyes. And the color of the nails, tongue coating, and blood were all normal, which basically ruled out death by poisoning. Based on the wound's location on the heart and the blood loss at the scene, it could be concluded that the cause of death was a stab to the heart by a slender blunt object. Xue Xiaoming stood up and summarized. Qin Yu nodded secretly. It had to be said that Xue Xiaoming was quite capable and his judgment was very accurate. However, his next line of inquiry fell into a misunderstanding as he detailed the situation of the mansion guards and all unfamiliar individuals who had appeared today. Qin Yu did not remind him. The process of Xue Xiaoming asking these questions was also a way for him to rule out other possibilities. At the same time, he was secretly observing the expression changes of Wang Yinxiao. Emotionally stable, Wang Yinxiao's emotions were more stable than anyone else's. In this situation, if it wasn't emotional indifference, then he was the murderer. After half a day of questioning, Xue Xiaoming found no useful clues, and Madame Wang gradually lost patience, looking very displeased. After asking so much, have you found any leads? Xue Xiaoming sighed and clasped his hands, saying, I apologize, madam. Chapter 4. Upon learning about the marvelous use of the Lingbo Weibu, Qin Yu was overjoyed. This was simply a divine skill for saving one's life and launching surprise attacks. Without a doubt, this 150 years of deduction time would definitely be spent on Lingbo Weibu. But this occasion was obviously not suitable. Under the reproaches and accusations of the Wang family, Wang Yunxiao was tied up by Shui Xiangming and taken out of the mansion to the Dali Temple. Passers-by stopped to watch the scene. Aside from being surprised that Wang Yunxiao was bound, they were more astonished that Qin Yu had become a constable. Isn't this the young master of the Qin family? How did he become a constable? A dignified imperial son-in-law, actually doing such a lowly job. It's truly unbelievable. Who would have thought? The Qin family is quite wealthy. Even if he did nothing, he probably wouldn't spend it all in several lifetimes. Haven't you heard? The Qin son-in-law has no status in the mansion, probably unable to survive. That's why he took such a job. You can't say it's not possible. How pathetic. How lamentable. Wang Yunxiao felt that his current predicament was entirely caused by Qin Yu. If it weren't for Qin Yu, it would have been impossible to find out that he had killed his father, nor would he have been unable to escape after the incident was exposed. Chapter 5. Just as Princess Qianghua was lost in thought, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from a distance. She withdrew her thoughts and saw that it was Mingyue. Your Highness, may you have a long and peaceful life. Mingyue bowed respectfully, and Princess Qianghua raised her hand. Have you found that swordsmanship master? I haven't found him. It's my incompetence. Please punish me, Your Highness. Mingyue bent down and bowed, looking fearful. It's fine, just keep looking. Princess Qianghua sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat disappointed. Your Highness, I've heard some interesting news. Oh, tell me. Princess Qianghua raised her eyebrows. Today, the rumors in the market say that the son-in-law is not actually a martial arts waste, but has been hiding his talents, and in reality, he possesses the strength of a minor master. Oh, is that so? Princess Qianghua showed a surprised expression. The rumors were recounted by Mingyue. Princess Qianghua furrowed her brows slightly, looking puzzled. A third-grade minor master? I didn't feel it at all before. The rumors must be false. Whether true or false, when he returns, I will know after testing. Mingyue's lips revealed an almost imperceptible cold smile. After a moment of contemplation, Princess Qianghua nodded. Chapter 6. Li Qianghua agreed to let Mingyue test him, but not in such a rude manner. Thinking of Qin Yu's trembling appearance when he left, Li Qianghua felt even more angry. My intention was to have you restrict him, so he wouldn't go out and cause trouble, in case he gets used by others and brings disaster. What have you been doing all year? I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Mingyue began to slap her own face, not daring to hold back, each slap causing blood to spurt from the corners of her mouth. She slapped and defended herself, saying, Your Highness, I misinterpreted your meaning. I thought you resented him for not wanting to marry him, which is why you treated him this way. Hearing this, Li Qianghua's expression became even uglier. Who told you to guess my thoughts randomly? Remember, you can only strictly execute orders from now on. If they're essay next time, you will be punished without mercy. I understand. Mingyue nodded. Li Qiunshua siga inwarli. She looked down on Qin Yu, who was called a waste. Even if he became a third-grade minor master, she still looked down on him. But in the imperial family, was marriage something she could decide? To put it plainly, she was merely a tool for marriage, used by Emperor Qianwu to silence the voices of the world and to leave the impression that the royal family keeps its promises. Chapter 7. Last time, it was a special skill. This time, it's actually a special ability. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel excited. Something that the system rewards must be extraordinary. However, what made him somewhat helpless was that he had to find out who killed Wang Yunxiao. This was a bit difficult. Such a case, possibly involving internal personnel, probably wouldn't fall to him. After all, his qualifications were evident, and there were many people in the Dali Temple with better investigation skills than him. Seeing Qin Yu lost in thought, Shui Xiangming sighed deeply. We might have inadvertently offended some big shot. Prince, you don't have to be afraid. After all, your status is here, but I might be in trouble. Qin Yu smiled and said, There's no need to be so pessimistic. No matter who the person behind Wang Yunxiao is, there's no need to vent their anger on you. In the end, it's still his own tail that he didn't handle cleanly. I hope so. Shui Xiangming still felt down, leading Qin Yu to the inquiry. When he learned that the person conducting the inquiry was the Dali Temple's supervisor, Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. The supervisor was indeed a proper fifth-rank official, responsible for case reviews and the dispatch of case handlers. Although his rank was not high, his power was significant. The deceased Wang Yunxiao was an unranked individual, and he and Shui Xiangming were merely low-ranking officials. Yet the supervisor personally intervened, showing the magnitude of the incident. Chapter 8. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was overjoyed. But on the surface, he showed no expression, instead revealing a troubled look. Shui Xiangming stood behind Zhao Qiming, continuously giving him signals to refuse. After a moment of thought, Qin Yu shook his head. Lord Zhao, I just came to the Dali Temple and have no experience, and I'm a yellow-level constable. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility? Shui Xiaoming sighed in relief. But Zhao Qiming was not willing to agree. He slightly bowed and smiled, saying, Your Highness, you're joking. Your ability to investigate is well known, and everyone else has their duties. Only you and Shui Xiaoming are free, so please take charge of this case. On the surface, he seemed humble and polite, and his tone was gentle. However, the implication was that refusal was not an option. A smiling tiger. This was Qin Yu's assessment of him. Shui Xiaoming sighed deeply upon hearing this, looking dejected. Qin Yu frowned tightly and pretended to hesitate for a moment before reluctantly nodding. I will do my best. Zhao Qiming laughed heartily. Rest assured, Your Highness. Once this case is resolved, I will certainly promote your rank and will not be stingy with rewards. Qin Yu smiled helplessly. Thank you, my lord. No time to waste. You should act quickly. Zhao Qiming urged before turning to leave. Chapter 9. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. It seemed that he had nothing to do with this prison guard anymore. So who did it? How was it done? Just as he was at a loss, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, the prison guard's face changed dramatically, and he quickly sat down on the ground, beginning to circulate his energy. No one expected this situation, and the scene was immediately filled with gasps. It's poison. Quick, save him. He can't die like this. Damn it. Could it be that he poisoned himself? Everyone rushed forward to try to save the prison guard. Qin Yu also moved, using his light wave steps to instantly appear in front of the prison guard, placing his palms on the guard's chest, intending to use his strong inner strength to protect the guard's heart. He could die, but before he died, he must clarify what happened. The others, who had just made a move, only felt a shadow flash, and then they saw Qin Yu appear in front of the prison guard, revealing expressions of disbelief. Even Shui Xiaoming looked incredulous. Last time at Wang Yinxiao's house, he didn't see the prince's speed being this fast. This speed was even faster than a second-grade master he had the fortune to see. At this moment, Shui Xiaoming felt that Qin Yu was somewhat unfathomable. Chapter 10 Then, thank you, Lord Zhao. Qin Yu cupped his hands and looked at old Li's corpse. If he couldn't investigate openly, then he would investigate secretly. The task must be completed. System, simulate what old Li did yesterday. Qin Yu silently called out in his heart. Ding! Simulation begins. Yesterday at noon, after old Li finished preparing lunch for the gentleman, he went to the flower pavilion to enjoy some wine and entertainment. Just before dark, he met his drinking buddy Wang Fugue, both of whom were regulars at the flower pavilion. Wang Fugue invited old Li to enjoy some wine and asked him to do something. If someone came to buy wine and dishes from him, to secretly add Hao Yuan Dan powder into it. Old Li refused, and Wang Fugue threatened him with his family's lives. Old Li still refused and angrily went home. When Old Li returned home, his wife said that 100 taels of gold had inexplicably appeared in their house, and their only son was missing. In order not to sever the bloodline of the Li family, Old Li had no choice but to compromise, reminding his wife to keep the gold safe and not to speak of it, then return to the flower pavilion. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu no longer paid attention to the following content. He had obtained the information he wanted. Wang Fugue, a regular at the flower pavilion. Chapter 11 Qin Yu appeared to be squinting while listening to the music, his fingers lightly tapping on the table in time with the rhythm, looking no different from the other guests who came here for pleasure. In reality, his mind was elsewhere. Today, he completed a task and gained 200 years of simulation time, using 2 years to simulate what happened to Old Li the previous day, leaving him with 198 years. He planned to use 150 years to simulate martial arts, keeping the rest in reserve. However, he was currently uncertain whether to simulate the 6 meridian sword or the light wave steps. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu decided to simulate the 6 meridian sword first, to enhance the attack-focused martial arts. System, use 150 years of time to simulate the 6 meridian sword. Ding! Simulation begins. You have already witnessed the power of the 6 meridian sword. You know this mysterious martial art has not yet reached its limits, and you choose to continue to exert all your efforts in the simulation. Unfortunately, the difficulty of the simulation is far greater than you imagined. You spent 70 years to barely simulate it to the intermediate level of Earth rank, which is still far from your expectations. You grit your teeth and continue the simulation, spending another 80 years, but contrary to your wishes, the 6 meridian sword did not reach a higher level. Chapter 12 The next morning, Qin Yu arrived at the Dali Temple on time. When Shui Xiaoming saw him, he bowed and paid his respects. "Greetings, Your Highness. Rise. There's no need for this in the future. Besides, I am your subordinate." Qin Yu waved his hand and said, "You are the noble prince. Such etiquette cannot be neglected." Shui Xiaoming said seriously, then changed the subject. "I heard that Zhao Qiming's people found 100 taels of gold at old Li's house, and his only son had also gone missing for half a day, probably coerced." "Oh, who coerced him?" Qin Yu's heart stirred, feeling a sense of urgency. If others at the Dali Temple figured out the truth before him, then he would not be able to complete his task. They had not yet discovered it. Old Li did not tell his wife the specifics, and now Zhao Qiming was like a headless fly searching without direction, starting to investigate his social relationships, beginning with the Dali Temple. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu finally felt a bit relieved. Old Li had been a chef at the Dali Temple for over a decade, and there was no one there he didn't know. Internal investigations would be time-consuming and fraught with difficulties, and no one knew how long it would take. He could understand Zhao Qiming's purpose in arranging this, which was to root out the internal traitors of the Dali Temple, potentially triggering a purge. If involved higher-ups. Once captured, he would have a chance to advance further. Chapter 13. Wow, so beautiful, Su Qiao exclaimed, her eyes full of envy. Qin Yu felt that Princess Qiong Yao was somewhat pretentious. The ground couldn't accommodate you, so you had to stand on the branch? All right, Qiao, you should go back. Qin Yu chose to ignore Princess Qiong Yao and walked straight to the room. "Wait, I have something to say to you." Princess Qiong Yao suddenly spoke, her tone calm and indifferent. Qin Yu stopped in his tracks and coldly said, "Speak. It's best that you don't go to such places. It tarnishes our royal dignity. If someone reports it, you might face punishment." "Royal dignity?" Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. "I haven't even seen my own wife, and this is your royal dignity?" Upon hearing this, Princess Qiong Yao frowned slightly. "It's one thing to complain to me, but do not speak carelessly outside. And what if I do? If His Majesty finds out, it would be best to strip me of my prince title. Then wouldn't we both be liberated?" After speaking, Qin Yu returned to his room and slammed the door shut. Princess Qiong Yao let out a quiet sigh and looked at Su Qiao, who was standing in the courtyard, somewhat at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly spoke. "How old are you this year?" Chapter 14. No need. "Just those 2 courtesans will do. Let them play the pipa and dance to entertain me." Qin Yu waved his hand and said, "That's such a pity." The madam sighed and instructed someone to prepare food and drinks. Since this was a legitimate case investigation, Qin Yu had nothing to hide. After the 2 courtesans arrived, he closed the door and asked, "Do you know a guest named Wang Fugue? I've heard he is a regular here." The 2 women exchanged glances and shook their heads. Replying to the prince, "We don't know such a lord. Why don't you ask Mama Sun?" "Yes. Mama Sun handles arrivals and departures. She knows all the regulars, unlike us courtesans who serve fewer guests." Mama Sun, whom they mentioned, was the madam of the Qing Fong Pavilion. Qin Yu nodded to indicate he understood, but did not take action. Asking the madam directly was a good approach, but it might alert the snake in the grass. Since it was still early, he decided to wait. If Wang Fugue did not show up today, it would not be too late to ask. Next, Qin Yu began to eat, drink, and enjoy himself like a regular guest. Shui Xiaoming cooperated well, not bringing up the matter again, only eating food and not drinking wine, preparing for the various situations that might arise, which made Qin Yu secretly nod in approval. Chapter 15. Anyone with a bit of martial arts knowledge knows that using a finger as a sword to emit sword energy is impossible. Even those renowned sword masters need a sword as a medium to unleash sword energy. It has never been heard that anyone could do this, even those legendary higher beings. Yet, this violation of martial arts common sense was accomplished by a notoriously useless prince, which completely overturned Wang Fugue's worldview. Not just him. Shui Xiaoming and everyone present were shocked. They knew this common knowledge too. Qin Yu did not care how those present viewed him. He only cared about the system task. Taking advantage of Wang Fugue's unsettled state, he shouted sternly, "I know you were also instructed by others. Honestly confess the mastermind behind it, and you might earn merit for your crimes and possibly escape with your life. Resisting will only lead to death." His words were quite skillful. It was as if he had already confirmed that Wang Fugue was responsible, but he showed no interest in him as a small fry, only interested in the mastermind behind the scenes, which was inherently misleading. Wang Fugue dared not reveal the person who instructed him, for they were a terrifying presence capable of annihilating his entire clan with just a word. In a panic, he completely lost his composure and denied everything. Chapter 16. What? Princess Qiong Yao was taken aback and let out a cry of surprise. She even suspected there was something wrong with her ears. Such a violation of martial arts common sense was too unbelievable. Mingyu remarked with some emotion, "Your Highness, you didn't hear wrong." The prince indeed used his finger as a sword to emit sword energy and subdued a criminal who tried to escape. When she first heard this news, she also found it somewhat absurd. No matter how much Qin Yu concealed his strength, he could not possibly do this. But facts speak louder than words. Everyone was saying so, leaving her no choice but to believe it. Thinking of her actions that day, she couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Qin Yu did not use that sword technique. Otherwise, her life would have been in jeopardy. However, Princess Qiong Yao still found it hard to accept. No, this is absolutely impossible. He is merely a third-grade minor master. How could he create such a profound sword technique? But if it wasn't created by him, where did this technique come from? She was the princess of the Qian, and the royal family had collected countless cultivation techniques, with countless experts in the palace. Her father, Emperor Qianwu, was one of the top experts in the realm. Chapter 17. Who are you? Do I need to explain myself to you? Qin Yu scoffed. He was completely unafraid and mobilized all his internal energy to prepare for battle. If this crazy woman wanted to do something outrageous today, he wouldn't mind testing his sword against her. He wondered if the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, enhanced by the wave-subduing steps and the muscle tendon changing classic, could defeat her. Even if he was outmatched, Qin Yu was confident he could protect himself. Seeing Qin Yu calm and composed in the face of danger, Princess Qiong Yao secretly nodded, her impression of him improving greatly. More than that, she felt curious. Did he really possess such a miraculous sword technique? Was he the sword master she had been searching for? I saw your movement skills last time, but I didn't see your strength. Today, let me test your skills. Watch closely. As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Qiong Yao moved like lightning, attacking Qin Yu with her bare hands. You are too presumptuous. Qin Yu was somewhat annoyed. This crazy woman didn't even ask if he was willing before attacking directly, showing no respect at all. Moreover, she came at him unarmed, clearly not taking him seriously. While speaking, Qin Yu activated the wave-subduing steps with all his might to evade and maintain distance. Since he had the 6 Meridians Divine Sword for ranged attacks, he naturally wouldn't engage in close combat, risking a direct confrontation with his weaknesses against her strengths. Chapter 18. Princess Qiong Yao was stunned. She had already lowered her stature enough to show respect. No one had ever treated her this way in her life. In an instant, her anger surged, and she shouted at the door, "Qin Yu, how dare you treat me like this? I am the princess of the Qian, and you are just a nobody. This is simply outrageous." With a loud bang, the door opened again. Qin Yu looked at her coldly and said, "Since we were discussing status, let us clarify this. Do you know you are my wife?" Princess Qiong Yao replied coldly, "So what? Do you know the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? Do you understand the ways of being a wife? Is this how you seek guidance? Based on your status, why should I teach you my untransmittable secrets?" Under Qin Yu's relentless questioning, Princess Qiong Yao found herself unable to refute. At that moment, she realized that her proud identity meant nothing to Qin Yu, and there were many shortcomings in her actions. Seeing her speechless, Qin Yu closed the door again. Princess Qiong Yao stood at the door, lost in thought for a long time, before finally letting out a long sigh and turning to walk towards the back garden. Mingyu, serving by her side, cautiously asked, "Your Highness, are you really going to give up just like this? The prince's swordsmanship is unparalleled. In my humble opinion, it's unprecedented." Chapter 19. The next morning, Qin Yu had breakfast under Su Qiao's service. Just as he was about to set off, a young eunuch came to announce the imperial edict. By the emperor's command, the prince is to enter the palace immediately to see his majesty. After speaking, the young eunuch bowed and paid his respects. "The prince consort, please." Su Qiao hurriedly arranged for someone to prepare a fast horse. Qin Yu silently nodded and set off, feeling a bit joyful in his heart. He thought that Emperor Qianwu must have found out about his indulgence in the brothels and was coming to settle accounts with him. If that were the case, it would be great. He could just explain the situation and leave with Princess Qiong Yao. With the horse galloping, Qin Yu arrived at the Chengtian Hall and saw Emperor Qianwu, dressed in a black dragon robe and sitting on the dragon throne, exuding an extraordinary presence. This was the first time he had met Emperor Qianwu since his grand crossing. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, He was still startled by the terrifying aura that Emperor Qianwu inadvertently radiated, as if he were a lurking dragon, ready to pounce at any moment. This Emperor Qianwu had unfathomable strength. For a moment, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, his expression and movements becoming somewhat rigid. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Qin Yu bowed according to the etiquette. Emperor Qianwu calmly said, "Rise." After that, he stood up from the dragon throne and walked towards Qin Yu with a tiger-like stride, sizing him up from head to toe. Chapter 20 this time, the old eunuch spoke some substantive content. It was exquisite and astonishing, but unfortunately, it was of low rank. Merely a high-level earth technique, not the top-tier martial arts. Coupled with his average aptitude, it was unlikely he would achieve great accomplishments in the future. Emperor Qianwu couldn't help but nod. Just now, when he had Qin Yu demonstrate his sword technique, he had carefully felt the operation of Qin Yu's internal energy and the pathways it traversed in his meridians, which indeed showcased a unique approach that was impressive. However, it still seemed somewhat opportunistic. Moreover, this technique required simultaneously cultivating 6 distinctly different sword styles, which was truly a bit greedy and reckless, displaying a sense of restlessness. And its achievements would inevitably be limited. One must know how difficult it is to cultivate martial arts. Achieving perfection in a single sword technique throughout one's life is already quite rare, and attempting to master 6 was simply wishful thinking. Therefore, he had little interest in this sword technique. He was even uninterested in the mysterious figure behind Qin Yu. But he didn't think to remind Qin Yu. Whether it was the princess or the prince consort, they were all outsiders. The strongest would always be the royal bloodline. After leaving the palace, Qin Yu didn't go home, but headed straight to the Dali Temple. As soon as he arrived at the constable's office, Xue Xiangming came to greet him. Chapter 21. As soon as he spoke, both of their faces turned very ugly. Qin Yu raised his hand to stop them from defending themselves. His expression darkened as he said, "It's just a routine matter. Are you trying to obstruct official business?" With such a heavy accusation, both of them cowered. "No, of course not. We will cooperate." "Oomph." Qin Yu snorted coldly and looked towards the morning hall. Wang Jingquan was a man of integrity and righteousness. Truly a model for our great Qian's civil officials. The deceased deserves respect, and since I am here, I shall offer a stick of incense. After all, as the current prince consort, giving respect to a censor with such status was undoubtedly a high honor. And the old lady was delighted and quickly ordered people to bring incense and candles. Qin Yu pretended to bow, then approached Wang Jingquan's corpse under the pretense of paying his respects. Calculating the time, Qin Yu silently called out to the system. Simulate the actions of the deceased Wang Jingquan on the day before his death. Ding. Consumed 2 years of simulation time, simulating Wang Jingquan's past. On this day, Wang Jingquan finally collected evidence that the 6th prince, Li Jianya, colluded with weapon manufacturers to create substandard weapons for personal gain. Great Qian established itself through martial prowess. And having done this within less than 10 years of founding the nation was simply shaking the foundation of the state. The upright Wang Jingquan was furious and raged in his study, vowing to eradicate this disaster. Chapter 22. Qin Yu now faced a difficult decision. How to use the 300 years of simulation time. Should he use it to simulate the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, the Lingbo Weibu, the Yijinjing, or the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu first ruled out the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Without a suitable dual cultivation partner, he could only give it up. After some deliberation, Qin Yu decided to use it to simulate the Yijinjing. First, he needed to enhance his cultivation aptitude so that he could cultivate faster and elevate his realm, thereby enabling the 6 Meridians Divine Sword and Lingbo Weibu to unleash greater power. System, use 300 years to simulate the Yijinjing. Ding. Simulation started. After previously simulating the Yijinjing to the mid-level of Earth rank, you cultivated this technique and deeply experienced its marvelous aspects. But you were not satisfied and decided to continue simulating. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed, and you gained nothing. But you remained calm and continued simulating. Through your relentless efforts, 120 years passed in the blink of an eye, and you finally made progress, simulating the Yijinjing to the high level of Earth rank. You are on the verge of achieving a rarely seen heavenly rank technique, and you are very excited, deciding to continue simulating. Another 100 years passed, and you made no progress. Chapter 23. Princess Qiong Yao took the paper and looked it over. At first, she was filled with curiosity, but as she read the content about how to cultivate, her pretty face flushed red, then turned furious, her beautiful eyes glinting coldly as she stared at Chinyu. Scoundrel, you want to use this method to obtain me? Wishful thinking. Chinyu scoffed. You look good, but you're not at the level where I need to resort to such despicable means. The top courtesans in the capital's Yinlu Alley are not much worse than you. You just have a bit more mystery due to your status as a princess. It wasn't that he was being harsh, but this Princess Qiong Yao took herself too seriously and needed to have her arrogance checked. However, to be honest, the so-called top courtesans, whether in appearance or temperament, were indeed much inferior to Princess Qiong Yao. As soon as he said this, Princess Qiong Yao immediately lost her composure. How dare you compare me to those filthy women? They don't even have the arrogance I do. Chinyu sneered, turning to head into the room. Whether you cultivate or not is up to you. Don't think that without you, I won't find someone else. Clearly, Princess Qiong Yao was the most suitable cultivation partner. But if Chinyu wanted to find another, it wouldn't be difficult. He just needed to broaden his social circle. Chapter 24. The one in charge of this case was Zhao Qiming. Upon learning that Li Shou had arrived, he hurried over, kneeling on the ground from a distance, banging his head on the floor. I am Zhao Qiming, greeting His Highness, the Sixth Prince. The Sixth Prince glanced at him sideways, waiting for a moment, then suddenly looked at Chinyu. Is this old fool blind? He didn't bow to you? Who in the capital didn't know that Chinyu held no official title and was merely an ordinary constable in the Dali Temple? Li Shou was clearly trying to make things difficult for him while pretending to stand up for him. Chinyu immediately lost interest in feigning politeness with him. Expressionless as he said, he is my superior. Li Shou slapped his forehead and laughed heartily. I almost forgot, you're a low-ranking constable in the Dali Temple. He laughed recklessly for a few moments before continuing, but brother-in-law need not worry. With your investigation skills, as long as you don't make any mistakes, you'll surely be promoted soon. This statement carried a clear warning. Chinyu remained expressionless and said nothing. Zhao Qiming, hearing their conversation, quickly bowed his head to Chinyu. Greetings, Your Highness. Get up. Chapter 25. Indeed. After reprimanding Zhao Qiming, Zhou Jingyi looked at Chinyu, clasped his hands, and revealed a gentle smile. Your Highness, your investigation skills are evident to all. I'll leave this case to you. What do you think? Although Chinyu was pleased internally, he put on a troubled expression. That might not be appropriate. That person has gone mad. How can I investigate? It will be better for you to find someone more capable. Your Highness, I believe in your investigative abilities. And whether that person is truly mad or pretending is still uncertain, Zhou Jingyi said with a meaningful smile. Very well, I will do my best, Chinyu responded, going along with the suggestion, remembering how the Sixth Prince had been polite in public but threatening behind the scenes. Chinyu secretly chuckled and saw this as an opportunity to settle some scores. After taking on the case, Chinyu first went to the constable's quarters to find Xue Xiaoming. He needed a helper and also wanted to gather some information. Xue Xiaoming, as usual, was reluctant to get involved in such matters. After Chinyu casually mentioned that it was an arrangement from the Dali Temple Shaoqing, he could only sigh and accept. On the way to the Court of Judicial Review, Chinyu asked, do you know that Zhao Qiming has allied with that prince? Chapter 26. Huafei had completely lost his concerns and revealed everything that needed to be disclosed. He was clever, directing all blame toward Chen Hongwan and not mentioning the Sixth Prince at all, leaving himself some room for maneuver. This was expected, and Chinyu didn't care. He had Xue Xiaoming document the statements and have Huafei sign them, then took the testimony to find Zhao Qiming. Although the matter was arranged by Zhou Jingyi, Zhao Qiming was his direct superior, and Chinyu naturally wouldn't forget to avoid offending him. Moreover, the Sixth Prince would undoubtedly protect this Chen Hongwan. Capturing him wouldn't be easy and would require Zhao Qiming to mobilize personnel. When Zhao Qiming saw the testimony, he was utterly dismayed. He stared blankly for a long time, unable to hide the anguish on his face. Your Highness, you really... Zhao Qiming began, but swallowed his words. At that moment, any reprimands were meaningless. He only regretted having assigned a task to Chinyu in the first place. It would have been better to assign him to a trivial position instead of getting himself into such trouble. How many heads could roll in a prince's power struggle? Chinyu didn't have time to waste with him and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Chapter 27. Chinyu's expression darkened. Xue Xiaoming was furious and shouted, "What do you two mean? You dare to stop His Highness from entering the residence?" Regardless of the situation, Chinyu was the Sixth Prince's brother-in-law. By etiquette, even if the Sixth Prince was not at home, they should respectfully invite Chinyu in for tea. Such behavior was indeed excessive. Sorry. The rules of the residence state that any visitor must be announced and granted permission to enter. The guards refused to budge and showed no respect for Chinyu. Being so rudely turned away was a first for Chinyu, and he was extremely angry. He used his light body technique to rush forward like a blur. Before the two guards could react, they felt a tremendous force strike their faces and were sent flying, crashing into the courtyard wall. Both spat out blood, half their faces beaten to a pulp, and they fell unconscious. Crash! Guards from the inner courtyard rushed out with weapons, surrounding Chinyu. Xue Xiaoming was furious, drawing his long knife and pointing it at them. This is His Highness Qin, and we are officials of the Dali Temple. Are you trying to rebel? Chapter 28. Chinyu had no good options left. He could only wait to see if Zhao Qiming's arranged personnel could capture Chen Hongwen. The result disappointed him. Zhao Qiming's men found Chen Hongwen's residence but did not locate him. Chen Hongwen lived alone in the capital, and no one knew where his family was, or even if he had family. The case was at an impasse. Zhao Qiming explained the situation, dismissed everyone, and deeply bowed to Chinyu. Your Highness, this is a good thing. If you can't find him, then don't pursue it further. You must understand the implications. Why wade into murky waters? After Chinyu left, the more Zhao Qiming thought about it, the more frightened he became, fearing that something might actually be uncovered that would negatively impact him. Now that he had such a result, he felt quite pleased, as it provided an explanation to those above. Look, your status as His Highness and your exceptional investigative skills haven, turned up anything. What can I do? If I can't handle it, let someone more capable take over. Chinyu, however, was undeterred, firmly stating, I will investigate this case thoroughly. This is no joke. Today, he had already beaten 2 of the 6 prince's guards half to death and given his trusted steward a severe beating. The conflict was already established. Chapter 29. Your Highness. Princess Mingyue was stunned. She never expected Xiong Yao to say such things, which was completely contrary to how the princess usually handled matters with low profile. I understand this matter. You may leave now. Princess Xiong Yao's eyes flickered as she waved her hand. She arranged for Qin Yu to serve as a lowly constable in the Dali Temple, not merely to give him something to do. By lowering her status, her aim was to leverage Qin Yu's identity as a prince consort, giving herself the opportunity to muddy the waters of the capital. This way, she would have a chance to vie for the throne in the future. However, she anticipated that this day would come so quickly, disrupting her plans. Since the 6th prince was already involved and the forces behind the scenes began to vie for power, she had no choice but to add fuel to the fire. Most importantly, Qin Yu's humiliation made her extremely angry. It wasn't that she had developed feelings for Qin Yu, but no matter how one looked at it, he was her nominal husband. Previously, it was one thing for people to gossip and look down on Qin Yu. Now, even family members were so blatant in their humiliation. How could she swallow this bitterness? Chapter 30. Early the next morning. Qin Yu got up early, and after breakfast, he hurried to the Dali Temple, preparing to bring more people to create a show of force, and then head to the 6th prince's residence. Yesterday, he had already placed a significant burden on the 6th princely show, and today, when he went again, no matter how arrogant and overbearing the 6th prince was, he would have to give an explanation. Otherwise, it would really give other princes an excuse to attack him. As long as he meets someone, even if it's just the butler, Qin Yu can find out Chen Hongwen's whereabouts. What he doesn't know is that just as he left, Princess Xiong Yao took Mingyue and rushed to the 6th prince's residence in a carriage. She had lived in the deep palace before her marriage and had been practicing in the back garden of the Qin residence after her marriage, rarely going out. Today's outing was very low-key, without much fanfare, and the newly replaced guards at the entrance couldn't recognize her. They only knew that the woman before them, resembling an otherworldly fairy, was the most beautiful woman they had ever seen, staring at her with their souls almost leaving their bodies. Seeing this, Princess Xiong Yao's expression darkened slightly. Mingyue scolded loudly, "You dog servants, where are your eyes looking? Princess Xiong Yao has arrived, and you don't kneel and greet her quickly?" The 2 guards were startled and quickly knelt down, bowing their heads in respect. Princess Xiong Yao ignored them and stepped inside. Chapter 31. Emperor Qianwu frowned slightly before revealing an enigmatic smile. "Interesting. Has it begun already? Truly, my good son." The old eunuch remained silent. Emperor Qianwu asked again, "Has the 6th prince done anything with the weapons manufacturing?" "Your Majesty did not give orders, so I dared not investigate. Should I check?" The emperor pondered for a moment and shook his head. Let that kid from the Qin family investigate. I want to see what results can come of it. Even as a prince, Li Shou felt immense pressure when facing Emperor Qianwu, and it wasn't until he exited the Chengtian Hall that he felt somewhat relieved. Li Shou let out a long breath, adjusted his emotions, and couldn't help but think of Qinyu, his expression turning grim. This lowly creature, using a chicken feather as a command token, actually dares to investigate this prince. It's simply outrageous. And that second prince. What does he mean by pushing out such a useless person? With him, can anything be uncovered? Li Shou didn't take this matter too seriously. Everything had been arranged. And unless Emperor Qianwu personally sent someone to investigate, no one would uncover anything. All the way, he was thinking of how to counterattack the second Prince Li Ji, not feeling the passage of time, and soon arrived at the residence. Chapter 32, Li Shou certainly did not take the laws of the Qin seriously. But he couldn't say such things in front of so many people. With such a big hat thrown on him, he could only endure. The reprimand from Emperor Qianwu was still vivid in his mind, and he didn't dare to do anything excessive, taking a deep breath to suppress the anger within. Then let us investigate your case. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and left. Qinyu sneered. Sixth Prince, this matter still requires your cooperation. This prince has no time. Qinyu retreated and sought a compromise. Then I'll have to ask your butler to cooperate. Li Shou suddenly turned his head. His sharp gaze, like that of a hawk, fixed on Qinyu. Are you deliberately humiliating me? My butler was beheaded by your woman, don't you know? Qinyu was taken aback. You mean Princess Qiong Yao beheaded your butler? Oof. The sixth prince snorted coldly and walked toward the residence. To avoid losing the opportunity for deduction as he vanished from sight, Qinyu did not dwell on this matter and quickly called out to the system in his heart. Deduce what Li Shou did yesterday. Ding. Deduction begins. Yesterday, after you left, Li Shou was awakened by the butler, who explained your purpose for coming. Chapter 33. Not long after, Shui Xiaoming returned. Your Highness, I have found out the location of the cellar. It's inside the kitchen. Don't worry. To avoid alarming the snake, I knocked that worker out. Qinyu nodded in satisfaction. Very good. After saying that, he got up and walked downstairs, where dozens of people from the Dali Temple were drinking and eating happily. Qinyu didn't care whether they had finished eating and shouted loudly, Everyone, I have received news that a serious criminal is hiding in this tavern. Please follow me to capture him. Everyone looked at Qinyu in astonishment. Wasn't it said that they were here for a meal? How did it turn into a criminal capture? You can eat after we catch the criminal. After saying that, Qinyu leaped down, and Shui Xiaoming rushed ahead toward the kitchen, immediately causing chaos in the first-floor hall of the Drunken Immortal Tower. The constables reminded the workers to keep the food and followed after, until they reached the kitchen, where a group of people surrounded it tightly. The shopkeeper's expression changed drastically at the sight and quietly slipped away. Shui Xiaoming entered the kitchen, drove all the chefs out, and reached the cellar door, stopping Qinyu, who was about to jump down. Your Highness, you shouldn't go down to such a place. Let me handle it. Chapter 34. Qin, you naturally wouldn't say he had a deduction system. He casually made up a story. You didn't die, which means the sixth prince has something on you. Isn't that hard to figure out? Clever. Chen Hongwen gave a thumbs up, puzzled. This Drunken Immortal Tower is little known as the sixth prince's property. How did you know I was being held here? Qinyu continued to fabricate. Someone secretly passed a message to me. Chen Hongwen showed a look of realization and then burst into laughter. Ha! The core personnel of the sixth prince have also been infiltrated. Great. Who would sincerely pledge loyalty to such a master? Qinyu didn't rush him, patiently waiting for Chen Hongwen to vent his emotions. He didn't want to waste the limited deduction time figuring out where the evidence was hidden by Chen Hongwen. After a bout of laughter, Chen Hongwen said, Your Highness, you know you've been used as a pawn, right? Qinyu casually replied, It's fine. I only care about whether this case can be solved. What a clever person. Chen Hongwen praised, then hesitated before reminding, If I'm not mistaken, the one who pushed you to the front is the second Prince Li Ji. I don't think he has the potential to succeed in seizing the throne. His vision is too narrow, so Your Highness, don't choose the wrong side. Chapter 35. Boom. The entire scene exploded. Everyone displayed expressions of disbelief. The Qin prince was actually a second-grade master. My God, didn't he just say he was a third-grade minor master a few days ago? Has he been hiding his strength again? Achieving second-grade master at 18 is quite a rare talent. It's ridiculous that people used to say he was a waste. It's simply a joke. The sixth prince had heard of the achievement of second-grade master for a long time, but was easily repelled by Qin prince, which shows he is formidable among masters. Apart from being shocked by Qin Yu's displayed strength, everyone was angrily rebuking the sixth prince. As a prince, to commit such a mad act is simply outrageous. The face of the Li royal family has been utterly disgraced by him. Indeed, committing such a crazy act must be punished. Otherwise, where is the law of the Qian? Hearing the reprimands from the crowd, even if Li Shou hated Qin Yu in his heart, he could only endure it at this moment. If Qin Yu is really killed and Chen Hongwan is abducted, then he will be completely finished. No one will be able to protect him. Chapter 36. There are quite a few royal-level cultivation methods, and Li Shou is even practicing a heavenly-level method with several earthly-level methods in his possession. However, Emperor Qinwu has established a rule. Anyone who leaks heavenly-level methods, regardless of their status, will be directly eliminated. Leaking earthly-level methods is not as serious, but it will still result in severe penalties, and one could very likely be stripped of their cultivation. The purpose of this is simple: to ensure that the cultivation methods mastered by the royal family are the highest level, and that the combat power of royal descendants is always at the pinnacle of this world. This is a matter of principle. Emperor Qinwu will not be soft-hearted about it. Li Shou knows this well, which is why he is hesitant to kill Qin Yu without leaving any evidence. He cannot use his own people and can only turn to an assassin organization. After arranging this, Li Shou sat in a chair, thinking about the impending wrath of Emperor Qinwu, his face turning pale. That godlike man is truly terrifying. Su Qiaoqiao has been practicing the I Jing Jing for some time now, and her cultivation aptitude has improved significantly. Qin Yu felt it was time to teach her the cultivation method to start her training. From the methods he currently possesses, it is clear that the Sixth Meridian Sword is the most suitable. When Su Qiaoqiao learned that the method Qin Yu was teaching her was an advanced earthly level one, her eyes widened in shock. Chapter 37. Although Princess Qiangyao is arrogant and overbearing, she is not unreasonable. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, her tone softened. Now the entire Qin residence is at your command. Can't I just have this little corner to myself? Qin Yu is not here to fight for territory with her, and he has no interest in the back garden, so he directly stated his purpose. Don't you want to practice sword techniques, princess? What good is it to watch me demonstrate? It will be better for us to spar. Princess Qiangyao narrowed her beautiful eyes, sizing up Qin Yu from head to toe. You want to challenge me? You can think of it that way. Hee hee. Princess Qiangyao smiled, her disdain evident on her face. Qin Yu's movement techniques and sword techniques are indeed very profound, which she had to admit. But his cultivation realm is a whole major realm lower than hers. Such a huge gap is not easy to cross. At this moment, Mingwei had already gotten up from the ground, covering her swollen face and looking at Qin Yu with resentment. She secretly hoped that Princess Qiangyao would accept the challenge and teach Qin Yu a lesson. If she could accidentally kill him, that would be even better. Qin Yu was too lazy to waste words with Princess Qiangyao and activated the Sixth Meridian Sword, with sword light flickering unpredictably between his fingers, exuding a fierce aura. Chapter 38. Princess Qiangyao, eager to obtain the cultivation method, immediately left the back garden and went to Su Qiaoqiao's residence. Hey, huh? Su Qiaoqiao was diligently practicing the Sixth Meridian Sword, but couldn't release even a hint of sword energy due to her low cultivation realm. However, she could clearly feel the internal energy flowing through her meridians, following the exact path Qin Yu had taught her. After practicing for so long, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and she looked somewhat fatigued. But she had no intention of stopping, still gritting her teeth and persisting, thinking to herself that she needed to quickly raise her cultivation level. Then she could be useful and help the young master. Just then, with a creak, the door was pushed open, and Princess Qiangyao walked in. Su Qiaoqiao was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly knelt on the ground and cowed out. The servant greets Princess Qiangyao. Then she raised her head, her eyes filled with fear, nervously looking at Princess Qiangyao. Princess Qiangyao forced out what she thought was her kindest smile and personally helped Su Qiaoqiao up. Get up. This was already the limit of what she could do as a princess. She didn't waste words and got straight to the point. Qiaoqiao, can you pass on the Six Meridians sword to me? The fear in Su Qiaoqiao's eyes disappeared, becoming vigilant as she stared at Princess Qiangyao and asked, Your Highness, why don't you go find a young master? Chapter 39. The instinctive reaction of living beings is uncontrollable. When Princess Qiangyao saw Qin Yu's impressive stature, she was startled. What do you want to do? This is uncontrollable. Listen carefully. I will explain the Jade Maidenheart Sutra to you. Good. Hurry up. Princess Xiong Yao urged, thinking to quickly end this awkward method of cultivation, but her heart underwent a strange change. After all, she is a normally developed 18-year-old girl. How could she not have feelings of love? This caused her emotional state to fluctuate a bit. Qin Yu carefully explained the Jade Maidenheart Sutra, and she listened with a sense of understanding but not fully grasping it, leading Qin Yu to explain it a second time. Do you understand now? Qin Yu asked, suppressing his desires. I understand. We can start now. Princess Xiong Yao took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and focused all her attention on the cultivation method, beginning to circulate her internal energy according to the heart method of the Jade Maidenheart Sutra. After completing a great cycle, both of them simultaneously extended their hands, their palms just touching each other as they began to cultivate. Yin enters, Yang retreats. Yang enters, Yin retreats. Their internal energies flowed through each other's bodies, creating a mysterious sensation. Princess Xiong Yao deeply felt the masculine energy for the first time. Chapter 40. Just as Qin Yu returned to his room, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! New task generated. Investigate who hired the assassin and bring them to justice. Upon completion of the task, you will receive a large amount of deduction time and a cultivation method as a reward. Qin Yu felt a bit helpless. Do I even need to investigate this? Besides the sixth princely show, there's no one else. Qin Yu was unsure whether this assassin planned to bite his tongue to commit suicide, or if he had a poison pouch in his mouth and intended to bite it to poison himself. If he dared to commit suicide with poison, then he certainly wouldn't confess honestly. Qin Yu didn't want to waste words and directly instructed the system. Deduce what he has done in the past day. Ding! You have consumed 1 year of time to deduce the actions of the living. Yesterday afternoon, he went to Old Zhao's beast meat shop to meet with his superior and receive the task to assassinate the host. Last night, he engaged in intense inner conflict and decided to take the risk because the price offered was too tempting. This morning, he inquired about the host's information, analyzing your characteristics in preparation for the assassination. After lunch, he disguised himself. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu decided not to continue listening. Although the information was limited, the target was already clear. Chapter 41. Upon arriving at the Dali Temple, Qin Yu directly went to the office of the Chief Justice. Zhao Qiming looked a bit overwhelmed upon seeing him. The prince had been assassinated, which is a very serious case, and the guards arranged by Qin Yu had even brought the person to him. He couldn't avoid dealing with this matter. Qin Yu reached the second rank of the Master Realm and had a confrontation with the sixth princely show. He had already heard about the incident where Princess Xiong Yao came to behead the sixth prince's steward. At this moment, he realized that Qin Yu was not someone to be trifled with, and he lowered his posture significantly. Oh dear, Prince Consort, aren't you on a break today? Why are you here? Please sit. Please take a seat. Zhao Qiming bent over to invite Qin Yu to sit down, instructed someone to brew tea, and then sat in a lower position. I was attacked by an assassin and came to see how the case is progressing. Qin Yu asked indifferently. Prince Consort, what you sent over was a corpse. How easy do you think it is to investigate? We haven't even verified the identity of the assassin yet. You might as well go home and wait, Zhao Qiming replied. Qin Yu was not surprised at all. If they could easily figure out the identity of a dead person, that would truly be unbelievable. His purpose for coming here was to investigate the case himself in a legitimate manner. Chapter 42. That's enough. The Emperor Qianwu's expression was emotionless, revealing no joy or anger. Li Shou and Princess Xiong Yao could only remain silent. Xiong Yao, your father will give you an explanation on this matter. If it really was Shou or who did it, I will never let it slide. After speaking, Emperor Qianwu turned to Li Shou. Shouer, your suspicion is the greatest. If the Dali Temple investigates you, you must cooperate well. Do you understand? Li Shou and Princess Xiong Yao could only express their gratitude. Emperor Qianwu then dismissed Li Shou and looked at the angrily fuming Princess Xiong Yao with some confusion. Xiong Yao, didn't you always look down on Qin Yu? Why are you so angry this time? Princess Xiong Yao replied angrily. Father, I truly don't care about him, but he is, after all, my husband in name. It's fine for others to look down on him, but it shouldn't be so blatant. At this point, Princess Xiong Yao seemed unable to control her emotions, her face revealing deep sorrow. Moreover, this person is my own brother. It's one thing for him to look down on Qin Yu, but he also looks down on me, and even his lowly servant acts so arrogantly. Hearing this, the confusion in Emperor Qianwu's eyes began to fade. At this moment, tears streamed down Princess Xiongyao's face as she cried out, "Father, do my brothers all think that once I marry, I am no longer part of the family? Do you, father, think that a daughter who is married off is like spilled water?" Chapter 43. Qin Yu took Xue Xiangming to inquire with colleagues, but the results were very disappointing. Had he found out anything? However, Qin Yu noticed that this time, his colleagues were not trying to fool their superiors and were investigating diligently, currently trying to confirm the assassin's identity. Their approach was to first confirm the assassin's identity and then investigate social connections to find a breakthrough. This line of thought was similar to Qin Yu's plan to find the owner of the beast meat shop. As long as this person appeared on the list of social connections, he would have a reason to investigate them without raising suspicion. Therefore, Qin Yu chose to wait, returning to the constable's quarters to practice the Yi Jin Jing and continue improving his martial arts qualifications. Xue Xiaoming was busy outside, and, after a while, he came in holding a jade bottle. "Prince Consort, our colleagues don't have many gathering chi pills either. We've only received 10. 10 is enough." Qin Yu didn't feel too disappointed. Such things were too precious for martial artists, unless someone had extremely poor qualifications and no hope of advancement. Most people would be reluctant to sell them. Moreover, these gathering chi pills were not for him, but for Su Qiao, and they were sufficient for her current cultivation level. Chapter 44. Soon, Qin Yu and Xue Xiaoming arrived at Old Zhao's beast meat shop in the south of the city. It was an ordinary meat shop with low houses, blood-stained chopping boards, and pieces of meat carelessly thrown on top, exuding a strong fishy smell. The owner was a middle-aged man with bare arms, showing well-defined muscles, and his thick brows and big eyes gave a very honest impression. This man was Zhao Xing, the owner of Old Zhao's beast meat shop, who had been selling beast meat on this street for nearly 10 years, and familiar people called him Old Zhao. "Two officials, you're here. Please wait a moment while I get you some stools," Zhao Xing said with a hearty smile, slamming his bone cleaver onto the chopping board and walking into the back, quickly bringing out 2 stools. "Zhao Xing, this is Prince Consort Qin. You must answer his questions well and not hide anything," Xue Xiaoming said loudly. "Oh, it's the aggrieved Prince Consort. I've heard about this matter too. Please feel free to ask anything, and please sit, Prince Consort," Zhao Xing said, bowing and scraping. Qin Yu glanced at the stool stained black and red with blood, feeling no desire to sit down, and chose to get straight to the point. Chapter 45. There was still a lot of meat on Zhao Xing's chopping board. He showed no signs of abnormality, as usual, waiting for customers to arrive. It took a full 2 hours before he sold all the meat. Then he leisurely cleaned the chopping board, washed his hands, and closed the door. During this time, everything seemed normal. However, upon closer observation, one would notice that he kept looking around, checking for any suspicious individuals. After finishing his tasks, he went to a tavern and bought 2 bowls of old wine, ordered a plate of snacks, and listened to a storyteller while drinking, appearing quite leisurely. It wasn't until it was almost dark that he slowly got up, passed by a fruit stall to buy some fruit, and leisurely walked in the direction of home. All along the way, he walked slowly, as if strolling, looking at this and that, secretly observing people near and far. A hunter needs patience above all. Qin Yu knew that Zhao Xing would definitely find a way to contact his informant. These seemingly normal, but actually unusual actions were the best evidence. Therefore, he had enough patience, until the street grew dim and he reached a fork in the road. Zhao Xing indeed changed direction, and his pace quickened significantly. Chapter 46. Ding. Simulation begins. The day before yesterday, a representative of the assassin organization, a mysterious figure known as Kappa, came to Song Rui's residence to convey the task of assassinating the host. Song Rui showed great resistance to this task, as assassinating royal family members would provoke the wrath of Emperor Qianwu, with dire consequences. If exposed, he would have no place to bury his body. Kappa scolded him harshly and then indicated that the reward for this task was very generous, which is why Song Rui reluctantly accepted. Hearing this, Qin Yu sighed inwardly. As expected, an assassin organization that dares to assassinate royal family members is indeed formidable. Even Song Rui has a mysterious figure above him known as Kappa. To uncover the truth behind this, he would need to find this person, and the system referred to this person as a mysterious figure, which clearly would not be easy to find. It was foreseeable that the case would hit a dead end. Judging by Song Rui's earlier performance, it was almost impossible to get him to speak. Even if he did, he might not know who Kappa really was. The higher the level of members in the assassin organization, the better their self-protection measures would be. This task is not easy. Qin Yu did not have enough time to deduce what Song Rui had done over a longer period, so he tried to find something from his residence. Chapter 47. At the entrance of the mansion, Qin Yu saw Su Qiao standing on the steps, stretching her neck to look down the street with a worried expression on her face. When she saw Qin Yu, she immediately showed a look of surprise and quickly ran over, lifting her skirt. "Young master, you're finally back. Qiao was so worried about you." At this point, Su Qiao's eyes were red, and tears were welling up, looking quite pitiful. Qin Yu affectionately patted her head and smiled. "Is it really that serious? I just came back a bit late." "How is it not serious? Young master, you're being targeted by bad people now. It's so late and you're not back. How can Qiao not worry?" All right, so it's my fault now?" Qin Yu was in a good mood, pulling Su Qiao into the mansion. After walking a couple of steps, he remembered something. "By the way, how is your training going?" The maid has been practicing hard every day and has already become an ordinary martial artist, much stronger than before. Su Qiao said somewhat proudly. "A martial artist?" Qin Yu frowned. "A martial artist, but just barely at the entry level. In this world where strong individuals abound, that was only slightly better than an ordinary person. To give her some self-defense capability and help him with certain things, she needed at least to be a third-grade minor master." Chapter 48. The next morning, Qin Yu woke up naturally and, after eating and drinking enough, headed for the Dali Temple. The task issued by the system was still incomplete, so he needed to work harder. The guards at the entrance of the Dali Temple saw him and first bowed respectfully before saying, "Prince Consort, Lord Zhou instructed that you should find him as soon as you arrive at the Dali Temple." Qin Yu nodded and walked inside, feeling somewhat puzzled. There was only one person with the surname Zhou in the entire Dali Temple, and that was the Deputy Minister Zhou Jingyi. They did not have much of a relationship. When they met, it was just superficial pleasantries. Moreover, this Zhou Jingyi should be a person of the second prince. Qin Yu could not understand why he was looking for him at this time. With doubts in mind, Qin Yu arrived at the place where Zhou Jingyi was working. "Your subordinate pays respects to the prince consort." Zhou Jingyi quickly stood up and bowed when he saw him, his movements meticulous, much more respectful than before. "Lord Zhou, no need for formalities." Qin Yu gestured for Zhou Jingyi to rise and then asked curiously, "What is the reason for summoning me?" "Lord Zhou, Zhao Qiming has already been detained by this official and will be reported to the emperor for disciplinary action at the Dali Temple. The process will be carried out soon," Zhou Jingyi said without any preamble, in a rather baffling manner. Chapter 49. As Qin Yu wished, the news quickly spread out, and various forces received the news that the assassin organization Wujian had surfaced, with Kappa becoming a topic of discussion among people. Li Shou also received this news and immediately summoned the contact person from the assassin organization he had found. He knew that such assassin organizations were very mysterious, and it would take a long time for the Dali Temple to investigate, to prove his innocence, and to draw out the person behind it. He decided to help Qin Yu first, and then find an opportunity to eliminate him later. "Your Highness, now the entire imperial capital, even the emperor, is paying attention to this matter. We, the Blood River, cannot take risks at this time to kill the prince consort of the Qian," the contact person said. "I'm not looking for you for this matter. I have some important news to tell you." Li Shou waved his hand and said, "What news?" The contact person spoke casually, seemingly uninterested. "The Dali Temple has already found that the assassination of Qin Yu was carried out by the Wujian assassin organization. Do you know someone with the codename Kappa?" Li Shou asked. "Wujian Kappa?" The contact person showed some interest but still shook his head. "The two organizations are competitive." "How could I know? I only know there is such a person." Chapter 50. Can't you see? I'm teaching her a lesson," Qin Yu coldly shouted, unleashing his internal energy, causing Ming Yue's internal organs to shatter instantly. He initially wanted to drain Ming Yue's internal energy before killing her, but now that Princess Qiangyao had suddenly appeared, he had to give up to prevent her from finding out. Ming Yue fell to the ground with an expression of unwillingness and regret, her eyes wide open and unblinking. "Qin Yu, you actually dared to kill my person," Princess Qiangyao angrily reprimanded, her aura surging, looking very furious, as if she wanted to attack Qin Yu. But in reality, she was quite pleased. The events at the Qin residence were clear to Emperor Qianwu. She suspected that Ming Yue was the one who leaked the information. It was one thing for Emperor Qianwu to monitor the world, but to not even spare his own daughter-in-law was somewhat disheartening for her. She could not find a reason to kill Ming Yue herself. So Qin Yu acting was just what she wanted. but she still had to show an angry expression on the surface. Otherwise, it would attract Emperor Qianwu's attention. Unaware of the situation, Qianyu was not afraid of Princess Xiaoyao and coldly spoke. She has humiliated me more than once. Now she has even ruthlessly attacked my close maid Xiao Qiao. What if I kill her? Are you going to take revenge for her? Chapter 51. Is that so? Qianyu sneered coldly, opening the box to check its contents. Inside was a token, one side carved with the face of a hellish demon, looking bloodthirsty and fierce. The other side was engraved with runes that Qianyu could not understand, with strokes as sharp as blades, giving a feeling of iron horses and golden spears. There was also a stack of case files, recording when and where various tasks were accepted and which person was assigned to carry them out. Qianyu could not confirm whether the man in front of him was Kappa through these things. It would probably be very difficult to extract any valuable information. He did not want to waste time on this, calculated the time, and called out to the system. Deduce what this person has done in the past 4 days. Ding. Deduction starts. On the first day, from morning to noon, Kappa practiced martial arts seriously at home as usual. In the afternoon, the butler of General Xiao Feihu came to find Kappa, asking him to assassinate the host and offering a price of 10,000 taels of gold. Kappa thought the task was too risky and dared not decide, telling the butler that he was merely a liaison for the Wujian assassin organization and needed to consult above. The butler said he could wait and would come back in the evening, then left. Chapter 52. The jailer was startled and hurriedly ran into the prison. This left the butler completely flustered. I don't have time to mess around with you. Come to the General S mansion if you have something to find me. After saying that, he turned and left. How could Qianyu let the butler leave? If this person left, he would either hide or be eliminated by Xiao Feihu. In this case, it would be impossible to investigate further. What about the task? Stop right there. Qianyu shouted coldly as he chased after him. Prince Consort, don't go too far. Lai Fu let out a low shout, unleashing his mid-level second-grade master cultivation, and struck out a palm towards Qianyu. Bold! Qianyu shouted coldly, pointing a finger. In an instant, a sharp sword aura whistled out, charging straight for Lai Fu's heart. Even a high-level princess, Xiaoyao of the second-grade master realm, wasn't his match, let alone Lai Fu. In a panic, Lai Fu frantically mobilized his internal energy to resist. But he was still knocked back by the sword aura. This was still Qianyu holding back. Otherwise, a single sword strike could have seriously injured or even killed him. Taking advantage of the moment, Qianyu used the Lingbo Weibu technique to appear beside Lai Fu in an instant, smashing his dantian with a palm. Poof! Lai Fu spat out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes filled with resentment. Chapter 53. Gui Yonghuai felt a bit panicked. People like Xiao Feihu were involved with too many aspects, and most of them possessed terrifying power, with various ways to eliminate him both openly and secretly. According to his thoughts, it was best not to get involved in such matters. However, Qianyu's psychological pressure was too strong. Just a few words forced people to confess in front of many, leaving him unable to smooth things over. Now, he could only deal with it formally. Qianyu did not follow to look for evidence, but Xue Xiangming was very sensible. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances that Qianyu couldn't grasp in time, he went with his colleagues. About half an hour later, the people from the Dali Temple returned, bringing Lai Fu and the evidence back to the newly appointed inspector. After glancing at the evidence a few times, the inspector was covered in sweat. The situation was even more serious than he had imagined. He didn't dare to make a unilateral decision and hurriedly took the material evidence to find the Dali Temple's deputy minister, Zhou Jingyi. At this point, Qianyu was no longer concerned, because the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 400 years of deduction time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the yellow-level high-grade skill dragon, subduing 18 palms. Chapter 54. This old bastard still wants to see me? Emperor Qianwu sneered repeatedly upon hearing this. Back then, he personally mediated between Qin Jintian and Xiao Feihu, knowing that Xiao Feihu was harboring a belly full of anger. Therefore, while the result he uncovered was unexpected, it was also within reason. What reassured him was that it wasn't any of his sons who did it, preventing a rift between brothers. However, Xiao Feihu chose to take action at this time, clearly intending to shift the blame. This was the most infuriating part for Emperor Qianwu. If Lai Fu hadn't acted recklessly and appeared at this moment, conveniently getting caught by Qianyu to uncover the truth, then the sixth prince or the second prince would likely have to take the blame, affecting his evaluation of these two princes. This was a grave taboo. Thus, Qiao Feihu's fate was already sealed, and he knew it in his heart. This was why he came to seek an audience with Emperor Qianwu, hoping that the emperor would remember the past and give him a chance to live. But Emperor Qianwu had already made his decision. Come, bring me my heaven's mandate sword for him. The minister of Dali Temple, Qian Boyang, felt a tightening in his heart and instinctively lowered his head slightly. The old eunuch beside Emperor Qianwu frowned and reminded, Your Majesty, General Wei Yuan still has 2 sons leading troops outside. It will be better to summon them back before killing him. Chapter 55. Qin Yu was very surprised by Princess Qiong Yao's words. He thought for a moment and asked, Why do I feel like you're guarding against your father? Princess Qiong Yao shook her head. You asked this last time. Let me repeat, it's not that I'm guarding against him. We can't guard against him. Do you know how many people in this mansion are his eyes and ears? So what do you mean? I originally intended for you to hide your talents, so you could grow faster and stand higher than the other princes, ensuring your safety in the future. But now it can't work. Father will definitely be very concerned about why your strength is increasing so rapidly. Princess Qiong Yao said seriously. Qin Yu felt that her thoughts were not as simple as she expressed, but he didn't have time to think about that now. Dealing with Emperor Qianwu was the most important thing. There has never been kinship in royal families. Emperors are the most suspicious. He must maintain a low profile and develop secretly until he has the strength to crush him. Then he can act recklessly. Qin Yu had already thought of a strategy, but still wore a helpless expression. What should I do? You've already given him the 6 Meridian Divine Sword. Do you want to hand over the Lingbo Weibu too? You and I have been in contact frequently. You know how my cultivation has progressed. There are no secrets. Chapter 56. Damn bastard. A filthy creature as lowly as a pig or dog. I don't know what father is thinking. To marry Qiong Yao off to such a lowly person. The 6th prince, Li Shou, was like an angry wild boar, rampaging through the mansion. Anything he could see was smashed into pieces, venting his anger. Qin Yu traced the case of the inferior weapons back to him through the inspector Wang Jingquan. Emperor Qianwu was furious about this, sealing his cultivation and punishing him with 50 lashes, nearly killing him, along with a 10-year salary deduction, forcing him to pay the Ministry of War the market price for the weapons. His face was already lost in the imperial capital. That was fine. He endured it. Then he violated Emperor Qianwu's rules, taking a huge risk to help Qin Yu find clues, uncovering the true assassin behind the attempt on Qin Yu's life at the cost of a mid-level skill. He hoped to leave a good impression on Emperor Qianwu while pulling the opposing 2nd prince, Li Ji, down with him. However, it turned out that the assassination attempt on Qin Yu had nothing to do with Li Ji. He felt like a complete joke, busying himself and getting nothing in return, suffering heavy losses. He could even imagine Li Ji mocking him. Chapter 57. Qin Yu also learned of this news, but didn't take it too seriously. Qiao Feihu had been enduring for so many years. Could his son be bolder than him? Especially with Qiao Feihu's body still warm, and this matter being noticed. But on that day at noon, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! System task released. Rescue Su Qiao and find out the mastermind behind her kidnapping. Upon completion of the task, you will receive a large amount of deduction time and a cultivation method. Upon learning the task details, Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. Then a raging anger ignited in his heart. No matter who kidnapped Qiao, they must pay the price. Su Qiao was the only person in this world who truly cared for him, treating him as everything. She was also the woman he valued the most, planning to cultivate her as his strong assistant. Although Su Qiao's identity was merely a maid, in Qin Yu's heart, she was incomparable to even Princess Qiong Yao. Qin Yu began to analyze the possible suspects behind Su Qiao's kidnapping. The first suspect that appeared in his mind was Princess Qiong Yao. Qin Yu immediately left the Dali Temple and rode back to the residence on a fast horse. After searching everywhere for Su Qiao without success and confirming her disappearance, Qin Yu, with a serious expression, headed straight to the back garden and pushed open Princess Qiong Yao's room door. Chapter 58. Qiao Jun was much older than Qin Yu, already in his 30s, with a broad face and some military-like sternness. His eyes were small and gave off a cold feeling, and his chin had a sparse but coarse beard like steel needles. He was meticulous in his bow, but showed little reverence, appearing quite indifferent. Qin Yu did not expect him to have a favorable attitude, and without saying a word, he directly asked the system to analyze what Qiao Jun had done in the past day. Yesterday at noon, Qiao Jun knelt before the spirit tablet of Qiao Feihu. swearing that one day he would kill the host, avenging his father and his brother who died at the hands of Qin Jintian back then. In the afternoon, the person he sent to gather information returned, and upon learning that the host cultivation realm was mid-level second-grade master, he nearly bit through his steel teeth. Because his own cultivation realm was just a beginner second-grade master, he was a whole small realm behind the host, which made him feel extremely unwilling. At over 30, he was still not as good as an 18-year-old boy, crying out in the morning hall that heaven was unfair. He decided to use the military method to find a suitable opportunity to encircle and kill the host, and he was full of confidence in this plan. Chapter 59. The leader, dressed in leather armor and holding a standard long knife, was tall and thin, an official of the 5th City's military division. Upon hearing the voice, he looked over and quickly bowed to Qin. "Prince Consort, what orders do you have?" Other people also looked over, their eyes filled with curiosity. Nowadays, Qin was well known throughout the imperial capital, a genius who had hidden his talents for years, with astonishing investigative abilities, but was just a small constable, being targeted for assassination by General Qiao Feihu. People were discussing him in the streets and alleys during tea time and meals. "I need to rescue someone and require your assistance." Qin got straight to the point. The official showed a somewhat troubled expression. "Prince Consort, you are from the Dali Temple, and we are from the 5th City's military division. I cannot act on your orders." Qin understood his concerns, as they belonged to different offices, and changed his wording. "I am not acting on behalf of the Dali Temple, but reporting as a private citizen. The person I want to rescue is being held by 10 death warriors. I will save the person, and you will catch them. It will also be a merit." At this, the official's eyes brightened. "Maintaining public order is the duty of our 5th City's military division. We must act quickly. Please lead the way, Prince Consort." Chapter 60. Qin, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my brothers wouldn't have died. You must pay with your life for my brothers. The official, with red eyes and holding a long knife, charged at him like a madman. Qin frowned and was about to subdue him when a sword energy slashed out from behind. Poof! The official was knocked to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Princess Qiongyao's cold voice rang out. "What are you, to dare be so disrespectful to the Prince Consort? If it weren't for the fact that your comrades died in the line of duty, I would have killed you today." Qin could understand the official's feelings and patiently said, "I once advised you outside not to come in and fight. Your reckless advancement has caused this situation. How can you blame me?" Upon hearing this, the official, lying in a pool of blood, pounded the ground and cried, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. "Brothers, I have harmed you." "He's quite a loyal man," Princess Qionyao commented, then said to Qin, "Your maid has fainted. Take her back to the residence to rest." Qin turned around to see Su Qiao lying in Princess Qiongyao's arms, unconscious but still showing a hint of fear on her face. "Thank you." Chapter 61. You old eunuch. Emperor Qianwu scolded the old eunuch, his expression gradually turning serious. "Who do you think is sending messages to Qin? It's hard to say." Chao Jingyun shook his head. "Is it hard to say? But do you dare not say?" Emperor Qianwu asked meaningfully. Chao Jingyun replied calmly. "Since your majesty has asked, I will speak frankly. The most likely person is me, as my duty is to help your majesty monitor the world, but my people are mostly in the open. Next is your majesty's shadow department. In terms of infiltration capability, no one is stronger than them. It wouldn't be surprising if there were undercover agents among Qiao Jun's death warriors. Lastly, there are the princes. Any one of them could have this possibility. The civil officials of Dakian are useless. The military generals are the foundation of the world, so it is normal for them to start laying plans early. As for who is the most suspicious, your majesty can judge for yourself." Emperor Qianwu's expression returned to normal. "I had you keep an eye on Qin. Have you found anything unusual?" "Nothing. Why are all these events driven by him and gradually involving the princes? Someone is pushing him from behind." "Who?" "I have no evidence, so I dare not speak recklessly. I pardon you for your crimes." Chapter 62. The people from the Dali Temple who accompanied him were stunned. This was the steward of the 6th prince's residence, not just an ordinary citizen. How could they just take him, even if he had committed an offense? They needed strong evidence. Even for merely inquiring about the case, it was inappropriate to take him down. Wouldn't that be trampling the 6th prince's face into the ground? Of course, the prince consort was not afraid, being royal kin and backed by Princess Qionyao. But if they really did this, who knew what would happen in the future? So no one on the scene dared to move, except for Xue Xiaoming. He had long been labeled as someone aligned with Qin Yu and had already expressed his loyalty to him, so he naturally wouldn't back down at such a time. What are you all waiting for? Follow me. Saying this, Shui Xiaoming charged towards Tao Xinghuai, but none of the other Dali Temple people moved, all looking somewhat at a loss. Qin Yu's face darkened at this sight, but he did not say anything. After all, he was not their superior and had no authority over them. Tao Xinghuai had not expected such a situation. After a moment of stunned silence, his expression also darkened. Prince Consort, what exactly has this servant done that you want to take me down? Chapter 63. A smirk of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Qin Yu's mouth. He had come in such a fierce manner, causing a big disturbance that attracted the steward Tao Xinghuai. How could the master of the residence, Li Shou, not know? Moreover, he didn't show up earlier or later, but chose to appear just as the situation was about to spiral out of control. Clearly having known Qin Yu was coming all along, he was just waiting for the right moment to observe in the shadows. This was not something you could brush off with a simple, I don't know. Qin Yu sneered and said, secretly prompting the system to simulate what Li Shou had done today. In the morning, Tao Xinghuai reported the news of Qiao Jun returning to the capital. He felt this was a good opportunity to eliminate Qin Yu without implicating himself. The earlier content was consistent with the simulation generated by the system. However, things changed after the two returned to their residence. Li Shou was very happy, waiting for news of Qin Yu's death, but the news he received was that Qin Yu, accompanied by the 5 cities' military command, had wiped out Qiao Jun's assassins. This made him extremely angry. He vented his frustration by beating Tao Xinghuai and then realized that things might go awry. So he secretly arranged for someone to eliminate the 2 guards who had accompanied him, binding them with stones and sinking them in the pond of the backyard. Chapter 64. Qin Yu chose not to confront him head-on. Since that was the case, he decided to leave and interrogate Qiao Jun's confidant. Once he confessed, Qiao Jun would also have to confess. At that time, he wanted to see if Qiao Jun would protect him. After finishing his words, Qin Yu turned and walked away. After taking a few steps, he paused and slightly turned his head to glance at Tao Xinghuai. You can think about it. After I leave, how many days can you live? Tao Xinghuai looked at the cold-faced Li Shou and felt a chill rise from his heels to the top of his head, causing him to shiver all over. Only by going to the Dali Temple could he save his life, as the crime of kidnapping was not punishable by death. Staying behind, the chances of survival were slim. Li Shou would definitely kill him. There was no need to think about the decision. In an instant, he made up his mind. Your Highness, I will go to the Dali Temple with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran toward Qin Yu. Li Shou was furious and shouted, you have a lot of guts. As he spoke, he crazily channeled his internal energy, rushing forward like a flash of lightning, with a short blade appearing in his hand aimed directly at Tao Xinghuai's neck. Qin Yu had long been on guard against this move, using the Lingbo Weibu technique. He suddenly appeared in front of Li Shou and swiftly seized his wrist. Chapter 65. This incident alarmed the Dali Temple minister Qian Boyong. Upon learning the situation, he immediately sealed the news and strictly ordered everyone not to leak it. He knew that this measure would be of no use. So many people had seen and heard it, and it was impossible for it not to spread. But he had to do this because such a matter was too embarrassing and involved the royal family's face, so he had to put on a show. Since this case also involved Qiao Jun, he immediately dispatched elite personnel from the Dali Temple to capture Qiao Jun at his residence. However, they found that Qiao Jun had already fled with several confidants and could only issue a wanted order for pursuit. Qin Yu soon learned about this matter, but did not take it seriously. The Qiao family was completely finished this time. By the time he returned home, it was already dark. Princess Qiong was diligently training, aiming to break through her realm and achieve the status of a first-rate grandmaster. After this incident, Su Qiao also began to practice frantically. She didn't want to become a burden to Qin Yu. Qin Yu was practicing the bone transformation soft palm at home, preparing to eliminate Li Shou without anyone noticing. The storm caused by this incident was just beginning to spread through the capital, and Li Shou had become a joke among the people, with everyone mocking his despicable actions. The next morning, Qian Boyong arrived with the organized evidence to seek an audience with Emperor Qianwu. Upon arriving at the Chengtian Hall, he was surprised to find that Li Shou had arrived even earlier than him. Chapter 66. At this moment, Li Shou was completely desperate. He did not reflect on himself. He blamed all of this on Qin Yu and left the Chengtian Hall filled with a deep resentment towards him. Since he had no hope of inheriting the throne, he had nothing to worry about. He secretly resolved that once the current storm passed, he would do whatever it took to eliminate Qin Yu. After Li Shou left, Emperor Qian Wu glanced at Chao Jingyun, who had been standing silently beside the dragon throne, and said with a hint of emotion, "Who on earth is that person? To have infiltrated the people around Shou'er to such an extent?" Chao Jingyun bowed and replied, "It certainly won't be Qin Yu. Speaking of this kid, he is indeed somewhat audacious, daring to hit my son." Emperor Qian Wu snorted coldly, looking displeased. Chao Jingyun suggested, "Why not issue an edict to punish him?" Emperor Qian Wu felt that Chao Jingyun's words were foolish and replied with a faint gaze, "Now it depends on whether this kid can find his own way." Qin Yu did not go to the Dali Temple today. Yesterday, Qin Boyong had given him a day off and stated that in the future, he could go to the Dali Temple whenever he wanted or not go at all, without having to report there every day like others. Chapter 67. The Second Prince Li Ji. Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. He did not expect him to come to Li Shou's residence. It should be noted that when he was pushed to the forefront by the Dali Temple to investigate Li Shou, it was very likely that Li Ji was behind the scenes promoting it. He even suspected that the person who sent him a message was arranged by Li Ji, intending to use his hand to bring down Li Shou. But the question was, now that Li Shou had already fallen, what was Li Ji doing here? Looking for a scolding? As he pondered, a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe, with an extraordinary demeanor and in his 30s, walked in. He had a square face, and his eyes and brows bore some resemblance to Emperor Qian Wu, but his temperament was completely different, lacking any sharpness or dominance, appearing very approachable. "Sister Qiong Yao, long time no see. You've really grown more beautiful." Li Ji walked over enthusiastically, his eyes filled with affection, like a doting brother. Li Qiong Yao forced a smile and slightly bowed, "Second brother. It's been a while since I last visited you. It feels a bit distant." Li Ji sighed and said with some self-blame, "From now on, I will often come to visit you and strengthen our bond." After saying this, Li Ji turned to Qin Yu, revealing an expression of emotion. Chapter 68. You have no choice. Li Ji sneered and said, 10 years of house arrest. You will never have a chance to turn things around in this lifetime. Do you think those forces you cultivated will continue to follow you when they see no hope? Li Shou fell into deep thought. Indeed, if those people saw no hope, they would definitely turn to someone else. They might preemptively pledge allegiance to other princes. And if that party ascended to the throne in the future, the chances of gaining more power would be much greater. At the very least, they would live better than now. After all, as a ruler, one must at least maintain appearances and give all those who pledge allegiance a sense of assurance, so as not to lose the people's hearts. Generally, they would not resort to the betrayal of their supporters. However, he did not believe that Li Ji was a good choice, as there were other princes with stronger forces. Li Ji noticed some clues from the changes in his expression. He had come prepared this time and had strategies in place. I may not be the strongest force among the princes, but you must understand that aligning with me now is like receiving timely help in the snow, while aligning with others is merely adding a touch of luxury. I believe you don't need me to elaborate on your choice, right? Li Ji said, Dan dan da da. Li Shou had to admit that this statement made sense. And after pondering for a moment, he nodded. Chapter 69. Moments later, the room was filled with a sudden storm, with phoenix cries and dragon roars echoing joyfully. At the same time, the entire imperial capital was in a state of alarm, with a large number of fully armed imperial guards flooding the streets, searching for suspicious individuals. Even the city defense army closed the city gates. Unless there was a decree from Emperor Qian Wu, no one was allowed to enter or exit. Such a scene had never appeared since the founding of the Great Qian, and the citizens in the city were all shocked, inquiring everywhere about what had happened. Then they received the shocking news that the sixth prince, Li Shou, had been murdered in his mansion by thieves. The second prince, Li Ji, was also seriously injured. Whether among officials or common folk, everyone was fervently discussing this matter. Heavens, who is so bold as to dare assassinate a prince of the current dynasty? Do they have a death wish? Indeed, it's hard to understand. The sixth prince had already fallen from power and was under house arrest by the emperor. How could someone still kill him? In my opinion, he must have done too many immoral things, prompting someone to disregard his status and eliminate him. Do you think it could be the second prince? Otherwise, why wouldn't the thieves kill him too? That shouldn't be possible. That would be too obvious. How could the second prince, Li Ji, be so foolish? Chapter 70. Chao Jingyun's expression showed no change. It is your majesty who asked me to analyze this. Emperor Qian Wu looked deeply at Chao Jingyun. Excluding Qin Yu, who else could it be? Your majesty, all the princes could be suspects. Shou'er has already fallen from power. What reason would they have to do this? The old servant does not know. Emperor Qinwu furrowed his brows tightly, puzzled, and finally sighed. He then ordered, "You will personally investigate this matter." Perhaps having tasted the joys of intimacy, today as Princess Qionyao was extremely wild in bed. After a passionate battle, the two continued to practice the Jade Maidenheart Sutra, spending all their time training except for when they had meals. Therefore, by the next day, they only learned of Li Shou's sudden death. Li Qionyao felt somewhat surprised, but showed no signs of sadness. Qinyu laughed heartily, expressing that it was a good death, secretly praising the bone-transforming soft palm as an excellent technique for killing invisibly. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Track down Xiao Jun's whereabouts and bring him to justice. Upon completing the task, you will receive a large amount of deduction time and a mysterious technique. Chapter 71. Having said that, Qinyu got up and left. Upon exiting the Jiang family S-gate, Xue Xiaoming looked confused and asked, "Your Highness, do you suspect that Colonel Zhao Su has issues?" There must be issues. Colonel Zhao Su is a real power general, while Jiang Quan is merely a servant in a Wei Yuan general's mansion. What qualifications does he have to be friends with Zhao Su? Qinyu said disdainfully. This world values hierarchy. Unless they have some mutual interest or are both confidants of someone, it is impossible for them to become friends under normal circumstances. Xue Xiaoming thought for a moment, nodded, and then showed a worried expression. Your Highness, should we call more people from the Dali Temple? We are here to investigate a case, not to arrest people. Why call so many? Qinyu was somewhat puzzled. After Xue Xiaoming explained, Qinyu finally understood. It turns out that Colonel Zhao Su is notorious for his hot temper and ruthless actions, having caused disturbances by beating soldiers, which is why he was recalled to the capital for reflection. Xue Xiaoming was worried that if he was in cahoots with Xiao Jun, and if Qinyu discovered something, it might lead to unpredictable dangers. However, Qinyu was dismissive of this concern. Don't worry, his hot temper and ruthlessness are only directed at his subordinates. This is the capital, not a military camp. He is not a fool and won't do anything crazy. Don't forget, his whole family is still in the capital. Chapter 72. The Jisher pharmacy was not large, with dilapidated buildings and a cracked sign, and there were few people seeking medical help inside, indicating poor business. Anyone passing by would not associate it with the Qiao family's secret vault. It had to be said to be a good way to conceal oneself. To become the Qiao family's secret vault, the attending doctor and the shop assistants must all be from the Qiao family. Qinyu did not rush in, but observed for a long time without noticing any unusual movements before he used the Lingbo Weibu technique to sneak in. The pharmacy's medicine storage was not hard to find, as the smell of medicinal herbs confirmed its location. With no obstacles, Qinyu slipped inside. So far, everything was progressing smoothly. However, after searching for a long time inside, he was shocked to find that he could not locate the entrance to the secret vault. The system's deduction must be reliable, which meant that the other party had hidden the vault very deeply. Just as Qinyu prepared to search more carefully, a sound of footsteps came from outside the door. He quickly leaped up and hid behind a medicine bag suspended in the air. Creak! A young man pushed the door open, looked around warily, then closed the door and approached the medicine cabinet. Qinyu recognized this person. Chapter 73. Seeing this scene, even Qinyu could not help but feel a chill in his heart, realizing he had underestimated the masters of the world. He did not expect Wei Hu to still have so many flying needles left after using the flying needle rain once. Moreover, the speed and strength of the flying needles at this moment were much stronger than before. Although he had the system and practiced the highest level technique, he could not be immune to extreme poison. He could use his internal strength to repel the flying needles, but he could not guarantee that there are no leaks, as they were too small. As long as one flying needle pierced his body, he would likely meet his end here. This was the first time he encountered such a life-and-death crisis since crossing over. At this moment, he realized that his arrogance had led him into such a dangerous situation. This thought flashed through his mind in an instant, and without time to think further, he frantically urged Lingbo Weibu to dodge behind the pillar in the center of the medicine storage. He barely managed to hide behind the pillar, just in time. The silver needles were extremely powerful, directly piercing through the pillar and continuing to shoot towards Qinyu, but their force was greatly diminished. Qinyu shouted, and his internal strength surged out, knocking the flying needles away, and he finally felt a sense of relief. However, his face darkened. He had been careless and lost the initiative, allowing Wei Hu to unleash such a vicious hidden weapon. Chapter 74. Xiao Jun did not tell his trusted guards that the reason he chose to take the huge risk of staying in the capital was also due to an important reason: the 3 pills inside the secret vault. The pills were called boundary-breaking pills. As the name suggests, they are pills used to assist in breaking through realms. Anyone who can cultivate to the first-grade Grandmaster is a rare genius among millions. This realm is already the limit that an average person can achieve. However, it is not the ultimate limit of martial arts cultivation. Above the first-grade Grandmaster, there exists the legendary mysterious realm known as the innate realm, which can truly achieve a transformation of one's very being. Upon reaching the innate realm, a true metamorphosis will occur, enhancing one's life level and achieving a rebirth, transcending the ordinary. He himself has no hope of reaching such a realm in this lifetime, due to his poor aptitude. Even cultivating to the first-grade Grandmaster is nearly impossible for him. But his brother, Qiao Xing, is different. He is a true genius. Before Qiao Feihu's incident, Qiao Xing had sent him a secret letter stating that he had already cultivated to the intermediate level of the first-grade Grandmaster and was confidently striving for the advanced level. As long as he reaches the advanced level of the first-grade Grandmaster and is supplemented with a breakthrough pill, there is a high chance he can become innate. Thus, Qin Yu did not pass on the high-level heavenly class easy muscle scripture he had mastered, but only the high-level earth class version. However, for an ordinary constable who could only cultivate to the initial level of the profound class technique, this was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. Such a technique was something even many prestigious families did not possess. Xue Xiangming was so moved that he cried tears of gratitude, repeatedly swearing his loyalty to Qin Yu alone for the rest of his life, even claiming he could ignore the words of Emperor Qinwu. Qin Yu instructed him to diligently cultivate at home, thinking that if Xue Xiangming truly remained as loyal as he claimed, he could pass on other high-level techniques in the future. After all, the main effect of the easy muscle scripture is to enhance aptitude, and with higher-tier combat techniques to complement it, one could unleash even greater power. Qin Yu was not afraid of Xue Xiangming betraying him. As long as he dared, it would be a path to his own demise. After leaving Xue Xiangming's house, Qin Yu thought he would need to transfer someone from the Dali Temple. Otherwise, he would have no one available. On his way to the Dali Temple, Qin Yu encountered a man reeking of alcohol, disheveled, swaying as he walked, carrying a large jar of wine. This man was none other than the clerk he had called out on the street that day, part of the group from the 5 cities military. Because this person had recklessly charged into Xiao Jun's courtyard, he was the only one left alive after being killed. Prince Consort, I find Zhao Su very suspicious. When you tested him just now, there was a clear moment of panic in his eyes. After leaving Zhao's residence, Yang Xiong said with a serious expression, "Your observation skills are excellent." Qin Yu praised him and then said seriously, "This indicates that my words to deceive him hit the mark, which will surely throw him into disarray. I believe he is very likely to contact Xiao Jun tonight." Yang Xiong nodded. "Your analysis is correct, Prince Consort. I think so too. Therefore, you must keep an eye on Zhao's residence tonight. And it is essential to be discreet and not alert the snake by stirring the grass," Qin Yu said earnestly. Yang Xiong showed a troubled expression. "But how can I keep watch alone? I can't trouble you, Prince Consort. Please call more people from the Dali Temple." "No," Qin Yu shook his head. "The people from the Dali Temple may not be reliable. I have a colleague named Xue Xiaoming. You should watch the front and back doors with him. Report to me tomorrow if you find anything. If nothing is found, it's also fine. We will think of other methods." He did not believe Yang Xiong had the ability to remain undetected, considering that even Xue Xiangming could be easily discovered by Zhao Su. The reason for having Yang Xiong watch was to make things seem more logical. It would make sense to have watched yesterday, and not today. Chao Jingyan left decisively. Qin Yu found it a bit strange. He had clearly come to inquire after receiving Emperor Qinwu's orders. Yet, every question was superficial, not delving deeper, making it feel like a perfunctory task. But he was a staunch loyalist of Emperor Qinwu. Logically, he shouldn't act this way. Did he think Qin Yu had no issues at all? Was coming to the Qin residence merely a simple test? Suddenly, Qin Yu thought of something odd. Chao Jingyun congratulated Princess Xiongyao on breaking through to the first-grade Grandmaster, but did not mention his own advancement to the advanced level of the second-grade Master. The only one who knew about her breakthrough to this realm was Princess Xiongyao, who had fought against him. "Did you report your breakthrough to the first-grade Grandmaster?" Qin Yu asked. "Yes. Did you not tell them that my cultivation level has also broken through? No. Princess Qiangyao nodded and then said seriously, I've been stuck at the advanced level of the second grade master for a long time. Breaking through isn't particularly surprising. And reporting it can make my father pay more attention to me. But you are different. Your cultivation level has improved too quickly, and we can't attract too much attention. Qin Yu was somewhat taken aback. This result was something he had never anticipated. He hid himself and continued to check the system simulation information. Zhang Chun reported this matter to the third prince's confidant, then went to rest. Not long ago, the third prince's confidant found him again, giving him a secret letter to deliver to the host overnight. The simulation ended here. In the past day, Zhang Chun had done these things. Qin Yu was stunned. He was not here to assassinate him, but to deliver a message overnight. What urgent message was worth such a risk in the dead of night? Was the person who previously conveyed messages to him also Zhang Chun? Just as he was puzzled, Zhang Chun quickly darted out from Qin Yu's courtyard and disappeared into the darkness after climbing over the wall. Qin Yu hurried back to his room and searched carefully, but found no messages. This left Qin Yu feeling helpless. It seemed that Zhang Chun had discovered he was not in the room and had left without leaving any message. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Ding! Xiao Jun has been successfully captured. The mission is complete. Since the host did not personally bring Xiao Jun to justice, but provided important clues for the capture, the system determines the mission completion rate to be 50. Although Qin Yu had already figured out Li Zheng's background, he did not show any signs of abnormality on the surface, engaging in cheerful small talk with him, waiting for him to get to the point. My good brother-in-law, you've hidden yourself too deeply. People used to say you had no martial arts talent. Who would have expected you to soar to great heights? I was genuinely shocked when I heard the news. Li Zheng said with some emotion. What's soaring to great heights? It's just good luck. Your Highness flatters me. Qin Yu said modestly. Martial arts talent is not just luck. Li Zheng laughed and then looked at Princess Qiangyao earnestly, saying, Qiangyao, you're no longer a child. You can't act like that anymore. I've heard that your relationship with your brother-in-law has improved. So just live well. All right? Princess Qiangyao chuckled awkwardly and replied, I understand, third brother. It must be said that Li Zheng's patience was astonishing. He spent half an hour on idle chatter before Qin Yu could finally steer the conversation toward the main topic. Brother-in-law, I heard that Lord Chao visited your residence yesterday. As soon as these words were spoken, Princess Qiangyao, who had been feeling a bit drowsy, immediately perked up. Qin Yu had anticipated this and showed no change in expression, casually responding as if in a chat. That's right. Chapter 80 at this moment, the system's voice echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Ding! System task issued. Bring the rebel Qiao Xing to justice. Upon completion of the task, you will receive a large amount of deduction time and a profound technique. Qin Yu's expression immediately turned grim. Are you kidding me? Qiao Xing is sick at the border. Do I really have to travel 1,000 miles to capture him? Faced with 100,000 elite soldiers, even a first-grade grandmaster would kneel. This is clearly sending me to my death. System, can I cancel the task? After waiting for a long time with no response from the system, Qin Yu asked again. I choose to abandon the task and request a new one. After waiting for quite a while, the system still did not reply, and he realized that this task was likely impossible to cancel. Qin Yu sighed deeply. When he cultivates to the high level of a first-grade grandmaster, he could try to capture Qiao Xing. The safest option would be to reach the innate realm, allowing him to apprehend Qiao Xing amidst a sea of soldiers and retreat unscathed. But he felt he would never reach that day. Because of this incident, the enraged Emperor Qinwu would definitely send people to eliminate the Blood Wolf army and take out Qiao Xing. If he didn't want to recklessly move troops, he might even send someone to assassinate Qiao Xing and other generals. Chapter 81. Li Zheng was furious. He wished he could swallow Qiao Xing alive. This was a clear sign of distrust, sending a lackey to negotiate with him. At this moment, he regretted it immensely. He should never have colluded with the Qiao family or dealt with these fools. Originally, laying low and developing quietly would have been better. Why did he have to provoke Qin Yu? Now the Qiao family was done for, dragging him, a prince, into the abyss. Your Highness. Hu Fei cupped his hands respectfully and said, General Qiao has requested that you find 3 breaking boundary pills. As long as he advances in cultivation, there is a chance to maintain his position and will definitely support your Highness in ascending to power in the future. 3 breaking boundary pills? Do you think they're cabbages on the street that can be easily obtained? Li Zheng snapped, his face filled with anger. The Qiao family held a prominent position in the military. He had put in a lot of effort to win over Qiao Feihu, and apart from gold and silver, the most valuable thing was indeed the breaking boundary pills. These were incredibly precious even for the royal family, and he had paid a huge price to obtain them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his undercover agent in the core of the Qiao family risk everything to try to steal the breaking boundary pills when he saw the Qiao family was about to fall. Chapter 82. Well, I'll think about it. Qin Yu said dismissively and secretly instructed the system to deduce what Yang Xiong had done over the past day. Ding. Deduction begins. Yesterday at noon, feeling resentful and wishing to personally slay Qiao Jun, he was drinking alone at home when a stranger suddenly appeared. The man offered him 1,000 taels of gold to betray the host, to lurk beside the host and find an opportunity to kill him. Yang Xiong firmly refused, saying the host was a good person. But the man claimed that if it weren't for the host calling their 5-city military department that day, his brothers wouldn't have met such a tragic end. Yang Xiong argued that the events of that day were due to his own greed and recklessness. But the man insisted that they were merely cannon fodder used by the host to draw fire, and the outcome was already predetermined. Yang Xiong Wafered, recalling the events of that day, and combined with the stranger's temptation, began to develop hatred towards the host. However, he also started to doubt the stranger's identity and asked if he was from the Qiao family. The stranger said no, he was another enemy of the host. After much consideration, Yang Xiong agreed to the stranger's request, deciding to eliminate the host to avenge his deceased brothers and sisters. Chapter 83. Seeing Li Ji made Qin Yu unable to hold back a laugh. This poor scapegoat, concocting a lie that, no matter how reasonable it seemed, would never completely dispel Emperor Qianwu's suspicions about him. It seemed that his future days would not be easy. Thus, Qin Yu's smile appeared quite radiant. Not bad, not bad. What brings you here? Li Ji asked curiously. Qin Yu felt there was nothing to hide. If someone wanted to investigate, it would be futile to keep it secret. So he simply spoke the truth. I want to buy a set of soft armor. Yes, you should buy a set. The second prince nodded, realizing something. After being repeatedly assassinated, who wouldn't feel anxious? He definitely needed some protective gear. Li Ji was just casually inquiring. In reality, he didn't care about Qin Yu's life or death at all. After exchanging pleasantries and entering the Wanbao Pavilion, he went to the back to attend to his own matters, while Qin Yu headed to the front hall. Now, Qin Yu was at the center of attention, and it was essential for those doing business in the imperial capital to know the influential figures of all levels. The steward recognized Qin Yu and hurried over to greet him. Oh dear, honored guest. Honored guest. Prince, what would you like to buy today? Soft armor, Qin Yu said, danda. Chapter 84. The steward said nothing. This parrot had some beastly bloodline, and its physique was much stronger than that of an ordinary parrot. It could handle not only tea, but even alcohol without issue. However, Yang Xiong's nerves were even more tense. He secretly prayed that Qin Yu would drink quickly. But Qin Yu had no intention of drinking. He seemed extremely interested in the parrot and kept teasing it, just as the attendant brought over 40 qi gathering pills. The parrot suddenly flapped its wings and began to convulse violently. Huh? What's wrong with this little beast? The steward looked astonished. Qin Yu turned to glare at him, his tone icy and filled with anger as he asked, shouldn't you give this prince an explanation as to why this parrot died after drinking the tea you served me? The steward was stunned, unable to react for a moment. Shui Xiaoming was also a bit dazed. Yang Xiong was the first to react. Swish! He suddenly drew his long knife and swiftly placed it against the steward's neck, his expression furious as he shouted, "You Wanbao Pavilion really have some audacity, daring to poison the prince. Are you tired of living?" With that heavy accusation thrown down, the steward's face turned pale, and he shook his head repeatedly. Chapter 85. Qin Yu was unaware that so many people were targeting him. He was not in a hurry, waiting for Yang Xiong and Xiaoxing's people to meet and then appear before him. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Su Qiao for a long time. She had been practicing day and night during this time. After returning to the manor, Qin Yu went to Su Qiao's room. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Yu gently knocked on the door. Qiao, it's me. Young master? A joyful voice echoed inside. As soon as the words fell, the door swung open with a loud bang, revealing Su Qiao's obedient and adorable face, her beautiful eyes seeming to speak as she looked up at Qin Yu. Qin Yu affectionately patted her head. How's your training going? I've already become a 6th grade martial artist. Su Qiao said proudly. 6th grade? Not bad, Qin Yu responded. genuinely surprised by how quickly Su Qiao had advanced in her cultivation in such a short time. Given some time, she would surely become a great asset to him at a higher realm. Qiao works very hard in her training. Su Qiao said happily. That's great. You don't need to worry about things in the manner. Just focus on your training, Qin Yu advised. Su Qiao nodded vigorously. Chapter 86. Qin Yu was astonished. The other party actually wanted to wait a while before making a move against him. How long was a while? He was still eager to complete the system task. Had he known, he should have secretly followed Yang Xiong last night, waiting for that mysterious person to show up and deduce where Qiao Xing was now. It was a mistake. Just then, Xue Xiaoming spoke with a serious expression. Your Highness, when I went out this morning to buy things, I noticed someone seemed to be watching our manor. Oh, really? Qin Yu casually replied, not feeling surprised. Qiao Xing and the third prince could both be tailing him. It was very normal. However, this did provide him with a new idea for completing the task. If the person watching was one of Qiao Xing's people, there might be an opportunity to deduce his whereabouts. So, Qin Yu added, let's go take a look after eating. Xue Xiaoming nodded. Yang Xiong squinted, lost in thought. After they finished eating, Qin Yu took the two out of the manor. He pretended to be casually strolling around, looking at the shops and stalls. When Xue Xiaoming leaned in close and whispered, Your Highness, do you see that middle-aged man selling bamboo cages to the left up ahead? He was here yesterday, and he hasn't been shouting at all. There are calluses on his hands. This is definitely not from weaving bamboo cages, so he is most likely a spy. Chapter 87. The deduction continued. Li Zheng was furious upon seeing Hu Fei, giving him several hard slaps and scolding him for bringing trouble upon himself, telling him to inform Qiao Xing to escape quickly. Hu Fei did not retaliate, taking the slaps, and then told Li Zheng that General Qiao was determined to obtain the breakthrough pill and that the identities arranged by Li Zheng for them were not reliable, asking Li Zheng for help in bidding for the pill. Li Zheng refused, and Hu Fei said that if he didn't help bid for the breakthrough pill, once Qiao Xing was captured, he might expose Li Zheng's secret manipulation of the army. Li Zheng was enraged, scolding Hu Fei for openly threatening him. But after venting his anger, he had no choice but to agree. After Hu Fei left, Li Zheng called his trusted aide, instructing them to keep a close eye on the host, and if Qiao Xing tried to make a move against the host, they should seize the opportunity to eliminate Qiao Xing. The following content consisted of some mundane matters. Qin Yu finally clarified the situation. It turned out that the third prince had secretly colluded with the Qiao family, trying to establish a foothold in the army, but instead became a pawn threatened by them, forced to follow Qiao Xing's orders. This led him to harbor a deep-seated hatred for Qiao Xing, always thinking about eliminating him quickly. Chapter 88. Just as Li Zheng thought the breakthrough pill was within easy reach, Qin Yu finally spoke. 42,500 taels. Swish. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look, their eyes filled with disbelief. No one expected Qin Yu to produce so much money, secretly marveling at the wealth of the Qin family. More importantly, was the prince trying to go against the third prince Li Zheng? Li Zheng's face stiffened. After so long without making a bid, he chose to do so just as he was about to secure the breakthrough pill, which Li Zheng clearly saw as a direct challenge. His mood soured. However, in such a situation, he still needed to maintain his persona, controlling his emotions. Li Zheng chuckled lightly. It seems my brother-in-law is also very interested in this breakthrough pill. Qin Yu cupped his hands and smiled. Your Highness the third prince. My talent is too poor. I need the breakthrough pill for cultivation. I hope you'll forgive me. Don't mention it, brother-in-law. There's nothing to forgive. It's an auction. The highest bidder wins. Now that I'm at a critical point in my cultivation, I need the breakthrough pill to advance, so I must compete with you. I'll add 500 taels, making it 43,000 taels. Li Zheng's smile remained warm, giving off a feeling of spring breeze, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Chapter 89. Oh, Qin Yu said with some surprise, you really came to me to learn the Jade Made a Heart Sutra? Is this all you think about? Princess Qionyao rolled her eyes at him and, with a serious expression, said, you bid on the breakthrough pill because you want to quickly break through to the first-grade Grandmaster realm, right? Qin Yu found it somewhat amusing. Outsiders thought he was at the mid-level of the second-grade Grandmaster realm. Princess Qionyao thought he was at the high level of the second-grade Grandmaster realm and even advised him to hide his cultivation level from outsiders. What she didn't know was that he had already reached the first-grade Grandmaster realm. Qin Yu didn't plan to reveal his true level to Princess Qiangyao and nodded. That's right. I want to catch up to your cultivation level as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Princess Qiangyao felt a hint of pride. Although she couldn't suppress him, her cultivation level was indeed a whole major realm higher than his. In this regard, he was not as good as her. Princess Qiangyao did not show this pride outwardly. I suggest you don't take the breakthrough pill at this time. Why? Princess Qiangyao said seriously, based on your martial arts talent displayed during this period, I see no problem for you to break through to the first-grade Grandmaster realm as long as you cultivate patiently. Save the breakthrough pill for when you want to break through to the innate realm. That would be the best choice. Chapter 90. Regardless of the third prince's intentions. Qin Yu did not let his guard down and immediately headed to the hall. Your Highness the third prince, what a rare guest. He seemed completely unaware that Li Zheng had shown a murderous intent towards him at the auction and warmly welcomed him, pretending to bow. No need for that, brother-in-law. Li Zheng quickly stopped Qin Yu, smiling warmly. There are no outsiders here. We are all family, so let's skip the formalities. Qin Yu stood up in response and praised. Your Highness the third prince is really approachable. Look at what you're saying. Do you expect me to put on airs in front of family? Li Zheng shot a glance at Qin Yu, seemingly a bit displeased. One must admit, Li Zheng's acting was truly impressive. Outsiders witnessing this scene would think they had a very good relationship. Qin Yu was also acting. On the surface, he was chatting casually with him, while secretly instructing the system to start the simulation. Yesterday at noon, Li Zheng met Hu Fei. Hu Fei conveyed Xiao Xing's intention to him, saying that they should create an opportunity to kill Qin Yu, and their enmity would end there, after which they would no longer have any dealings. Li Zheng agreed readily. Chapter 91. Because I dare not disrespect him. Qin Yu casually fabricated a story. He felt that it was quite good for Princess Qiangyao to be involved in this matter. After all, she was of royal blood, and if anything went wrong, the situation would escalate. For example, if the third prince's conspiracy were exposed, it would not be easy to cover it up. Princess Qiangyao looked somewhat confused. What do you mean? Because at the auction, the third prince also wanted that breaking boundary pill, but I snatched it away. Upon hearing this, Princess Qiangyao showed an expression of astonishment. Then she smiled and said, You think too much. You snatching the breaking boundary pill would indeed displease him. But it wouldn't lead him to take petty revenge on you. After all, he's a prince of the current dynasty and wouldn't do something so disgraceful. Hearing you say that, I feel relieved, but since I've already agreed to meet him, I still have to go, otherwise it would be untrustworthy. Qin Yu said somewhat helplessly. Princess Qiangyao nodded. Then her pretty brows furrowed slightly, revealing a bit of doubt in her eyes. Wait, I didn't have a good relationship with him back then. After you and I got married, I never went to see him again. Suddenly being so close. I feel something is a bit odd. Qin Yu secretly laughed in his heart. Finally, he realized that something was off. Chapter 92. Princess Qiangyao also rushed out. She used the Lingbo Weibo technique to be the first to reach Qin Yu's side, drawing her sword and pointing it at the third prince while angrily rebuking him. Li Zheng, my husband only snatched a breaking boundary pill from you. How could it come to this? Li Zheng was truly at a loss. This situation was not something he had arranged. He looked despondent, swearing to the heavens. If this assassination was arranged by me, Li Zheng, may I die a horrible death. Sister, you must believe me. How could I do something so crazy for a pill? Qin Yu had no time to pay attention to them. The enemy had only launched a surprise attack, clearly aiming to disrupt Li Zheng's plans, and the attack could not end so easily. There must be further moves. Sure enough, just after Li Zheng swore, a thick smoke began to drift towards them. The color of the smoke was pitch black, with everything it passed withering and dying. The surrounding scenery completely obscured, like a black wall crashing toward them. Although it had not yet reached them, the pungent stench was already distinctly noticeable. Hold your breath. Retreat. The people of the Qin residence all gathered to protect the prince consort, guarding against the people from the third prince's residence. Chapter 93. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him, his clothes billowing and making a cracking sound, the qi around him swirling and forming a barrier, whipping up a gale. A horrendous pressure suddenly filled the air. The blazing fire was directly dispersed by him, the oil and dry wood scattering everywhere, creating a path a full foot wide for the others to pass through the wall of flames. Upon crossing the flames, they encountered the now less dense black smoke. Chao Jingyun revealed a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth, held his breath, twisted his body, and leaped. Then he spun like a top. In an instant, a visible micro-tornado formed, sucking in all the poisonous smoke and guiding it above the flames. There was a series of crisp, cracking sounds as the toxic smoke was burned to nothing by the fierce fire, and the surrounding air quickly returned to normal. Chao Jingyun landed, carefully distinguishing the footprints on the ground, then sped off in the direction where Qin Yu was. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he saw two groups confronting each other from a distance. Princess Qiong Yao held a sharp sword, and behind her stood dozens of people, all wielding sharp weapons. The third princely Zheng had over 100 people behind him, holding an absolute numerical advantage. Chapter 90 for the conversation split into two sides. At that moment, Qin Yu entered the woods and saw the hidden archers, rushing forward to lock onto a target. System. Simulate everything he did yesterday. Ding. Simulation start. Upon hearing this sound, Qin Yu changed direction to avoid the archers and sped away. He felt there was no need to waste time on these small fry. If they had any other sinister plans, it would be bad to trip over them in a ditch. He needed to figure out their plans before taking further action. Yesterday afternoon, Xiao Xing gathered everyone and announced that the original plan was cancelled, and a new plan was to be executed, with tasks rearranged. The task of these archers was to eliminate as many of the host's companions as possible to reduce the obstacles to killing the host. After completing this stage of the goal, someone would throw thunder bombs to kill the host. Since the number of thunder bombs brought to the capital this time was limited, Xiao Xing repeatedly emphasized that the throwers must wait until the archers completed their first stage goal before launching a cover attack. Upon seeing this information from a simulation, Qin Yu couldn't help but shiver all over. This guy Xiao Xing was truly ruthless in his attempts to kill him. Chapter 95 Middle Piercing Sword. Again, with this sword, 5 people were killed in succession, and the remaining 4 were horrified, unable to stop this sword energy. Boom! In an instant, it struck right in front of Xiao Xing's chest. Almost simultaneously, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Xiao Xing, spreading around like a flood beast. Finally, he narrowly broke through to the innate realm at a critical moment. Qin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. Although Xiao Xing had not yet opened his eyes, his aura had already locked onto him, making him feel as if countless sharp spikes were pressing against his body, causing all his nerves to tense up. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu frantically fled towards the capital. He knew this was the biggest crisis he had ever faced. Just then, Xiao Xing finally opened his eyes and stood up. However, his face was still as pale as paper, glancing at the remaining 4 beside him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "You useless trash, what good are you to me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out 4 palms in quick succession. Boom! The 4 were almost simultaneously blown to pieces. This scene was just seen by Qin Yu, who turned his head to check the situation, making him feel a chill all over. Is this the might of an innate realm expert? Chapter 96 Emperor Qianwu also had a worried expression. "Where are they?" Chao Jingyun let out a long sigh and suddenly knelt down. "Your Majesty, Princess, please forgive this old servant for being incapable. I have not found the prince consort's whereabouts." "No, I don't believe it. A living person. How could you not find him with so many of you? You must not have put in the effort to search, right?" Princess Qiong Yao said with a face full of sorrow, tears already welling in her beautiful eyes. Originally, she thought that even if Qin Yu died, she wouldn't be too sad. After all, she had never truly liked Qin Yu. She had only submitted to him because she felt his talent matched hers and needed his help with her cultivation. It wasn't until she heard the news that she realized Qin Yu had already secured an unshakable position in her heart. The scenes of Qin Yu teaching her his skills echoed in her mind. The moments they had shared on the bed, where their souls and bodies transcended together. When faced with danger, how Qin Yu chose to divert the enemy's attention to let her escape first. These scenes weighed heavily on her heart like huge stones, making it hard for her to breathe. She had once resented how Qin Yu had used his skills as leverage to coerce her into that compromising situation. Chapter 97. Seeing herself so lowly begging, and yet Qin Yu was still relentless. Xiao Yu could no longer hold back, roaring, "Qin thief, you are too much. So what if I am? Today's outcome is all your own doing." Qin Yu snorted coldly and launched a fierce attack like a storm. "I will fight you to the end." Xiao Xing knew that continuing to flee would lead to death, so he simply stopped and fought back desperately, hoping to seize a glimmer of hope. His face was twisted in rage as he unleashed his full power in a brutal attack. However, Qin Yu did not confront him head-on. using the elusive steps of Lingbo Weibo to engage him. Xiao Xing could not land a single blow on Qin Yu. All his desperate attacks fell short. In contrast, Qin Yu landed solid hits on him time and again. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Xing, filled with anger, spat out a mouthful of blood, his cultivation level dropping significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu easily subdued him. Xiao Xing's face showed despair as he could not help but let out a howl to the sky. I, Xiao Xing, a hero all my life, have fallen to such a state because of you petty scoundrels. Slap. Qin Yu delivered a slap to his face, interrupting his words. What kind of hero are you? Just a narrow-minded, self-righteous rat. Chapter 98. Without any reservations, Xiao Xing revealed everything about his collusion with the third prince. Qin Yu listened in astonishment. To seize the throne, Li Zheng truly went to great lengths, employing insidious and treacherous tactics that were simply outrageous. However, Qin Yu was only listening. He had no intention of exposing these details because it required Xiao Xing to be alive as a witness to prove the truth of these matters. And since Xiao Xing knew the secret of his star absorption technique, he had to die, just as he was heading towards a nearby city. The entire imperial capital was in an uproar. News of Qin Yu being ambushed and his whereabouts unknown had spread. Today, Chao Jingyun led more people out of the city, even mobilizing 3,000 city defense troops to search for news about Qin Yu, which completely ignited the entire imperial capital. On the streets, men and women of all ages were discussing the matter. Have you heard? Prince Qin was ambushed outside the city and is still missing. Such a big deal. Who doesn't know? Even the Imperial Guard and city defense troops have mobilized. It looks like the person who attacked the prince is not small. Indeed, the background was substantial. Rumors said that General Xiao Xing, who commanded the Blood Wolf army, had come to ambush Prince Qin outside the imperial capital, which was incredibly bold. Chapter 99. The reaction of the city gate guards was entirely normal. It was their duty. Qin Yu was not angry. He stopped and smiled slightly. I am Qin Yu. The four guards looked at each other in confusion. Seeing this, Qin Yu added, I am the current prince consort, husband of Princess Qiong Yao, and an advanced constable of the Dali Temple, Qin Yu. The four guards were stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a joke. Why don't you say you're prince? Just take a look at your own virtue, looking like a poor beggar. How could you be the prince consort? Even if the prince consort has no power, he is still royalty. How could he have such a demeanor? Impersonating royalty is a serious crime. You're finished. Bystanders who did not understand the situation stopped and pointed at him upon hearing this. The prince consort is a remarkable figure. How could he come to such a small place alone? Yes, if it were really the prince consort, the county magistrate would have already come out to greet him. How could there be no commotion at all? This person is clearly a fraud, but unfortunately, his acting is just too poor. Chapter 100. Soon, the food was served. After being hungry for so long, Qin Yu ate very happily. He thought that after finishing a meal, the county magistrate would at least come with someone. However, he waited, and by the time he finished a pot of tea, there was still no sign of anyone. Only a few daring townsfolk stood at the entrance of the tavern, curious about what would happen to him. Little did they know that even though the county magistrate had severely underestimated his strength, he was still a terrifying presence in such a small place, and no one dared to come meet him. After a moment, he finally finished the pot of tea. Forget it. If he won't come, then I'll go find him. Qin Yu, feeling helpless, stood up and politely asked a middle-aged man at the door, Excuse me, which direction is the county office? Huh? Oh. The middle-aged man looked a bit nervous and quickly pointed in a direction. That way. Go to the end of this street and turn left. Okay, thank you. Qin Yu smiled and walked in the direction the middle-aged man indicated. The crowd at the entrance immediately cleared a path, all staring at him in silence. Once he had walked a bit farther, a discussion broke out among the crowd. He's going to the county office. What a bold move. Chapter 101. The thief is in the city, and you dare to escape outside without doing anything? Sun Lei shouted angrily. Xun Zhongshu was startled and quickly explained, General Sun, please calm down. That thief is highly skilled, and our county office has few capable people. No one is his match. What a spineless thing. Is this your reason for abandoning the city? As he spoke, Sun Lei raised his ghostly knife and struck Xun Zhongshu with the back of the blade. Xun Zhongshu was knocked to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror. Sun Lei pointed the knife at him and scolded, You useless fool. If this were wartime, I would have already chopped off your head to use as a sacrifice. After saying this, He squeezed his legs against the horse's belly and rushed towards Dingyan City with the imperial guards. The city gate guards had already been replaced, and upon learning he was coming, they quickly opened the gate to welcome him. "Greetings, General Sun." Sun Lei did not waste words and directly asked, "Do you know where that thief impersonating Prince Qin is now?" The high-level mystical skills of the heavenly class are indeed extraordinary. As Qin Yu practiced the Diamond Sutra, he could clearly feel a tingling sensation in his body, becoming more resilient. Just as he was immersed in his training, he suddenly heard a commotion of shouts and footsteps. Chapter 102. This Sun Lei was one of the earliest followers of Qin Jintian, starting as a lowly soldier and gradually rising to become a military leader. Qin Jintian not only showed him favor and nurtured him, but also saved his life during the war. Later, he helped him acquire land and marry, which can be said to be a debt of gratitude as heavy as a mountain. The guard behind him were also veterans who had fought alongside Qin Jintian. Although Sun Lei did not have a talent for martial arts, he was genuinely good-natured, approachable, and favored by the soldiers, earning the respect of the troops under Qin Jintian's command. Thus, Sun Lei and others showed such respect to Qin Yu. Understanding this, Qin Yu quickly helped Sun Lei up. "General Sun, please rise." He then gestured to the guards. "Please rise, everyone." He held deep admiration for these battle-hardened elites who had fought their way out of death. Hence he did not put on any airs. After everyone stood up, Qin Yu smiled bitterly and said, "General Sun, my father has passed away. I am now just a constable of the Dali Temple. Please don't call me young general anymore. It's not good for either of us." Sun Lei replied earnestly, "In my heart, you will always be the young general." Chapter 103. For such a long time, Princess Qiangyao had given up all hope. If Su Qiao had not been controlled, she might have taken her own life by now. As for Xue Xiangming, he had yet to return, still desperately searching outside. Almost everyone in the imperial capital believed that Qin Yu would not return alive. On this day at noon, a group of people hurriedly arrived, stopping several hundred meters outside the city gate. The leader dismounted and bowed deeply to Qin Yu. "The capital has been reached. Please enter the city at your leisure." "Your Highness, we will return to the military camp now that our mission is complete. Since we are already in the capital, why not enter the city and rest for a while?" Qin Yu warmly invited with a smile. "We understand your intentions, Your Highness, but we have military orders that cannot be disobeyed. Take care." The others bowed in unison and then mounted their horses, turning around and galloping away very decisively. Qin Yu did not insist on keeping them and urged his steed into the city. The passers-by around had long noticed them, stopping in their tracks to stare, revealing expressions of great surprise. "Isn't that Qin, the prince consort? He's still alive. The prince consort has returned." Chapter 104. The next day at dawn, after a night of battles, Princess Qiangyao could no longer get out of bed, shyly covering herself with the blanket as she watched Qin Yu energetically get out of bed. The bedding was completely ruined. When Qin Yu opened the door, Su Qiao stood at the entrance with red eyes, holding 2 hot water buckets. "Young master," she called out, then began to sob, her small frame trembling slightly. Qin Yu patted her shoulder and smiled. "All right, don't cry. I'm back safe and sound, aren't I?" At his words, Su Qiao completely lost control of her emotions, forgetting the master-servant distinction, and threw herself into Qin Yu's arms. "It's all Qiao's fault. If only I had succeeded in my training, I could have helped the young master. Ever since you left, I couldn't eat or sleep, always waiting for your safe return. Thankfully, heaven has opened its eyes, and you really have come back." Qin Yu, feeling helpless, could only comfort her by gently patting her shoulder. After a moment, Su Qiao adjusted her emotions, helping Qin Yu and Princess Qiangyao wash up, and then they had breakfast together. Before they finished eating, a palace eunuch came to deliver an imperial decree, summoning him to the palace to meet the Emperor Qinwu. Qin Yu quickly finished his breakfast and entered the palace, arriving at the Chengtian Hall. Chapter 105. Qin Yu felt that Emperor Qinwu's thoughts were somewhat difficult to grasp, but he did not pay much attention to it. No matter what chaotic ideas he had, as long as he did not seek power or ally with the powerful, nothing would happen. Power without personal strength as support was just an illusion. Moreover, this power was granted by Emperor Qinwu. It was better not to have it. As soon as he returned to the residence, 3 imperial edicts were issued from the palace. The first edict stated that the evidence of the Qiao family attempting to assassinate the prince consort Qin Yu was conclusive, and that Xiao Xing would be punished for rebellion by exterminating his 9 clans according to the laws of the Qian. The second edict ordered General Sun Lei to lead an army of 200,000 to the border to suppress the Blood Wolf army. The third edict ordered the confiscation of the Qiao family's assets, all of which would be returned to Qin Yu as a warning to others. These three edicts effectively put an end to the assassination case against Qin Yu, causing a stir throughout the imperial capital. Among the three edicts, there were two important signals. First, the Qiao family was finished. Second, Qin Yu's favor had not diminished. The first was expected by everyone. Defying the emperor's orders would surely lead to such an outcome. The second surprised everyone greatly. The Qiao family's assets, while not as substantial as the Qin family's, were still beyond the reach of ordinary nobility. Qin Yu had truly struck it rich this time. Chapter 106. Even though Qin Yu reacted immediately, pouring all his internal energy to suppress it, there was still no effect. The horror of this poison far exceeded his expectations. Coupled with the fact that poison and internal energy were two completely different things, the suppression was nearly ineffective, quickly invading his limbs, bones, and organs, becoming unstoppable. Princess Qiangyao was also using her internal energy to suppress the poison. She clearly realized she could not escape this calamity and calmly chose to give up. She turned her head to look at Qin Yu. She had some words pressed in her heart that she wanted to say before she died. "Husband, don't give up. Keep using your energy to suppress it." Qin Yu shouted loudly, then turned to the people around who were standing dumbfounded and yelled, "What are you all standing there for? Quickly go find a doctor. Go to the palace and report. Let the imperial physician come quickly." Immediately, the Qin residence was in chaos. Princess Qiangyao's originally fair face gradually turned dark, but her eyes shone brighter than ever, showing no fear of death, only deep regret and comfort, because she saw Qin Yu's genuine anxiety and his unhidden reluctance. She wasn't sure if that was love. Chapter 107. Boom. Emperor Qianwu's words sounded like a thunderclap in Qin Yu's mind. He quickly asked, "Is there really no way at all?" Emperor Qianwu shook his head. "This is just my judgment. It may not be entirely accurate. We still need to see what the imperial physician says." As he spoke, Emperor Qianwu glanced at the old doctor that Chao Jingyan had brought over and placed on the ground, standing up to make way. The old doctor took a deep breath to adjust his emotions, approached the bedside, and held Princess Qiangyao's wrist, closing his eyes to carefully feel her pulse. As time passed, his expression grew increasingly serious, and Qin Yu's heart sank. After a moment, the old doctor stood up. "What is it?" Qin Yu hurriedly asked. The old doctor shook his head, bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, Prince Consort, I need to take a drop of Her Highness the Princess's blood to determine the toxin. Please grant permission." "Granted. Hurry up," Emperor Qianwu urged. Qin Yu nodded quickly. The old doctor took a silver needle and a small bowl from the medicine box, went to Princess Qiangyao, pricked her little finger, and collected a drop of blood in the bowl. The drop of blood was not crimson at all. It was pitch black, very viscous, and carried a distinctly foul odor. Chapter 108. He could guess what the common people outside were saying about him. Those hostile forces and princes would undoubtedly take this opportunity to spread rumors everywhere. Even if Qin Yu ultimately had no evidence proving he was responsible, he would still be publicly criticized. It was like a yellow mud falling into the pants. It was not shit, but it might as well be. Just then, a servant rushed in to report, "Your Highness, Prince Consort Qin has barged in with 100 men, claiming to be on a mission." As soon as the words were spoken, Qin Yu's cold voice, filled with anger, echoed through the residence. "Li Zheng, come out." Li Zheng, looking helpless, adjusted his emotions and walked out of the room. Soon, he encountered the grim-faced Qin Yu and the 100 expressionless, cold-faced guards behind him. These 100 inner court guards were not like ordinary people, loyal to Emperor Qianwu and under Chao Jingyan's leadership. They only followed the emperor's orders and never showed mercy to anyone, known for being difficult to deal with. Li Zheng's heart tightened, and he quickly forced a look of sorrow as he approached. "Brother-in-law, I just heard about this." He stepped in front of Qin Yu. Suddenly, Qin Yu raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Li Zheng never expected Qin Yu would strike suddenly, and he was caught off guard, receiving a solid hit. Chapter 109. It was a man dressed in a short blue shirt. He shivered at the words, lowered his head, and took small steps to approach Qin Yu. Looking anxious and uneasy, Qin Yu outwardly asked some questions related to the case, while secretly instructing the system to deduce everything he had done in the past. After a moment, Qin Yu waved his hand. "You can go. Based on the current deductions, this person had no suspicion." Then he looked at another man. "You come here." One by one, He ruled them out, but when he called the fourth woman over, he couldn't help but frown slightly. She had a faint odor. Qin Yu's heart stirred. Seeing she was a bit far from him, he beckoned her closer. Come here, get a little closer. Yes, Prince Consort. The woman cautiously took 2 steps forward. The odor became clearer to Qin Yu. It was not body odor from not bathing for a long time, nor was it a foul smell. Instead, it had a faint herbal scent mixed with the stench of animal entrails. Qin Yu found this woman very suspicious. Name? This servant's humble name is Xiao Yu, surname Zhu. He began to interrogate the woman on the surface while secretly instructing the system to start deducing. Chapter 1:10. No one expected such a thing to happen. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Yu reacted immediately, turning to Zhu Xiaoyu. Who is this? Zhu Xiaoyu shivered and quickly replied, Gu Qin. Boom! Everyone's hearts shook, and they suddenly turned to look at Li Zhang. Qin Yu was labia baluba, Li Zhen. You have such audacity to kill an important witness in front of the inner court guards and so many people. No wonder you came here pretending to help. It turns out you had premeditated this. Qin Yu certainly knew this matter had nothing to do with Li Zhang. But when the opportunity presented itself, it made no sense not to pin this blame on him. You're talking nonsense. It wasn't me. Li Zhang was so angry he was about to explode. And after shouting, he ordered his subordinates, What are you waiting for? Take him down for this prince. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates lunged at the man. However, the man smiled resolutely, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and collapsed to the ground, losing his life in an instant. It was evident he had committed suicide by poison. Killing to silence a witness. Third prince, you have quite the means. Qin Yu gave a thumbs up, appearing extremely furious. But in reality, he had calmed down and shouted at the system in his heart. Chapter 1:11. Emperor Qinwu was doing his utmost to control his strength so as not to accidentally kill his own son. But he was too powerful, and even so, he struck Li Zhang hard enough to make him spit out blood, losing 2 teeth in the process. Li Zhang felt an intense hatred. First, Qin Yu slapped him twice, and now Emperor Qinwu gave him another slap. This was the most humiliating day of his life. He secretly vowed that in the future, he would definitely kill Qin Yu and that person who had framed him. Of course, after ascending to the throne, he would also eliminate Emperor Qinwu, leaving no one alive. With such thoughts in his mind, a murderous intent inevitably erupted from him, and Emperor Qianwu's gaze immediately turned dangerous. Unfilial son, do you intend to kill your father? Emperor Qianwu said in a low voice. Li Zhang trembled at the words, beads of sweat popping out on his forehead, and he quickly got up to bow. Father, I wouldn't dare. I only hate that person who framed me to the bone, wishing to eat his flesh. I believe the truth will be revealed, and when that time comes, you will surely know who the heartless person is who disregards blood ties. He responded quickly, after saying such half-truths. Emperor Qianwu's gaze returned to normal. Chapter 1:12. Wu Sheng was completely flustered, his face turning as pale as paper and his muscles tensed up. Qin Yu, on the other hand, suppressed his urge to kill and sternly said to the servant, Gu Qing has already confessed everything. Are you still planning to conceal it? Qin Yu was bluffing the servant, because he had just deduced from Wu Sheng's panicked expression that Wu Sheng had not yet received the news of Gu Qing's death. This information gap would make them completely lose their composure. As soon as this was said, the servant trembled all over, unable to kneel steadily, and collapsed to the ground. Wu Sheng hurriedly shouted, You fool, why don't you quickly report to Prince Consort the truth? You better think carefully before you speak. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's figure flashed and appeared beside Wu Sheng in an instant, raising his hand and delivering a slap. Slap! This slap was filled with hatred, directly sending Wu Sheng flying into a nearby rockery, and then he crashed to the ground. Puffed! Wu Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood. Half of his face was torn apart by Qin Yu's slap, looking as hideous as a devil. His eyes filled with resentment and anger as he incoherently shouted at Qin Yu. You have committed an unforgivable crime by assaulting a court official. You will surely face retribution. Qin Yu coldly laughed and said, This prince is investigating a case. What are you butting in for? Do you think this prince can't tell that you are threatening that servant? As for retribution, you won't have the chance to see it. Chapter 1:13. Since this is an investigation ordered by the emperor and conducted by the Imperial Guard, no one in the 8th prince's residence dared to resist, and they obediently gathered to be questioned. After counting the number of people, it was found that there were a total of 838 servants and guards in the residence, excluding the 8th prince's family members, among which there were more than 100 beautiful maidens. Qin Yu was still somewhat surprised. This shows how extravagant and indulgent the 8th prince's life is. With so many people, it was obviously impossible to question them one by one. After layers of screening by the Imperial Guard, 10 servants who had the opportunity to come into contact with the 8th prince were finally identified. Qin Yu personally inquired and secretly used the system to conduct a deduction. However, the result disappointed him greatly. These 10 had indeed come into contact with the 8th prince Li Ji the previous day, but they knew nothing about the poisoning of Princess Qiangyao. Qin Yu secretly sighed. The situation was more troublesome than he had imagined. Those who truly knew the inside story had probably been taken by the 8th prince to his side. Looking up at the sky, the sun was setting, and it was already dark. The 8th prince should be back by now. How much longer can Qiangyao hold on? Hopefully, she can at least last through tonight. However, no matter what, even if he had to stay up all night, Qin Yu was determined to get to the bottom of this matter and make Li Ji either prepare the poison or hand over the antidote. Chapter 114. Shut up. This prince is investigating a case by imperial decree, not you. Qin Yu gave him no face and angrily scolded. You. Li Ji's face turned ashen with anger, but he was powerless to refute and could only frantically signal to Song Xie. Seeing Song Xie's pale face and helpless demeanor, Li Ji's heart sank, feeling that things were not looking good. How did this bastard Qin Yu fixate on Song Xie? His mind raced as he began to think about how to respond if anything unexpected happened. Qin Yu then coldly shouted at Song Xie. Starting from the morning of the day before yesterday, tell me everything you've done during this time, in detail. Yes, your highness. Song Xie obediently began to recount. Qin Yu instructed the system to start the deduction. On the morning of the day before yesterday, the 8th Prince Li Ji suddenly summoned him and ordered him to prepare a deadly poison that had no antidote. This wasn't the first time he had done such a thing, so it was no big deal. He happened to be researching new formulas for mixing various poisons, so he prepared a batch of poison. The earlier details were useless. Until noon today, the situation began to change. Song Xie heard the news outside that Princess Qiangyao had been poisoned, and based on the symptoms of the poisoning, he was horrified to discover that the 8th prince had actually plotted against Princess Qiangyao. Chapter 115. Everyone thought that Li Ji wanted to kill Qin Yu. In fact, he did just that, lunging at Qin Yu. However, just as he was about to reach Qin Yu, Li Ji suddenly changed direction and attacked Song Xie. He knew this was a foolish move, but at this point, he had no other choice. He could only eliminate Song Xie, the witness, and then personally destroy the evidence. As for how to explain it later and cover it up, that was something to think about later. First, he had to get through this immediate crisis. Just when he thought he would succeed, he saw Qin Yu coldly smile, use the light body technique, and appear beside Song Xie in a flash, grabbing his shoulder and instantly appearing 10 feet away. Song Xie, did you see that? This is a master who is loyal to you. When something happens, he doesn't protect you, but eliminates you at the first opportunity. Hearing such heart-wrenching words, Song Xie's face immediately showed resentment, glaring at Li Ji with gritted teeth. Li Yi, provoked by Qin Yu's words, gradually lost his rationality. Qin Yu, this prince will destroy you today. With a roar, Li Ji charged at Qin Yu. His face twisted like a hellish demon. Just then, a sigh was heard. Alas! Chapter 116. It was now deep into the night. Outside the Chengtian Hall, Li Ji knelt on the ground, his face filled with despair. Inside the Chengtian Hall, the lights were bright. Song Xie knelt in the great hall, his face as pale as paper, trembling. Emperor Qianwu sat high on the dragon throne, his face dark. Chao Jingyun stood expressionlessly beside him, while dozens of imperial physicians gathered together, discussing something, all looking very serious. After a long time, an elderly physician with white hair trembled as he knelt down and bowed his head to Emperor Qianwu, cautiously speaking. Your Majesty, please forgive us for our incompetence. This poison is too insidious. Even if we know the formula, we cannot find an antidote. Emperor Qianwu's eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying killing intent, and the temperature in the entire Chengtian Hall seemed to drop significantly, causing many imperial physicians to tremble in fear. However, Emperor Qianwu soon realized that killing these people would be of no help, so he retracted his killing intent, revealing a hint of sorrow in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand and waved it. You may leave. All the imperial physicians, drenched in cold sweat, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed to retreat. Convey my decree. Annihilate the 9 clans of Song Xia, and execute the main culprit Song Xia by slow slicing. Emperor Qianwu coldly glanced at Song Xia and said, Chapter 117. Princess Qiangyao nodded. Qin Yu was about to pass the technique to her, but Princess Qiangyao was not in a hurry. She shook her head and asked, Husband, have you found out who is trying to harm me? Is it my 3 brothers? Qin Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh. Since ancient times, there's been no kinship in royal families, and revealing the answer would inevitably make Princess Qiangyao sad. However, this matter could not be concealed, so Qin Yu could only briefly tell her the truth. It is your 8th brother Li Ji who arranged an insider in your 3rd brother's residence to poison you and frame him. Princess Qiangyao was momentarily stunned, unable to believe it. Are you sure? With both witnesses and evidence, I am sure. 8th brother is actually 8th brother. Princess Qiangyao's face turned sorrowful, and she couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. She never expected that it was Li Ji who did it. They had no grievances against each other, and their relationship had been quite good back then, yet he had now turned her and her husband into sacrificial pawns in his struggle. At this moment, she had completely lost hope for familial affection in the royal family. After adjusting her emotions and wiping away her tears, Princess Qiangyao said with an extremely serious expression, Husband, from today onwards, I, Li Qiangyao, will only have you in my heart, only the Qin family. In this life, I will never let you down. Chapter 118. Last night, Li Ji was taken away by Chao Jingyun, and the first thing to do now was to understand Emperor Qianwu's handling of the situation. Qin Yu sent someone out to investigate. About half a stick of incense later, Qin Yu received news, and his expression turned extremely gloomy. Li Ji indeed received punishment. He was confined to his residence for the rest of his life and explicitly stated that he was not qualified to be a candidate for the crown prince. This punishment seemed severe to outsiders. However, Emperor Qianwu did not truly provide Princess Qiangyao and him with an explanation, nor did he reveal the truth to the world. The reason given for Li Ji's punishment was that he had failed to manage his subordinates, committing a serious dereliction of duty. The announcement claimed that Wu Sheng, the deputy minister of war, colluded with his physician to poison Princess Qiangyao. Such a far-fetched reason was simply ridiculous. The obvious purpose was to preserve the royal family's face. After all, no one would appreciate a heartless royal family that would kill even their blood relatives. Emperor Qianwu's severe punishment of Li Ji also garnered unanimous praise from many who did not understand the truth. Only a small number of people realized that the situation was not so simple. But what could they say? Qin Yu was very dissatisfied with this outcome. Chapter 119. Arriving at the door of Princess Qiangyao's room, everyone stopped. Qin Yu gently knocked on the door. Qiangyao, your father has come to visit. Hurry out to see him. Emperor Qianwu also said, Qiangyao, I have come to see you. Then a slightly weak yet clear voice came from inside the room. Father, please wait a moment. Qiangyao will come out shortly. Hearing this familiar voice, Emperor Qianwu let out a long sigh of relief and then meaningfully glanced at Qin Yu. Creak. The door opened, and Princess Qiangyao gracefully walked out, about to bow in greeting, but was supported by Emperor Qianwu. No need for such formalities, Qiangyao. As he spoke, Emperor Qianwu's inner strength surged like a great river, circulating through Princess Qiangyao's body. He was shocked to discover that the toxins within her were indeed gone. Not even a trace remained. Haha. Emperor Qianwu laughed heartily, patting Princess Qiangyao's shoulder and saying, My daughter is blessed beyond measure and has miraculously survived this calamity, which truly makes me happy. After speaking, he suddenly turned his gaze, staring intently into Qiangyao's eyes, and asked, How did you manage to eliminate this deadly poison that even the world's renowned doctors could not handle? This matter had already been planned by Princess Qiangyao and Qin Yu. She slightly bowed and, with a hint of emotion, said, It is all thanks to my husband, Qin Yu, and the mysterious master behind him. If it weren't for his elixir, I fear I would not have escaped this disaster. Chapter 120. Who would have thought that this was all the doing of that bastard, the 8th prince? Even more surprising is that Qin Yu, that scoundrel, actually dragged him out. It truly brings joy to the heart. No one in the imperial capital was happier than the 3rd prince, Li Zheng. Not only had he eliminated a potential rival, but he had also completely cleared his name. After a hearty laugh, Li Zheng's expression turned cold again, gritting his teeth and saying, Come, prepare the carriage. This prince wants to pay a visit to my dear 8th brother. This incident was too dangerous. If Qin Yu hadn't clarified the ins and outs of the matter, he would have been the one to bear the blame. Who knows? Li Ji's fate could very well end up being his own. Furthermore, with Li Ji having infiltrated those around him, he harbored a deep hatred for Li Ji, deciding to personally go and humiliate him to relieve his own resentment. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, news of Emperor Qianwu leaving the Qin residence in a good mood and Princess Qiangyao being unharmed spread like a whirlwind. In streets and alleys, men and women of all ages discussed this matter, utterly astonished and incredulous that Princess Qiangyao had miraculously recovered. Chapter 121 Ding. New task released. Find out the mastermind behind the assassination of the 8th Prince, Li Ji, and bring him to justice. Upon completing the task, you will receive a large amount of deduction time and a cultivation technique. Qin Yu was stunned. Was the system malfunctioning? He was already unhappy that Li Ji hadn't died at his hands, and now it wanted him to investigate the cause of Li Ji's death? What did it matter to him who killed Li Ji? Even if it was for the system's reward, he would need the qualification to intervene. This was simply absurd. System, cancel this task. System, revoke the task. I will not do this task. Can the system release a new task? Qin Yu decided to abandon this task. But no matter what he said, the system remained unresponsive as usual. In the end, he could only helplessly give up. After all, the cultivation techniques he was practicing were already top tier in this world. It didn't matter whether he completed this task. Qin Yu adjusted his emotions and returned to his room to cultivate, while the entire imperial capital was in an uproar over the assassination of the 8th prince, Li Ji. Heavens, another prince has been assassinated. Who could have done such a bold act? Chapter 122 Emperor Qianwu stared intently at Chao Jingyun for a long time, remaining noncommittal. Then shifted the topic. Who do you think benefits the most from the death of the 8th prince? Chao Jingyun did not answer this question, letting out a sigh of helplessness and saying, Your Majesty, you should decide on the crown prince as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qianwu was slightly taken aback. He then revealed a bitter smile. Although Chao Jingyun did not say it explicitly, he understood the implication. The one who plotted against the 8th prince must be another prince, with the aim of framing the 3rd prince. Just like the death of the 6th prince back then, the purpose was to frame the 2nd prince and eliminate a potential competitor. Emperor Qianwu asked himself, and indeed his thoughts had changed. He had developed a dislike for both the 2nd and 3rd princes. This had nothing to do with the truth. From the moment he suspected these two, a seed of doubt had taken root in his heart. From this perspective, the hidden mastermind had already succeeded in subtly changing his thoughts. Realizing this, Emperor Qianwu took a deep breath, regaining his rationality, and began to seriously consider Chao Jingyun's proposal. Being naturally suspicious, he even doubted that Chao Jingyun was secretly leaning toward someone. Chapter 123, what he currently lacked was a high-grade offensive cultivation technique. The first thing that came to Qin Yu's mind was the 5 Poisons Divine Palm. This palm technique was perfect for killing. Unfortunately, this technique was currently too low in grade, and passing it on to them would be of no use. The 6 Meridians Divine Sword had a sufficiently high grade, but teaching it would be equivalent to exposing himself. Qin Yu couldn't help but develop a desire to complete the task, as that would give him enough deduction time to upgrade the 5 Poisons Divine Palm. Just imagine a group of subordinates practicing a peerless technique that most people in this world could only dream of. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Unfortunately, to date, he had not found any clues to solve the case. One day, Qin Yu was in the backyard instructing Su Qiaoqiao in her cultivation. After practicing the Yi Jin Jing, Su Qiaoqiao's talent improved tremendously, and with Qin Yu's generous use of medicinal pills, she has now become a 4th-grade martial artist. Her rapid training speed surprised even Qin Yu, but more than that, he was delighted. The stronger the people around him, the more they could help him achieve his ambitions in the future. Just as Qin Yu was fully focused on teaching Su Qiaoqiao, suddenly, a short knife shot out from the high wall, aiming at Su Qiaoqiao's head with astonishing speed. Chapter 124, No Unexpected Events. Soon, Qin Yu broke through the barrier of realms and became a mid-level 1st-grade grandmaster. With the enhancement of the advanced celestial-level cultivation method, his strength was enough to crush high-level 1st-grade grandmasters. As long as he didn't leave the innate realm, he could almost be considered invincible. This gave him great confidence. After sensing the power of this realm, Qin Yu continued to use the star absorption technique to absorb the inner strength of the attacker. A free meal cannot be wasted. Meanwhile, news of his assassination attempt had spread throughout the capital, creating a tremendous uproar like a thunderclap. It hadn't been long since the 8th prince was attacked and killed, and now Qin Yu was also attacked. Anyone could see that things were not simple. On the streets, people of all ages were discussing the matter. It was simply insane. The incident involving the 8th prince had not yet been clarified, and now Qin Yu had also been attacked. Who was so bold? How many times has Qin Yu been attacked now? I can hardly keep track, and I don't know who it is that is so intent on targeting him. Speaking of which, Qin Yu is quite lucky. Every time he's been attacked, he has come out unscathed. It is said that this time he was also unharmed. Chapter 125. Boom. Even though Qin Yu still concealed his true cultivation level, this news still struck Zhou Jingyi's mind like a thunderbolt, revealing an expression of disbelief. Your Highness, you are truly a martial arts genius. He could only exclaim in admiration. From the time Qin Yu entered the Dali Temple to handle his first case and displayed a third-grade minor grandmaster's cultivation to now, it hadn't been long. And he had achieved such a high level of cultivation. The speed of his advancement was so astonishing that few in the world could achieve it. Those who could do this later became renowned as top experts across the land. Seeing his expression, Qin Yu felt a sense of alertness. If showing such cultivation could shock an experienced junior official of the Dali Temple, how shocking would it be if he revealed his mid-level first-grade grandmaster level? Not to mention, the Emperor Qinwu would likely be the first to want to capture him for further study. Qin Yu moved his hand dismissively, saying, "What martial arts genius? I merely took a boundary-breaking pill auctioned at the Wanbao Pavilion a few days ago." Zhou Jingyi suddenly understood. Chapter 126. Was it His Majesty who asked me to investigate this case? Qin Yu was surprised. As a victim, he shouldn't be involved in this case, according to the principle of avoidance, no matter what the laws of the Great Qian or any principles were. In the eyes of Emperor Qinwu, they were worth nothing. But the talents of the Great Qian are abundant. I shouldn't have to let him get involved. Such as this Chao Jingyun, who is a master investigator and has secretly investigated many people for Emperor Qinwu. Chao Jingyun helplessly said, "That person is too stubborn. I have no way to deal with him. Your Highness, you have previously shown undeniable talent in investigation. So after being reprimanded by His Majesty, I was instructed to bring you in to assist." Hearing this, Qin Yu suddenly understood. Regarding this deduction system, he had always focused on the deduction of cultivation methods and had never paid attention to the role he played in completing tasks. Now that he thought about it, his previous performance was indeed astonishing in this area. While others were searching for answers blindly, facing too many uncertainties, he directly knew the answers and only needed to present them logically. The difficulty was simply not on the same level. Since there was the Emperor Qianwu's decree, he stopped wasting words, agreed readily, and headed straight to the prison with Chao Jingyun. Chapter 127. Clearly, Chao Jingyun also noticed something was off with Feng Ji. With his rich experience, he understood to cooperate, which is why he said such cruel words in a sinister tone. This was too psychologically shocking for Feng Ji, who had already been reduced to a mere tool. He immediately lost his reason and showed a look of panic. "Chao Yinghua, Qin Yu, are you still human? Why would you do such inhumane things to an entirely innocent person?" A cruel smile appeared on Chao Jingyun's lips as he slightly tilted his head to the people beside him and said, "This person is indeed problematic. To avoid any omissions, arrest everyone from the Chunqiu tea house." Understood. This time, the internal guard truly took action. Feng Ji realized he had fallen for Qin Yu's trick and glared at him with a fierce expression, as if he wanted to swallow him alive. Qin Yu was completely unconcerned. He had no patience to wait for Feng Ji's illegitimate child to arrive before clarifying the situation. Coldly, he said, "This prince doesn't know what relationship you have with that young storyteller, nor do I care to know. He may indeed be innocent, but if you don't want him to die a horrible death, you'd better cooperate." Chao Jingyun cooperatively showed a cruel smile, but said nothing, allowing Qin Yu to take the lead in this case. Chapter 128. In fact, Qin Yu already knew who the so-called mysterious person was. When he previously deduced Feng Ji, the system had already mentioned it was the stableman from the left chancellor's residence. However, he needed a reasonable excuse to investigate this person. So Feng Ji's testimony became extremely important. Regarding height, Feng Ji thought for a moment and looked at Qin Yu, saying about the same as you, but a bit chubbier. As for his appearance, he wore a mask, so I don't know what he looks like. Feng Ji continued to ramble on. Just based on this, It was clearly insufficient to pinpoint the mysterious person as the left chancellor's stableman. So Qin Yu began to try guiding him. This prince does not believe that you, as a tool in the hands of the left chancellor Run Yuan Shan, wouldn't pay attention to the people around him. Didn't you notice anyone around him who resembled that mysterious person? Upon hearing this, Feng Zhi showed a thoughtful expression. After a moment, he said suspiciously, Your Highness, what you said reminds me of someone, the left chancellor's stableman. He is slightly shorter than that mysterious person, but his movements and demeanor are quite similar, and even his voice sound a bit alike. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu and Chao Jingyun exchanged glances, both feeling that this stableman was highly suspicious. Chapter 129. Qin Yu's idea was simple. You can't just let the horse run without giving it grass. This little money is nothing to him and is affordable. Also, although he wanted to build a power of his own, he didn't want to waste time and energy on this matter. Therefore, he authorized this matter to Xue Xiaoming. As for whether he has embezzled funds, whether he will do anything disloyal, and whether there will be traitors in the team, at least for now, there is no need to worry. As soon as any suspicious person is discovered, they could be directly analyzed using the system, without the need for the kind of painstaking guessing, testing, and investigation that others might do. Besides this, there is one important thing. Qin Yu said seriously, you should teach the Yi Jing to them and instruct them not to spread it outside. They should cultivate in the mansion without going out, and quickly improve their cultivation level. Otherwise, they will be of little use. Xue Xiaoming couldn't help but exclaim, Your Highness, are you sure you want to do this? This is the Yi Jing, which can change one's cultivation aptitude. If this gets out, wouldn't you be a huge loss? No one understood the value of the Yi Jing better than him. His own aptitude was quite mediocre, and his martial arts cultivation had long reached its limit, until it changed after practicing the Yi Jing. Chapter 130. Qin Yu had already thought this through and nodded to indicate he understood. The two of them had not been close for a long time and immediately got started. On his side, he was quite happy, while the Emperor of Qianwu in the Chantian Hall had a gloomy expression, with anger boiling in his heart. Left Chancellor Ren Yuanshan, are you sure it's him? The Emperor of Qianwu shouted angrily at Chao Jingyun, who was sitting below. The assassin did indeed mention this, but he had no direct evidence to prove its truth, and the old servant couldn't jump to conclusions. Chao Jingyun replied cautiously, Please tell me the entire process of the investigation. Yes, Your Majesty. As Chao Jingyun described the events, the Emperor's expression grew colder, and his murderous intent almost radiated like a tangible substance. He did not believe that the assassin named Feng Zhi would lie in such a hopeless situation, with vulnerabilities being exploited. Moreover, this cunning method of doing things was very much in line with Ren Yuanshan's cautious character. He had almost concluded that it was indeed Ren Yuanshan who did it. The temperature in the entire Chantian Hall seemed to drop, with the palace maids and eunuchs standing by turning pale with fear. Once Chao Jingyun finished recounting, the Emperor coldly said, You personally go and deliver my decree to summon Ren Yuanshan for an audience. Also, bring that coachman over and take control of the Chancellor's residence. Chapter 131. After all, Ren Yuanshan was the left Chancellor of the current dynasty, holding a high position and being well known in the capital. The news of his investigation by the inner court guards exploded like a thunderclap in the capital, causing a huge uproar. Such a significant matter could not be concealed, and the reason for the investigation quickly spread, shocking all who heard it. Old Chancellor is actually a suspect in the assassination of the 8th Prince and the Prince Consort. Impossible. The old Chancellor was known for his integrity and never engaged in factionalism, having already reached a high status with glory and wealth. Why would he seek his own demise? None of the old Chancellor's offspring were in government, nor did he need to rely on any prince to harm others to pave the way for his descendants. I think the old Chancellor is wronged. Someone must be framing him. I heard this case was investigated by Prince Consort Qin. Could it be he made a mistake? In the entire capital, almost no one believed Ren Yuanshan was the killer. Everyone thought he was framed, which put immense pressure on Chao Jingyun. Qin Yu also heard about the commotion in the capital, but did not pay it much attention. His days were spent either cultivating with Princess Qiangyao or guiding Su Qiaoqiao and Xue Xiaoming. He knew that in such a disorganized case, it was nearly impossible for Chao Jingyun to get to the bottom of it, and that ultimately, he would have to come to him for help. Chapter 132. Seeing this, Qin Yu sighed and said helplessly, If this matter is too difficult, then forget it. Lord Chao, just find a scapegoat to close this case. It's enough to give His Majesty and the world an explanation. After saying that, he stood up and cupped his hands in farewell. Your Highness, please don't go. Chao Jingyun quickly stood up to persuade him. In that case, what harm is there in trying? Qin Yu had intentionally said those words. After all, it was the Emperor Qianwu's son who had died, and it was the second one. How could it be casually brushed aside with a scapegoat? Even if Chao Jingyun had such intentions, he wouldn't have the courage. If he really did that, the Emperor Qianwu would certainly execute him. Thinking this way, seeking out Left Chancellor Ren Yuanshan didn't seem like a big deal anymore. Since Chao Jingyun had expressed this stance, Qin Yu agreed, and the two of them headed to the Left Chancellor's residence together. On the way, Qin Yu asked about Ren Yuanshan's situation, including his interests and who he was close to, etc. On the surface, it seemed like he was analyzing the person. In reality, it was just for show. He was secretly calculating from which point in time he should begin his analysis when they met, and what would be the most suitable duration for the analysis. There was no way around it. This had to be calculated precisely. Chapter 133. On that day, Ren Yuanshan called him into the room and instructed him to secretly follow the coachman, to avoid leaving any traces. If exposed, he should eliminate the coachman. He followed the coachman the whole time, saw that nothing unexpected happened, and after safely returning to the mansion, went to find the coachman to dispose of the night clothes. After all this, it was already late at night. The steward returned to his room, but couldn't sleep, constantly thinking about the tragic fate of the previous steward, fearing that if something unexpected happened, he would be pushed out as a scapegoat, especially since those targeted were the current prince and prince consort. He felt he should do something, so he wrote down all the evil deeds he had done for Ren Yuanshan since becoming the steward. The next morning, Ren Yuanshan sent him out to gather information. He carried the evidence and wandered around to the east of the city, wanting to hand it over to his concubine, but he noticed someone was following him, and thinking it might be Ren Yuanshan's people, he abandoned that plan. He pretended to meet an informant in the east of the city, gathered some information, and then returned to the chancellor's residence. After reporting the situation, he hid the items in the chamber pot in his room. Ren Yuanshan's distrust and surveillance kept him awake all night. He wanted to send out the evidence, but had no opportunity. Chapter 134. Qin Yu's words were tantamount to directly accusing him. Ren Yuanshan's expression immediately darkened, and he perfunctorily cupped his hands, speaking coldly. Your Highness, one can eat recklessly, but one cannot speak recklessly. If there is no evidence, I will sue you for defamation. Defamation? Qin Yu scoffed and said, do as you wish. Now, I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want to stop us from searching the stewardess room? I can allow you to search. Even the entire residence can be searched, but I must say this up front. What if nothing is found? Saying this, Ren Yuanshan cupped his hands to the sky and angrily said, I have followed His Majesty in battles for so many years, whether I have merits or not. I have made sacrifices that you people cannot casually humiliate. If nothing is found, I will definitely go to the Chuntian Hall to report you. Go ahead. Chao Jingyun sneered and turned to the steward. Where is your room? I warn you, if you dare utter a single lie, no one can save you. Not even the old chancellor. He was incredibly cunning. From the timing of Ren Yuanshan's appearance and his rambling words, it could be concluded that he is stalling for time. Chapter 135. Bang! Ren Yuanshan was directly slapped away, crashing through a wall before falling down, spitting out a mouthful of blood and fainting. Bind this old fellow. Control everyone in the residence, and anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Not even a rat can leave the house. Chao Jingyun coldly issued the order, and the inner court guards immediately sprang into action, instantly causing chaos in the Prime Minister's residence, with shouts and screams echoing everywhere. An inner court guard peeled off the oil paper wrapped around the scroll, revealing a dozen sheets of paper tightly rolled together, densely filled with small characters. Chao Jingyun picked up the scroll and examined it closely, his expression growing darker until it turned into a strong intent to kill. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. You have gained 650 years of deduction time. You have obtained a beginner-level profound technique, Qian Kuan. No. This technique can stimulate one's potential and then guide movement, with unpredictable changes, greatly enhancing internal power. Boom! The detailed content of this technique appeared in Qin Yu's mind, but he had no interest in checking it. Feeling very confused, Chapter 136. A full 200 years, yet there was not the slightest improvement. Even with mental preparation, this result still left Qin Yu somewhat disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions. Compared to the martial artists of this world, he was already quite lucky. Upon returning home, Qin Yu began to cultivate. In the Chung Tian Hall, Ren Yuanshan knelt on the ground. At this moment, there was no trace of panic on his face, only numbness and calmness. And, if observed closely, there was a hint of hatred. Emperor Qianwu sat high on the dragon throne, his face dark as he looked at the confession obtained from the butler during the interrogation, radiating a terrifying murderous aura. Feeling a bit tired from kneeling, Ren Yuanshan simply adjusted his position, squatting on the ground and rubbing his somewhat sore legs. He seemed to have no fear of the impending storm he was about to face. After a moment, Emperor Qianwu slowly raised his head after putting down the testimony. His gaze was icy as he stared at Ren Yuanshan. Why? Why? Ren Yuanshan nervously chuckled and retorted, Your Majesty, do you know how many sons and daughters Ren Yuanshan had back then? Before Emperor Qianwu could respond, Ren Yuanshan extended 5 fingers. 5 sons. Chapter 137. Emperor Qianwu sat back on the dragon throne, closed his eyes in contemplation for a long time, revealing a hint of fatigue, and hoarsely asked, Have I really made a mistake? Chao Jingyun slightly leaned forward and said, The throne must be passed down. A weak master with strong ministers is a disaster for the nation. For the sake of the great Qian's foundation lasting for 1,000 years, powerful ministers should not exist. Emperor Qianwu remained silent, and after a long pause, the weariness on his face gradually disappeared, replaced with piercing indifference. Do you think that old ghost Ren has any reason to risk exterminating his 9 clans to do such insane things? The old servant did not know. Emperor Qianwu frowned deeply and asked after a long time, What is Qingye doing? Chao Jingyun slightly bowed and replied, The crown prince is still cultivating on Tian's Hushan and has not yet come down. What is his current cultivation level? Unknown. I remember Ren Yuanshan's son is a close guard by Qingye's side. Emperor Qianwu lightly tapped the armrest of the dragon throne with his index finger. Hearing this, a flicker of imperceptible brilliance flashed in Chao Jingyun's eyes as he nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. A cold smile appeared on Emperor Qianwu's lips. The entire imperial capital was originally focused on the encirclement of the left Prime Minister Ren Yuanshan's residence, with many having witnessed him being tied up and escorted to the palace by Chao Jingyun. Chapter 138. When Sun Lei set out, Qiao Xing was already dead, and the Blood Wolf army was only about 100,000 strong. Logically, even if Sun Lei couldn't win, he shouldn't have lost 20,000 men. This was very abnormal. Where's the person now? Returning to the prince consort, the person is waiting at the gate. Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned slightly. Quickly have them brought to the hall. And remember, treat them with courtesy. Yes, prince consort. Xue Xiangming turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, Qin Yu called out to him. Forget it, I'll go personally. Saying this, he quickly walked towards the main gate of the residence, with Xue Xiangming following behind, filled with surprise. What he didn't know was that Qin Yu had a very good impression of the upright Sun Lei. The scene of drinking together in Dingyang City was still vivid in his memory. Moreover, the events that occurred at that time were also very strange. The county magistrate who had been beaten by Sun Lei died in a very suspicious manner. It all seemed problematic, as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything. Soon, Qin Yu arrived at the entrance of the residence. He was greeted by a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a haggard appearance, who looked completely different from when they met in Dingyang City. Prince Consort, why have you come in person? It's truly a burden for a lowly official. Oh no, for a commoner. Chapter 139. Of course I mentioned it, but His Majesty said that even if someone was betrayed, it was due to my lax military discipline, and I cannot escape blame. Sun Lei said with a bitter smile. Qin Yu frowned. Emperor Qianwu had no problem saying this, if a traitor appeared among his subordinates. Qin Yu also felt that Sun Lei's military management had some issues, but still, it shouldn't be serious enough to warrant a lifetime of being unutilized. This punishment was truly too harsh. Logically, Emperor Qianwu, having come from the military, should understand the value of a general like Sun Lei. And Qin Yu was very puzzled by his actions. It felt like there was a deliberate targeting of Sun Lei. Prince Consort, my status is humble. Being received by you is already sufficient. Now that we've already said our goodbyes, I won't dare to impose on the banquet. Farewell. After saying this, Sun Lei stood up to leave, but was stopped by Qin Yu. General, please wait. Sun Lei quickly waved his hand. I dare not accept. I really do not deserve to be called general. Prince Consort, do you have any further instructions? General, it will be a pity for you with your martial skills to retire at home. If you don't mind, why not stay at my residence as a close guard commander? It's better than going back to your hometown, right? Really? Sun Lei exclaimed in delight, his eyes shining. Chapter 140, Guess. Qin Yu smiled slightly, pulling Princess Qiong Yao into his embrace. Feeling his warm breath, Princess Qiong Yao's face turned slightly red, and she turned her head to change the topic. Husband's martial arts talent is truly astonishing. It seems I need to work harder. That's right. I haven't practiced the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra in a long time. Today is just right for an in-depth exchange. Qin Yu laughed heartily, carrying Princess Qiong Yao towards the bed, the intricacies of which need not be mentioned. For the system tasks, Qin Yu has lost all hope and simply continues to cultivate his existing techniques. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. On this day, a swift horse entered the imperial capital, heading straight for the palace. A report was delivered to Emperor Qianwu. After reading its contents, a cold smile crept onto Emperor Qianwu's lips. What a coincidence! After speaking, Emperor Qianwu handed the report to Chao Jingyun. Take a look. Yes, Your Majesty. Chao Jingyun took the report and began to read, his brows gradually furrowing. The report came from a eunuch sent to Tian's Hushan to deliver an edict, stating that the crown prince respectfully received the order and would soon depart to return to the imperial capital. The problem is that his head guard, Rin Yuanshan's only son Rin Feipeng, had left 3 days ago and had yet to return. Chapter 141. Over time, Emperor Qianwu became thoroughly disappointed in the crown prince, thus violating the tradition of passing the throne to the legitimate heir, announcing that Li Qingye was unqualified to inherit the throne, and that the position of crown prince would be reselected among the many princes. Upon seeing that they also had a chance, the other princes began to engage in open and covert struggles, leading to the current situation. As for Li Qingye, feeling disheartened, he requested to leave the imperial capital and indulge in the mountains and rivers, later focusing on his cultivation at Tian's Hushan. Qin Yu had no interest in these royal affairs and continued to immerse himself in his training. The next day, while Qin Yu was cultivating at home, Sun Lei came to report that his father's old subordinate, the former Deputy General Sun Lei, who later succeeded him as the general in the campaign against the Blood Wolf Army, Xiong Yu, had returned victorious and requested an audience. Qin Yu had some impression of this person, considering him a fierce general under Qin Jintian back in the day, and ordered to bring him to the hall. Xiong Yu was a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, small eyes, a large nose, and a face marked by a menacing scar resembling a centipede. His gaze was sharp like that of a hawk, and he carried a faint smell of blood. He showed extreme respect towards Qin Yu, immediately kneeling upon meeting, banging his head on the ground. Your humble servant pays respects to the prince consort. Chapter 142. Xiong Yu was slightly taken aback and then chuckled. Of course, it's an honor for us to have the prince consort attend our banquet. Qin Yu smiled, then it settled. All right, I will personally come to invite you then. Farewell, farewell. Xiong Yu bowed and took his leave, while Qin Yu asked Sun Lei to see him off. Moments later, Sun Lei returned. Prince consort, are you really going to attend our rough and crew banquet? Sun Lei asked with some confusion. A group of people who would say all sorts of nonsense when drunk. Thus, officials and nobles generally disliked attending such gatherings unless they had special purposes. Qin Yu did not answer his question, but instead asked, did you feel that when you asked Xiong Yu how to avoid leaking secrets, his answer was somewhat vague? Upon hearing this, Sun Lei furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, his explanation was too general. At this point, Sun Lei fixed his intense gaze on Qin Yu and asked, Prince Consort, what do you mean? I think this person might have a problem, Qin Yu said solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Lei immediately denied it. Impossible. We crawled out of the pile of dead bodies together. He is the kind of good brother with whom you can trust your back. He can't have a problem. Chapter 143. Li Jue thought for a moment and dismissively said, what if you find out? As long as it doesn't point to you, it's fine. Besides, even if they suspect you, what can they do? He doesn't have the authority to investigate. And even if he conducts a secret investigation, you've already cleaned up your tracks. What is there to fear? Huh? Xiong Yu allowed a long breath, his expression relaxing considerably. Your Highness, if you say so, I will be at ease. The two then discussed other matters, and it was not until an hour later that Xiong Yu left, still sneaking out the back door. By this time, it was already afternoon. Xiong Yu returned to his residence, hired a whole restaurant, notified all his subordinate generals to attend the banquet, and then went to the Qin residence to invite Qin Yu and Sun Lei. Qin Yu and Sun Lei happily went. When they arrived at the restaurant, dozens of people were already present, all dressed in casual clothes but unable to hide the fierce aura emanating from them, clearly seasoned warriors. Some were old subordinates of Qin Jintian, while others were the subordinates of those old subordinates. So when they saw Qin Yu, they showed great respect, kneeling down in droves. "Greetings, young general. Greetings, prince consort." The kneeling was not orderly, nor were the titles unified, but Qin Yu did not mind at all, showing no airs and raising his hands with a warm smile to gesture for them to rise. Chapter 144. Qin Yu had no choice but to comfort them for a moment before returning to his cultivation. The next morning, a group of people arrived in the imperial capital. The leader wore coarse linen garments, had thick brows and big eyes, slightly thick lips, and wore a smile with a peaceful gaze, giving off an impression of honesty and good temperament. Behind him were dozens of people, each with sharp eyes, burly physiques, exuding a fierce aura, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. They also had a horse-drawn carriage behind them, containing a large box, the contents of which were unknown. Such a spectacle attracted the attention of passers-by, who turned to cast curious glances at the leader. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Is that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Followed by a series of exclamations. Indeed, it is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It has been many years since we last saw His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Who would have thought he would return to the capital so low-key? Yes, still as approachable as ever, without even a ceremonial escort. More and more commoners recognized Crown Prince Li Qingye, and they began to bow and pay their respects, drawing the attention of even more people. Li Qingye Asmilat, showing no airs, patiently responding to them, and only paused at the gates of the palace. Chapter 145. I heard Brother Qingye has returned. Husband, can you accompany me to see him? Princess Xiangyao found Qin Yu, her emotions somewhat agitated as she spoke, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Qin Yu knew she had a very good relationship with Crown Prince Li Qingye, and according to the memories of his previous life, this so-called Li Qingye was indeed quite a decent brother-in-law. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with going to see him. Qin Yu smiled, of course. Then he changed the subject. However, today might not be very convenient, right? After all, he has just returned from a long journey and may need to rest. Besides, we can't go empty-handed, can we? We must prepare some gifts. You're so thoughtful. Princess Xiangyao smiled and nodded. Then the two began to discuss what gifts to prepare. Before they could reach any conclusion, Sun Lei came to report. Prince Consort, Princess, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has come to visit, and he has already entered the residence and is heading to the hall, seemingly bringing gifts as well. Upon hearing this, Princess Xiangyao was overjoyed. Good, husband. Let's go see Brother Qingye together. Princess Xiangyao couldn't wait to pull Qin Yu away, no longer displaying the demeanor of a steady and proud princess, but rather acting like a young girl. Chapter 146. Qin Yu did not show his emotions on his face. He chatted casually with Li Qingye about the past, as if they were old friends with a great relationship, and the atmosphere among the three was very harmonious. However, not long after, this atmosphere was interrupted by Sun Lei. He entered the hall with a gloomy expression and bowed. Your Highness, I have important matters to report. The conversation was interrupted, and Princess Xiangyao was slightly displeased. But she did not lose her temper at Sun Lei, stopping to look at Qin Yu instead. Li Qingye also looked at Qin Yu with a faint smile. Qin Yu knew that Sun Lei was not the kind of reckless person. He must have something important to discuss. He initially wanted to go out and ask Sun Lei, but then thought it unnecessary, deliberately avoiding it would make Li Qingye look down on him. Besides, he didn't think there was anything to hide from the Crown Prince, who had already been clearly stated by Emperor Qianwu as unqualified to inherit the throne. Qin Yu smiled and said, We're all on the same side here. There's nothing to avoid. Just say what you need to say. Yes, Your Highness. Sun Lei cupped his hands toward Princess Xiangyao and Li Qingye, then said in a low voice, Your Highness, a personal guard from Xiongchuan requests to see you. He knows the inside story of the battle with the Blood Wolf army and has informed me. I ask Your Highness to seek justice for me. Chapter 147. What are we waiting for? Let us go capture the thief. Li Qingye stood up abruptly and said coldly, From a procedural standpoint, it was clearly inappropriate to directly capture someone. However, Qin Yu was eager to solve the case and complete the task, and with Li Qingye, the Crown Prince, leading the way, He felt there was no need to remind him otherwise. He stood up to show his support for Li Qingye. Let's go. Then Li Qingye led his own guards, while Qin Yu took Sun Lei and his original guards to protect Yang Feng. And a group of people marched aggressively toward Xiong Chuan's residence. There were nearly 100 of them, all wielding long knives and wearing angry expressions, attracting the attention of the citizens on the street, who stopped to watch. Isn't that the Crown Prince and Prince Qin? What are they doing with so many people? Both the Crown Prince and Prince Qin look very serious. Something must have happened. They seem to be going to capture someone. Let us follow them and see. Soon, a large crowd of citizens followed behind them. Li Qingye's target was Xiong Chuan. After all, Yang Feng was his personal guard. As long as they captured him, they could draw Xiong Yu out, and then none would escape. Qin Yu was too lazy to be the one to take the lead and offend people. Who knew if Xiong Yu and Xiong Chuan had other princes or powerful figures supporting them? He simply let Li Qingye take charge while he assisted. Chapter 148. Qin Yu's expression darkened as he suddenly appeared in front of Xiong Chuan and slapped him hard. Smack! With a crisp sound, half of Xiong Chuan's face was left swollen. Confession? This is my confession. Are you satisfied? Qin Yu said coldly. Xiong Chuan clearly felt his killing intent and shivered, quickly regaining his composure and changing the subject. Your Highness, I am wronged. You cannot say that. Wronged? Qin Yu sneered and opened the evidence Yang Feng had submitted, waving it in front of him. Take a good look. Isn't this written in your brother Xiong Yu's own hand? Or are you planning to take the blame for Xiong Yu and admit it was your writing? Xiong Chuan's face changed dramatically, and for a moment he didn't know how to argue. Now that both eyewitnesses and physical evidence were present, did he still want to quibble? What are you quibbling about? I don't know what you're talking about. This has nothing to do with me or Xiong Yu, even if you are the prince. You cannot wrongfully accuse someone like this. Xiong Chuan argued vehemently. Nothing to do with you? Qin Yu coldly laughed and pointed at Yang Feng. Isn't he your personal guard? How do you explain the defense map of the central military camp being in his hands? Do you think you did it secretly enough that no one else knows? Do you think Xiong Yu has been captured and his subordinates Haven exposed his crimes? Do you think that after killing the general of the Blood Wolf Army, no one in the Blood Wolf Army knows about it? Do you think that the Emperor has no doubts about what you have done? Chapter 149. Zhou Jingyi immediately sent people to arrest all of Xiong Chuan's family members and escort them to the Dali Temple, sealing off their residence. Then he, along with the Crown Prince, escorted Xiong Chuan to Xiong Yu's residence. A large group of several hundred people marched through the streets, attracting the attention of the capital's citizens. Soon, news spread, and those who heard it were all shocked. Oh my God, this is too crazy. The Xiong brothers are so desperate for the position of Grand General. Yes, thanks to Prince Qin for uncovering the truth. Otherwise, those tens of thousands of soldiers would have died unjustly. Prince Qin's ability to investigate cases is still as formidable as ever. It is truly a blessing for our great Qian. While people were saying this, there were rumors that the Xiong brothers had someone backing them, and Prince Qin had offended a terrifying presence, which made them sweat for him. Sure enough, think about how Prince Qin has been repeatedly assassinated in the past. Wasn't he it because he offended someone? Let us hope nothing happens this time. With such a huge commotion, the news quickly reached the ears of the fourth prince Li Jue. Qin Yu, that bastard again. Li Jue's face twisted in rage, exuding a terrifying killing intent. His heart ablaze with fury. You could enjoy wealth and honor, but you insist on getting involved in such matters. You're seeking your own death. Chapter 150. Following this, Qin Yu devoted himself entirely to cultivation. However, the entire capital was buzzing because he had uncovered the case of the Xiong brothers. Emperor Qianwu soon received the news. His expression was grim. This kid from the Qin family is stirring up trouble in the capital again. He really can't stay quiet at all. Who became the Grand General of Dingfeng Camp, and whether Sun Lei was betrayed were of no importance to him. As long as the army remained under the control of the Li royal family, it didn't matter how these people fought among themselves. They were merely tools for the princes to rule the world. Moreover, removing the proud and fierce generals under Qin Jintian from high military positions had always been part of his strategic decision. It was necessary to inject fresh blood, obedient new dogs and hawks, to serve the soon-to-be-born crown prince and future emperor. Planning all this early was because he had developed the intention of stepping back and wanted to devote all his energy and time to cultivation. Chao Jingyun slightly nodded and said, the temperament of Prince Qin is somewhat like General Qin Jintian. He is averse to evil and seems to have no tolerance for sand in his eyes. Hee, just like his father. Chapter 151. After receiving the imperial edict, Qin Yu continued his cultivation. Now, taking another step would mean a transformation into the innate realm, and nothing was more important to him than cultivation. However, taking this step was more difficult than he had imagined, and he had yet to feel that barrier of realm. Nevertheless, Qin Yu was not anxious. Achieving this realm is inherently difficult. Otherwise, in the entire Great Qian, there wouldn't only be two innate realm experts, Emperor Wu of Qian and Xiao Jingyun, on the surface. This requires time to accumulate. In the blink of an eye, night has fallen, and the capital lights up with countless homes. The streets are gradually becoming sparse with pedestrians, and most people in the Qin residence have rested. However, Qin Yu is still cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes with a swish, looking towards the door, his eyes shining with brilliance as he slowly stood up. "Who is it outside? Since you're here, why not come in for a chat?" Qin Yu said coldly. By the time one reaches the high level of a first-grade grandmaster, their sixth senses are vastly superior to ordinary people. A faint but profound aura was felt clearly by Qin Yu at the entrance. This aura was domineering and violent, faintly carrying hostility, clearly not harboring good intentions. "This is truly surprising." A light laugh came from outside. Then the door slowly opened, and a burly man dressed in a blue long robe walked in. Chapter 152. Arrogance. Ren Faping shouted, "I originally wanted to capture you alive, but since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. Is that so? Let me see what abilities you have." Qin Yu sneered and erupted with his own strength. In an instant, his internal energy surged forth, rampaging through the room like a hurricane, knocking over tables and chairs. You are also at the high level of a first-grade grandmaster?" Ren Faping exclaimed in shock. Then, a fanatical expression appeared on his face as he laughed loudly. Good. To reach this level in such a short time, it's obvious that the secret technique taught to you by that mysterious person is extraordinary. This is truly wonderful. He no longer held back. While speaking, he threw a punch at Qin Yu. The sound of the air breaking was like thunder echoing through the Qin residence, a visible fist imprint, carrying a fierce and domineering momentum, directly aimed at Qin Yu's chest. "This is getting interesting. Your technique must exceed the high level of the heavenly grade." Qin Yu's eyes lit up as he casually slapped out a palm towards the fist imprint, but did not send out a palm print, instead meeting it with his flesh and blood. Boom! With a loud explosion, a terrifying shockwave surged outwards. Chapter 153. Drag him out and hand him over to the Dali Temple tomorrow morning, Qin Yu said casually. After speaking, he pulled Princess Qiangyao to leave. Suddenly, a sigh echoed abruptly in the scene. "Who?" Sun Lei stood up in a flash, drawing his long knife and vigilantly staring at the surroundings, while Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "You all step back." He had already recognized the voice, and as soon as he finished speaking, the eldest prince, Li Qingye, walked out from the darkness, looking helplessly at Ren Faping. "Why do you have to seek your own death?" Li Qingye gently shook his head, then looked up at Qin Yu and Princess Qiangyao with an apologetic smile, saying, "I'm sorry, I lied to you earlier." Qin Yu was taken aback. He certainly knew that Li Qingye had lied. However, he did not expect Li Qingye to say it so bluntly. Even Sun Lei and Shui Xiaoming present did not avoid it. Princess Qiangyao looked confused. "Brother Qingye, what are you talking about?" Qin Yu gestured for Shui Xiaoming and Sun Lei to carry Ren Faping's body away, then pointed to the pavilion not far away. "Let us talk over there." "Okay." Li Qingye smiled, stepping forward to sit in the pavilion, staring blankly at the bright moon in the sky. Chapter 154. Isn't tomorrow the day of the grand banquet for the emperor? What exactly does Brother Qingye want to do? Princess Qiangyao asked. Looking in the direction Li Qingye left. "How would I know? We'll find out tomorrow." Qin Yu shrugged and said. Princess Qiangyao withdrew her gaze and no longer dwelled on the issue, staring at Qin Yu angrily and asking, "Why did you lie to me?" Qin Yu laughed. "It can't be considered lying, can it? I just didn't tell you." "Then why didn't you tell me?" "I was afraid you would be upset." Qin Yu joked, then took Princess Qiangyao's hand, gently patting the back of her hand and saying, "Besides, don't need to show off to you every time I break through a realm." Princess Qiangyao looked suspicious. "Is it that simple? What else could it be? I've already passed on the heavenly grade high-level techniques to you. What else is there to hide from you?" Princess Qiangyao stared at Qin Yu's eyes for a while, suddenly pulled Qin Yu's hand and bit it lightly. "What are you doing?" Qin Yu instinctively pulled back his hand, staring blankly at Princess Qiangyao. Since we are already husband and wife, we should be honest with each other and share our joys. You continuously breaking through such significant milestones. And you didn't even tell me? Chapter 155. Just then, a voice called out from outside. Lord Chao is here. Qin Yu's heart stirred, saying to Qian Quan, let us talk another day. After speaking, he stood up and walked towards the door. Yes, Your Highness, Qian Quan responded and stood up to leave. Just in time to meet Chao Jingyun at the door and quickly bowed. I pay my respects to Lord Chao. Chao Jingyun paused slightly upon seeing him, then nodded and raised his hand to signal him to rise, before asking, what brings you to the prince's residence? Qian Quan did not hide anything, bowing and saying, in response to Lord Chao, my family's chief steward wishes to meet the prince and sent me to invite him. Oh, Chao Jingyun raised an eyebrow, did not ask further, and turned to Qin Yu. Your Highness, the Emperor's decree is that you must immediately enter the palace to meet the Emperor without delay. Qin Yu slightly bowed. I accept the decree. He then instructed the servant to inform Princess Qiangyao and left the residence with Chao Jingyun, secretly laughing at how Emperor Wu of Qian was even more anxious than he had imagined. Last night, Ren Faping revealed his high-level first-grade Grandmaster cultivation. And when he fought with him and discovered Qin Yu was of the same realm, he shouted out in shock. Who knows how many people in the residence heard it? Chapter 156. Really? Father, are you suspecting me? Emperor Qianwu did not deny it, nodding and saying, to some extent, you can think from my perspective. A person who was originally deemed trash, starting from an 8th grade martial artist and rapidly becoming a 1st grade grandmaster, can this really be explained by saying a late bloomer? This point Qin Yu had to admit. It indeed seemed a bit unreasonable. His cultivation progression speed was astonishing, especially in the later stages. It was almost reaching an illogical point. All right, let's talk about something else. Emperor Qianwu seemed to have lost patience with these questions and changed the subject. What realm does that mysterious person possess? Qin Yu shook his head. I really don't know. He only told me that if I practice heavenly grade high-level techniques, if I don't achieve the innate realm before the age of 20, I won't qualify to step onto the extraordinary path, nor will I qualify to know those matters. As soon as these words were spoken, Emperor Qianwu and Chao Jingyun exchanged glances, feeling a bit uncomfortable in their hearts. According to this standard, neither of them was worthy of stepping onto the path of the extraordinary. Are you implying that if you achieve the innate realm before the age of 20, that mysterious person will take you onto the path of the extraordinary? Chapter 157. Qin Yu sensed the murderous intent of the 4th prince. Given how close he was to the 1st prince, Li Chengye, he would undoubtedly be resented, which could be considered an unwarranted disaster. Little did he know that the 4th prince, Li Zhua, had just been thinking about winning him over. He had already become a coveted figure in the eyes of many. What surprised Qin Yu was that the 4th prince's murderous intent was so obvious, yet the 1st prince, Li Chengye, seemed completely oblivious, still chatting and laughing with him. Was it a deep-seated scheme, or is he just dismissive? Qin Yu didn't know and didn't want to know. He simply sat down at a square table with Li Chengye as if they were ordinary friends. Last time, because of the Xiong brothers incident, I didn't get a drink with you much. This time is a rare opportunity, so you must drink with me more. Li Chengye lauga hartili. Pouring a cup for Qin Yu without considering whether it was appropriate to start drinking before Emperor Qianwu had arrived. Given Li Chengye's earlier careless remarks about Emperor Qianwu, Qin Yu suddenly felt that he must have some backing. He couldn't be just foolishly bold, right? Before long, Li Qiangyao arrived at the Chengtian Hall dressed elaborately, exchanged pleasantries with the other princes and princesses, and then sat down next to Qin Yu. Chapter 158. At that moment, the ministers began to enter the hall. The Chengtian Hall immediately became noisy as the ministers lined up to pay their respects to the princes, and the 3 of them ceased their conversation. The hall was limited in size, and those who entered were all important officials of the current dynasty or regional governors. Outside the hall, countless tables were set up, crowded with groups of people. The 4th prince, Li Zhua, showed great enthusiasm, greeting the civil and military officials in the hall as if he were the host. Li Chengye glanced at him, his gaze resembling that of someone looking at a clown. Qin Yu exchanged glances with Princess Qiangyao, both knowing that Li Chengye would cause trouble in the main hall today. The emperor has arrived. With Chao Jingyun's powerful shout, the scene immediately quieted down, and everyone stood to look towards the back hall. They saw Emperor Qianwu, dressed in a dragon robe, striding towards the dragon chair, with everyone's attention focused on him. awe, yearning, fear, various expressions were evident. After Emperor Qianwu took his seat, Chao Jingyun shouted again. All ministers bow. Following that, a unified and thunderous voice rang out. Long live our emperor. Chapter 159. Emperor Qianwu, looking down from a height, noticed Li Qingye among the crowd, and his expression darkened. However, in such an occasion, he did not reprimand him to avoid disrupting the atmosphere, planning to punish him severely afterward. After the ministers finished bowing, two young eunuchs carried a chair and placed it beside Emperor Qianwu's dragon chair. Although it lacked the imposing presence of the dragon chair, it was still extremely luxurious. Chao Jingyun shouted, His Majesty has decreed. Please let the crown prince take his seat. Yes, father. Li Jue took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, trying to appear more composed as he slowly walked towards the chair under the gaze of the ministers. Once he was seated, Chao Jingyun shouted again. The crown prince presides. All ministers bow. Just then, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Hee-ha! Swish! Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. They saw Li Qingye standing in the crowd, chest out, laughing unabashedly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Qin Yu felt a stir in his heart, knowing that the show was about to begin. The others were left dumbfounded. Is he crazy? Is he mocking Crown Prince Li Jue? Or is he mocking Emperor Qianwu? Chapter 160. Li Qingye completely tore off the veil of shame. The main culprit and executors were pointed out right in front of the civil and military officials. Qin Yu felt a surge of anger. On one hand, it was because Emperor Qianwu and Chao Jingyun had killed his father. This was questionable, but judging from their reactions, it was most likely true. On the other hand, it was because Li Qingye brought it up in front of everyone instead of discussing it privately. This action completely placed him in opposition to Emperor Qianwu and Chao Jingyun, making the subsequent developments completely uncontrollable. It was possible that Emperor Qianwu would eliminate him altogether. At this moment, Emperor Qianwu stood directly opposite Li Qingye. There was no anger on his face. Instead, it was filled with anticipation. What you said is not important, really not at all important. I only want to know your purpose for doing this. Li Qingye smiled slightly, raising his hand to point at Li Jue, whose face had turned as red as a pot bottom. He does not deserve to be the crown prince of the Qian. Li Shangye. Li Jue stood up abruptly, about to speak, but was interrupted by Emperor Qianwu's cold shout. Shut up. Li Jue's face instantly flushed, and he was so angry his teeth were clenched. Yet he dared not oppose Emperor Qianwu and could only obediently fall silent. Emperor Qianwu's gaze was fixed sharply on Li Qingye. Chapter 161. But Li Qingye remained obstinate. No matter how you argue, you cannot change the facts I have stated. If I were the emperor, the Qian would undoubtedly be a different scene. We will discuss our matters later. Emperor Qianwu scoffed, ignoring him, and turned his gaze to Qin Yu. Qin family boy. Li Qingye said, It was I who ordered Chao Jingyun to kill your father. Do you believe this? Playing tricks with someone as cunning as Emperor Qianwu could easily backfire. So Qin Yu straightforwardly said, I'm not sure. My father was very strong back then, and he had many powerful guards protecting him. Ordinary people definitely couldn't kill him. Your honesty comforts me greatly. Emperor Qianwu praised him and slightly tilted his head to glance at Chao Jingyun. Tell Qin Yu the true cause of Qin Jintian's death back then. Yes, your majesty. Chao Jingyun nodded, letting out a long sigh, seemingly recalling the events of that year, his expression becoming dazed. I and your father were among the earliest to follow his majesty in the uprising. Your father was upright and ambitious. After the Qian established a stable regime, he developed ideas similar to those of the first prince. Chapter 162. Did your family's main steward also invite Xiaoyao? Qin Yu frowned. At this point, he already knew that Wanbage was backed by some extraordinary force, and their invitation to him was clearly due to his abnormal performance in cultivation advancement. But what was the invitation to Princess Xiaoyao about? Although Princess Xiaoyao had decent talent, she was far from stunning. Yes. Qian Quan slightly stepped aside and chuckled. Your Highness, Princess, please get in the carriage. Princess Xiaoyao was unsure whether the so-called steward was friend or foe, feeling a bit nervous and unconsciously tightening her grip on Qin Yu's hand. Qin Yu gently patted her hand, giving her a comforting look, and led her towards the carriage. Since that's the case, let's get on the carriage. Soon, the two arrived at Wanbao Pavilion. Under Qian Quan's guidance, they reached the backyard, where they could see a young man in white, about 25 years old, sitting under a pavilion, looking up at the direction of the palace. "Steward, the prince and the princess have arrived," Qian Quan reported with a bow and then left. "It's quite lively when a son hits his father," the young man chuckled, retracting his gaze to look at Qin Yu, beckoning him with his hand. Chapter 163. "What are you doing?" Princess Qiongyao's expression changed dramatically as she hurriedly asked. Qin Yu's heart tightened as well. He clearly sensed an incredibly pure and powerful force, countless times stronger than internal energy, that surged into his body and enveloped his heart. He tried to refine it with his internal energy, but found that the energy was as immovable as mountains and rivers. It's just an energy mark. If you obediently go to Xian Yuan's sect, nothing will happen. If you try to escape, I can find you even if you go to the ends of the earth. Now get lost, Wu Yong said impatiently, waving his hand. Princess Qiangyao wanted to say something, but was pulled away by Qin Yu. "Let's go." One must bow their head under the eaves. The insurmountable gap in strength lay before them. Confronting it head-on would only lead to humiliation. This enmity could be avenged another day. Princess Qiangyao understood, casting a reluctant glance at Wu Yong before following Qin Yu out of Wanbao Pavilion. "This bastard is too much." Princess Qiangyao gritted her teeth. Qin Yu smiled and comforted her. "It's okay. Once I get to Xian Yuan's sect, I will eventually refine this energy. Sooner or later, I will step on him." He felt a bit angry, but was not worried. Chapter 164. Oh? Li Qingye's eyes brightened as he smiled. "Congratulations. From now on, we are brothers." Qin Yu asked curiously, "You also joined Xian Yuan's sect?" "That's right. When I first arrived at Tian's Hushin, I met a master from Xian Yuan's sect. I don't know what he saw in me, but he took me as his disciple. He wanted to take me away, but I couldn't let go of my obsession, so I didn't follow him." The obsession Li Chengye mentioned should be what was discussed yesterday in the Chengtian Hall. Qin Yu had no interest in that matter. He was worried about Li Qiangyao's safety, so he recounted the situation with Wu Yong, asking Li Qingye to take care of Qiangyao. Li Qingye was somewhat surprised. "The one who taught you your skills wasn't a senior from Xian Yuan's sect?" "Yes, so my situation in Xian Yuan's sect might be a bit difficult. Qiangyao will have to rely on you. You can rest assured. Qiangyao is my sister. You don't need to worry. Just focus on your cultivation in Xian Yuan's sect. When you get there, find my master Lin Feng and tell him my brother-in-law. He should take care of you." "Okay, thank you." Qin Yu expressed his gratitude and turned to look at the silent and grim-faced Emperor Qinwu. Chapter 165. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression darkened. However, one must bow their head under the eaves. This woman could fly and teleport, at the very least being a celestial being, not someone he could provoke. He simply shut his mouth, squatted down, and began to cultivate. After all, it all came down to his low cultivation level. If his cultivation were higher than this womaness, would she dare to speak to him like that? Soon, Qin Yu entered a meditative state. The middle-aged woman sensed his gradually calming aura, turned her head to glance at him in surprise, and then looked away, secretly sighing. Her name was Wang Suiping, a practitioner at the early stage of the celestial realm in Xian Yuan sect, stationed in Deqian with Wu Yong to gather resources and look for disciples with potential. Of course, she didn't need to handle specific matters. There were people from Wanbao Pavilion doing that behind the scenes. Even if troubles arose, there were innate experts to deal with them. So, her daily routine was to cultivate steadily. However, the spiritual energy in the mundane world was thin, far from being comparable to the blessed land of Xian Yuan's sect. Being sent here made her feel pent-up frustration. Now, just as she was about to break through to the mid-stage of the celestial realm, she was sent by Wu Yong to take Qin Yu to Xian Yuan's sect, naturally making her somewhat displeased. Chapter 166. Zhao Shana had clearly sealed Wang Suiping's cultivation. In this situation, Qin Yu thought that the slap he delivered with all his strength would at least leave her face disfigured, but unexpectedly, it only caused some swelling. This made Qin Yu realize even more profoundly how astonishing the existence of the extraordinary realm was. Even with her cultivation sealed, she was not someone he could easily defeat. "You bastard, you have such audacity." Wang Suiping glared at him, her eyes wide, letting out a piercing scream that made Qin Yu's eardrums ache. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's face darkened, and he swung his hand back for another slap. Slap! The other side of Wang Suiping's face also swelled up. Zhao Shana couldn't help but burst out laughing, looking at Qin Yu with admiration. Good, good. This is the disciple Zhao Shanha, was looking for. Decisive and ruthless. Wang Suiping continued to scream. "Bastard, how dare you humiliate me like this? I will never let you go." Qin Yu scoffed. If you hadn't repeatedly humiliated me first, would I treat you like this? You brought this upon yourself. You're just a bastard who hasn't even reached the innate realm. What does it matter if I humiliate you? Once I survive this calamity, I will kill your wife. No, I will sell her to a brothel for others to trample on. Chapter 167. This unknown pill was stronger than any pill Qin Yu had taken before. Its abundant energy made his body feel like it was about to burst. Qin Yu felt like he was on the verge of exploding. Fortunately, under the operation of the Yuan, sure chaos scripture, he barely managed to calm the massive energy within him. Little did he know that the pills he had taken before could be endured by an ordinary body, containing internal energy. But this pill was meant for extraordinary bodies, containing spiritual power used by extraordinary beings. The two were not on the same level at all. Qin Yu could clearly feel that the internal energy in his dantian was undergoing a transformation at an astonishing speed, evolving into a higher level of energy. His flesh was also rapidly strengthening, much faster than the effects of his previous cultivation of the Diamond Sutra. He knew he was undergoing a rebirth. He was becoming an extraordinary being. This made him feel incredibly excited. In just 1 hour, he achieved the innate realm, something that ordinary people might not accomplish in their entire lives. His bones, muscles, tendons, and internal organs were many times stronger than before. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have achieved the innate realm. Chapter 168. As soon as he stepped into Luoxiao Mountain, the long silent system spoke in his heart. Ding! New task generated. Find the cultivator who killed Qin Jintian back then and kill him to avenge your father. Upon completing the task, you will receive a large amount of deduction time. Hearing the system's voice, Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. Was the system out of its mind, asking him, a disciple of Luoxiao Mountain, to kill someone from Luoxiao Mountain? This was an extraordinary world, not the mundane realm. If the matter were to be exposed, would he still have a way out? Qin Yu felt a headache coming on. Moreover, the reward for completing the task, surprisingly, did not include any cultivation techniques. At that moment, Zhao Shanha asked, "Why are you in a daze?" Qin Yu paused slightly, collected his thoughts, and replied, "I have never seen such magnificent mountains, so I'm a bit surprised." Magnificent? Zhao Shanha chuckled dryly. It's only passable. If you cultivate well, you will see what true magnificence is in the future. As they spoke, the two arrived in front of a small building. Zhao Shanha placed Qin Yu on the ground and retracted the flying boat. "Follow me. This is the disciple registration office." Saying this, he walked towards the building, with Qin Yu following behind. Inside was a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, meditating with his eyes closed. Upon sensing someone approaching, he opened his eyes, and upon seeing Zhao Shanha, he quickly stood up to pay his respects. Chapter 169. After arranging Qin Yu's accommodation, Zhao Shanha soared into the sky and flew towards the mountain peak. Qin Yu entered his room. The furnishings were extremely simple, with only a bed. This life was too rough. Qin Yu sighed, closed the door, and silently called out in his heart. System, use all 1,000 years to deduce the primordial chaos sutra. Ding! Deduction begins. The initial level of the technique at the Wang level is obviously not enough in this extraordinary world. The rank is too low. You have decided to deduce it to help you advance further on the extraordinary path. You invested all your time and energy, and in the blink of an eye, 300 years passed, yet you found no opportunities for further advancement. However, you remained unwavering because your rich experience in deduction told you that higher-level techniques would require increasingly more time. 500 years passed, and you seemed to feel a glimmer of opportunity. 800 years passed, and you finally grasped that glimmer of opportunity. Now make your final effort. In the blink of an eye, 980 years passed, and hard work pays off. You finally deduced the Primordial Chaos Sutra to the mid-level of the Wang level. Boom! A massive amount of information flooded into your mind. Chapter 170. Practice well. Tomorrow, I will take you around the sect to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Zhao Shanha smiled and turned to leave. Thank you, Master. Qin Yu expressed his gratitude again, watching Zhao Shanha's retreating figure and silently called out in his heart. System. Deduce what Zhao Shanha did after he parted ways with me. One must be wary of others. Do not have malicious intentions, but do not be without defenses. Zhao Shanha seemed a bit too good, and Qin Yu felt it necessary to see what he had just done and whether he had ulterior motives. Ding! Deduction begins. After Zhao Shanha left the courtyard, he flew directly to the main hall of the sect, seeking an audience with the sect leader, Zishaozhenren, to report that he had killed someone from Xianyuan's sect and brought you in as a disciple. Zishaozhenren was unconcerned and said as long as no one saw it, it was fine. He warned Zhao Shanhe not to act so recklessly in the future and not to disturb his quiet cultivation over such trivial matters. Zhao Shanhe informed Zishaozhenren that while checking the host qualifications, he found the host qualifications to be extremely poor, but that there was a trace of chaotic energy within him, which is why he took him as a disciple. Zishaozhenren was taken aback and repeatedly asked if Zhao Shanhe was telling the truth. Zhao Shanhe assured him there would be no problem and that the people from Xianyuan's sect would not discover it. Zheng Ziping was also unaware of this matter, because only cultivators of the insight realm or above could sense that trace of chaotic energy. So taking the host as a disciple would not cause any issues. Chapter 171 Junior Brother, I'll fly slowly. You keep a close eye on the road. Don't get lost on the way back, Zheng Ziping reminded. Zhao Shanhe was known for his bad temper, and he could easily grant favors. So Zheng Ziping didn't mind, saying an extra word to show goodwill. Thank you, senior brother, Qin Yu said gratefully, watching the pavilions and rugged mountain roads rush past beneath him, secretly feeling that it would be false to say he wasn't envious of soaring through the clouds. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the library. Zheng Ziping set Qin Yu down and said nonchalantly, Junior brother, I'm leaving. Senior brother, please go ahead. Zheng Ziping transformed into a stream of light and flew away. Qin Yu looked at the library. The building was several stories tall, with a total of 9 floors. Its area was not particularly large, only a few dozen square meters. However, the architecture was exquisite, decorated with dragons and phoenixes, and had an ancient charm, more refined than the palace of the great Qian dynasty. But it lacked the opulence of the great Qian palace. Instead, it had a sense of weight accumulated over the years and a faint ethereal aura that calmed the heart. Disciples entered and exited the library in 2s and 3s. Some older, some younger, some walking, and others arriving and departing on clouds. Occasionally, someone would cast a glance at Qin Yu. Chapter 172 You've only been in the sect for a day. How can it be anything important? Focus on your cultivation and don't bring your bad habits from the mundane world here. In our world, strength is paramount. Remember that, you little brat. Zhao Shanhe said earnestly. Qin Yu felt a bit speechless. He didn't waste words and went straight to the point. We have spies from Xianyuan's sect in our sect. What? Zhao Shanhe suddenly halted in midair, his eyes wide as he stared at Qin Yu and exclaimed, Master, you heard right. There are indeed spies from Xianyuan's sect in our sect. Upon confirmation, Zhao Shanhe's expression grew serious. You little brat, you can't say such things lightly. Do you have evidence? The disciple had no evidence, but he could guarantee that he was indeed a spy. He could stake his life on it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shanhe's face darkened as he looked around. Let's talk about this back at the courtyard. Saying this, he pulled Qin Yu, and in an instant, they returned to their small courtyard. Zhao Shanhe then waved his hand to create a soundproof barrier, staring intently at Qin Yu. Who? Xiao Yuanqing. Xiao Yuanqing? Zhao Shanhe appeared to ponder. This kid seems to have served in the Great Qian back in the day. Do you know him? Chapter 173 Watching the direction in which Zhao Shanhe left, Qin Yu felt a deep sense of helplessness. It was too frustrating not to be able to soar through the clouds. He secretly made up his mind to enter the celestial realm as quickly as possible. For now, he could only hope that Zhao Shanhe had heard his words and took them seriously. There was no point in dwelling on things beyond his control. Qin Yu adjusted his emotions and calmed himself down. He returned to his room and took out the spirit root pill that Zhao Shanhe had given him. It was a light gray pill that emitted a faint gray glow, accompanied by a waft of medicinal fragrance. Just the scent alone made Qin Yu feel refreshed. Without hesitation, he put the pill in his mouth. It dissolved instantly, turning into a warm current that flowed into his stomach, then surged straight up through his veins into his brain, with another part rushing towards his limbs. In an instant, Qin Yu felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind. His thoughts became agile, and his perception of the surrounding environment seemed to have improved significantly. At the same time, his limbs also seemed to be undergoing indescribable changes. Although he didn't feel stronger, he sensed a tighter connection with his brain. Qin Yu didn't understand pills or pharmacology. Chapter 174. Just then, Xiao Yuanqing's room exploded, and such a huge commotion had already attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples. At this moment, dozens of disciples were gathered not far away. most of whom were Zhu Yong's disciples, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Could what Master Zhao said really be true? Senior brother, Xiao Yuanqing, was usually humble to others. How could he possibly be a spy? Yes, our master is even less likely to be the case. This is clearly slander. Our master definitely has no problem. But Xiao Yuanqing might not be so sure. Otherwise, why would he run away? Why did master bring him back? This statement made sense. Just look at Xiao Yuanqing's expression. He probably has real issues. If it's true, then this Qin Yu has really accomplished a great feat. He should definitely be credited. But this kid really knows how to stir up trouble. He just entered the sect yesterday. Zhu Yong, seeing the crowd discussing fervently, was even more furious. If this turns out to be true, his face would be completely lost. Moreover, he would have to give an explanation to the entire sect. What made him the angriest was that Zhao Shanhe actually suspected him as well. Zhao madman, shut your mouth. Zhu Yong shouted angrily and took out a confidential letter to read. Chapter 175. Zixia real person nodded slightly. You indeed have nothing to do with this matter. Zhu Yong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thank you, master, for clearing my name. He then looked at Zhao Shanhe and said angrily, Now do you believe it? Zhao Shanhe chuckled and then cupped his hands towards Zixia real person. Master, Zhu's old ghost disciple is a spy. How could he, as the master, bear no responsibility? Zixia real person looked at Zhu Yong and spoke calmly. What Shanhe said is not wrong. As the master, I judge that you have dereliction of duty. Are you convinced? In response to the master, I am convinced. Zhu Yong bowed deeply, his expression sincere. Since that is the case, then you should reflect well and also check your other disciples thoroughly. I, Laosha Mountain, will not allow anyone who eats inside while digging outside. Yes, master. All right, you may leave. Zixia real person waved his hand. Zhao Shanhe, feeling somewhat unconvinced, said, Isn't this too lenient on him? Zixia real person's expression darkened. Shanhe, you're being disrespectful. Zhao Shanhe was startled and quickly bowed. Master, please forgive me. Did you not say that Qin Yu would personally kill this beast? Take him away. Chapter 176. The benefit was that he no longer had to worry about the chaotic energy within him being discovered, becoming a target for other terrifying existences to seize, allowing him to cultivate and develop peacefully. With this, he was no longer in a hurry to search for books about chaotic energy in a library for a more comprehensive understanding. The most urgent matter was to step into the celestial realm. In his view, only being able to ride the clouds and mist could truly be considered transcendent. What kind of extraordinary existence was the innate realm, which ran on two legs like a martial artist? Qin Yu immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Time flew by. The next morning, Zhao Shanhe, who had also cultivated all night, stepped out of his room to greet the first rays of the morning sun. When he saw the already faintly foul-smelling corpse of Xiao Yuanqing on the ground, his face darkened. This brat, accustomed to being a prince in the mortal realm, doesn't even know how to be a qualified disciple. He didn't even handle his own corpse. Does he expect his master to take care of it? Saying this, Zhao Shanhe walked towards Qin Yu's room while releasing his divine sense. When he sensed that Qin Yu was diligently cultivating and had entered a state of complete immersion, he stopped in his tracks and sighed. Fine, let this kid cultivate well. I'll handle the cleanup to avoid Zhu Yong and his disciples provoking us and making things worse. Chapter 177. Hearing the commotion, Qin Yu recalled Zhao Shanhe's earlier words. Zhu Yong was indeed here with people to provoke them. He wondered how Zhao Shanhe had offended him. It was impossible not to go out in this situation. Qin Yu pushed the door open. He saw Zhu Yong, looking fierce and full of anger, accompanied by more than 10 people, all hovering in the air. These people were all at least at the celestial realm level. On the ground stood several dozen others. These people couldn't ride the clouds and mist, clearly all being at the innate level. Meanwhile, Zhao Shanhe seemed somewhat pitiful. In the sky, there was just him. On the ground, there was Qin Yu. There were only 2 people in total, and they were vastly outmatched in terms of momentum compared to Zhu Yong's side. However, Zhao Shanhe appeared completely unfazed, staring arrogantly at Zhu Yong with an eager expression. Do you think I, Zhao Shanhe, will fear you just because you have more people? Zhao Shanhe laughed heartily and looked down at Qin Yu. My good disciple, are you afraid? Seeing this scene, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of bravery. Not afraid. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present turned to look at Qin Yu. Zhu Yong's expression remained unchanged. The celestial realm disciples behind him wore expressions of disdain, while the innate realm disciples on the ground looked eager to try. Chapter 178. Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a jolt in his spirit. Regardless of anything else, just the imposing manner that Zhao Shanha displayed was worthy of his admiration. Zhu Yong began to mock. What good is boasting? You should first defeat me before talking. Zhao Shanha ignored his words, glanced down at Qin Yu, and said, in battle, the most important thing is to have an unyielding momentum. You must not be afraid. You must not back down. Watch closely. After saying this, Zhao Shanha suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Zhu Yong like a knife, and he fiercely slashed out a blade of light. The blade's aura suddenly appeared. This time it was only 100 zhang long, but its momentum surpassed that of the past, solidified as if it were a real long knife, even shimmering with the unique luster of metal, slashing down towards Zhu Yong. Old Ghost Zhu, take my knife. A mere trick. Zhu Yong sneered, still keeping his left hand behind his back, while his right hand wielded the sword to counter. The 400 zhang sword energy spanned the sky, and on the surface, its momentum was far stronger than that of the knife light. Boom! The knife light and sword energy clashed together, creating a thunderous sound in the sky. Take another knife from me. Zhao Shanha moved closer to Zhu Yong, roaring as he jumped up and struck down fiercely with both hands holding the knife. Chapter 179. Qin Yu felt a stir in his heart. Sure enough, the master of Laoxiao Mountain had also taken notice of him. He maintained a calm expression, showing no signs of abnormality. Today, you old man, get to take advantage. Zhao Shanha, unwilling to disregard the master's words, reluctantly said as he put away the knife light. So arrogant. Zhu Yong shouted angrily, but he did not dare to act recklessly, only obediently sheathing his long sword. In the future, you all must not engage in emotional disputes. Zixia, real person, casually dropped this remark and vanished. Zhao Shanha made a hand seal and crossed through the protective mountain array to land beside Qin Yu. Zhu Yong followed closely behind and signaled one of his disciples. The disciple immediately stepped forward and clasped his hands towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu, my master is Zhu Yong. My name is Song Yu, a beginner in the innate realm, having broken through half a month earlier than you. Today I challenge you. Do you dare to fight? Song Yu seemed to fear that others could not hear him, speaking particularly loudly. As soon as these words came out, the originally departing crowd all stopped, curiously looking at the scene. Clearly, they all noticed that Zhu Yong had lost to Zhao Shanha in the duel and had sent his disciple out to regain face. Zhu Yong remained expressionless, showing no reaction. His other disciples, fearing Qin Yu would shy away from the battle, all opened their mouths to provoke him intentionally. Chapter 180. Zheng Zipping, who was watching the excitement, had a dark expression and forced a laugh, saying, Zhao Shibua, this isn't quite right, is it? The situation was clear. Zhao Shanha and Zhu Yong were at odds. As a junior, he intervening in such matters, regardless of whether he maintained fairness, would definitely leave a bad impression on the losing side, which was inconsistent with his usual low-profile demeanor. Zhao Shanha glared. You are a disciple of the steward. If you don't preside, who will? Should I call your master? No need. I'll preside myself. Zheng Zipping helplessly flew to the center of the training ground and gently coughed. Un relaté de personnel, retreat. Qin Shidi and Song Shidi, come forward. Everyone withdrew, and Qin Yu and Song Yu stepped forward, standing a zhang apart. Zheng Zipping glanced at the two and said, Junior brothers, when fellow disciples spar in exchange, they must have restraint. It is not allowed to fight for life or death. Killing or crippling the opponent will result in severe punishment. Is that clear? Both Qin Yu and Song Yu nodded. Good, both sides bow and the duel begins. Zheng Zipping shouted and quickly exited the training ground. Qin Yu and Song Yu slightly bowed and clasped their hands in greeting. Junior brother, I entered the sect earlier than you, so I won't take advantage of you. You go first. Chapter 181. Zhu Yong's face had already turned a dark shade. Coldly, he ignored Zhao Shanha and angrily shouted, Useless. All useless. He was furious, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. He was clearly at a higher small realm than Zhao Shanha, yet he lost, and quite miserably at that. He then hoped his disciple could turn the tide and restore his dignity. But what happened? Instead of gaining face, he ended up losing even more. He didn't even get the chance to counterattack before being knocked unconscious. The one who knocked him out was actually a waste who didn't qualify to enter the sect and had nearly been driven out by Zheng Zipping. How could this be justified? At this moment, Zheng Zipping had finished checking Song Yu's injuries. He stood up and clasped his hands to Zhu Yong and Zhao Shanhe. Song Yushidi has only broken 3 ribs. He fainted due to internal injury, but is not in serious danger. After speaking, he looked at Qin Yu. His expression somewhat complicated, and raised his voice to announce, "I declare that Qin Yushidi wins this round." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Shanhe burst into laughter. His delight unmasked, not forgetting to cast a provocative glance at Zhu Yong. At this moment, the crowd's gaze towards Qin Yu couldn't help but become more serious. Chapter 182. For example, the universe level, the cosmos level. He himself did not need to cultivate, but could help others cultivate, such as Li Qiangyao, Xue Xiaoming, Sun Lei, and others. Of course, the premise was to first elevate the primordial chaos scripture to the highest grade. Thinking of this, Qin Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself. This deduction system is too outrageous. Why hasn't it released new tasks yet? Zhao Shanhe valued his cultivation even more than Qin Yu himself did, lifting him to his residence and reminding him to cultivate diligently before flying away, saying he would find a way to get him some pills that could enhance his qualifications. Qin Yu felt somewhat touched and did not waste any time starting to cultivate immediately. Heavenly Human Realm. I must reach the heavenly human realm in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, being carried around by others all day is too frustrating. Next, Qin Yu's life returned to tranquility. From morning till night, he was basically cultivating without any breaks. Zhao Shanhe watched this, pleased in his heart, and simply took on the role of caretaker, bringing Qin Yu nutritious and energy-rich monster blood and flesh every day. In the blink of an eye, 9 days passed. The spiritual power within him had finally reached its limit and could no longer be improved. It was time to break through to the mid-stage of the innate realm. Chapter 183. After putting away the spirit stones, Qin Yu checked other items, mostly daily necessities. Keep what was useful, throw away what was not. After tidying these up, Qin Yu took out a blood dew pill to continue cultivating, thinking about breaking through to the heavenly human realm in one go. Just as it was getting dark, a thunderous voice from Zhao Shanhe suddenly echoed in the courtyard. "Stinky brat, come out and see who I brought. Haha, I guarantee you'll be surprised." Qin Yu ended his cultivation, curious, and pushed open the door to look outside. Just in time to see Zhao Shanhe flying in with 2 people. Qin Yu was stunned. Zhao Shanhe held Chao Jingyun in his left hand and Qian Wudi in his right, a strange smile on his face. "I originally wanted to find a female disciple to take care of you. After all, I'm your master. What does it mean for me to serve you every day?" But it happened that when I was leaving the mountain gate, I saw the disciples guarding the gate, driving these 2 away. After casually asking, "One of them turned out to be your father-in-law, so I brought him over as a named disciple." Qin Yu was astonished. Instinctively, he gave a slight bow to Qian Wudi. "Your Majesty." Emperor Qianwu quickly waved his hand and sighed, saying, "No, don't call me your Majesty anymore. Just call me by my name, Li Jianya. I am your named disciple and will be responsible for taking care of your daily needs from now on." Chapter 184. Let's not digress. This is a different matter from taking on disciples. Those 2 must leave Luoxia Mountain. This is non-negotiable. Young Guisait Kodidli, refusing to back down. "All right, let's not argue about it. Let's go find a sect leader and let him decide, shall we?" Zhao Shanhe said helplessly. "Good." Yang Kuei said with a serious face, soaring into the sky. "What are you still doing here? Go make food for my disciple." Zhao Shanhe glared at Chao Jingyun and followed suit. Chao Jingyun bowed and said, "Yes, master." After Zhao Shanhe flew far away, Li Jianya couldn't help but sigh deeply. Feeling very anxious, he was truly afraid of being expelled from Luoxia Mountain. He had once controlled the fate of billions, but now he was at the mercy of others. And this huge disparity made him feel extremely suffocated. Qin Yu chuckled lightly. "There's no need for you to worry, father-in-law. You can just find another servant disciple another day." Li Jianya adjusted his mindset and shook his head. "Never mind, I'll handle it. It's not easy to come to Luoxia Mountain. I don't want to be driven out." Chao Jingyun quickly nodded. "That's right." The 2 of them then busied themselves, not allowing Qin Yu to intervene. So Qin Yu stopped insisting and enjoyed the fruits of their labor. Chapter 185. Buzz. The void trembled. The protective array of Luoxia Mountain lit up. Mysterious golden runes flowed, casting a faint golden hue over the entire mountain, and the intense pressure made Qin Yu's mind tense up. Li Jianya and Chao Jingyun had never seen such a scene and were instantly stunned, their hearts filled with shock. Qin Yu had a faint guess in his heart. To verify his suspicion, he quickly asked Zhao Shanhe, "Master, what is happening?" The bell tolls as a warning. The array is activated. It's certain that Luoxiao Mountain has been plotted against by thieves, and some disciples have been lost. As he spoke, Qin Yu saw countless figures flying towards a mountain peak, all looking extremely anxious. Stay here, don't run around, Zhao Shanhe instructed before soaring into the sky, wielding a long knife with killing intent. After he left for a long time, Li Jianye came back to his senses and sighed. The extraordinary world is not peaceful either. Where there are people, there are disputes. That's how it is in the world. Qin Yu said lightly, that's right. Li Jianye nodded in agreement, then looked at Qin Yu with a complex gaze and sighed deeply. Who would have thought that one day I, Li Jianye, would end up in such a situation? The world is unpredictable. Chapter 186. Hearing this, both Li Jianye and Chao Jingyun were slightly taken aback. Then they burst into laughter. Old Ghost Qin, your son has finally avenged you. He really has made you proud. As they laughed, both of them shed hot tears. Qin Yu could see that their emotions were not feigned. They were genuinely heartfelt. The past was like smoke. Qin Yu also felt a bit emotional, seeing the two who once fought alongside his father now in such a miserable state. He couldn't help but think of giving them a helping hand. The extraordinary world was lonely. He needed support, whether it was Chao Jingyun or Li Jianye. Both had fought their way out of thousands of troops. In terms of combat and strategy, they were remarkable. Father-in-law, do you know? Before he could finish, Li Jianye interrupted him. Just call me junior brother. Don't feel awkward. In this unfamiliar place, let's keep our relationship simple and let as few people know about it as possible. It's better for everyone. Qin no longer held back. Junior brother, do you know why I transformed from a waste to a martial arts master? Isn't it because you accumulated knowledge and skills over time? Li Jianye asked in confusion. Of course, it's not that simple. Chapter 187. Hearing the commotion, Qin Yu lost the desire to continue his training and got up to leave the room. It was strange for a descendant's root to regenerate. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Li Jianye also coming out. His face was dark as he said, Chow, old dog, if your descendant's root is good, why not find a woman to test it out instead of challenging me? Chao Jingyun laughed heartily. Old Ghostly, I've been your servant for decades, suppressed by you for years. I've long wanted to beat you up. What's wrong? Are you not convinced? Beat me up? Li Jianye Skufa, you're still a bit lacking. Stop talking nonsense. Let's see the real deal under our hands. Be careful. Chao Jingyun shouted, charging forward fiercely. Oof, you're just humiliating yourself. Li Jianye coldly shouted as he met him head-on. In an instant, the two were locked in a fierce battle, exchanging blows and creating a whirlwind of spiritual energy in the courtyard. Qin Yu watched and felt a bit restless. After days of training, he had refined his spiritual energy in the mid-stage of the innate realm to its peak. If it weren't for the blood dew pill being consumed, he might have attempted to break through to the late stage of the innate realm. Although Chao Jingyun and Li Jianye spoke harshly when it came to actual combat, they were very measured and did not target each other's vital points. Chapter 188. You little brat, your tone is quite big. Zhao Shanhe laughed and scolded, but he felt a bit puzzled inside. Could he solve a case that even the chief deacon and elder couldn't? At this point, he could only treat a dead horse as a living one. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at an inconspicuous side hall at the mountain's peak, where there were two people along with the corpse of Zheng Zipping. One of them was the chief deacon Yang Kuei, whom Qin Yu had seen before when he visited Zhao Shanhe. He had a blank expression, as if he hadn't seen Zhao Shanhe and Qin Yu, maintaining silence. The other was a middle-aged female cultivator. She wore a simple, unadorned green robe, without any makeup on her face. There were fine crow's feet at the corners of her eyes and thin wrinkles around her neck, indicating that she was not young. However, she still had a certain charm. Her features were exquisite and three-dimensional, with a shapely figure, making her a prime example of a half-aged beauty. Combined with her aloof demeanor, she had a certain allure. But her expression was also quite grim. Junior sister Zhao. The middle-aged woman greeted Zhao Shanhe and then looked at Qin Yu. Is this your disciple who is good at investigating cases? That's right. Zhao Shanhe nodded and said to Qin Yu, this is my senior sister, Guiyusin. Don't you want to greet her? Chapter 189. Luoxiao Mountain is not a body refining sect, so body refining pills are considered precious, and ordinary disciples generally do not have access to them. Zheng Zipping wanted to ease the relationship with Guiyusin, so he gave all the body refining pills to her. Guiyusin had already calmed down and expressed that she shouldn't have scolded Zheng Zipping, accepting only one pill to show that she was no longer angry. allowing Zheng Ziping to go about his business. Zheng Ziping continued to investigate the last suspect, but ultimately found no results, feeling increasingly frustrated. He then shifted his attention to Yang Kuei. Coincidentally, Yang Kuei came to inquire about the results, and Zheng Ziping asked about his relationship with Xiao Yuanqing, stating it was just a routine matter and seeking forgiveness for his intrusion. Yang Kuei replied that it was no problem. He had gotten close to Xiao Yuanqing because he valued his experiences in the secular world and wanted to develop him into a disciple. Zheng Ziping expressed understanding. And since he couldn't find any clues, Yang Kuei took out a pot of spirit wine for them to drink together, suggesting they let it go if they couldn't find anything. Zheng Ziping then brought out the flesh and blood of a young red flame lion to accompany the drinks. After they ate and drank for a long time, they parted ways, and before leaving, Yang Kuei urged him to take the body refining pill to cultivate. Chapter 190. Now he could only hope his guess was correct. Otherwise, he would have to take the risk of investigating Yang Kuei personally. Soon, the three of them arrived at Zheng Ziping's residence. Qin Yu was somewhat of a celebrity at Luoxia Mountain. His appearance attracted the attention of many disciples of Guo Yusin, who curiously gathered around. However, seeing Guo Yusin's gloomy expression, no one dared to get too close, standing a distance away to watch. Guo Yusin cast several seals, causing the formations in Zheng Ziping's room to disappear, and took Qin Yu inside. Outside, whispers began to circulate. What was Qin Yu doing here? Was he here to investigate senior brother Ziping's death? What was he thinking? How could he have that capability? Then what do you think he came for? Our master and Uncle Zhao are here. They aren't here for this matter, so what else could it be? Could it be that senior brother Ziping was killed by him, and he brought him to identify the scene? Don't be ridiculous. He's just a kid in the innate realm. How could he kill senior brother Ziping? I'm more curious about why Master and Uncle Zhao are using the recording stone. What are they trying to document? Senior brother's body has been brought over. It seems Master and Uncle are personally investigating this matter. But what's with Qin Yu following along? Chapter 191. Qin Yu forced a smile, feeling somewhat helpless. How did he end up directing them? He couldn't intervene in the following events and could only wait in place. Moments later, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from Luoxia Mountain. Qin Yu hurriedly stepped out of the room to look toward the mountaintop, where the protective formation of Luoxia Mountain was swirling with runes, and several figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Among them, the blade light surged for hundreds of feet, exuding a domineering and fierce aura, clearly indicating that Zhao Shanhe was among the attackers. Obviously, Yang Kuei had retaliated after being exposed. Qin Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart. At this point in the development, even if no one knowledgeable about alchemy could confirm that mixing those three items would cause problems, it was undeniable that Yang Kuei was the murderer. Watching the figures battling in the void with great momentum, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a longing. The celestial realm. He had to cultivate to the celestial realm as soon as possible. Only at that level could he fly in the air without envying others. The disciples under Guo Yusin also looked up at the sky, all with expressions of astonishment. Just moments ago, when Qin Yu and the others were inside searching for the murderer, they had not intentionally hidden their voices, and those outside heard everything clearly and already knew the situation. Who would have thought that the usually upright Yang Kuei was actually the murderer of their senior brothers? Chapter 192. Knowing this, let's begin. Qin Yu smiled slightly. His body shook, and the spiritual power within him surged wildly, a powerful aura bursting forth. Li Jianye's previously relaxed expression instantly turned serious as he hurriedly mobilized his spiritual power to prepare for battle. Without saying a word, Qin Yu dashed toward Li Jianye, throwing a punch at his chest. For this strike, he only used his physical strength. The earlier display of spiritual power was merely to gain Li Jianye's attention and make him use all his strength. Qin Yu's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he was before Li Jianye. Li Jianye's expression changed slightly as he rapidly retreated while crossing his arms in front of his chest, frantically channeling spiritual power for defense. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and Li Jianye's face changed drastically. He felt as if he'd been struck by a colossal beast. His arms felt like they were about to shatter, and he was sent flying backward for nearly 3 feet before he finally stopped. Qin Yu sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat disappointed. Li Jianye was too weak. Such an opponent could not provide any challenge for his own growth. Li Jianye, on the other hand, turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, Qin Yu was his son-in-law, and, at only 19, While he was over 50 and had practiced for decades, the disparity in strength was so great. Chapter 193. Qin Yu glanced at Zhao Shanhe, feeling a stirring in his heart. Fighting with Li Jianye and Chao Jingyun hardly served to hone his skills. Why not fight with Zhao Shanhe instead? With this thought, Qin Yu suddenly accelerated his attack speed and in just 3 breaths, knocked Li Jianye and Chao Jingyun to the ground. He then stepped in front of Zhao Shanhe and bowed deeply. Master, I would like to seek your guidance to sharpen myself and validate what I've learned. I hope Master will generously bestow your teachings. Upon hearing this, Li Jianye and Chao Jingyun were momentarily stunned. Zhao Shanhe was slightly taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Good indeed. This is my good disciple. You are so ambitious. How could I not cooperate? As he spoke, Zhao Shanhe's aura suddenly diminished, finally settling at the mid-stage of the innate realm. Qin Yu, if you get hit, don't cry. Zhao Shanhe laughed heartily and, after speaking, lunged at Qin Yu with astonishing speed. Come on, Qin Yu shouted, frantically channeling spiritual power to form a protective shield around his body to meet the attack. Zhao Shanhe was at the initial stage of the enlightened realm, so Qin Yu held nothing back, unleashing all his strength. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and in an instant, a fierce wind surged, creating an impact several times greater than when he fought Li Jianye and Chao Jingyun. Chapter 194. You didn't tell him? Gui Yusin looked at Zhao Shanhe, a bit surprised. It's just taking innate realm disciples out to fight against beasts below the innate realm. It's not a big deal. What else there to say? Zhao Shanhe said dismissively. Gui Yusin glared at him, reproaching. How can you be so careless? Fighting those beasts is not the same as battling fellow disciples. A moment of inattention could cost a life. There are always disciples lost. Don't you know that? Zhao Shanhe chuckled awkwardly and did not argue. Gui Yusin turned to Qin Yu, speaking earnestly. You must cultivate diligently. It's best to raise your cultivation to the peak of the innate realm to ensure basic safety. Remember that? Qin Yu nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Master Ant. What good is it to just cultivate? It's better to fight more. That way, when danger arises, you won't be a loss. Zhao Shanhe grunted and said. Gui Yusin nodded in agreement. After thinking for a moment, she said, Qin Yu, your master has only you as a disciple, and you have no one to practice with. If you have time, you can come to my place, and I will ask the disciples at the innate level to practice with you. Thank you, Master. Chapter 195. As a result, Li Jianye told him that Chao Jingyun was not there. Not there? Where did he go? Qin Yu asked in surprise. Gui Yusin's master said he wanted to find someone to practice with. You've been in seclusion for a while, and he has been going there quite frequently. Li Jianye said with a strange tone. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Where there are people, there are factions, and there are inequalities. Chao Jingyun is just a servant disciple. Will the disciples at Guoshigu's place treat him well? Moreover, many people know about his past as a eunuch, and such a person is likely to be looked down upon and even ridiculed. What makes him go there time and again? Noticing Li Jianye's strange tone and expression, Qin Yu asked, Do you know something? Li Jianye said uncertainly, I suspect that Chao Laogui went there to find women. Upon hearing this, Gui Yusin's figure appeared in Qin Yu's mind, which startled him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is too crazy. You have to know that Gui Yusin is Zhao Shanhe's senior sister, and her cultivation level is said to be higher than Zhao Shanhe's, with many disciples at the celestial level under her. Chapter 196. What is it? Qin Yu asked. First, the training for innate level disciples will take place in 3 days. For these 3 days, you should stop your cultivation and go to the first floor of the library to read books, mainly focusing on books about monsters, which is crucial for your upcoming training. Zhao Shanhe said seriously. Understood. Qin Yu nodded. When he first entered the sect, he went to the library and ended up encountering his father's enemy, Xiao Yuanqing, and had to turn back midway. Now that he is about to train, it's very necessary to read books on this topic. Otherwise, he might not even recognize them when he encounters them. Zhao Shanhe thought for a moment and added, after reading the relevant books, if you still have time, look at books about heavenly materials and earthly treasures, just in case you encounter them and don't miss out. Qin Yu responded. Zhao Shanhe then glanced at Li Jianye and said solemnly, Tomorrow you will go with Qin Yu, and that Chao fellow too. When you arrive at the trial site, you will all follow Qin Yu's instructions, understood? Li Jianye quickly bowed, understood. By the way, where's that Chao fellow? He went to Gua Shirgu's place to find someone to practice with. This kid is not bad. You need to work harder. Chapter 197, not want to? Qin Yu said in astonishment. As far as he knew, Zhao Shana hadn't given him any weapons. Even if he did, as a servant disciple, it was impossible for him to receive weapons of such grade. You have to know that the weapons Zhao Shanha gave him were only high-level wasteland grade. Li Jianya was taken aback for a moment, then his expression darkened. Chao Laogo, all innate-level disciples must participate in the training. Monsters are no joke, and ordinary weapons from the mundane world have no effect against such beings. Do you understand? I understand. Chao Jingyun smiled slightly, looking relaxed. I have a way to get weapons, so I won't take advantage of senior brother. He then cupped his hands to Qin Yu. Senior brother, I appreciate your kindness. Thank you so much. I need to go back to cultivate, so I won't disturb you. Saying this, he turned and left. You. Li Jianya was so angry he couldn't speak. Qin Yu's heart moved. Watching Chao Jingyun's back, he secretly instructed the system. Simulate what he did when he went to Gua Shirgu's place today. Ding. Simulation starting. Early today, Chao Jingyun went to the peak where Gui Yusin is, fought and exchanged with a disciple, and then left. Chapter 198. This is too terrifying. It happened in the blink of an eye. How did he do it? Li Jianya looked around and exclaimed. Qin Yu was also extremely shocked. It is rumored that the crossing calamity real person is a powerful being at the returning origin level, a whole major realm higher than Zhao Shana. The power at this realm is truly terrifying. Qin Yu took a deep breath to calm his emotions and looked towards the library. Let's go read. Li Jianya steadied himself and followed. As they approached the library door, they saw an old man lying on a recliner, half asleep. When Qin Yu and Li Jianya got closer, he opened his eyes a tiny slit. You innate-level disciples can only browse the books on the first floor and are not allowed to go up to the second floor. Otherwise, it will be severely punished. After speaking, he closed his eyes again. A person stationed in such an important place must be an extraordinary expert. Qin Yu politely bowed slightly. Understood, senior. Li Jianya did the same and bowed. Upon entering the library, Qin Yu was captivated by the vast collection of books inside, roughly estimating there were thousands of them. He found the section on monsters, pulled out a book, and began to read carefully until it was almost dark. Chapter 199. Zhu Laogue, you're seeking death. Zhao Shanha shouted angrily, unleashing an astonishing aura that firmly locked onto Zhu Yong. Zhao madman, do you think I fear you? Zhu Yong was unafraid, also unleashing a terrifying aura to confront Zhao Shanha. Just as the two were at a standoff, Gui Yusin's expression darkened, and she let out a sharp cry. Enough. Are you two done? At your age, still bickering over trivial matters. How embarrassing is that? Upon hearing this, both men reined in their auras but still wore grim expressions, turning their heads away. Qin Yu glanced at Zhu Yong's many disciples and felt a sense of vigilance. No one could guarantee that these people wouldn't try to harm him during the trial. Li Jianya and Chao Jingyun also looked worried. Compared to Zhu Yong's numerous disciples, their strength was truly lacking. Gua Yusin seemed to sense their concerns and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, my disciples will take care of you. Zhao Shanha casually said, don't worry, no one would dare to harm fellow disciples during the trial. I warn you. Also cannot harm other disciples, understand? Chapter 200. Rest assured, they're trustworthy. Chao Jingyun said. Upon hearing this, Li Jianya's expression darkened, and he coldly said, Chao Laogo, I don't know which vixen has enchanted you, but you better use your brain instead of your lower body to think. Are these people really trustworthy? Hearing this, Chao Jingyun's expression also changed drastically, and he angrily said, what fox spirit? Watch your words. Chao Laogo, you really found a woman, and it's someone from Gua Shirgu's side. That's not true. Do you think I'm stupid? Tell me who it is. Shut up. Can this kind of thing be said openly? Are you trying to get me killed? You want us to rely on Gua Shirgu's people. Don't you want to harm us? They are trustworthy. You're talking nonsense. As the two were about to argue, Qin Yu had to speak up to stop them. All right, everyone be quiet. Right now, my cultivation level is the highest, and I have the highest status on Zhao Shan's side. Upon hearing this, Li Jianya and Chao Jingyun stopped talking, glaring at each other. Seeing this, Qin Yu pondered for a moment and reminded, Chao Jingyun, I'll just ask you one question. The person behind you might care about your life, but do they really care about our lives? Chapter 201. Soon, Qin Yu caught a fierce tiger. That's right. He captured it, not hunted it. Because some demon beasts have a certain level of intelligence. They like the smell of blood, but dislike the blood of dead prey. So the tiger could not die. Qin Yu knocked the tiger unconscious, carried it to a boulder, and placed it down, breaking its limbs and spine to prevent it from running around. Then he made a cut on its body to let the blood flow out slowly. And soon the surrounding air was filled with the smell of blood, drifting further away. Qin Yu hid in the grass, quietly waiting for his prey to take the bait. This was a method he learned from the books in the library, which could attract low-tier demon beasts. Then he would capture low-level demon beasts, let their blood flow, and attract other demon beasts to come. This way, he could wait for the prey to come to him. However, there was a downside to this approach. If a high-tier demon beast was attracted, it would lead to danger. Qin Yu, being skilled and bold, was not particularly worried. At worst, he could just escape. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the anticipated demon beast did not appear, but a familiar face showed up instead, Song Yu. He was a disciple of Zhu Yong at the early stage of the innate realm, and had once fought with Qin Yu in the training ground. Chapter 202. Song Yu is not killed by me. Don't slander me, Qin Yu said indifferently. Who else is here besides you? If it wasn't you, then who could it be? I don't know. Just as Qin Yu was about to take out the recording stone to prove his innocence, 3 more disciples of Zhu Yong arrived. They immediately pointed their spears at Qin Yu, scolding him without asking for clarification. Beast, Song Shidi had no grievances with you. Why did you kill him? You clearly won the sparring match that day and stole the spotlight. Aren't you satisfied? Madman, you're just like your master. Both are madmen. Killing someone means paying with your life. This time you're dead for sure. Surround him, don't let him escape. While speaking, the 4 surrounded Qin Yu, their expressions showing they would swallow him alive if they could. Qin Yu laughed in anger. You all know I have no grievances with him. Why take such a big risk to kill him? What evidence do you have that it was me? Just because I happen to be here? These people clearly held hostility towards him from the beginning. And after the incident, they couldn't even be bothered to investigate and directly blamed him for the murder. Chapter 203. Cultivating to the celestial realm grants one the ability of divine sense. The divine sense can extend beyond the range of sight, covering a much larger area and being more detailed, which is a special ability possessed by high-level cultivators. As the Grand Deacon, Yu Sanhai was a practitioner of the Tao understanding realm. His divine sense was powerful. Qin Yu thought he would quickly locate Hanbin and easily complete his task. However, half an hour passed, and neither Yu Sanhai nor the disciples of the Deacon Hall found any trace of Hanbin. It was as if he had evaporated from the world. Obviously, after completing this matter, Hanbin had escaped from the trial ground. Yu Sanhai's face darkened. His eyes filled with killing intent, but he could do nothing and could only let the disciples continue their trials. Although Qin Yu was no longer under suspicion, he still could not complete the task. The feeling of being unable to control such an event left him feeling quite helpless. He could only head to the location where he had set the trap and continue his trial. When he arrived at the boulder, Qin Yu was shocked to find that the fierce tiger had disappeared. Could have been taken by a demon beast. Qin Yu approached to check, and on the ground, he found a clear dragging mark, along with some bloody stench, extending into the depths of the dense forest. Qin Yu took out the high-level savage-grade long knife that Zhao Shanhe had given him, tensing his nerves and following the trail. Chapter 204. Qin Yu. Don't go too far. Hanbin huoted angrili. Go too far? Qin Yu charged at Hanbin while saying, You killed Song Yu at that time and place. Wasn't it to frame me? But you're fine, not a scratch on you. Why are you holding on to this matter? Hanbin struggled to fend off Qin Yu's attacks while saying, If I hadn't prepared the recording stone, I truly would have been unable to explain myself. I am curious. Your method of framing is not clever. You didn't know my cultivation was lower than yours before. Why didn't you just kill me directly? Hearing this, Hanbin couldn't help but curse inwardly. With your perverse strength, if I want to kill you then, wouldn't I have exposed myself directly? This can't be explained in a few words. I'll ask you one last time. If I give you benefits, you act as if you've never seen me. How about it? Hanbin made his final effort. Not a chance. Even if you don't say it, I'll find out. Qin Yu laughed coldly, increasing his attack speed while instructing the system to perform a simulation, starting from the moment everyone arrived at the trial ground. You bastard, going too far. Chapter 205, come on. Qin Yu shouted coldly as he charged in. The two instantly became entangled in battle. The time until the blood explosion pill became ineffective was drawing near. Hanbin went completely mad attacking without defense, aiming directly for Qin Yu's vital points, trying to injure him before escaping. However, his attack speed was still slightly inferior to Qin Yu's, failing to deliver effective strikes. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, while defending, frequently attacked his vital points, severely injuring him within a few breaths, causing him to spit blood continuously. Ultimately, Qin Yu struck Han Bin's dantian with a palm, completely rendering him a waste. Han Bin let out a reluctant roar. Qin Yu then struck him on the head again, knocking him unconscious and snatched his storage ring, forcibly erasing his divine sense. With a crash, Qin Yu poured out everything inside, forming a small mountain of disordered items, including various necessities, as if he was moving house. He tossed aside the useless items and began to sort through the useful ones. 10 low-grade spirit stones. For a cultivator at the innate stage, having this many spirit stones is quite good, and Qin Yu happily stored them in his storage ring. Then he discovered 5 Ta Qin divine pills in a jade bottle, which filled him with delight. Chapter 206. However, he did not attempt to deduce anything here. He quickly put on his golden silk robe, determined a direction, and sped away. He planned to find a secluded place to deduce his cultivation method, and then take the Ta Qin divine pills to cultivate using the higher-grade Yuan Shi Huan Dong Jing, hoping to push his cultivation to the peak of the innate stage. He wore the golden silk robe to prevent being disturbed during his cultivation. Half an hour later, Qin Yu found a hidden cave, unknown to him. He had already walked out of the trial ground's boundaries and entered a dense forest that had not been cleared by the Hall of Elders. This happened because he had been chasing Han Bin and had already reached the edge of the trial ground, then ran for half an hour wearing the golden silk robe. Originally, there were disciples of the Hall of Elders stationed at the edge of the trial ground, who often scanned the surroundings with their spiritual sense to prevent disciples from leaving the trial ground or beasts from entering. However, since Qin Yu was wearing the golden silk robe, he was not detected by the disciples' spiritual sense, allowing him to exit the trial ground. Qin Yu was completely unaware of this. Upon entering the cave, he moved a large rock to block the entrance to prevent being disturbed by beasts, and then shouted in his heart system, "Deduce Yuan Shi Huan Dong Jing until I reach the mid-level of the Han grade." Chapter 207. The sky-slaying wolf let out a low growl, baring its fangs and glaring fiercely at Qin Yu, as if ready to attack at any moment. It was indeed fierce. Qin Yu chuckled lightly, sheathed his long knife, spread his hands to show he meant no harm, and then took out a nameless fruit. As he ate, he said, "You won't lose by following me. As my mount, you'll have food and drink, and you won't have to fear other beasts or cultivators trying to kill you." "Why not?" "Who?" The sky-slaying wolf growled to express its stance, then focused its gaze on the half-eaten fruit in Qin Yu's hand, swallowing hard. Qin Yu noticed this and looked at the fruit in surprise, then raised it toward the sky-slaying wolf. "Want some?" "Who?" The sky-slaying wolf growled again, but its gaze was not as fierce as before. It nodded in a very human-like manner. "All right, then I'll give it to you." Qin Yu deliberately threw the remaining half of the fruit far away, using great force, making it fly like a cannonball. The sky-slaying wolf dashed after it like a flash of lightning, bit the fruit, and swallowed it whole. It then reappeared in front of Qin Yu in a flash. Chapter 208. The sky-slaying wolf couldn't help but let out a low growl, took 2 steps forward, then stopped, turning its head to look at its injured spot, showing an unwilling expression. It retreated a little, looking at Qin Yu with anticipation. "Its fur is so tough?" Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise. It was just a mid-level innate stage beast, yet it took a hit from him, a peak innate stage cultivator, and still didn't he suffer any fatal injuries. This truly surprised Qin Yu. This shows that in terms of physicality, beasts have an innate advantage that ordinary cultivators cannot compare to. However, the drawbacks of beasts are also quite obvious. Although they possess intelligence, it is low, their attack methods are singular, and their speed is not fast. Qin Yu quickly analyzed this and came up with a strategy. He swiftly maneuvered to the side. At the same time, he repeatedly slashed with his knife, targeting the joints of the black bear's limbs. After 4 consecutive slashes, the black bear's limbs were severely injured, blood gushing out, and its speed greatly decreased, only able to roar in anger. Then, Qin Yu seized the opportunity and slashed at the black bear's mouth. Uffed. The long knife pierced into the black bear's head and got stuck. However, even so, the knife's aura shattered its internal brain structure, and before it could even let out a roar, it collapsed to the ground. Chapter 209. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky-slaying wolf actually rolled its eyes and took 2 steps back, warily watching Chinyu. I actually did this to a beast, how foolish. Chinyu said in anger and amusement. He wanted to teach this bastard a lesson, even wanted to kill it. But after seeing the speed of the sky-slaying wolf when it was injured, he knew it was impossible to deal with it now that it was almost healed. Chinyu suppressed his anger and stood up to walk deeper into the forest. Giving up on fantasies, it was better to hunt beasts. Then he was surprised to find that the sky-slaying wolf was still following him closely, showing no signs of leaving. Chinyu couldn't be bothered and focused on searching for other beasts. As he went deeper, the trees in the dense forest grew larger, blocking out the sun, and the miasma thickened, resembling dense fog. The sky-slaying wolf's height was limited, and it directly blended into the miasma, allowing Chinyu to only sense its breathing. Just as he passed a giant tree with a diameter exceeding 10 feet, the sky-slaying wolf suddenly let out a roar, sounding extremely anxious. Chinyu was startled and immediately became vigilant, looking around but found no creatures. A wolf. The sky-slaying wolf's cries grew more frantic. Chapter 210. This giant ape was covered in explosive, muscular bulk, its fur like steel needles, shining with a metallic luster. Roar. The giant ape pounded its chest fiercely and let out an angry roar at the blood-electric python, causing the surrounding air to tremble. A fierce and violent aura rushing toward him. Furious giant ape, known for its brutal temperament and strong territorial awareness, it would attack any creature that approached its territory, perceiving even the slightest threat, fighting to the death. Clearly, the blood-electric python had chased Chinyu to this point and had now encroached on its territory, prompting the giant ape to attack. Roar. The blood-electric python also let out a roar in response, its body crackling with blood-red electric arcs, looking quite extraordinary. At this moment, they only had eyes for each other, completely ignoring the insignificant Chinyu and the severely injured sky-slaying wolf. Chinyu realized that his chance to survive had come. He quickly lifted the sky-slaying wolf and ran. The sky-slaying wolf had saved his life. Therefore, he would not abandon it. The moment he lifted the sky-slaying wolf, its body rapidly shrank, its aura becoming even weaker. It looked at Chinyu with a whimper and then fainted. Chapter 211. This strike still did not inflict any damage on the blood-electric python. It simply closed its eyes, the eyelids blocking the knife's aura. Chinyu did not expect the knife aura to kill it. He only intended to provoke the blood-electric python in this way, forcing it to expend more life energy, ultimately wearing it down to death. This tactic was quite effective. The blood-electric python struggled and roared angrily at him, shooting out a beam of blood-electric energy from its mouth. Its breath then became even weaker, and its eyes dimmed further. Chinyu followed suit, and finally, after a quarter of an hour, the blood-electric python completely closed its eyes, lifeless. It was finally dead. Chinyu approached the blood-electric python, intending to first extract its demon core and that of the rampaging giant ape, then give it to the celestial wolf to see if he could save its life. Just as he reached the blood-electric python, suddenly it opened its eyes wide, filled with resentment and malice, and opened its massive mouth to bite at Chinyu. Chinyu never expected such a turn of events, caught completely off guard. His heart raced as he frantically urged his spiritual energy to retreat. After all, it was already close to being out of energy. Its reaction speed slowed down significantly, and Chinyu narrowly dodged this attack. Bang! The blood-electric python missed, making a sound of clashing teeth, then let out an unwilling roar, its head crashing to the ground, unable to rest in peace. Chapter 212. Howl. The celestial wolf nodded human-like. Seeing it this way, Chinyu did not hesitate and immediately dripped a drop of his blood. In an instant, Chinyu felt a close connection with the celestial wolf, an intimate feeling developing between them. Whoosh! The mark flew into the celestial wolf's forehead, that had affectionately rubbed against Chinyu's leg. Chinyu affectionately patted its head and pointed at the blood and flesh of the blood-electric python on the ground. Eat up, eat a lot, and break through to the celestial realm as soon as possible. Then you can soar through the clouds with me. The celestial wolf nodded human-like, and then lowered its head to feast eagerly. After eating a few bites, it suddenly raised its head and stared into the distance, its eyes showing fierce light, crouching and emitting low growls. Chinyu followed its gaze. He saw a leopard, resembling a calf, slowly approaching the corpses of the rampaging giant ape and the blood-electric python. Clearly, It had caught the scent of the high-level beast's blood and flesh. Hesitating for a long time, confirming the high-level beast was dead before coming to scavenge. For low-level beasts, this blood and flesh were undoubtedly great supplements. Qin Yu sensed the leopard's aura and confirmed it was at the mid-stage of the innate realm, then gently patted the celestial wolf's head. Chapter 213 Bone. The ground trembled more violently. The sounds of trees falling and breaking were clearly audible, and roars rang out one after another. A large number of demon beasts appeared within sight, densely packed like locusts, turning everything in their path to ruins. From the aura of these demon beasts, most were at the innate realm, with many at the early stage. But their number was far more than Qin Yu had estimated. A rough glance revealed there were hundreds in sight, not counting those coming from behind, unseen. Their direction of advance was exactly where the disciples of the falling sunset mountain were, their momentum as grand as a surging tide. Qin Yu even saw a few flying bird-like demon beasts in the sky, emitting piercing screeches. Just then, a sound far louder than ordinary demon beast roars erupted. Quack! Quack! The sound was like heavy drums pounding on the heart, making Qin Yu feel uncomfortable, and his nerves immediately tensed up. A demon beast of the celestial realm, stronger than the rampaging giant ape and the blood electropython that had died yesterday. Just as Qin Yu speculated which demon beast it was, boom. A colossal creature crashed down from the sky, its body several meters large like a small mountain, crushing 3 demon beasts and creating a large pit in the ground. Chapter 214 Seeing it. Qin Yu's heart couldn't help but sink. Yu Canghai was actually a person. Presumably, the other deacons had already faced an attack from the Xianyuan sect, and he had come alone. How could he contend against so many? Go, kill him. The white-haired man with a youthful face waved his hand, and 2 people beside him charged forward, their aura not inferior to Yu Canghai's. It's over. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Yu Canghai was doomed. With the Xianyuan sect having the upper hand, how could Yu Canghai possibly be their opponent? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. 2 against 1, what kind of skill is that? Count me in. The voice was like thunder, sounding as if it was right next to him, carrying a hint of madness. It was Qin Yu's master, Zhao Shanhe. As soon as the words fell, a blade light extended hundreds of meters, cutting across the sky and attacking one of the people charging at Yu Canghai. Qin Yu's heart stirred. Zhao Shanhe was not supposed to be part of this trial, yet he suddenly appeared. Could it be that he had made preparations in advance? The following scene confirmed Qin Yu's guess. 6 figures flew in one after another. Among them were a few people Qin Yu recognized: Zhu Yong, Gui Yusin, and the remarkably strong Du Yi, who was of the same generation as the Zixia real person. Chapter 215. After moving a large rock to block the cave, Qin Yu finally let out a sigh of relief, sitting down on the ground, filled with lingering fear. That was truly close, Qin Yu exclaimed. After such a long and desperate escape, and carrying someone, the celestial wolf was exhausted, panting heavily with its tongue out. Seeing this, Qin Yu's heart tightened. He had the golden threaded garment to shield his consciousness, but it did not. Just now, the people from the Xianyuan sect saw it. If they used their consciousness to search thoroughly, discovering it would be equivalent to discovering him. Did he really have to drive away the mount he had just tamed? Just then, Qin Yu had a moment of inspiration, recalling something he had overlooked and couldn't help but slap his forehead. Silly. The recent events had made him somewhat anxious, and he actually forgot the properties of the golden threaded garment. This was a magical treasure, not the soft inner armor from his previous mundane life. It could change size by infusing spiritual energy. With this in mind, Qin Yu took off the golden threaded garment and infused it with spiritual energy. In an instant, the golden threaded garment expanded and covered the entire cave, wrapping both him and the celestial wolf completely. Phew! Qin Yu let out a long breath, the anxiety in his heart finally easing. Chapter 216. As Zhu Yong, Yu Canghai, and others returned to the trial grounds, the still shaken deacons and many innate realm disciples quickly learned the background of the situation. Everyone was shocked. What the hell? I was wondering why so many demon beasts were charging over like crazy. It turns out it was the Xianyuan sect's conspiracy. These bastards are too despicable. They actually wanted to kill us all. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Fortunately, the Zixia real person had prepared in advance, and Deacon Elder Du Yi brought people to secretly prepare. Otherwise, we would have truly been finished. But isn't that the most important thing? Master Du Yi was entangled by Jiang Tianhe of the Xianyuan sect, and other senior brothers were also caught up. If the person controlling the beast had not been identified in time, we would have surely perished. This statement makes sense. The most crucial person in resolving this crisis was still Chinyu. Without him, we would have been doomed. Indeed, to be honest, I truly admire him. I don't know how he managed to hide in such a situation and how he discovered the beast controller. What is most impressive is his courage. He dared to stand up and speak in front of so many experts, showing his sincere loyalty to our Luoxia mountain. Chapter 217, a disciple like Chinyu, who has repeatedly achieved great merit and can be promoted as a model of loyalty to the sect, is of great significance to Luoxia mountain. During the recent crisis, Guo Yusin, Zhu Yong, Yu Songhai, and others can be said to owe Chinyu a favor, because they had many innate realm disciples in the trial field. Without Chinyu risking his life to reveal the beast controller, their disciples would have likely suffered heavy losses. Therefore, everyone was very anxious. Hearing Guo Yusin's words, Master DS' expression darkened. The first thought that came to his mind was that Chinyu might have been captured by the people of the Xian Yuan sect. Chinyu has made great contributions to our Luoxia mountain, and everyone must split up to find him and bring him back. Master Dewey shouted and flew into the sky, his vast divine sense sweeping across the entire trial field, determining a direction to begin a thorough search. After half a stick of incense, he finally found Chinyu on the outskirts of the trial field and let out a huge sigh of relief. It turned out that this kid had a treasure that shielded his divine sense. His cultivation was a whole realm higher than that of Guo Yusin and Zhao Shanhe, who were both Tao enlightenment experts, and naturally, his divine sense was also at a higher level. Chapter 218. The innate realm disciples all sprang into action. Among them, only a very few had storage rings, some had storage belts, and the vast majority were pulling out demon pills from their backpacks. Chinyu already had 3 storage rings. One was given to him by Zhao Shanhe, another by Xiao Yuanqing, and the last one by Han Bin, making him wealthier than all the innate realm disciples. He took out demon pills from his commonly used storage ring and poured them out, creating a clattering sound as they fell to the ground. In an instant, the scene fell silent. All the innate realm disciples stared at the demon pills Chinyu brought out, their mouths agape in disbelief. Chinyu was taken aback. He glanced around and noticed that other disciples had brought out at most 7 or 8 pills, with some having only 2 or 3, and many even had none. Yet he had over 20. This quantity left everyone far behind. Seeing this, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but laugh heartily, his pride impossible to hide. The chief elder Yu Songhai stepped forward to count them personally. After a moment, he announced loudly, 9 low-grade innate demon pills, 7 mid-grade, 5 high-grade, and 3 complete perfection, totaling 24 pills, amounting to 50 points. Chapter 219. Soon the results were announced. Chinyu, with a crushing advantage, became the undisputed champion of this trial. Chief Elder Yu Songhai announced the results and then presented the rewards on the spot. The first reward was a breaking the innate realm pill. As long as your cultivation reaches the perfect innate realm, taking it will surely allow you to step into the celestial human realm. Hearing this, the hundreds of innate realm disciples widened their eyes, all showing envious expressions. Generally speaking, as long as one's aptitude is not abysmally poor, stepping into the celestial human realm is inevitable for innate realm cultivators. However, the time it takes can vary. From the moment one achieves the perfect innate realm, it could take a few months at best, or even several years at worst. For those in the extraordinary world, not being able to step into the celestial human realm and fly in the air means they cannot be considered true extraordinary beings. No one does not envy others flying around in the air. Therefore, all innate realm cultivators have an immense desire for the celestial human realm. Thus, this pill holds extraordinary significance for them. Chinyu himself was also looking forward to it. With this pill, he could soon soar through the clouds. Chinyu took the pill, eager to swallow it immediately, but he held back. Chapter 220. The Heaven and Earth Seal was something Chinyu had found in Xiao Yuanqing's storage ring. At that time, he couldn't activate it due to his low cultivation. Now that he had achieved the celestial human realm, he could naturally activate this treasure. He went to the courtyard, and with a thought, the Heaven and Earth Seal flew out, hovering in the air and spinning, emitting waves of strange fluctuations. Zhao Shanhe, Li Jianya, and Qiao Jingyan were all in the courtyard, their eyes fixed on Chinyu. Taking a deep breath, Chinyu crazily infused spiritual power into it. The Heaven and Earth Seal trembled slightly, and in an instant, it transformed into a massive seal 9 zhang in size, overshadowing the sky and sun as it floated in the air like a small mountain. As its size increased, the weight of the heaven and earth seal dramatically surged. In an instant, Qin Yu's face turned pale. Such a terrifying weight made it hard for him to control, and the heaven and earth seal crashed down, landing right on top of him. Qin Yu quickly flew out. Boom! The massive seal fell, creating a large pit in the ground, shaking the earth and causing Li Jianye and Chao Jingyun to turn pale in fright. You little rascal. How can you expect to activate a treasure to its fullest extent in one go? You need to gradually infuse spiritual power to test and find the most suitable size and weight for yourself, rather than being so reckless. Chapter 221. Yu Canghai handed another jade bottle to Qin Yu. He joked, "Don't get it wrong. This is for you to eat. A spiritual root pill to enhance your aptitude." At this point, Yu Canghai couldn't help but express some emotion, saying, "Master really put in a lot of effort this time. 9 pills. If my little brats found out, their eyes would probably turn red." "Thank you, Master." Qin Yu sincerely expressed his gratitude. Pills that enhance aptitude are always rare. Although Qin Yu understood that Zixia Jinren knew he possessed chaotic energy and considered his poor aptitude, which is why he spared no effort to improve it, he still felt very touched, as it ultimately was for nurturing him. Zhao Shanhe chuckled a couple of times. "Isn't this what it should be? Don't forget how much credit my disciple has earned." Yu Canghai couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. "That's enough. Now the entire Luoxia Mountain knows you have an extraordinary disciple." After speaking, Yu Canghai turned to Qin Yu and said seriously, "Qin Yu, your performance is commendable. But I must remind you that the celestial human realm is just the true beginning after stepping into the extraordinary. Every subsequent step is extremely difficult. So you must not become arrogant. You must cultivate diligently and continue to make progress." Chapter 222. Although Zhao Shanhe was in his room, his divine sense was watching Qin Yu and the celestial fiend wolf. Upon seeing this scene, he couldn't help but show an envious expression. Heaven has mercy as a master. I don't even have a beast mount, yet he got one first. Who can I complain to about this? After stepping into the human realm, the Tian Sha crazy wolf has grown even larger, its height on all fours exceeding Qin Yu's waist, with a length close to 10 feet. Its fur gleaming with a majestic luster. The speed of the Tian Sha crazy wolf is even faster than Qin Yu's own flight, which excites him greatly. Just as Qin Yu is enjoying riding the Tian Sha crazy wolf, a figure flies in from the distance, slightly startled upon seeing him, revealing an uncontrollable expression of envy. He steadies himself and bows to Qin Yu. "Junior brother, my name is Zhu Haji, a steward from the Steward Hall. I come in the name of Grand Steward Yu Canghai to invite you to the Steward Hall." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's mind shifts, and the Tian Sha crazy wolf comes to a stop. "Thank you, senior brother. I'll go there right away," Qin Yu replies, cupping his hands in greeting. "Junior brother, please follow me." Zhu Haji leads the way, with Qin Yu closely following. "Junior brother, your mount has reached the human realm so quickly. It's truly enviable. As far as I know, you're the only disciple in the human realm of the entire Luoxia Mountain who has a beast mount." Chapter 223. Kid, just be content. Zhao Shanhe said earnestly, "The initial stage of the cosmic level is already quite good. Only those sects with a longer heritage and deeper foundations can achieve more." At this point, Qin Yu has a complete understanding of Luoxia Mountain's foundation. In simple terms, it's quite poor. He is already considering whether to push the Primordial Chaos Sutra to its limits in the future, and whether to also develop purple chi from the east to pull Luoxia Mountain along. However, it's too early to think about this now. Qin Yu nods. "Understood, master. That's good. Don't be misled by appearances. Being able to cultivate the purple chi from the east to its peak at the initial stage of the cosmic level is enough to make you a formidable expert," Zhao Shanhe advises earnestly. Apart from that, there is nothing else to remind him about. Qin Yu then bids farewell to Li Jianye and Chao Jingyun before heading to meet Zhu Haji at the agreed location. Wanted to test the limits of the Tian Sha crazy wolf, Qin Yu does not activate the flying boat and rides it toward the Deduce dynasty. Zhu Haji follows him with an envious expression. The flight speed of a human realm cultivator is incomparably faster than that of someone in the innate realm running on 2 legs. Chapter 224. Are you playing with me? The leading soldier kicks the shopkeeper over and waves his hand. Brothers, empty all the fabric inside, hand over half, and we'll divide the rest to buy new clothes. All right. The soldiers cheer, sounding like a group of bandits, and begin to seize the fabric inside. The kicked-over shopkeeper, still with blood at the corner of his mouth, scrambles to get up to stop them, but is kicked down again by a group of soldiers and beaten mercilessly. In just a few breaths, the shopkeeper falls silent. Although he isn't dead, he has lost half his life. Seeing this, Qin Yu's expression darkens, just as he is about to deal with these wasteful thugs. He is stopped by Zhu Haji. Do not interfere in mundane matters. This should be an exception. The current emperor needs to properly rectify this. The extraordinary world does not easily intervene in the mundane world. The sect indeed has such rules, so Qin Yu suppresses his anger. In his heart, he develops a great dislike for the local enforcers and the current emperor, even harboring some killing intent. Moreover, he does not believe this is an exception. It is very likely that the entire Deduce dynasty is like this, thoroughly rotten. As expected, the reality is just as he suspected. Chapter 225, Swish. The scene suddenly falls silent. Everyone turns to look at them. Lu Wenguang is momentarily stunned, then suddenly overjoyed. Oh, it's senior brother Zhu. Perfect timing. Come join me in the fun. Oh, and this unfamiliar junior brother, come too. Qin Yu maintains a solemn expression and ignores him. Zhu Haji coldly states, Senior brother Lu, I need an explanation for this. What is going on? Lu Wenguang's smile freezes on his face. Everyone get out. He barks, and the crowd quickly retreats. Then he looks at Zhu Haji, his tone no longer friendly. What do you mean? What is going on? Dayu, how did it become like this? Zhu Haji loudly questions. Lu Wenguang laughs. What is wrong with Dayu? The common people are starving, the soldiers are robbing in public. And the city guards even came to rob me and junior brother Qin. Is this the Dayu you were stationed in? Zhu Haji is furious. Lu Wenguang, however, bursts into laughter. I thought something was wrong. How can such a trivial matter make you so angry? They are just a few insignificant ants. As long as they are alive, what is the need to care? Seeing Zhu Haji about to speak again, Lu Wenguang raises his hand to stop him. Don't lecture me on morality, senior brother Zhu. Remember your identity. You are an extraordinary being capable of flying and living long, and are not on the same life level as them. Chapter 226, Lu Wenguang leaves. Qin Yu and Zhu Haji can only leave the palace and discuss it again tomorrow. Junior brother, do you think what senior brother Lu said is true? Zhu Haji asks uncertainly. Qin Yu replies without hesitation, I think it's false. Oh, why does junior brother think so? The reasoning is simple. The emperor kneels at his feet. The entire Deduce is under his control, and he is the only strong cultivator in the human realm here. Is there anyone who can cause trouble under his nose? Upon hearing this, Zhu Haji falls into deep thought. After a moment, he seriously nods. That's right. In Deduce, no one can create trouble under his nose. His explanation for the sudden depletion of resources is too perfunctory. He definitely has problems. After analyzing this, Zhu Haji can't help but curse. That bastard. He has such a good actor, almost fooled me. Qin Yu reassures him, it's okay. We'll find out everything tomorrow. As they speak, the two have already flown out of the palace. The territory of Deduce is vast. It's clearly impossible for the disciples of Luoxia Mountain to search for heavenly materials and treasures themselves. Instead, they adopt a trade approach, involving all the common people of Deduce. Chapter 227. The deduction is over. Lu Wenguang arrives a step late, and his plan is destined to fail. To prevent him from acting out of desperation, Qin Yu becomes secretly vigilant. Zhu Haji is not foolish. The timing and location of Lu Wenguang's appearance indicate that he indeed colluded with the shopkeeper. This is not Luoxia Mountain. No one knows what he might do. Zhu Haji also becomes secretly wary. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, as if grasping at a lifeline, desperately pleads with Lu Wenguang, Save me. Please save me. By saying this, he effectively admits to his own issues. Lu Wenguang's expression darkens. Zhu Haji frowned slightly, using a spell to render the shopkeeper unable to speak, then entered the room and released his spiritual sense to search for the secret vault. Qin Yu was also scanning with his spiritual sense. However, after a few breaths, Zhu Haji's expression darkened. He found nothing in the shopkeeper's room that could conceal resources. Qin Yu also furrowed his brow. He did not discover any entrance to a secret vault either. Lu Wenguang, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. He coldly said, What's the matter? Have you found anything? Is there a problem with my shopkeeper? Or do you have any evidence proving he has issues? If not, shouldn't you release him? Chapter 228. The key witness is dead. If Lu Wenguang refuses to admit it, how can the system task be completed? Qin Yu had long been on guard against this move. As soon as he sensed his energy fluctuations, he swiftly blocked in front of the shopkeeper. Lu Wenguang struck out with a palm, the palm print howling as it flew out. Killing a mere mortal, Lu Wenguang did not use much force. And Qin Yu easily broke his attack with a casual wave. Then his expression darkened as he berated loudly, Lu Wenguang, how dare you kill someone in front of me and Brother Zhu? With the resources of Deduce dwindling, it must be you who is sabotaging us. How can you face the sect with such actions? You are simply unworthy of being a son. Qin Yu was still trying to provoke Lu Wenguang. If he did not become enraged and expose his cultivation of demonic arts, how could he strike at him here and complete the system task? It should be noted that according to normal procedures, he was supposed to return to the sect for interrogation, most likely resulting in his cultivation being crippled rather than being executed. Zhu Haji did not expect Lu Wenguang to be so deranged and was also furious, reprimanding him mercilessly. Lu Wenguang, you have gone too far. You have disgraced the face of Luoxiao Mountain. Hurry up and surrender. Come back with me to accept punishment from the Elder Hall. Chapter 229. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Haji charged forward. Before Qin Yu had the chance to act, Lu Wenguang suddenly exploded into a mist of blood, merging into the blood demon Great Array. Losing his target, Qin Yu quickly released his spiritual sense to search, but to his shock, he found he could not locate him at all. Zhu Haji was also in a state of panic. Haha, have you felt the power of the blood demon Great Array? In here, I am a master. Lu Wenguang's voice was unpredictable, making it impossible to determine his location through sound, filled with arrogance. Unlike Zhu Haji, Qin Yu remained calm. He discovered that when he urged the faint chaotic energy within him, the blood mist that entered his body was easily refined and absorbed. This blood mist, terrifying as it was to others, posed no harm to him and could even be used as a supplement for cultivation. This secret must not be exposed. After refining the blood mist within him, Qin Yu urged the chaotic energy to form an almost imperceptible protective shield around his body. Then he surged his blood energy to flush his face red, intending to numb Lu Wenguang. As soon as he appeared nearby, he would launch an attack. Chapter 230, Swish. A long knife appeared in Qin Yu's hand, a high-tier Wangji blade given to him by Zhao Shanhe, compared to the Chujie blood knife in Lu Wenguang's hand. It was a whole minor tier lower, but it exuded a far more terrifying aura. This was because Qin Yu had infused it with all his chaotic energy, and this unparalleled terrifying power made Lu Wenguang's heart race. He realized the danger. He wanted to transform in a blood mist, but it was too late. Qin Yu poured all his strength into a decisive strike, catching Lu Wenguang off guard. Blood light suddenly burst forth, and a head soared into the sky. In an instant, the blood demon Great Array, which had lost its master, came to a halt, and many evil spirits howled and dispersed, the blood mist beginning to dissipate. Oh, the heavenly fiend wolf howled joyfully at the sky. The weakened Zhu Haji fell to the ground, his eyes wide in shock as he stared at Qin Yu. Hey, how did you do that? This is simply unbelievable. Zhu Haji found it hard to accept. He had achieved the mid-stage of the celestial realm for over a decade, and was not the strongest among his peers in Luoxiao Mountain, but was still in a good position. Chapter 231. How terrifying is it when a Winda realm cultivator strikes? Qin Yu felt as if a towering mountain was pressing down on him, unable to move, only able to watch as a spear thrust towards him. Just then, the red-haired elder shouted coldly, "In front of me, you dare to attack my disciple? You have no regard for me at all." As he spoke, a scarlet skull flew out and with a bang, knocked the spear away. Qin Yu felt the pressure locking onto him instantly vanish, allowing his body to regain its ability to move, and he finally felt a bit more at ease. Your disciple? Meow, he was slightly taken aback. He then glanced at the fanged heavenly fiend wolf and sneered. You clearly have your eyes on this kid's heavenly fiend wolf. Otherwise, would you take this waste as your disciple? Since the last time Qin Yu disrupted the plans of the Xian Yuan sect in the trial ground, they had conducted a thorough investigation into him, uncovering his background completely. They knew that due to his average aptitude, Wu Yong had looked down on him, and he had almost been turned away when entering Luoxiao Mountain. If it were not for Zhao Shanhe's strong opposition, Qin Yu would not have had the chance to become a disciple of Luoxiao Mountain. As for Qin Yu's current rapid advancement in cultivation, it was merely a result of Zhao Shanhe piling resources on him. Chapter 232. After speaking, Zhuhaji transformed into a stream of light and flew away. Normally, people in such situations would seek help from the sect, but to avoid being intercepted on the way, Qin Yu simply stopped. He landed on the ground, found a quiet place, and sat cross-legged to fully refine the bloodlight within him. The chaotic energy was very mysterious. When he urged it with all his might, the blood energy left by the red-haired elder melted away at an incredibly fast speed, as if it were ice encountering fierce fire. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Qin Yu refined all of it. Qin Yu let out a long breath, finally feeling relieved. He refined the bloodlight left by the red-haired elder in this location, so it was not suitable to stay long. Qin Yu flew with the heavenly fiend wolf for a full incense stick's worth of time. Then he found a cave to burrow into, blocking the entrance with stones, and activated the golden thread garment to protect himself and the heavenly fiend wolf. This way, the red-haired elder would not be able to find him, allowing him to safely deduce the Unshurhundun Jing and proceed with his cultivation. System, deduce the Unshurhundun Jing until the next advancement, then stop. Ding. Deduction started. The Chujik Yanshurhundun Jing does not meet your expectations at all. You decide to continue deducing this technique. Chapter 233. Accompaniment? Qin Yu's expression darkened. He never expected that the red-haired elder would place such importance on the heavenly fiend Mad Wolf. What surprised him even more was that the red-haired elder had tampered with the heavenly fiend Mad Wolf, and he was completely unaware of it. This showed just how cunning the red-haired elder was. In terms of experience in the extraordinary realm, he still had a considerable gap to bridge. He calmed himself and said lightly, "Senior, I've already signed a contract with the heavenly fiend Mad Wolf. It cannot follow you anymore. I hope you will show mercy." "How can it not?" The red-haired elder chuckled, his smile not reaching his eyes. "If you forcibly break the contract, it will only suffer severe damage to its soul." "That's not a difficult task, is it?" Qin Yu's heart sank. This was indeed not a difficult task, but as the red-haired elder said, forcibly breaking the contract would cause the heavenly fiend Mad Wolf to suffer significant soul damage. Without special means to replenish it, the heavenly fiend Mad Wolf would fall into a very weak state, and there would be almost no way for it to recover. This would render the heavenly fiend Mad Wolf unable to progress further in its lifetime, undoubtedly cutting off its future. He didn't mind the heavenly fiend Mad Wolf changing owners, but he did not want it to meet such a tragic end. Chapter 234. Qin Yu was not interested in what was happening between them at all. He held a spirit stone in each hand, refining and absorbing the spiritual energy within, while frantically urging the spiritual energy to escape, with the heavenly fiend Mad Wolf closely following. He temporarily did not change direction, keeping a constant eye on the battlefield's developments. Defeated opponents. "Do you think you're the only one with quick recovery elixirs?" The red-haired elder scoffed, taking out a pill emitting black mist. A pained look flashing in his eyes as he tossed it into his mouth. In that moment, Miao Yi's more intense attacks came pouring down like a torrential rain. The spear descended from the sky, smashing towards the red-haired elder's head, the deafening sound of air being shattered like thunder. The red-haired elder had not yet recovered to his peak strength and could only hurriedly summon a crimson skull to meet the attack. Boom! A tundre explosion érupted, and a terrifying shockwave of energy instantly burst towards Qin Yu, violently impacting him. Qin Yu felt excruciating pain throughout his body, the spiritual energy within him surging restlessly, and he couldn't help but feel alarmed. How terrifying it was for a Winder Realm expert to fight with all their might. It was important to note that he was already dozens of miles away from the center of battle, yet he still experienced such a terrifying shockwave. Chapter 235. Qin Yu quietly urged the chaotic power to surge out from within him, enveloping the heavenly fiend Mad Wolf, and patted its head. "Go in." After signing the contract, a mount would not resist its master's commands. Even though the heavenly fiend Mad Wolf sensed the hidden danger in the Ghost Cry Demon Sea, it still gritted its teeth and charged in. "You." Miaoyu was taken aback. This kid was so stubborn that he would rather die in the Ghost Cry Demon Sea, his body dissolving, and his soul trapped here with no chance of reincarnation, than die at his hands. Upon entering the Ghost Cry Demon Sea, Qin Yu could clearly feel the viscous demonic energy trying to invade his body. However, it was blocked outside by the chaotic energy, unable to cause him any harm. Qin Yu tried to refine the demonic energy and was pleasantly surprised to find that he could refine it into pure spiritual energy, easily expelling those negative substances from his body. This was simply a great place to cultivate while avoiding danger. He attempted to fly, only to find that, as recorded in books, cultivators who entered the Ghost Cry Demon Sea would lose their ability to fly and could only walk. Meow, he was determined to not let Qin Yu escape alive. His expression softened slightly, but he still spoke coldly. Come out. As long as you hand over the heavenly fiend Madwolf to my Xian Yuan sect to earn merit, I can spare your life. It's better than dying in this Ghost Cry Demon Sea, right? Chapter 236. At this moment, the edge of the Ghost Cry Demon Sea could no longer be seen. All around was pitch black, making it impossible to discern direction. A mournful wailing echoed through the dark demonic energy. The sound was like claws scratching against metal. Extremely unpleasant to hear, filled with sorrow and resentment, making one feel uneasy. Kid, are you playing me? Meow, he finally calmed down. Realizing he had fallen in a Qin Yu's trap, and his heart was filled with rage, wishing he could swallow Qin Yu alive. Old thief, only realizing it now? It's too late. Qin Yu scoffed, patting the heavenly fiend Madwolf beneath him, and took out a long spear, charging him. After such a long time, his internal spiritual energy should have been nearly depleted. It was time to finish him off. A cultivator at the Winder realm certainly wouldn't be a fool. Although he wished to flay Qin Yu alive, he knew that escaping the Ghost Cry Demon Sea to save his life was the most important thing. To avoid being provoked into losing his rationality again by Qin Yu, he said nothing, quickly discerning the direction and speeding back the way he came. Having already lured the enemy deep, Qin Yu could not let such a rare opportunity slip away. Chapter 237. Meow, already exhausted, made his last desperate struggle. Qin Yu sneered. Did you ever think there would be such a day while you were high and mighty outside? As soon as he finished speaking, the spear lunged like a dragon, piercing through Miao Yi's head. The Xian Yuan sect's Winder Realm expert was dead. Without the support of spiritual energy, Miao Yi's body visibly dissolved, turning into a pile of bones within a few breaths. Qin Yu took the storage ring from his finger, integrating his consciousness to sweep through it, revealing a joyful smile. Lower-grade spirit stones, 200. Middle-grade spirit stones, 50. Upper-grade spirit stones, 10. To Qin Yu's delight, there was even a top-grade spirit stone. It must be said that he was truly wealthy. Just these spirit stones alone constituted a significant fortune, even without trading them. They would be enough for Qin Yu to cultivate for a long time. After reviewing the spirit stones, Qin Yu turned his attention to the magical artifacts. And after taking stock, he couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Zhao Shanhe, he was definitely wealthy. There wasn't a single Guangji artifact in Miao Yi's storage ring. It was all Hengji, including a high-grade Hengji long spear, the very one he had used. Additionally, there were 3 mid-grade Hengji magical artifacts, one of which was a battle knife with a tiger's mouth blade, exuding an intimidating aura just from its design. Chapter 238. The mid-stage Primordial Chaos Sutra was extraordinarily profound. Qin Yu absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stones to cultivate and quickly reached the limit achievable at the early stage of the heavenly human realm. He was just one step away from the mid-stage of the heavenly human realm. However, this step was elusive. He had tried more than 10 times without success, leaving him somewhat helpless. Advancing in cultivation has become increasingly difficult. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. But he quickly adjusted his mindset and accepted this fact calmly. After staying at Luoxia Mountain for so long, many people would need to cultivate for several years in the innate realm, and some even for over a decade. Not to mention the celestial human realm. My cultivation speed can be considered quite astonishing. The Ghost Cry Demon Sea is shrouded in darkness. And Qin Yu had no idea how much time had passed, but at least 3 days must have gone by. In such a long time, whether it was the people from Xian Yuan's sect or the red-haired elder, they should have left. Qin Yu decided to leave this place and return to Luoxia Mountain. He stood up and observed his surroundings for a moment, his brows furrowing tightly. He too was lost. He had no idea which direction to take to leave. Do you know how to get out? Qin Yu asked as he patted the head of the heavenly evil Madwolf. Sometimes, beasts are much better at discerning directions than humans. Chapter 239. Just as Qin Yu was puzzled, a large expanse of text suddenly appeared around him, emitting a faint golden glow. Immediately after, the voice of a mysterious person echoed. If you cultivate this technique, you can leave this place. Qin Yu was taken aback. The mysterious person wanted him to cultivate a technique? What did this mean? Could it be that he had discovered Qin Yu possessed chaotic energy and wanted to take him as a disciple? Why are you still dazed? The mysterious person's tone was slightly displeased. Qin Yu came back to his senses and slightly bowed. Yes, senior. He then focused his attention on the golden text. Demon Seed, an initial-level cosmic technique. Upon seeing the first line of text, Qin Yu's eyes widened. It was actually an initial-level cosmic technique. Such a rank is extremely rare in the entire extraordinary world, a technique that many cultivators dream of. With the primordial chaos scripture, which has infinite growth potential, Qin Yu naturally looked down on such a technique. But the problem is, he had never met this mysterious person before. What was his purpose in teaching him this technique? Moreover, this was a demonic technique. As a disciple of a righteous sect, if he cultivated it and was discovered by his sect, even if he wasn't executed, the consequences wouldn't be good. Chapter 240, the first step in cultivating demon seed, is to transform the spiritual power within the body into demonic power, which was as easy as pie for Qin Yu, who was cultivating primordial chaos scripture. However, he did not do so. He cultivated demon seed in a normal way, slowly converting his spiritual power, not in a hurry at all. Deep within the ghost cry demon sea, there was a coffin as dark as ink, with no lid, engraved with various mysterious runes, emitting a faint golden light. In addition, the coffin was bound with 9 iron chains, each taut and nailed to the ground, with mysterious runes flowing on them, as if alive. The entire coffin emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. Inside the coffin lay a man dressed in a dark red robe, eyes closed, his skin shriveled like a withered corpse. He was nailed with 9 long spikes, with golden mysterious runes flowing on them, and his chest showed no rise or fall, resembling a dead man, yet exuding a horrifying aura that made one's heart race. Swish! Suddenly, the man opened his eyes. His hollow, pitch-black eyes held no emotion, faintly flickering with the changing light of the sun, moon, and stars. The surrounding space trembled, and demonic energy surged like waves. Chapter 241. Qin Yu nodded without speaking, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. From mysterious person's words, he gained 2 important pieces of information. First, demon seed, or this mysterious person, was a target of scorn in the extraordinary world. Second, this mysterious person was terrifyingly powerful. He had yet to check what was stored in the storage ring he obtained, yet he somehow knew what was inside, which was a chilling indication of his strength. Half an hour later, Qin Yu arrived at the edge of the Ghost Cry Demon Sea. The outside world was filled with lush trees, birds chirping, and fragrant flowers under the warm sunlight. Qin Yu did not immediately go out. He stopped at the edge, took out the storage ring, and probed with his spiritual sense. He wanted to see what kind of demonic technique was inside. Then he saw 2 jade slips. He took out one and placed it on his forehead, and a large amount of information flooded into his mind, leaving Qin Yu momentarily stunned with a look of surprise. This technique was called Xianyuan Grand Canon. Its rank was initial level cosmic, a genuine righteous sect technique with no relation to demonic techniques at all. Of course, that wasn't why Qin Yu was surprised. What astonished him was that Zhao Shanhe had previously mentioned that the technique of Xianyuan sect was indeed called Xianyuan Grand Canon and was of initial level cosmic rank. Chapter 242. So much time had passed, yet the red-haired elder hadn't given up on him, which made Qin Yu extremely angry, secretly noting this down. Sooner or later, he would settle this score with the red-haired elder. Vast rivers and mountains rushed beneath Qin Yu's feet. On this journey, he did not encounter any more unexpected events and arrived smoothly at the gate of Luoxiao Mountain. He did not have the authority to directly open the mountain-protecting array from the high sky. That was a privilege reserved for the true core of the sect. The disciple guarding the mountain gate was taken aback when he saw him, then exclaimed in surprise, "You're still alive." Qin Yu was not surprised by this. It was only natural for people to think he was dead after disappearing for so long. He smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Please open the mountain-protecting array." "All right." The guarding disciple nodded and cast a seal, slowly opening the mountain gate's barrier. "You're indeed alive. But your master and elder Yu Songhai went out to look for you and were severely injured, especially your master, who is in grave danger. You should hurry and check on him." "What?" Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. Then an astonishing killing intent erupted from him, his long hair rising without wind, and his eyes turned red. The guarding disciple was startled by his aura, but did not dwell on it, urging, "Don't waste time. Hurry to check on your master. Other matters can wait." Sapte 243 moments late. Kinyu Uzlavia Fronat. Zhao Shanha had serious internal injuries, with cracked organs. But they had already been controlled and were no longer in immediate danger. The real threat was his soul, which had been severely damaged and was on the verge of dissipating, suppressed by someone with great magical power. But this was not a long-term solution. Sooner or later, Zhao Shanha would still face soul destruction. Qin Yu angrily discovered that he had no way to help. Healing such soul injuries required either powerful soul-replenishing elixirs or techniques for cultivating the soul. Yet both of these things were incredibly precious. Not to mention that Qin Yu didn't have them. Even Luoxia Mountain lacked them. Otherwise, Zhao Shanha wouldn't have returned for several days and still be in such a state. Qin Yu's heart sank, but he still forced a smile and comforted Master. Immortal Du, Yi, and the Sect Master are trying to find a way to save you. You will definitely be fine. Help me up. Zhao Shanha chuckled dryly and said. Qin Yu hurriedly helped him up, leaning him against the bed. Zhao Shanha took a deep breath and then glared fiercely at Qin Yu. You little brat, I'm your master. I know at least as much as you do, if not more. Do you think you can fool me? Is that even possible? Chapter 244. Zhu Yong was unaware that he was about to leave the sect and sighed as he watched Zhao Shanha's back. He was just as impatient as Zhao Shanha. After saying that, he went to check on Zhao Shanha. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu arrived at the mountain gate. The management of Luoxia Mountain was relatively lax. As long as one was a disciple of the sect, they could come and go freely, only preventing outsiders, but never their own people. The station disciples were a bit surprised to see him leaving. Qin Yu, didn't you just arrive? You're heading out already? Yeah, I have some matters to attend to. As he spoke, he walked out of the protective mountain array, transforming into a streak of light flying towards Shilin Square. Although he had never been there, he roughly knew the direction, and Shilin Square was very conspicuous, located on a high mountain to make it easier for cultivators to find. After flying at full speed for 3 days, Qin Yu finally saw a towering mountain from a distance, covered with pavilions and towers, and a protective array that flickered in and out of visibility, extremely eye-catching. This situation matched everything Qin Yu had learned about Shilin Square, making him feel delighted and quickening his speed. Soon, he arrived at the entrance. It was an archway made of white jade, with 3 bold golden characters inscribed on it, Shilin Square. Chapter 245. As for Su Qiaoqiao, it goes without saying that she would definitely follow Li Qionyao. Li Qionyao wasted no time and immediately took a few people, escaping the great Qian imperial capital with Li Qingye, fleeing madly towards the north. 10 days later, they entered Wild Boar Ridge. Seeing that no one was pursuing them, they slowed down and found a cave to rest. Inside the cave, Li Qingye briefly explained that he had fallen out with a transcendent being named Wu Yong, and to avoid being held accountable, he had brought them to flee. Besides that, Li Qingye didn't say much more, teaching everyone a mid-level cultivation technique called Xian Yuan de Dian for them to practice. He said that as long as they practiced this technique, they would eventually achieve transcendence. He then detailed the technique until everyone mastered it and urged them to cultivate. Only after confirming that everyone could practice it proficiently did Li Qingye feel at ease, and then he had everyone stop to discuss future plans. Li Qingye's idea was to find a very hidden place to cultivate, waiting for everyone to reach the celestial realm and be able to ride the clouds before emerging. Li Qionyao felt reluctant, but had no choice but to nod in agreement, and they all agreed to set off the next day. Chapter 246. In the back garden of the rear courtyard of the Shilin Square's back mountain, among the flowers, a woman dressed in a red, figure-hugging long dress was sitting cross-legged, practicing. She had delicate features and an extraordinary demeanor, extremely beautiful, her looks comparable to Li Qionyao, and her transcendent aura added a unique charm to her. Mississippi. A soft, weak but somewhat anxious voice sounded as Su Qiaoqiao hurriedly approached her. Guoru opened her beautiful eyes, filled with surprise. Su Qiaoqiao was usually very composed and had never seen her so anxious, especially not disturbing her during her cultivation. What happened? Guoru asked, puzzled. Thud. Su Qiaoqiao knelt in front of her, heavily bowing her head, then raised it and said in a pleading tone, Please help me. Miss my master. Master? Guoru was slightly taken aback, then thought of something and asked uncertainly. Did you find a master named Qin Yu? Yes, Mississippi. Su Qiaoqiao nodded and then, without hiding anything, recounted how she encountered Chinyu today and what he had said to her. Chapter 247. Should I take out those 2 cultivation techniques? But if I do, she probably wouldn't care. After all, she has her own cultivation techniques. And she doesn't have any grudges against Xian Yuan's sect or Blood Demon sect, so it wouldn't mean anything. Just when Chinyu didn't know what to do. Guoru emitted a surprised voice. Huh. Saying this, she beckoned to one of the bottles containing pills. Whoosh! The jade bottle flew into her hand. She poured out the pills inside, carefully examining them for a moment, gradually revealing a look of delight. Chinyu's eyes flickered as he asked, "What kind of pill is this?" This pill was something he had scavenged from the storage ring he obtained in the Ghost Cry Demon Sea. At that time, he didn't know what kind of pill it was, so he didn't think much of it. Seeing Guoru's expression, this pill seemed to be extremely precious. Guoru was slightly startled and looked at Chinyu, asking, "You don't know what this pill is?" Chinyu replied frankly, "I obtained it by chance and really don't know what kind of pill it is." No wonder. Guoru smiled upon hearing this, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she had seen a rare treasure, fondly playing with the pill. This pill is called Youth Preservation Pill, which can maintain eternal youth, and even when one's lifespan is exhausted, their appearance will not change at all. Chapter 248. As she spoke, the attendant stood up and respectfully handed Chinyu a token with both hands, pointing to the stairs in the distance. Holding this token and walking up the stairs will directly teleport you to your room. Inside, everything is isolated by spatial arrays, so you can rest assured. Chinyu nodded upon hearing this. Spending a mid-grade spirit stone for this was worth it. It could ensure his privacy, and once he completed his disguise, no one would know who he was. This way, it would be much more convenient for him to act in Sherlin Square. The moment he stepped onto the stairs, Chinyu felt a blur before his eyes, and then he appeared in a room that was 3 zhang square. The room's furnishings were very simple: a bed, a chair, a table, and a mirror. Apart from that, there was no other furniture, making it quite sparse. But for cultivators coming here, these things were already enough, as they were not there for enjoyment, and the positioning of this tavern was not for luxury. Chinyu's gaze immediately fell on a piece of thin, pale yellow material spread out on the table, resembling human skin. It was placed on a tray and looked unremarkable, yet it was the biggest reliance of this tavern to attract customers. It was a tool used to shield the mind and disguise oneself. Chinyu approached, picked it up, and weighed it in his hand. It was very light and had a texture similar to pig skin, without any unusual smell. Chapter 249. Of course, wait a moment. Chinyu didn't waste words and recited some of the cultivation content for the subsequent realms of the technique, selecting parts that were not core content. Those who were sent to earn resources for the sect in Sherlin Square were all core personnel of various major sects, carefully selected. Aside from the most important loyalty, one's cultivation will naturally not be weak, and insights into various techniques are also extraordinary. Whether the contents recited by Chinyu are true or false is apparent at a glance. Moreover, in Sherlin Square, the consequences of trickery are not something ordinary people can bear. Therefore, the shopkeeper did not continue to doubt the authenticity of the technique and went straight to the point. Name your price. Chinyu had never purchased a technique of this level before. He only knew it was priceless, but he had no experience with specific pricing. Since he couldn't come up with a suitable price himself, he let the other party open with a price. Without further ado, he said, "Let's see your sincerity. You name a price." The shopkeeper thought for a moment and said, 500 medium-grade spirit stones. What does that sound? Upon hearing this, Chinyu's expression immediately darkened. Are you joking? Since you have no sincerity at all, I will take my leave. Chapter 250. A nearby attendant quickly explained, Daoist friend, this is our Xian Yuan sect's steward in Sherlin Square. All matters here are decided by him. Confirming the elder's identity as steward, Chinyu then took out another jade slip and handed it over. You can see for yourself. Similar to before, this jade slip contained content on all realms of the Blood Demon True Solution, but it was not comprehensive. Chinyu retained the core, key contents, enough for the steward to verify its authenticity. The steward looked over it for a moment. On the surface, he showed no emotional changes and calmly said, "How many spirit stones do you want?" This person was much steadier than the previous shopkeeper of the Blood Demon sect, and Chinyu secretly heightened his alertness, employing the same strategy as before. You name the price. As long as there is sincerity, I will sell it to you, Chinyu said calmly. The steward gave a vague smile and said, 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones. That is the highest price I can offer. Is this your sincerity? Then there rest nothing more to discuss. Qin turned to leave. The steward scoffed. Once you step out of this shop, you will be doomed. Want to get a try? Qin paused and turned back, coldly staring at the steward. Do you dare to kill me in Sherlin Square? Chapter 251. However, this was only a possibility. The steward adjusted his mood, trying to remain calm and rational. What you said is too absurd, with no evidence to support it. And this technique is of great value to our Xianyuan sect. The steward's words were cut off by Qin. My patience is limited and is almost exhausted. He looked very impatient, with a hint of mockery as he said, setting aside the inherent value of the blood demon true solution, let me ask you, do you dare to bet that the blood demon sect has not obtained your Xianyuan sect's technique? The steward remained silent. It seems you really don't want it. Then I will go sell it to another sect. Let's see what price you will have to pay if you want to buy it in the future. After saying this, Qin turned to leave. Dao's friend, wait. The steward appeared in front of Qin, forcing a dry smile. Let us talk about the price. Just as Qin said, he dared not gamble. Of course, the most important thing was that the blood demon true solution was too crucial for the Xianyuan sect. The Xianyuan sect had grand ambitions and was about to expand its territory and influence in the southern wilderness. Sects like the blood demon sect must be eradicated. Chapter 252. With a cold shout, Guoru soared into the sky, flying towards the Xianyuan sect's Wanbao pavilion. Su Qiao watched her retreating figure, her hands clenched tightly. Filled with worry, could this commotion be caused by the young master? If it really is him and the young lady finds out, it will be troublesome. With this thought, Su Qiao quickly walked outside the villa. Guoru was very angry. Everyone knew that wide-range mental scanning was prohibited in Sherlin Square. After all, under mental scanning, most people had no privacy to speak of. Usually, if someone conducted a wide-range mental scan, she could overlook it, or if it wasn't too excessive, she wouldn't bother to care. But today, someone even scanned her villa, which was a bit too much. If she were doing something private, wouldn't she be discovered? I can't possibly set up shielding formations everywhere, right? Soon, she found the person who had released their mental energy, seeing the house reduced to ruins. Guoru's expression grew even darker as she pointed at the steward of the Xianyuan sect Wanbao Pavilion and shouted angrily, Shirue Hai. You have some nerve to use mental scanning on my residence and destroy property in Sherlin Square. Are you tired of living? Chapter 253. Indeed, as Guoru said, Su Qiao would not lie. The slight panic in her eyes could not be concealed. But facing Guoru's intimidation, she was not afraid at all. She wanted to kneel and apologize but found herself suspended in midair, only able to apologize with a face full of shame. I'm sorry, miss. I know I should have lied to you, but I really can't say. I'm willing to accept any punishment from you. Hearing this, Guoru couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This girl is too naive. She doesn't even try to defend herself. At this moment, she already understood that this matter was likely related to Qin, which left her perplexed. How could Qin have the core techniques of two sects? You must know that core sect techniques are the essence passed down by each sect, and the chances of them leaking are very slim. Especially since Qin is merely a mid-stage celestial realm cultivator, it stands to reason that he should have even less chance of obtaining them. Analyzing it from this perspective, it should have nothing to do with Qin. After thinking for a moment, she decided to probe Su Qiao further. She coldly smiled and said, Do you think you can hide it from me? It was done by your previous master, Qin, right? I will go kill him right away. Upon hearing this, Su Qiao became anxious. Chapter 254. Maintaining the business environment of Sherlin Square is maintaining one's own interests. Guoru understood this very clearly. Her purpose was merely to warn Qin, as well as to warn the Huaxia Mountain, to stop such actions. As for how much benefit Qin gained from this, she didn't care. First, she lacked cultivation resources. Second, once these resources were touched, it would damage the neutral image of Sherlin Square, and people would no longer trust them. Guoru still had that level of vision. Seeing that Qin attitude was decent, she did not want to pursue the matter further, waved her hand, and was about to let Qin leave when a middle-aged man rushed in. Miss, something has happened in Sherlin Square. He paused here and glanced at Qin. Guoru nonchalantly said, Speak. A loose cultivator was killed, and all their belongings were looted. Upon hearing this, Guoru's expression immediately darkened, and a wave of killing intent erupted from her. Have you found out who did it? There were no clues left at the scene, and we are powerless. Please forgive us, miss. Useless. Guoru suddenly stood up and waved her hands, casting several hand seals. And in an instant, a barrier of golden runes appeared in the sky. Then she urged her spiritual energy and shouted. Chapter 255. All right, you can start investigating this matter now. Guoruju certainly knew that examining social relationships was a good way to find clues. However, the problem was, even if they identified suspicious individuals, what could they do? As long as those people did not admit to anything, there was nothing they could do, unless they found solid evidence. But with so much time passed, what evidence could not be disposed of? She had doubts about Qin Yu's abilities. But since her side could not find anything, she could only take a gamble and let Qin Yu give a try. Qin Yu did not waste time and bowed to the many cultivators surrounding him. Fellow Taoists, if anyone has seen this person interact with anyone, please step forward and inform me. Once verified, I will reward you with 5 low-grade spiritual stones. As soon as he said this, the crowd showed expressions of surprise. 5 low-grade spiritual stones were not a huge sum, but it was not insignificant either. Even some poorer loose cultivators might not have that many spiritual stones. The main point was that it was an easy task, as long as someone had truly seen the deceased in contact with someone. Immediately, someone stepped forward and said, I saw this person at the Sea-High Pavilion. He seemed to be buying something there with another cultivator. Chapter 256. Qin Yu sneered inwardly. How could he not know what Wu Yong was up to? Trying to stop him from investigating this case? No way. Miss Guo, fellow Taoists. Qin Yu bowed to the crowd and pointed at Wu Yong, saying very frankly, that's right. I indeed have a grudge against this person. I also have a grudge against the Xin Yuan sect. He wants to kill me, and I want to kill him even more. So you can't investigate this case. Wu Yong quickly jumped in and said, Qin Yu's investigative skills are too strong. Although I think I've done it flawlessly, one can never be too careful. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. If that were the case, then this young man named Qin Yu is indeed not suitable to investigate this case. That's right. If he took the opportunity to retaliate, it would be bad. We can't let a bad person go, nor can we wrong a good person. This case should be handed over to someone else to investigate. Guoruju frowned slightly upon hearing this. Given the current situation, Qin Yu indeed was not suitable to continue investigating this case, or else he would surely be criticized by the fellow Taoists. She represented the Sherlin workshop and had to ensure fairness. Just as she was about to speak to revoke Qin Yu's investigation authority, Qin Yu spoke first. Chapter 257. Suddenly, a voice like thunder rang out at the scene. Do you dare to gamble your life with me? Qin Yu shouted, pointing at Wu Yong. Many people at the scene were startled by his loud voice and stared at him in surprise. Guoruju also looked astonished. Gamble with his life? What did he want to do? Wu Yong was stunned. He didn't understand what Qin Yu was trying to do with this sudden outburst, and his brain was racing. Before he could figure out, Qin Yu continued, Wu Yong, no one knows what kind of person you are better than I do. You indeed kill without leaving any evidence, but I can guarantee you are the murderer. You're talking nonsense. Wu Yong snapped back, losing his composure. Qin Yu had an expression as if he was ready to face death. I know you want to get rid of me, just as I want to get rid of you. Now let's gamble our lives. You hand over your storage ring to Miss Guo for inspection on the spot to see if there is anything belonging to Fan Yu. If there is, then for killing, you should die, and I will personally execute you. If not, then for framing you, I will die, and you will personally execute me. You keep saying you didn't kill Fan Yu. Now the opportunity is here. Do you dare to gamble your life with me? Chapter 258. Wu Yong was in despair. He never expected that Shi Ruihai, that fool, would directly control him and take away his storage ring. Qin Yu was also surprised. Shi Ruihai's actions save him a lot of trouble. Little did they know, Shi Ruihai was also feeling distressed. Now that the sect's secret technique, the Xian Yuan Classic, had been leaked, it was impossible to stop it. The sect would face extremely severe challenges ahead. At this time, they could not afford to make enemies. Especially with the Guo family of the Sherlin workshop, they could not offend them. If they were driven out of the Sherlin workshop, it would lead to a significant decrease in the sect's income. Therefore, at this moment, he could only hand over the items to Guoruju happily, hoping to gain some goodwill. Guoruju was also somewhat surprised. She quickly understood, took the storage ring, and poured out all its contents in public, forming a small mountain on the ground. Swish! Everyone's eyes turned to look. Qin Yu smiled because he saw some ordinary items that clearly did not belong to Wu Yong, which were things only poor loose cultivators without any background would use. Without needing Guoruju and Qin Yu to instruct him, Yin Beichun took the initiative to step forward to examine those items that Qin Yu had noticed. At this moment, Shi Ruihai released his control over Wu Yong. Chapter 259. No need to thank me, Qin Yu said calmly. His expression was calm. with no fluctuations in his mood. As long as they were in the Sherlin workshop, Shuruehai would not dare to act. At worst, he would just have to stay here for a while. As the events here spread, Wanxia Mountain would surely send someone to take him back. The sex master would definitely not let someone with chaotic energy like him fall here. Even if the situation were dire and they were ambushed, Qin Yu was not afraid. The mysterious person from the Ghost Cry Demon Sea had given him a life-saving, void-breaking pill. At worst, he could crush it to return to the Ghost Cry Demon Sea. Then he would execute the next step of his plan. Guoruju frowned and said, Shuruehai, I must remind you, you can fight however you like outside Sherlin workshop, but you are not allowed to do so inside. Shuruehai cupped his hands. His eyes coldly staring at Qin Yu understood. Just then, a bloody figure flew over. He looked weak and furious, his eyes blazing as he shouted, Fellow Taoists who obtained the Xian Yuan sect's techniques, be careful. People from the Xian Yuan sect are lying in ambush outside the Sherlin workshop to attack us. We must not go out. I must escape from the outside. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone looked at Shuruehai with eyes full of anger, and even Guoruju's expression darkened. Chapter 260, Bastard. Who is it? Who is it? Investigate. Go investigate for me. At all costs, find out who is behind this. Capture him for me. I want him to wish he could live and not die. To torture him for 100 years. An angry voice echoed throughout the Xian Yuan sect, sounding like thunder that made all living beings within 100 miles tremble in fear. Even the disciples of a Xian Yuan sect were frightened, not understanding why their usually calm and composed sect leader was so agitated today. Soon news spread. Someone, under the pretense of selling the Blood Demon sect's signature martial arts, had nearly swept away all the resources of the Xian Yuan sect in Sherlin Fong. Then, they began to distribute the Blood Demon sect's signature martial arts for free on the streets, severely humiliating the Xian Yuan sect. If that were not enough, what the entire Xian Yuan sect did not expect was that this person also distributed the Xian Yuan sect's signature martial arts for free to many cultivators. From then on, the Xian Yuan sect's martial arts had no secrets left. Everyone could cultivate them. Everyone could understand their characteristics and find ways to counter them. Chapter 261. The Xintian real person was so angry he nearly bit his steel teeth to pieces. Wu Yang's actions in Sherlin Fong were indeed foolish, but he did it cleanly, leaving no handle for others. As a result, Qin Yu emerged out of nowhere, betting his life, and pushed the Xian Yuan sect to the forefront of the storm. Regardless of how one looked at it, the Xian Yuan sect was ostensibly a prestigious sect, and Qin Yu tearing off this shameful facade made the Xian Yuan sect lose face. How could one not be angry? Similarly, the leader of the Blood Demon sect, Zhong Yu, was furious. Initially, when the disciple managing the store in Sherlin Fong returned with the Xian Yuan sect's signature martial arts, he was overjoyed and reported this good news to the entire Blood Demon sect. He even boasted that he would destroy the Xian Yuan sect and expand the Blood Demon sect, bringing joy to everyone in the sect. He was not just boasting, he took concrete actions. Having elder-level figures carefully study the Xian Yuan Great Classic to find ways to deal with the Xian Yuan sect's experts. He even participated himself. Just as he was beginning to see results, another piece of news arrived. The Blood Demon sect's signature martial arts had also been leaked. He then realized that both the Xian Yuan sect and the Blood Demon sect had been played, causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Chapter 262. Just as the Deduce real person left, Yu Canghai walked in with a helpless expression. Sect leader. That Zhao Shanhe is shouting to go to Sherlin Fong to rescue Qin Yu. Zhu Yong and Gui Yusin can barely hold him back. Go take a look. It was indeed worrying. The Zixia real person had a headache and quickly flew towards the palace entrance. As soon as he exited the main hall, he heard Zhao Shanhe's thunderous voice. Zhu old ghost, get out of my way. I need to bring my disciple back. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Then came Zhu Yong's frantic voice. Zhao madman, do you think you're so great? Your injuries haven't healed. Going there will only cost you your life. Zhao Shanhe angrily retorted. Even if I die in Sherlin Fong, I must bring my disciple back. Whoever dares to stop me, I will take them on. Then Gui Yusin's somewhat helpless voice came through. Senior brother Zhao, can you be a bit more rational? The sect leader has his own arrangements. Can't you just focus on recovering? Sister, don't stop me. The sect leader's arrangements are his own. I can't just do nothing here. What if that kid loses his cool and leaves Sherlin Fong, getting killed? Zhao Shanhe said resolutely, unaffected by their concerns. Chapter 263. The people from the Xinyuan sect were waiting outside Shilin, already declaring that they would kill you no matter what. Su Qiao said seriously. Qin Yu chuckled in disbelief. He thought something major had happened. This was completely within his expectations. If the Xinyuan sect had not done this, he would have found it strange. Seeing that Qin Yu did not take it seriously, Su Qiao became anxious and jumped up and down. Young master, the situation is even more serious than you think. Not only are there people from the Xinyuan sect outside, but there are also people from the Blood Demon sect. All the cultivators in Shilin dare not leave. This shows how dangerous it is outside. You must not take it lightly. No worries, Qin Yu said casually. Not to mention Guoru would uphold the rules of Shilin and not allow anyone to kill here. Just the fact that he possessed the void-breaking pill meant he was not afraid of any danger. At worst, he would just have to go to the Ghost Cry Demon Sea. Young master, Su Qiao was so anxious that sweat was breaking out on her forehead. It took her a lot of effort to find out that Qin Yu was at Wuxiang Tower, and she gathered information from all over. She had been worried about Qin Yu for a long time and had pleaded with Guoru to wait here for Qin Yu to come out to remind him to take this matter seriously. She never expected Qin Yu to be so unconcerned. Chapter 264. There were no cultivators outside Shilin. No matter how rampant the Xinyuan sect and Blood Demon sect were, they did not dare to block the entrances of Shilin openly, as it would severely offend the people behind Shilin. But Qin Yu was sure that after flying a distance away, he would definitely encounter people from the Xinyuan sect or the Blood Demon sect. It was foreseeable that they must have formed a surrounding circle. Soon his thoughts were confirmed. Not far away, there were 3 cultivators standing in the air, about 100 zhang apart. Stop! With a loud shout, the 3 quickly flew towards Qin Yu in an encircling manner, their spiritual energy surging, ready for battle at any moment. After sensing their auras, Qin Yu frowned slightly. These 3 were cultivators from the Xinyuan sect, one in the early stage of the celestial realm, one in the mid-stage, and one in the late stage. Facing them directly, it would be difficult to kill them in a short amount of time. Considering the current situation, he could only stabilize them first and then look for an opportunity to leave. Boom! Qin Yu erupted with dense demonic energy. The violent and bloodthirsty aura made the 3 involuntarily frown and stop in their tracks. So it's a friend from the Blood Demon sect, my apologies. I thought you were a loose cultivator who ran out from Shilin. Chapter 265. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and the entire space trembled. The originally empty sky, which had nothing, suddenly rippled like the surface of water. What are you waiting for? Hurry and escape with me. Seeing this, Qin Yu shouted loudly, frantically channeling his spiritual energy to flee into the distance. Just now, the real person had battled with someone using his own supernatural powers, and it was already terrifying. The power released by the sect's treasure was unimaginable. The 3 were terrified. They did not even notice the 3 guiding words "come with me" in Qin Yu's words and had no time to think before they crazily fled alongside him. Even so, the power of the sect's treasure exceeded their imagination, and soon the shockwave came crashing toward them. The 3 were blown away like leaves caught in a hurricane. Unable to fly normally in the air, their bodies feeling as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer, their internal energy surging violently, and their bones felt like they were about to shatter. In an instant, the faces of the 3 turned even paler as they desperately followed behind Qin Yu. Since Qin Yu had started running first, by the time the aftermath of the battle reached him, its power was already much weaker than before. Chapter 266. You're talking nonsense. Ma Yonghan shouted angrily. The technique was leaked only 10 days ago, even if he is a genius. It's impossible to convert his spiritual power into the Blood Demon sect's magical power. The red-haired elder, realizing he couldn't bluff his way out, helplessly said, even if it was done by someone from the Blood Demon sect, that doesn't mean it was me. Why are you holding on to me? The Blood Demon sect's demons deserve to die. I'll kill anyone I see, 1 or 2 at a time. Ma Yonghan's expression was ferocious as he crazily urged his magical power, with every move aimed at taking the red-haired elder's life, extremely ruthless. The red-haired elder, enraged, unleashed a brutal and murderous aura, countering with his own lethal moves. Such big words. Let us see who dies today. As they spoke, the 2 engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging life-threatening blows. Although their fight wasn't as terrifying as that of the returning Origin Realm cultivators, it was still grand enough to attract the attention of the surrounding disciples from the two major sections. Soon, three powerful beings from the Enlightenment realm flew over, surprised to see the two in such a desperate struggle. Seeing this, Ma Lianghan shouted at two of them, "Brother Liu, Junior Brother Hua, aren't you going to help me slay the demons? People from the Blood Demon sect just killed a disciple of my Xian Yuan sect, one of whom is my beloved student, Howard." Chapter 267. All right, I'll stop. Don't get too agitated. Qin, you could only halt his steps. He was now surrounded by demonic energy, and Yin Beichun's strong hostility made it hard for him to gauge his attitude towards the Blood Demon sect. He turned his gaze towards Guoru. Guoru frowned slightly, her disgust evident as she coldly said, "Since he is from the Blood Demon sect, then kill him to avoid complications." "Yes, miss," Yin Beichun replied. Hearing this, Qin Yu was startled and hurriedly said, "Wait, I'm not from the Blood Demon sect. Qin Igriku." Saying this, he quickly retracted the secret method that altered his appearance, returning to his original look. There was no other choice. At this point, he had to reveal his identity. After all, Yin Beichun was a powerful being in the Enlightenment realm, and he had no confidence at all. Moreover, Guoru, who was at the peak of the heavenly human realm, was also present. Seeing him restore his appearance, Yin Beichun was taken aback and said in surprise, "You actually managed to come out?" Being a core member of Shilin Square, he naturally knew that Qin Yu had been blocked at the entrance by the people of the Xian Yuan sect, who wanted to kill him quickly. There were many powerful beings in the Enlightenment realm, and even some in the returning Origin realm station there. It was indeed surprising that Qin Yu managed to escape. Chapter 268. As they spoke, the red-haired elder flew in front of the three and noticed the other two beside Qin Yu. "Yin Beichun, Miss Guo?" The red-haired elder's eyes darted around as he quickly scanned Qin Yu, then coldly fixed his gaze on Guoru, saying, "Miss Guo, our Blood Demon sect strictly abides by the rules of Shilin Square and never oversteps. You wouldn't want to violate the rules by protecting this kid from Luoxia Mountain and make an enemy of my Blood Demon sect, would you?" Upon hearing this, Guoru's brows furrowed slightly. Before she could speak, Yin Beichun interjected, "Our Shilin Square naturally adheres to the rules and maintains neutrality. This kid is just someone we encountered on the road, and you can do as you please with him." The red-haired elder ignored a subordinate's words and turned to Guoru with a forced smile, saying, "Miss Guo, what do you say?" Clearly, he knew Guoru was the one who called the shots, as she was the daughter of Guo Huayuan and managed the entire Shilin Square. Guoru inwardly sighed. Her feelings towards Qin Yu were neither particularly good nor bad, but due to Su Qiaoqiao's influence, she leaned a bit towards him. However, protecting Qin Yu did not align with the interests of Shilin Square, and since they had no deep connections, she could only choose to remain uninvolved. Chapter 269. Guoru was indeed frightened. Her cultivation was merely at the peak of the heavenly human realm. Yin Beichun was strong enough, being at the mid-stage of the Enlightenment realm, but he could only deal with either Shiruehai or the red-haired elder. The other could easily kill her. If it were just a matter of death, that would be fine. But Shiruehai was also thinking of humiliating her, which she absolutely could not accept at this moment. So she could only invoke her father to intimidate them. "If you dare touch me, my father will definitely make you wish you were dead." The red-haired elder sneered. "You'll all die here. Who would know it was us? Just blame your bad luck." Shiruehai leered at Guoru with a lewd expression, licking his lips and saying, "Bitch, I heard you're still a virgin? Just thinking about you screaming under me makes me so excited, haha." As he spoke, he thrust his hips a few times in a particularly lewd manner. Qin Yu never expected things to develop in this direction, looking helplessly at Guoru, wondering whether he should take her and flee. Yin Beichun, however, was furious. "Are you all insane? How dare you lay your hands on the miss? This is the height of audacity. Retreat quickly, and we'll pretend nothing ever happened." Chapter 270. You can absorb the demonic energy here? You're a demon cultivator? The red-haired elder let out a piercing scream, his eyes nearly popping out. "Aren't you also a demon cultivator? Why don't you try absorbing the demonic energy here?" Qin Yu said with great interest. He was genuinely curious. The Ghost Cry Demon Sea was filled with dense and pure demonic energy, and there were many demon cultivators in the southern wilderness. Why not come and absorb it to strengthen themselves? Hearing this, the red-haired elder revealed a bitter smile. The Ghost Cry Demon Sea appeared countless eons ago, and the demon cultivators of the southern wilderness, including the predecessors of the Blood Demon sect, had thought about this. But, without exception, they all failed. The demonic energy here carries a special attribute. It cannot be absorbed or refined, but instead absorbs their own demonic power. It's almost like it has a life of its own. Even if a strong being from the blood demon sect in the returning origin realm came, it would be the same. Their only advantage was that, since they also belonged to the demonic energy, the absorption rate was slightly slower for them, but ultimately, the outcome of their flesh and blood dissolving would not change. Once someone enters the Ghost Cry Demon Sea, no one can survive to come out. Never has there been anyone. Therefore, no one in the entire blood demon sect dares to step into this place. Yet Chinyu, at this moment, was completely unharmed. Chapter 271. They did not know who that mysterious person was, but they were all clear that he was an unshakable, towering existence for them. Killing Chinyu was their only hope of survival. The red-haired elder was fighting desperately, and naturally, Shurei dared not hold back either, burning his essence blood and lunging towards Chinyu for a final strike. Chinyu was not afraid at all. Instead, he was extremely eager. After stepping into the later stage of the heavenly human realm, he had not truly fought at full strength. The 3 Xian Yuan sect heavenly human realm cultivators he had killed earlier had not pushed him to go all out at all. The overwhelming demonic aura erupted violently, and Chinyu raised his hand to smash out a fist mark. In an instant, the fist mark expanded to a size of 10 zhong, black as ink and reflecting a metallic sheen, almost solid in form. The patterns on it were even clearly visible. The power was terrifying, and the surrounding demonic energy surged with an overwhelming momentum, like raging waves in a furious sea. In a moment, the fist mark struck in front of the two. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shurei and the red-haired man involuntarily took 3 steps back, their faces showing horror. Chinyu, however, only retreated half a step. He glanced at his slightly painful fist, excitement flickering in his eyes. Again, after saying that, he charged forward again. That last strike had nearly exhausted all his strength, and the exhilarating feeling made him very comfortable. Chapter 272. Chinyu had no objections to this. The Ghost Cry Demonic Sea was a good training ground, with no one to disturb him, and it didn't require the consumption of spirit stones. This boundless demonic energy was an inexhaustible resource for him. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. The mysterious person stopped speaking. Guru looked at Chinyu with a complicated expression. He was indeed carefree. However, Zhao Shanhe from the Luoxiao Mountain was in an uproar. The reason was that Master Du returned empty-handed from Shilin Square. Guo Huayuan, giving him some face, checked and said that Chinyu had bought a technique that could change one's appearance and had left Shilin Square. The recently recovered Zhao Shanhe shouted loudly, disregarding anyone's advice, and flew out of the Luoxia Mountain area to search for Chinyu. Guo Huayuan himself was also restless, because the fragile alliance between the Blood Demon sect and the Xian Yuan sect had collapsed midway. There were no longer any people outside Shilin Square to carry out the cleanup, and the formations arranged by Guru were no longer usable. What worried him was that Guru had not returned for a long time, and even Yin Beiqian, who was closely protecting Guru, had disappeared. Guo Huayuan sent out all the people he had in Shilin Square to search, and soon people learned that Guru had vanished. Chapter 273. This was a man whose cultivation was only at the late stage of the celestial realm. Chinyu decided to end it quickly. "Senior brother, wait!" Chinyu shouted and soared into the air, activating the blood demon True Resolve, with a chilling demonic aura surrounding him. The fluctuations of magical power indistinguishable from those of a true disciple of the blood demon sect. The man was startled by the sudden shout. His nerves immediately tensed, and upon sensing the magical power fluctuations from Chinyu, he showed a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" The demonic energy on Chinyu was too pure, even more so than his own, which puzzled him greatly. He recognized the disciples of the blood demon sect in the celestial realm, yet he had never seen this person. Indeed, many scattered cultivators had obtained the techniques of the blood demon sect, but in such a short time, it was impossible to achieve such a level of purity even if they transformed their original spiritual power into the blood demon sect's unique demonic spiritual power. "I am Lin Boyong. Have you not recognized me after a few years in closed-door cultivation?" Chinyu approached the man with a smiling face, full of disappointment. "Lin Boyong?" The man was even more confused. Just then, Chinyu suddenly struck, the spear lunging like a dragon towards the man's chest. The man sneered. "I had long suspected you were problematic. After cultivating in the blood demon sect for so long, how could I not recognize my fellow disciples?" Chapter 274. The disciples guarding the mountain gate were greatly shocked. Brother Ding, why are you so disheveled? Thud. Qin Yu fell to the ground, biting his tongue and causing a trickle of fresh blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. His face pale as paper, weakly opening his mouth. There are traitors within the sect. When we were clearing out those damned, scattered cultivators, we were ambushed by the Xian Yuan sect. Both of my junior brothers died. After speaking, Qin Yu spat out another mouthful of blood, his face filled with grief and indignation. Traitors? Our blood demon sect actually has traitors. The disciples guarding the mountain gate couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Yes, there are definitely traitors. Otherwise, how could the Xian Yuan sect know our whereabouts and ambush us? As he spoke, Qin Yu struggled to get up but fell back to the ground with a thud, looking severely injured. There was no choice. The information deduced by the system had limitations. Even if Ding Chengxiong's Master Kong Rue stood here, he wouldn't recognize him, nor would he know where he lived. On the way, he had deliberately shattered a few of his ribs, causing chaos within his demonic spiritual power just to feign a heavily injured appearance. This way, he could be taken to meet Kong Rue and return to his residence. Chapter 275. Now Qin Yu knew who this expressionless middle-aged man was. This person was the chief steward Gu Qingshan of the Blood Demon Sect Steward Hall, whose cultivation was much stronger than Kong Rue. Having reached the late stage of the Enlightenment realm, Qin Yu hurriedly bowed to Gu Qingshan and then glared fiercely at Wei Yinqing, tears of blood streaming from the corners of his eyes. Uncle Gu, you must avenge my junior brother. He is not a spy. Could the spy be my master? Could it be the elder from the Steward Hall who issued this task? Watch your mouth. Gongyi Hui reprimanded loudly. No problem. Gu Qingshan raised his hand to calm him down, his expression easing. His strength is understandable. Anyone would be angry in such a situation. After speaking, he looked at Qin Yu and said gently, you should calm down and tell me what happened, and I will decide for myself. Yes, Uncle Gu. Qin Yu nodded and began to recount the events he had discussed with Kong Rue not long ago, while secretly instructing the system to deduce information about Wei Yinqing. The deduction was timed to the day Ding Chengxiong set out. Chapter 276. Ding. Deduction begins. On that day, Wei Yinqing prepared to go to the pill room to exchange for a medicine, and on the way, he encountered Ding Chengxiong passing by in a hurry and asked him what he was doing. After returning to the sect, he cultivated in his room until he estimated the time when Ding Chengxiong and the others should return, assuming they were not dead. Then he learned from the sect disciples that Ding Chengxiong had returned heavily injured, shouting that there were gaps within the sect, followed closely by learning that Wei Yinqing had been taken away. Realizing he might be exposed, he returned to his room to take all his resources, including the token that could prove his identity as a spy planted by the Xian Yuan sect in the Blood Demon sect. Then he fled from the Blood Demon sect towards the Xian Yuan sect, but was soon caught up by Kong Rue and brought back under control. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu understood. The key lay in the token that could prove his identity. Clearly, only a very few high-ranking members of the Xian Yuan sect knew about his identity. And this token was used to prove his identity to avoid being mistakenly killed when encountering members of the Xian Yuan sect. What exactly does this token look like? And how does it prove its identity? The information can't reflect that. In Chapter 277, the Blood Demon sect practices demonic cultivation methods, with the Blood Demon True interpretation recording many malicious cultivation techniques that use the blood of others as nourishment. Back in the DU Empire, at least 1,000 innocent civilians died tragically, and none of the Blood Demon sect disciples were untainted by blood. Killing them, Qin Yu felt no psychological burden at all. All right, you go heal first. Kong Rue patted Qin Yu's shoulder and comforted him. You can't blame yourself for the deaths of your two junior brothers. You don't need to feel guilty. Sooner or later, we will seek revenge on the Xian Yuan sect. Yes, master. Qin Yu walked into the room with heavy steps, feeling downcast, and Kong Rue sighed inwardly at the sight. Once Qin Yu entered the room and closed the door, his expression suddenly turned cold as frost, and a hint of a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He then looked towards the mountain top and transformed into a streak of light, flying away. Back in the room, Qin Yu's steps became light again, and his mood returned to normal, showing no signs of being downcast. He was acting the whole part. He sat cross-legged and began to heal. About a stick of incense later, a loud crash echoed, shaking Qin Yu's ears and seemingly causing the entire Blood Demon sect to tremble. With a whoosh, Qin Yu opened his eyes and walked outside the room. In Chapter 278, Guo Huayuan, what do you want? Zhong Yu roared angrily, about to make a move, only to see the black flag suddenly disappear. And a person appeared beside Guo Huayuan. Qin Yu was shocked to find that the person was none other than his current master, Kong Rue. At that moment, Kong Rue's face was filled with terror. His mouth opened and closed as if trying to say something, but no sound came out. He was unable to move except for his mouth, and could only cast a helpless gaze at Zhong Yu, pleading for help. What are you doing? Naturally, it's to kill someone and give you a lesson. Guo Huayuan sneered coldly. Zhong Yu didn't even have time to shout a complete sentence before Kong Rue quickly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, dead beyond recovery. Zhong Yu's expression darkened. A murderous aura surged around him, his long hair moving without wind, and the entire sky turned a faint red, with a brutal aura rampaging between heaven and earth. Qin Yu felt this terrifying, murderous intent and felt a chill in his heart, a bone-chilling sensation. This wasn't even directed at him. If it were, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand just this murderous intent. But Guo Huayuan remained unfazed, even showing a hint of mockery. In Chapter 279, your master, my junior brother Kong Rue, is dead. I'm very sad, and I'm sure you are too, but this is not the time for sadness. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's spirit shook. It seemed Guo Qingshan had some new arrangements. Just as he expected, Guo Qingshan continued. Now, I have two announcements. First, from now on, you will be my disciples. Second, all disciples in the celestial realm, follow me out to give the Xian Yuan sect a profound lesson. Hearing this, Qin Yu was overjoyed. Finally, they were going to war with the Xian Yuan sect? Great. However, upon hearing Guo Qingshan's next arrangement, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He had overthought it. Guo Qingshan only intended to take them out in groups of 3 to eradicate the assistant cultivators of the Xian Yuan sect in various vassal states. To justify their actions, Guo Qingshan gave everyone a reason. First, the people from the Xian Yuan sect had killed many of the Blood Demon sect's disciples outside the Shilin Square, and the sect had long been boiling with anger. Second, after the last incident, the Xian Yuan sect had the audacity to ambush and kill disciples executing extermination tasks, with only Ding Chengxiong returning heavily injured. Third, the Xian Yuan sect had planted undercover agents in the Blood Demon sect, which was an open provocation and a trampling of the dignity of all sect members. In Chapter 280, Zhong Yu did not give everyone much time to think. He raised his palm, and a skull appeared, hovering in his palm, then flew into the sky, rapidly enlarging. The skull's bones were as pale as paper, and its hollow black eyes seemed to swallow the very souls of those who gazed into them. A chilling demonic aura emanated from the skull, and the brutal, bloodthirsty atmosphere made everyone present feel their scalp tingle. The skull had no eyes, but seemed to be watching everyone present. Qin Yu's heart sank. This should be the Blood Demon sect's treasured artifact, the Ancestor's Head. He had heard that the founding ancestor of the Blood Demon sect had extraordinary cultivation, and to ensure the sect's eternal legacy, instructed his disciples to sever his own head before dying, refining it into a treasure as the sect's supreme artifact. That founding ancestor had poured all his essence into his head before dying, and disciples of each era continuously refined it, resulting in astonishing power. Now that Zhong Yu brought this out, it was evident he meant no good. As expected, Zhong Yu looked around at everyone and spoke coldly. Previously, we had already checked for possible traitors within the sect, but we failed to eliminate them completely, which led to the tragic deaths of our disciples. In Chapter 281, good. Well said. This is the way a disciple of the Blood Demon sect should be. Zhong Yu suddenly stood up, clapping his hands, his face filled with smiles. Extremely satisfied with Qin Yu's performance. In a situation where everyone remained silent, it needed someone like him to stand up and express their stance. Moreover, Qin Yu spoke passionately, with great infectiousness and incitement, swaying some undecided disciples. In truth, he did not want to use such a method that would incite jealousy. However, he had no choice. Uniting the Blood Demon sect and stabilizing the hearts of the people was the most important thing. The vital Blood Demon true interpretation had leaked, and it wouldn't be long before the entire sect lost its cohesion, perhaps even falling apart. As for Qin Yu's call for revenge against the Xian Yuan sect and killing Guo Huayuan, that was all part of his plan and a good way to inspire morale. Ding Chengxiong, right? Don't worry, I promise you, I will destroy the Xian Yuan sect and kill Guo Huayuan to avenge your master and junior brother. After expressing his stance, he beckoned Qin Yu over. Come here and offer a portion of your soul to the ancestor. Yes, sect master. Qin Yu shouted loudly, without any hesitation, flying towards the ancestor, stopping 10 feet away. Without Zhong Yu needing to speak, he began to offer his soul. In Chapter 282, I, Wei Yinqing, am also loyal to the sect and volunteer to offer my soul. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yinqing shouted loudly, fearing others would steal his thunder, and rushed toward the ancestor first. He had initially wanted to say some impassioned words like Qin Yu, but Zhong Yu didn't give him that chance. Very well, quickly sacrifice your soul and leave. There are many disciples waiting behind. Okay, Wei Yinqing, feeling helpless, could only follow orders. Unlike Qin Yu, who possessed unparalleled skills, the pain of splitting the soul from deep within made him unable to help but let out cries of agony. After finally completing the sacrifice, he thought that as the second one to be sacrificed, even if he couldn't receive rewards as coveted as Qin Yu's, he would at least gain some other benefits. However, he did not expect Zhong Yu to wave his hand and say, "Go down and rest, next." Wei Yinqing was filled with disappointment and could only drag his exhausted body away, cursing himself for not seizing the opportunity like Qin Yu. Little did he know that in Zhong Yu's heart, the first was the only one worthy of praise and recognition, while the rest were merely followers. Moreover, having one typical example was enough. Chapter 283 saying this, Gu Qingshan took out a jade bottle and tossed it to Qin Yu. Inside were 9 explosive pills that would explode upon infusing with mana, their power comparable to a full-powered strike from a perfected heavenly realm cultivator. Even those in the Enlightenment realm would have to avoid its sharpness in that moment, making it a lifesaver at a critical time. Thank you, Master. Qin Yu was overjoyed. Wasn't this just a bomb? If he encountered a heavenly realm cultivator from the Xianyuan sect, he could just throw it and kill them instantly, clean and straightforward. If he encountered a group, even better. If even one escaped to bring back news to the Xianyuan sect, it would intensify the conflict between the two major sections. It must be said, Gu Qingshan was quite decent. Qin Yu even felt an impulse not to exploit him too harshly. But the next item Gu Qingshan gave him instantly woke him up, and he retracted such thoughts, a boiling killing intent rising in his heart. This is a blood pill I personally refined, obtained from slaughtering a city of 100,000 people and refining their essence blood. Take it when severely injured, and you can recover in a breath. It's also for your life preservation. To prevent his emotions from showing, Qin Yu quickly bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Master. All right, you can choose which group to supervise. After completing your supervision task, you can also go to other groups. Chapter 284 Qin Yu really wanted to see Zhao Shanha, but after thinking for a moment, he held back. Now was not the time. His plan was not yet complete. After provoking war between the Blood Demon sect and the Xianyuan sect, he could return to Lusha Mountain to see him. He took Wei Yinqing's advice. Withdraw. With a command, everyone quickly fled toward the Blood Demon sect. Wei Yinqing and the others were genuinely afraid. Among all the Enlightenment realm experts in the southern wilderness, the most well-known was undoubtedly Zhao Shanha. This high notoriety was not due to his high cultivation, but his crazy and reckless fighting style. When he was in the heavenly realm, every heavenly realm cultivator would feel their scalp tingle at the mention of him. Now that he was in the Enlightenment realm, even those in the Enlightenment realm felt the same, let alone those in the heavenly realm. The title Zhao the Madman was not an empty name. They had just flown several miles when a frantic voice came from the distance. Zhao the Madman, are you done yet? Your disciple's death has nothing to do with my Xianyuan sect. It could have been done by the Blood Demon sect. Following that was Zhao Shanha's thunderous roar. Shut your damn mouth. You Xianyuan sect are not good people either. If it weren't for you injuring me, would my disciple have gone to Sherlin Square? Would he have gone missing? Now that we've met, I will take you down. Chapter 285 Fight. If we both suffer, I will take them all down afterward. Gu Qingshan also noticed the changes in the battlefield and chuckled dryly. He then glanced at Wei Yinqing and the others hiding in the distance, showing a hint of dissatisfaction. These 3 brats are too unambitious. Ding Qingxiong is the only one with guts. How come I never noticed before? Luckily, he's my disciple now. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, a bit worried about Zhao Shanha. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A loud shout came from the distance. Gu Qingshan, how dare your Blood Demon sect challenge us, Xianyuan sect? Qin Yu looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a middle-aged man rushing over with an angry expression, followed by a dozen others, all with angry faces. Upon seeing this, Gu Qingshan frowned. You all withdraw, quickly. Qin Yu did not hesitate and quickly retreated. As he spoke, the middle-aged man approached within 3 zhang of Gu Qingshan, glanced at Han Jingye, who was fighting Zhao Shanhe, frowned, but did not go to help. This relieved Qin Yu, who was secretly observing the battlefield. The middle-aged man retracted his gaze and pointed at Gu Qingshan, loudly scolding. In recent days, the disciples stationed in various vassal states of my Xianyuan sect have been continuously killed, and resources have been plundered. Do you think we don't know it's your blood demon sect's doing? Chapter 286. The 2 experts from Xianyuan sect, who were fighting Gu Qingshan, naturally saw this scene and were nearly driven to the point of biting their steel teeth in anger. However, they were currently pressing Gu Qingshan hard, and they would soon be able to kill him. At this time, pursuing Qin Yu would only lead to losing all their previous efforts. So they endured, deeply imprinting Qin Yu's appearance in their minds for future reference. Zhao Shanhe naturally noticed this as well, but he did not move. Now was the critical moment to reap the benefits of others' fights. Missing this opportunity to kill Qin Yu and the others would be a loss. Gu Qingshan had tried to break through several times, but had failed each time. He knew he couldn't escape. He shouted to Qin Yu, Ding Qingxiong, inform the sect leader about today's events. Let him avenge me. Got it, master. Qin Yu replied loudly, increasing his flying speed. Wei Yinxing and the others frantically urged their mana to barely keep up, exchanging glances filled with horror. Throughout the battle, they hadn't even had a chance to strike. While Qin Yu had already killed 9 people in succession, his combat power terrifying, especially Wei Yinxing, who was even more frightened. He compared his ability to Qin Yu's and was horrified to discover that he might not even be able to withstand one strike from Qin Yu. Chapter 287. Zhong Yu coldly snorted. My blood demon sect's disciples should fight bravely like Ding Qingxiong. This time, I will not hold it against you. But if you dare to do this again next time, I will definitely not spare you. Yes, sect leader. Wei Yinxing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly knelt down, bowing and accepting the reprimand, as did the other 2. They felt deeply wronged. It wasn't that they were afraid to kill. It was that there were no opportunities to kill. That Qin Yu guy was like a killing god, taking down several people before they even had time to react. And then just escaped. They didn't dare to stay and continue killing. After all, there were 2 Enlightenment Realm experts on site who could easily deal with them. Yet, they didn't dare to refute. After all, they're all disciples. Qin Yu has killed so many people, while they haven't killed a single one, so it's hard to explain. All right, everyone disperse, tease your training, and prepare for the revenge battle. After saying this, Zhong Yu left, under the jealous gazes of the crowd. Qin Yu held 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, glanced around, and flew towards a distant building. That place is called Blood Moon Tower, provided by the Blood Demon sect for its disciples to exchange various training resources, including pills, magical artifacts, techniques, and secret arts. Everything one could want. Chapter 288. The tense atmosphere before such a battle made Qin Yu's blood boil. And thinking of the more than 100 explosion pills in his storage ring made his heart burn even hotter. Just as everyone was almost ready, suddenly, an urgent bell rang. Bang, 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 bang. Qin Yu's nerves immediately tightened. From the changing expressions of the surrounding cultivators, it was clear that this alarm was sounded because the sect had encountered an extremely serious threat. Could it be that the people from the Xianyuan sect have come to kill? Soon, a voice echoed from the sky, confirming his guess. Xiantan Jinren from the Xianyuan sect, accompanied by many elders, has come to pay a visit to the Blood Demon sect. We request Sect Master Zhong Yu to come out for a meeting. This voice was like thunder, echoing over the entire Blood Demon sect, and everyone heard it clearly. Qin Yu was instantly overjoyed. Good, great, this is too good. The offensive battle has turned into a defensive battle, which means he can break through from the inside at a critical moment, giving the Xianyuan sect a chance to rush in and kill. The more chaotic it is, the more opportunity he has to profit from the confusion. Swish. As soon as Xian Tianjin finished speaking, more than a dozen figures led by Zhong Yu soared into the sky, their faces dark as they flew towards the protective mountain formation. Chapter 289. Although Qin Yu was quite angry that Xian Tianjin disrupted his plans, he had to admit that his analysis was extremely correct. But no one knew that the so-called behind-the-scenes expert they mentioned was standing less than 10 zhang away from them. After hearing the conversation between the 2, the disciples of the Blood Demon sect also showed a contemplative expression, and the battle intent emanating from them was no longer so high. Xiantan Jinren noticed this, but did not relax, seizing the opportunity to say, from our two-sex alliance to the breakdown of the alliance, and now to escalating conflicts with the emergence of the Dao realm experts fighting openly, there's always been an invisible hand pushing things behind the scenes. Our Xian Yuan sect's Dao realm expert Miao, he has been missing, and Shi Ruihai and the red-haired elder have also disappeared. Is this all just coincidence? Zhong Yu pondered for a moment and said, it may not be a coincidence. Xian Tian Jinren sighed deeply. So far, overall, our Xian Yuan sect has suffered greater losses. More people killed by you, and a large amount of resources plundered from us. To be honest, we also want to seek an explanation from you, but we can't. At this point, Xian Tian Jinren's expression became extremely serious, staring intently into Zhong Yu's eyes and saying, if we start a sect war, we will fall into the trap of that behind-the-scenes expert. Only by restraining our disciples and holding back and sharing intelligence to uncover the truth can we eliminate this threat. Chapter 290. Sun Yatsen felt a flash before his eyes and suddenly found himself in a new place, stunned for a moment before letting out a scream. What the hell is this place? Qin Yu couldn't be bothered with him, keeping his distance and calling out into the darkness. Master, I have come. Is this kind of thing enough to force you to use the void-breaking pill to escape to me? A disappointed and angry voice echoed from the depths of the darkness. It's not what you think, Master, let me explain. Just as Qin Yu was halfway through his words, he was interrupted by the mysterious person. I don't want to hear any explanations from you. Kill him. As soon as the words fell, the demonic energy that had been swirling around the man suddenly retreated, forming a blank space with a diameter of 30 zhang. Sun Yatsen, now realizing what was happening, screamed in terror. The ghost cried Demon Sea. This is the ghost cried Demon Sea. What the hell? How'd I end up in this kind of place? Who just spoke? Is the demonic energy here controlled by him? Ding Qingxiong, how did you bring me here? Take me back. The horror of the ghost cry Demon Sea is well known among all cultivators in the southern wilderness, and Sun Yatsen was naturally afraid. Ding Qingxiong? Chapter 291. Qin Yu could only helplessly adjust his emotions and calm down to cultivate. He secretly resolved that he would not come to the ghost cry Demon Sea again unless absolutely necessary. If there is a chance in the future, he must eradicate this place and see who this hidden person is. He was already on the verge of breaking through to the Dao realm. And with the high tier of his technique, the breakthrough to the Dao realm was a natural process. The entire process took only 3 days. However, the mysterious person was still very dissatisfied. I see that your heaven and man realm is already at its limit, and I thought you could break through in a day. But it took you 3 days, which is truly disappointing. To this, Qin Yu is also quite speechless. Breaking through to the Dao realm in 3 days is considered strong anywhere, right? This mysterious person actually looked down on it. He really didn't know his identity or cultivation level, having such high standards. What? Are you not convinced? The mysterious person seemed to sense his emotions and said coldly, Convinced. Convinced. Qin Yu wouldn't argue with him over such matters and quickly nodded, saying, I know you're not convinced. No need to hide it. You're just walking in a corner of the southern wilderness, and you haven't even traversed the entire southern wilderness, let alone other places. When you go to the central continent in the future, you will know what it means for talents to be as numerous as dogs. Chapter 292. The Xian Yuan sect has called back its people to start defense. It seems the Blood Demon sect is serious this time, but I don't know if the war has ended. Qin Yu blasted Ding Chengfu's corpse into pieces and flew towards the Xian Yuan sect, suppressing all of his cultivation to the peak of the heaven and man realm. About an hour later, the peak of the Xian Yuan sect was already clearly visible, and the protective mountain formation emitted a dazzling light, with 2 groups of people confronting each other outside the formation. One group was surrounded by demonic energy and bloodlight, with some familiar faces, clearly members of the Blood Demon sect. The other group was from the Xian Yuan sect. Qin Yu quickly suppressed his speed and circled to the side, flying towards the Xian Yuan sect's camp, calculating how to intensify the conflict. Zhong Yu, I have repeated many times it was not us from the Xian Yuan sect who did it. How long will you continue to go mad? Xian Tian Jinren looked at the bloodthirsty crowd in front of him, feeling utterly helpless. Just 2 hours after he returned to the Xian Tian sect from the Blood Demon sect, a member of the Blood Demon sect sent him a recording stone. Then he saw the destruction of the Blood Moon Tower, which stored resources necessary for the disciples' daily training, and Zhong Yu accused them of being responsible. Xian Tian Jinren was dumbfounded at that moment. Chapter 293. Qin Yu's actual cultivation level is at the enlightenment realm. Even if he suppresses his cultivation to appear as a perfected celestial being, it cannot be compared to the same perfected demonic cultivator he just dealt with. Even though that demonic cultivator was well prepared, he was still severely injured by a single strike from Qin Yu. Qin Yu charged forward and delivered another blow, resulting in the demonic cultivator's death on the spot. His fierce display of strength attracted the attention of other blood demon sect cultivators, and 3 of them rushed toward him simultaneously. At this point, both sides had fully engaged in battle. Magical powers and treasures flew through the air, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death, even for Qin Yu, who was actually at the early stage of the enlightenment realm. He didn't want to truly risk his life for the Xianyuan sect. After a brief confrontation with the 3 cultivators from the blood demon sect, he bit his tongue, spat out blood, and feigned weakness as he flew back into the Xianyuan sect's main camp. Immediately, a powerful cultivator at the enlightenment realm caught him with soft energy and praised Diao Qingfu. Well done, tease him a bit before killing. Saying this, he tossed a healing pill to Qin Yu. Qin Yu didn't recognize this person and didn't use any titles. He simply thanked him, took the pill, and pretended to heal himself. Meanwhile, the battle between both sides had reached a boiling point. Chapter 294. Qin Yu felt that Zhong Yu would not agree. Sure enough, Zhong Yu's expression immediately darkened. 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones? Do you think I'm giving alms? Destroying your Xianyuan sect means all resources will belong to us. Zhong Yu's words were harsh, and after repeatedly insulting his female relatives, he was already boiling with rage, now even more furious. What a big talker. I want to see how you plan to destroy my Xianyuan sect today, the Xiantian real person said with a grim expression. After glancing at the elders of his sect, he shouted, "Don't hold back, fight with all your might, or my Xianyuan sect will be finished today." To become an elder of the sect, one needs not only great strength but also loyalty to the sect. As the highest-ranking members of the Xianyuan sect, they enjoyed resources without needing to do much and naturally did not want the sect to face problems. As soon as Xiantian real person said this, everyone gritted their teeth and fought desperately against the disciples of the blood demon sect. As for how many disciples at the celestial and enlightenment realms died, they were no longer concerned, as they could just cultivate new ones after this tribulation. After all, they had a much longer lifespan than ordinary people. Chapter 295. All right, let's go all out and take them down. Zhong Yu's figure flickered. Noticing that Xiantian real person was not moving, he stopped and turned to ask, "Why aren't you moving?" Xiantian real person raised his hand in a gesture of invitation, saying, "You alone are enough. I want to steal your thunder." "Umph." Zhong Yu snorted coldly. "Do you think I'm a fool? Let's settle our accounts. The people of Falling Sunset Mountain enjoy the spectacle. Let them continue watching. Those who could become the leaders of major sects are intelligent individuals. How could they not understand the situation?" At this moment, both sides had suffered heavy losses, and it was precisely the time to recuperate. Only a fool would make enemies and seek unnecessary trouble. Seeing this, the Deduce real person revealed a hint of a smile. Zhao Shanha laughed heartily, threw out a flying boat, and took out food and drinks, inviting Deduce real person and Yutsanghai to sit down and feast. Xiantian real person felt a toothache watching this, but said nothing. Casting a cold glance at Zhong Yu, "What accounts are there to settle? Do you want to continue fighting and make our overall strength worse than Falling Sunset Mountain?" From a moment Falling Sunset Mountain's people were discovered, Zhong Yu had no intention to fight. Now he took the opportunity to say, "Then let us not fight. Just give me the 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones you mentioned earlier, and this matter will be settled." Chapter 296. Senior brother, should we charge in directly or sneak in quietly? Asked one of Xianyuan sect cultivators. Bang! Qin Yu moved like lightning, smashing the heads of 2 people, seizing their storage rings, and tossing their bodies to the other side of the Mapa Ridge. He then released his divine sense at the enlightenment realm and scanned below, his expression immediately darkening. Damn it! Qin Yu shot forward. At Mapa Ridge, outside a simple thatch hut, Li Qingyan knelt on one knee, holding a sword with both hands planted on the ground to steady himself, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. At this moment, he was bruised and bloodied, his breath weak, and he was on the verge of collapse, but stubbornly refused to bow his head. Behind him lay 5 others, all severely injured. 2 of them were Xue Xiangming and Sun Lei, their clothes soaked with blood, almost at the end of their ropes. "You're going too far. We took you in when you were on the brink of death. and you repay kindness with malice. Are you even human? Li Qingye gritted his teeth, angrily questioning the two in front of him. After Princess Qionglan and Su Qiaoqiao were taken away at Wild Boar Ridge, Li Qingye realized that the place was not very safe. So he brought Shui Xiangming and Sun Lei and went through great hardships to find this place. Chapter 297. After that, everyone surrounded Qinyu, asking various questions. Qinyu did not act aloof as an Enlightenment realm cultivator, responding warmly to every inquiry. Of course, there were some things he did not disclose to everyone. For example, he was forced to take on the mysterious person from the Ghost Cry Demon Sea as a disciple. That he had leaked the techniques of both the Xianyuan sect and the Blood Demon sect, and that he had plundered the Blood Demon sect. He chose not to mention these things because they had not even considered associating them with Qinyu. They were all focused on how he had achieved the strength of a celestial being in such a short time. Additionally, Qinyu deliberately avoided these topics. He felt it unnecessary for them to know about such matters, as they involved two major sects, and knowing these internal issues would not benefit them or himself. What if they encountered someone ruthless who directly used soul-searching techniques on them? Li Qingye remained as respectful as ever. Even when he was in the Great Qian, he did not show any disrespect toward Qinyu due to his lower cultivation and status. Now, even with Qinyu being a powerful Enlightenment realm cultivator, he did not bow and scrape, but treated Qinyu as if he were family. On the other hand, Shui Xiangming and Sun Lei were somewhat reserved and not as at ease. Chapter 298. Since you've made your decision, then I will support you. Saying this, Qinyu took out 30 explosive pills. After thinking for a moment, he brought out the remaining ones, totaling over 100. These are explosive pills. Inject your mana and throw them out to detonate. They are extremely powerful. A celestial realm cultivator would undoubtedly die, and even those in the early Enlightenment realm would be affected. Take these to protect yourselves. The eyes of the three immediately lit up with astonishing brilliance. Li Shangya, with a somewhat hoarse voice, said, "Brother-in-law, are you really giving us these divine objects?" If he had had these earlier, he wouldn't have been cornered by two celestial realm cultivators. With these, they would be able to walk confidently below the Enlightenment realm. Qinyu stuffed the storage ring containing the explosive pills into his hand. Of course, it's for you. Now he is a powerful figure in the early stage of the Enlightenment realm, and these things are useless to him. It's better to give them to Li Qingye and the others. Thank you. Li Qingye deeply bowed to Qinyu, as did Shui Xiangming and Sun Lei. Feeling extremely grateful to him, Li Qingye did not collect these explosive pills alone. He immediately divided them into 3 equal parts, keeping one for himself and giving the other 2 portions to Shui Xiangming and Sun Lei. Then said solemnly, Chapter 299, he recognized this person, named Yuan Haokong, who is a perfected cultivator in the Enlightenment realm from the Xianyuan sect. He might not be his match. Qinyu suppressed his murderous intent. Senior brother Yuan, you came at the right time. Hurry and take me to see the sect master, quickly. Dan Chenglong Saote An Si Oli. At this moment, Yuan Haokong finally noticed that Tang Chenglong was severely injured, and his expression changed slightly. What happened to you? Who did this? Tang Chenglong glanced at Qinyu and said, Take me to see the sect master first. We can talk on the way. Qinyu sneered inwardly upon seeing this. This is to guard against him. It seems that the Xianyuan sect knows very few people aware of the Spirit Stone mine in their sect. Only those trusted by the true man Xiantian can know. Yuan Haokong nodded, said nothing further, and flew over to take Tang Chenglong from Qinyu, supporting him as they flew towards the sect. Throughout, he did not look at Qinyu again. After all, he is a perfected cultivator in the Enlightenment realm, just a step away from the return to Origin realm, and his status is much higher than that of Qinyu, who on the surface is just an ordinary disciple at the perfected celestial realm. Qinyu did not try to force his way in, and after handing Tang Chenglong over to Yuan Haokong, he followed behind them through the protective formation into the Xianyuan sect. Chapter 300. Just after finishing the deduction, the true man Xiantian concluded his questioning of Yuan Haokong. He showed no expression, his face still devoid of emotion, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking as he looked at Qinyu. Yuan Haokong continued to slander Qinyu. It must have been him, at that moment. Junior Brother Tang was almost at the end of his strength, and he was in a hurry to report that matter to you. If he had used some sinister method, Junior Brother Tang would definitely not have noticed. Yuan Haokong felt helpless. Such a method of defamation was too low level, so low that he felt uncertain inside. Now he could only rely on his higher status in the Xian Yuan sect to make Qin Yu take the blame. He secretly blamed himself for not having immediately hidden Tang Chenglong's body and fled after killing him, instead of engaging in these meaningless actions. Now that things had developed to this point, he could only continue down this dark path. Explain the whole matter clearly, with no omissions. The true man Xian Tian said in a flat tone. Qin Yu's mind raced as he prepared his countermeasure, raising his hand to point at Yuan Haokong. Speaking with certainty, I just carefully thought about the situation at that time. The one who killed Senior Brother Tang must be him. If not, I am willing to give my life for him. Chapter 3:01 The Xian Yuan sect's great fortune has passed. This statement made the true man Xuantian's face turn extremely ugly. Yuan Haokong knew he was doomed and poured out all the words in his heart. Now that the sect's secret arts have been leaked, it is feared that they have spread throughout the southern wilderness. What advantage do we still have? The mysterious person manipulating this matter has yet to be identified. But from this series of methods, one can see how powerful their influence is. How could the Xian Yuan sect possibly compete with them? So I say the Xian Yuan sect's great fortune has passed. I must plan for my future. Just as he was saying this, the true man Xian Tian could no longer listen. Bang! He merely waved his hand lightly, and Yuan Haokong exploded into a cloud of blood mist, dying instantly. He could not allow Yuan Haokong to continue speaking, as this would severely affect the morale of the Xian Yuan sect and serve as a warning to others in the sect. Killing a fellow disciple is a crime that deserves death. All disciples should take this as a warning. The true man Xian Tian coldly said as he looked around at everyone. All those who met his gaze lowered their heads, unsure of what they were thinking. Qin Yu also lowered his head, but he was overjoyed inside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Chapter 3:02 As soon as the words fell, the void-breaking pill appeared in his hand. The true man Xian Tian just sensed something was wrong when Qin Yu suddenly crushed the void-breaking pill. Boom! A Tinjong black hole suddenly appeared. The true man Xuantian's expression changed drastically. Just as he let out a startled cry, the black hole swallowed everyone within a Tinjong radius. The true man Xian Tian, an elder behind him, Tang Chenglong's corpse, and a nearby Enlightenment realm expert. They only felt darkness before their eyes. The next moment, they found themselves in an equally dark environment, surrounded by thick, water-like demonic energy. Welcome to the demon sea of weeping ghosts. Qin Yu laughed heartily, taking advantage of everyone still not reacting, and quickly retreated into the distance, stirring the demonic energy towards the three. The true man Xuantian's expression changed dramatically. The demon sea of weeping ghosts. How is this possible? The elder who came with him, an Enlightenment realm expert, were also filled with horror, exclaiming repeatedly. The demon sea of weeping ghosts is thousands of miles from the Xian Yuan sect. How could we possibly appear here in the blink of an eye? This is indeed the demon sea of weeping ghosts. This demonic energy is devouring my spiritual power, attempting to corrode my physical body. After all, as the leader of a sect, the true man Xian Tian quickly suppressed his shock and calmly stared at Qin Yu, who was running far away. Chapter 3:03 Of course. Are you sure you could take on 3? Of course. Good. I hope you keep your word, Senior. Even if you kill him, I won't blame you. And I will still let you go. You better use your strongest skills to fight. The mysterious person said coldly with a smile. Without any visible action, the storage rings of the true man Xian Tian and the other two flew away, landing directly in Qin Yu's hands. Do not use treasure, the mysterious person said coldly. This scene made the true man Xuantian's temples throb. He felt that his connection with the storage rings had completely severed. Yet his soul was not harmed due to the force severance. This shows how terrifying the mysterious person is. What he found hard to accept was that the mysterious person actually gave the storage rings to Qin Yu. Did he think the three of them were bound to lose? He decided that during the battle, he must hold nothing back. Qin Yu was secretly pleased. The mysterious person's decision was quite good. Those resources were given to him without a glance, probably because they thought these items had no value to him. As for what the mysterious person said about the true man Xian Tian being able to kill him, he did not take it to heart at all. Chapter 3:04 In such a state, the three of them posed no challenge to Qin Yu, and the battle ended in just a few breaths. A generation of leaders has fallen, yet the world remains unaware that it was Qin Yu who killed him. Another void-breaking pill flew to Qin Yu, and at the same time, a passage to the outside world appeared. The mysterious person impatiently said, "All right, Hurry up and go cultivate. Qin Yu accepted the void-breaking pill and slightly bowed, asking Master, may I meet the heavenly fiend wolf? No, it is undergoing a sharp transformation. Then when can I see it? At the appropriate time. Qin Yu felt a bit angry, but couldn't say much. He could only clasp his hands and quickly headed towards the ghost-cry demon sea, soon arriving at the edge. He did not rush out, but instead took out his spoils. First was the belongings of Xiantian Jinren. With a clatter, Qin Yu poured out all the cultivation resources, which amounted to a volume of 1 cubic zhang, a chaotic mix of everything. As he organized them, the smile on Qin Yu's face grew wider until he couldn't help but chuckle softly. A sect leader truly is wealthy. Inside Xiantian Jinren's storage ring, there was even a low-level cosmic-grade longsword. This was the highest-grade offensive treasure he had ever seen, worth a fortune, and yet it was priceless. In Chapter 305, last time when he deduced the Primordial Chaos Sutra to low-level cosmic grade, he gained the ability to split his soul and successfully passed the soul sacrifice of the Blood Demon sect. This time, he obtained the method to cultivate his soul. The method to cultivate the soul is extremely rare, typically only available to ghost cultivators, and since there are very few ghost cultivators, this leads to a scarcity of such high-grade methods. There are indeed lower-grade soul cultivation methods circulating in the market, but their ranks are far inferior compared to methods for cultivating mana, and they are extremely time-consuming to practice, leading to few people pursuing them. However, the Primordial Chaos Sutra he possesses is different. It allows for simultaneous cultivation of a soul with chaotic energy, and the speed is very fast. Most importantly, its rank is very high, mid-level cosmic. In terms of soul cultivation methods, this already represents the limit that can be achieved in this world, and once it spreads, it will undoubtedly be fought over by thousands. He eagerly anticipates what new skills he will gain when he deduces it to high-level cosmic. Qin Yu couldn't help but grin. Since the Primordial Chaos Sutra reached cosmic level, it has shown new characteristics, and Qin Yu believes that once it reaches the highest level, there will definitely be more surprises. However, he felt a bit regretful that the remaining deduction time was insufficient to push the method to its highest grade. In Chapter 306, Qin Yu felt a bit puzzled, but did not show it. He smiled slightly and said, sorry, I haven't been in Luoxia Mountain for long, and I've been in closed-door cultivation, so I indeed haven't heard of your esteemed name. Upon hearing this, Yukuin couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. After many years of not showing himself, many people in the southern wilderness actually didn't know his name, which was quite lamentable. Qin Yu simply smiled and did not pick up on this topic. Well, Yukuin smiled and changed the subject. Since you are from Luoxia Mountain, you must know some information about the Blood Demon sect and the Xian Yuan sect, which are quite close to you, right? Naturally, I know some. What would you like to ask? Qin Yu revealed a friendly smile, feeling a great curiosity about Yu Kuin's appearance at Qingyan Mountain. Could it be that he came because of recent events? It's rather interesting, Yu Kuin said, snapping open his folding fan and gently fanning himself. Recently, I traveled through the southern wilderness and heard that the Blood Demon sect and the Xian Yuan sect have been plotted against. It seems there are high-level individuals behind the scenes, so I came to investigate. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's heart stirred. He was actually coming for him. In Chapter 307, what happened to them? Li Qingye asked nervously. Arriving at Luoxia Mountain, shedding his identity as an emperor, he was now just an ordinary father. The cold Li Qingye of the past had disappeared, and now he only hoped that his child could be safe. The royal family, which could command the world, was nothing in the cultivation world. Their average talents made them no different from ants. Hence, he couldn't help but worry. They are fine. Qin Yu gave Li Qingye a reassuring look. Li Qingye is cultivating in a safe place. His talent is decent, and he is now at the early stage of the celestial realm. I provided him with plenty of cultivation resources, enough for him to cultivate for a while. Upon hearing this, Li Jianye let out a sigh of relief and bowed deeply. Thank you. After rising, he asked again, what about Xiangyao? He was taken away by a female cultivator. I only know this much, but I believe he should be fine, Qin Yu said somewhat uncertainly. The cultivation world is cruel. Even joining a sect doesn't guarantee a paradise. Where there are people, there are conflicts. Li Qiangyao might be thriving, or she might be in dire straits. No one can say for sure. Li Jianye, having struggled from the bottom, understood this well, and his brows furrowed tightly, his face filled with worry. In Chapter 308, come, Tell me what you've been doing during this time and how you broke through to the Tao-seeking realm. Zhao Shanhe pulled Qin Yu towards his own dojo. Qin Yu had thought about this matter on the way here. His original plan was not to tell anyone about what he had done, as maintaining a low profile and quietly developing was the best choice. But with Yin Beichen as an uncertain factor, he had no choice but to reveal everything. Otherwise, when the truth comes to light in the future, he wouldn't be able to give Zhao Shanhe and Luoxiao Mountain an explanation. After all, as a disciple of Luoxiao Mountain, he shouldn't hide these matters. It would be a sign of distrust towards them. Zhao Shanhe would surely be very disappointed. There are not many people Qin Yu cares about in this world, and he didn't want such a thing to happen. However, his words were also carefully considered. He did not reveal anything about his cultivation of the Primordial Chaos Sutra, as that was his greatest secret, one he wouldn't share with anyone. As Qin Yu recounted his story, Zhao Shanhe's eyes widened more and more, his mouth gaping wider, and his expression grew increasingly shocked. Finally, his demeanor became extremely serious. This matter must be reported to the sect leader. In Chapter 309, Qin Yu would certainly not foolishly deny it. He raised his most concerned question. Sect leader, do you know who that mysterious person is? I don't know. I only know that the ghost-cry demon sea suddenly descended over 2,000 years ago, turning thousands of miles of land into a demonic realm, where cultivators would die upon entering. As he spoke, Zixia Zhenren's eyes fixed intently on Qin Yu. You're the first and possibly the only one in history. Qin Yu remained non-committal, having revealed so many unspeakable secrets. It was time for Luoxiao Mountain to make a decision. Now, I am forced to become the disciple of that mysterious person, practicing the demon seed. And I am also cultivating the techniques of Luoxiao Mountain. Am I still a disciple of Luoxiao Mountain? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Shanhe eagerly said, Nonsense. You are a person of Luoxiao Mountain in life and a ghost of Luoxiao Mountain in death. You will always be my Zhao Shanhe's disciple. Zixia Zhenren smiled meaningfully and said, Did that mysterious person not say not to let anyone know you are cultivating the demon seed? You have never mentioned it to anyone, and I am not aware of it. Zixia Zhenren certainly knew the potential crisis of his disciples cultivating demonic arts. After all, this was a cosmic-level beginner technique, a level he wouldn't even dare to dream of. Chapter 310. Our days in Luoxiao Mountain will definitely get better and better. I, your master, have my ways to forge a good magic weapon suitable for me. Zhao Shanhe said cheerfully. Qin Yu was somewhat curious. What do you mean by that? Guo Huai Yuan, that old ghost, has sent word that we should open shops in Sherlin Square. Now that the Blood Demon sect and the Xian Yuan sect have been driven away, our business will definitely be good. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu suddenly understood. Guo Huai Yuan truly keeps his promises. He really has driven the Xian Yuan sect and the Blood Demon sect away. It is likely that Guoru played a significant role in this, as she also knows about his ghost-cried demon sea. Although he couldn't explicitly tell Guo Huaiyuan due to the mysterious person's spell, as long as he hinted at it, Guo Huaiyuan would do him a favor. This is indeed a good thing. At that moment, a scream came from afar. Master, Master, what happened? Qin Yu's heart stirred upon hearing this. Anyone who is qualified to accept disciples and is called master must at least be at the enlightenment realm. Could it be that a fellow disciple with such cultivation has encountered trouble? Moreover, the direction from which the voice came was the place where Luoxiao Mountain provides resources and trades and exchanges resources for disciples. This made Qin Yu think of what he did in the Blood Demon sect. Chapter 311. How dare I not comply? Qin Yu cupped his hands and immediately ordered. Seal off the protective mountain formation at once. Gather all those who have come here today and report the names of everyone who left Luoxiao Mountain today. Yu Sanhai slightly tilted his head and said to the steward beside him, Mobilize everyone in the steward hall to act according to his orders and spare no effort. Yes, Chief Steward. The steward turned and left. Qin Yu then crouched down in front of Lu Wenbao's corpse, using his divine sense to carefully examine the body. In fact, he was just putting on a show to make it look convincing to avoid raising anyone's suspicions. Knowing the murderer and the process of the crime would allow him to analyze relevant information based on the condition of the body logically. Thus, when he clearly points to the murderer later, it won't seem illogical or abrupt. There were no external injuries on the corpse, indicating that there was no struggle. Therefore, the cause of death could only be internal. This was a statement of the obvious. Yu Sanghai also saw this. Many people at the scene noticed it, and hearing such an analysis did not change their expressions. Chapter 312. No, just a routine inquiry. Yu Songhai naturally would not admit it, waving his hand and saying. Zhou Mingyu glanced at Qin Yu, who was standing sideways next to Zhao Shanha, and his pupils slightly constricted, his heartbeat quickening for a moment. No one noticed this. Not even Qin Yu did. At this moment, his attention was focused on the deduced information in his mind. The moment he saw Zhou Mingyu, he had the system use the time when Zhou Mingyu saw Lu Wenbo as a node to begin deduction. Because Zhou Mingyu's evasiveness was inevitable, he must find evidence to solidify Zhou Mingyu's identity as the murderer. Confirming that Lu Wenbo's soul has perished, Zhou Mingyu manipulated the still-living body, posing as if cultivating, then left openly with the storage ring. After returning to his room, Zhou Mingyu handed the storage ring to his eldest disciple, who quickly left Luoxia Mountain after receiving it. An hour later, Zhou Mingyu's eldest disciple returned, tossed him a jade vial, and left. Zhou Mingyu poured out the blood poison pill and swallowed it to eliminate the toxins in his body. Upon seeing this in the deduction information, Qin Yu was startled. Zhou Mingyu was being controlled by someone. He was not looting resources for himself, but handing them over to others. Chapter 313. This Zhou Mingyu could no longer hide the panic on his face. At this point, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he had problems. Hand over the storage ring. Yu Songhai shouted coldly, suddenly releasing his aura, firmly locking onto Zhou Mingyu. Zhao Shanha showed no hesitation in revealing his killing intent, the blade in his hand flickering ominously, ready to strike at any moment. Only Du Yijinren maintained a calm expression, showing no signs. But he was the most threatening presence among everyone present. Zhou Mingyu knew he could not escape, and, with his face changing constantly, suddenly knelt on the ground, banging his head on the floor towards Du Yijinren. Elder, I was wrong. I didn't want this. I was forced. It was all the blood demon sect who used blood poison to control me. I truly had no choice. Zhao Mingyu cried bitterly, pushing all the blame onto the blood demon sect. But the fact that he had killed was undeniable. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 years of deduction time. The task was finally completed. Qin Yu felt an immense joy in his heart. He did not immediately deduce the technique, but watched Zhou Mingyu confessing, realizing that the blood demon sect had been plotting against Luoxia Mountain for a long time. Chapter 314. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. Even with a cosmic-level advanced technique, it was impossible to break through the cultivation realm like a hot knife through butter. Qin Yu was stuck at the initial stage of the enlightenment realm and could not advance further. He knew that merely cultivating hard had lost its significance. So he ended his training. Slow, still too slow. Qin Yu couldn't help but complain. He only thought about it privately. If he mentioned it to outsiders, it would definitely provoke public outrage. In fact, his cultivation speed was already frighteningly fast, not inferior to those so-called geniuses at all. He was an existence that most people could only look up to. Not to mention others, just take Zhao Shanha as an example. He had only recently broken through to the mid-stage of the enlightenment realm. His speed wasn't considered fast, but it was definitely not slow either. Yet even so, it took him more than 200 years. And how long has it been for Qin Yu? Adjusting his emotions, Qin Yu finished his cultivation and stepped out of his room. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Zhao Shanha. Haha, my dear disciple. You finally came out of seclusion. You haven't broken through again, have you? Zhao Shanha asked with a concerned expression. Qin Yu looked at him strangely and asked, What do you mean? Why do I feel like there's something odd about what you just said? What's strange about it? It's perfectly normal for a master to care about his disciple, Guo Huayuan replied with a slight smile, not continuing the topic. He turned to Zixia, real person, and cupped his hands, saying, Real person, I would like to have a private conversation with Qin Yu, if that's all right. Zixia, real person, smiled and said, I have no objections. As for whether Qin Yu is willing to talk to you, that depends on his own wishes. Guo Huayuan nodded slightly and looked at Qin Yu. Of course, Qin Yu replied with a smile. That's great. Guo Huayuan stood up and walked out of the hall. After Qin Yu paid his respects to Zixia, real person, and Du Yi, real person, he followed him outside. The two remained silent as they walked to the small courtyard in Luoxia Mountain where guests were hosted, sitting down on a stone bench. First, I must thank you for saving Ruer's life, Guo Huayuan said solemnly. It was just a small effort, nothing to mention, Qin Yu replied with a slight smile. I will remember this kindness, Guo Huayuan said with a smile, then changed the subject. It seems Ruer has been placed under some terrible restriction, unable to speak of what happened after she entered the black hole with you. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Qin had anticipated this scenario. The matter of the mysterious person could not be disclosed, and he had already thought of a response. He said seriously, "It's best if you don't know about this. It won't benefit you at all. In fact, it could be considered a disaster. You just need to know that the person has no ill intentions towards Guru. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived to this day. Little brat, you've become quite accomplished now, huh? I can't even listen to your conversations anymore. Am I still your master?" Upon returning to his residence, Zhao Shanhe said sourly when he saw Qin. Qin laughed and said, "That's not something I can decide. Should I tell you everything we talked about?" "Forget it, I'm not that kind of gossiping person." Zhao Shanhe waved his hand. Qin smiled and remained silent. His cheat master was indeed straightforward, never hiding his thoughts, much better than most people. Little brat. Zhao Shanhe suddenly burst with intense fighting spirit, staring at Qin with eagerness. "Dare to have a spar with your master? Let me see how strong your initial stage of the path of enlightenment is." Afraid that Qin would refuse, Zhao Shanhe added, "Don't worry, I will suppress my realm to the initial stage of the path of enlightenment. I won't take advantage of you." Qin eyes also burst with strong fighting spirit. "Why would I hesitate? Let's go to the martial arena for a fight." Zhao Shanhe was overjoyed at this. "All right, let's go." With that, he transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the martial arena, with Qin closely following. Li Jianye and Chao Jingyun, seeing this, also followed. At this moment, the battle situation between the two had completely reversed, with Qin gaining the upper hand and pressing Zhao Shanhe hard. Zhao Shanhe was not the least bit annoyed by this, but rather extremely excited, laughing heartily as he fought. "Good boy, you're doing well. The student surpasses the master. Having a disciple like you makes me wake up laughing in my dreams. My vision is indeed sharp. Luckily, I brought you to Luoxia Mountain back then. If you had gone to another sect, wouldn't that have been a huge loss for Luoxia Mountain?" By now, Qin had lost much of his interest in the battle. Zhao Shanhe was indeed brave. He could even be described as reckless. But he was still not Qin opponent. If he wanted a real challenge, he would have to push Zhao Shanhe to his limits, which Qin did not want to do. "Master, let us call it a draw. What do you think?" Qin dodged Zhao Shanhe's attack and quickly retreated. "A draw?" Zhao Shanhe stopped his attacks, his voice booming like thunder. "You're clearly in the lead. If we continue, you will definitely win. How can that be called a draw? I, Zhao Shanhe, can handle losing. Losing to my own disciple is not embarrassing." His frankness garnered cheers from the onlooking disciples. "Why did you suddenly start asking about him?" Guru asked, somewhat surprised. "Because I've met him." Qin did not hide anything and recounted his encounter with Yukuan. Guru's expression turned puzzled. "Why would he investigate this?" "I'm puzzled too." Guru collected her thoughts and said, "To talk about Yukuan, we first have to talk about Qingyun Mountain. How much do you know about this sect?" Qin thought for a moment and replied, "I only know that Qingyun Mountain is a top-tier sect in the southern wilderness, much stronger than Luoxia Mountain. Not just strong, it's vastly stronger." Guru said seriously, "On the surface, the strongest in Luoxia Mountain is the Zixia real person, who is only at the returning origin stage. Of course, this does not rule out the possibility that the elder in seclusion has reached a higher realm, but the odds are very slim." "And what about Qingyun Mountain?" "At the returning origin stage, you don't even qualify to be an elder. Only those who reach the fusion heaven stage qualify. The sect master of Qingyun Mountain is at the great perfection of the fusion heaven stage, and it is said that he is only a step away from the transformation heaven stage." Hearing this, Qin expression turned serious. Just the sect master of Qingyun Mountain alone could destroy Luoxia Mountain. It was a completely overwhelming existence. Guru continued. Qin was not in a hurry at this point. He planned to go to a larger trading market in the future to look for such techniques, as the scale of a Sherlin market was still too small and wouldn't have high-level techniques. Believe it or not, there really is. Guru smiled and took out a jade slip from her storage ring and handed it over. It's just that it's a bit low in rank. Only initial stage of the flood level, so the effect isn't very obvious. It might not be of much use to you, but if you want to take it directly, you don't need to mention spirit stones or anything. Qin felt somewhat disappointed. As expected, the Sherlin market couldn't produce anything good. He shook his head and said, "Since it's not of much use to me, then I won't take it." Saying this, Qin waved his hand to remove the restrictions of the room and began to chat casually with Guru. Soon, Su Qiao brought over some snacks. Qin did not treat her as a servant, pulling her to sit down and chat together. It wasn't until it was almost dark that Guru left. However, Su Qiao stayed in the room. Her face was flushed and with her head lowered, she said in a soft, sweet voice, "Young master, Xiao Xiao is now of age and can serve you." What? Qin paused for a moment, not immediately reacting. The news quickly spread throughout Luoxia Mountain. However, almost no one believed it. Is this true? This news is too absurd. I think it's impossible. Qin Yu was still in the celestial being stage at that time. How could he have the ability to do those things? Exactly, I also think it's fake. How could he possibly obtain the techniques from two major sects at the same time? Yeah, those are their lifelines. How could Qin Yu have the ability to obtain them? I don't believe it anyway. Not to mention ordinary disciples. Even Yu Canghai and Zhu Yong don't believe it, thinking it's complete nonsense. Before this, only Zixia Jinren and Zhao Shana knew about these matters on Luoxia Mountain. And now, there's just one more person, Dui Jinren. Just when everyone thought it was nonsense. The urgent ringing of the bell suddenly echoed, shaking everyone. This bell rhythm only rings when something significant happens. Immediately after, Dui Jinren's cold voice resounded throughout Luoxia Mountain. All disciples are to gather in the training ground. No mistakes allowed. Upon hearing this, the disciples flew up one after another. And those who couldn't fly were carried by those who could. Naturally, Qin Yu also went as commanded. Chapter 321. Zhao Madman, drawing his sword at the slightest provocation. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I said Qin Yu brought a huge crisis to Luoxia Mountain. Isn't that right? Do you think that just because you're not afraid of death, you can defeat the joint attack of the two major sects? The cultivator's face was full of anger, and he retorted loudly with no hint of fear. His words resonated with many. Some people looked at Qin Yu with a hint of blame in their eyes, and some even showed outright anger. Zhao Shana shouted angrily and rushed towards that cultivator without giving Qin Yu a chance to stop him. Zhao Shanha, at a critical moment, Zixia Jinren shouted coldly, and a vast purple aura crushed down, directly slamming Zhao Shanha to the ground. When can we draw our sword against our own people? This is simply ridiculous. Sect Master Jinren, shut up. I have my own plans, and if you dare to speak more, I will punish you to face the wall for 100 years. Oomph. Zhao Shanha glared fiercely at that cultivator, closed his mouth, and said nothing more. Seeing this, Zixia Jinren finally let him go. Then, looking around at everyone, he spoke with conviction. Chapter 322. Running away? Qin Yu was somewhat surprised that Zixia Jinren would say such words. Zhao Shanha jumped up directly. Sect Master Jinren, are you joking? Luoxia Mountain only has those who die in battle, never those who flee, especially my disciple Zhao Shanha, who absolutely cannot retreat in the face of battle. Fool! Is your brain just a lump of muscle? Can you let me finish my sentence? Zixia Jinren said irritably. Sect Master Jinren, shut up. Zhao Shana angrily turned his head away, looking unconvinced. Zixia Jinren said with a serious expression. Qin Yu, the situation is actually more serious than you think. Luoxia Mountain is likely facing extermination. Qin Yu had already deduced this matter in his heart, and said in a deep voice, our Luoxia Mountain has a disadvantage in the number of returning Origin Realm experts. And once the war starts, we are very likely to lose, right? That's right, but I want to emphasize one point. It's not a possibility of defeat, but an inevitability. Zixia Jinren sighed and said, Luoxia Mountain has endured for many years, and most disciples have never seen a returning Origin Realm expert in action. So they don't know how powerful they are. Let me put it this way. Even if I and Guo Huayuan unleash the treasure of the sect with all our might, we can only block the other side's two sect treasures. Chapter 323. That's it then. Qin Yu left Zixia Hall with a heavy heart, and the entire Luoxia Mountain entered a tense state of preparation for war. He returned to his residence to cultivate, but he couldn't calm down to cultivate at all. He had feelings for Luoxia Mountain. His master Zhao Shana goes without saying. Although he has a bad temper and acts impulsively, he is truly admirable, always treating others sincerely. The high-ranking Di Jinren and Zixia Jinren whom he often interacted with are also good, approachable, and down-to-earth, not just to him, but to other disciples as well. Then there are Zhu Yong, Yu Canghai, and Gui Yusin, who often bicker with Zhao Shanha. Overall, they are all quite good. Qin Yu didn't want them to fall. Qin Yu understood Zixia Jinren's slight selfishness. The reason for putting him in a pivotal position was precisely because of the mysterious person behind him, who was a terrifying existence that could turn the tide in an emergency. And he himself possessed chaotic energy, with limitless potential for the future, having a greater chance to lift Luoxia Mountain up. He hadn't anticipated the situation developing to this extent. Still not strong enough. Qin Yu sighed deeply. no longer thinking about these unchangeable matters, and began to adjust his breathing, intending to calm himself down. Chapter 324. Li Jianye and Chao Jingyun were arguing in the courtyard. Qin Yu, who was uninterested in cultivation, could hear them clearly from his room. One could imagine that most disciples probably no longer held any hope, and confidence was gradually fading. Qin Yu furrowed his brows tightly. He glanced at the storage ring on his hand, stood up, and opened the door. You can rest assured. Luoxia Mountain will be fine. After leaving this sentence, Qin Yu transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the sect master's peak, leaving Li Jianye and Chao Jingyun staring blankly at his disappearing figure. Chao, old dog, do you really think Luoxia Mountain will be fine? Li, old ghost, I see the mystery. Then why did he say that? How else should he say it? Should he say we're doomed? Upon hearing this, Li Jianye burst into laughter. Chao, old dog, you and I can fight side by side again. Li, old ghost, this time you will definitely die before me. After the transmission, Qin Yu met with Zhixiazhenren. His expression was somewhat haggard, and his smile was forced. You're here. What's the matter? Seat. Zhixiazhenren pointed to the mat. Qin Yu sat down and clasped his hands. Sect Master Zhenren, how is the morale of our Luoxia Mountain now? Zhixiazhenren did not hide it. Half of the people are full of fighting spirit, while the other half are in constant fear. The situation is even worse than I expected. Chapter 325. As he spoke, he took out a black stone the size of a fingernail from his storage ring. And in an instant, the air in Luoxia Hall became heavy. Qin Yu couldn't help but stop in his tracks, his face full of surprise. This is Deduce exclaimed. Void divine gold. This is void divine gold. Sect Master, how could you have such a precious treasure? Are you planning to give it to Qin Yu? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes widened. This is actually the legendary void divine gold. He had seen in the sect's classics before. Void divine gold is an extremely rare heavenly material and earthly treasure, the supreme divine object for crafting magic weapons. Its characteristics are both virtual and real. When virtual, it hides in the void. When real, it weighs more than a mountain. After being refined into a magic weapon and controlled by a cultivator, the virtual and real can be manipulated at will, and after infusing spiritual power, its size can change at will, as can its weight. Such a divine object is what all cultivators dream of. Qin Yu had once yearned for it when looking through the classics, but later deemed it unrealistic and stopped thinking about it. Because this divine object is truly rare. It belongs to that kind of existence that can be encountered but not sought after. Unexpectedly, I encountered it here. Chapter 326. Qin Yu could understand Zhao Shana's caution. Once this rare physique is known by other sects, it will surely be snatched away, and at that time, it will be almost impossible for Luoxia Mountain to protect it. Allowing that Xiangang battle body to develop secretly is the best choice. This is the sorrow of small sections. As long as we can survive this calamity, Luoxia Mountain will surely thrive given time. But it's a pity that if you really become the sect master in the future, you will have to put in a lot of effort to cultivate this kid. I have no interest in being the sect master. Qin Yu shook his head, not wanting to continue this topic. With a thought, he took out that high-level Hong-level hammer. This is the magical treasure I prepared for you. Its grade is decent, and it's a high-level Hong-level. I think it suits your fighting style very well. For me, a high-level Hong-level. Nonsense. Hee, you truly are my good disciple. Let me see if it's handy. Zhao Shanha took the hammer and swung it a few times, gradually revealing a look of disappointment, then tossed it back. Forget it. This thing doesn't suit me. I'll stick to my knife. Qin Yu had long been mentally prepared for this and didn't force it. He tossed it back again. Then take it to see if you can refine it into your knife. Anyway, it's of no use to me. Chapter 327. Of course, I left some. After Li Jianye finished speaking, he cupped his hands. You fight for Luoxia Mountain, so I cannot help you. If you die, I will take revenge for you in the future. After saying this, he turned and left. Qin Yu was stunned. This guy is really interesting. Thinking of Li Jianye still being in the sect, Qin Yu asked, Aren't you going to see your father? Li Jianye paused. Is he all right? Good. Then I want to go see him. Aren't you afraid of dying in Luoxia Mountain? Joining Luoxia Mountain was his own choice. There was no reason to back down in this time of crisis. Otherwise, I would only look down on him. After all, he was once an emperor who commanded millions of subjects. After finishing, Li Jianye waved his hand without looking back and transformed into a streak of light, flying away. Qin Yu watched his figure disappear into the horizon before turning around and going back to tell Li Jianye about this. Li Jianye listened calmly throughout. finally just letting out a sigh, saying nothing. Qin Yu handed him the exploding pills, explained the usage, and turned to leave. This thing can only harm heavenly human realm cultivators. It's of no use to him, so it's better to hand it over to Li Jianya. It can both kill enemies and save lives. The Blood Demon sect and the Xian Yuan sect did not give Luo Xiaomao much time. Recalling all disciples from outside and setting off, arriving at Luoxiao Mountain 3 days later. Chapter 328. Everyone's gaze fell on Qin Yu, seeing him so calm and composed. Everyone couldn't help but secretly admire him. Not to mention anything else, just this unflappable demeanor is something ordinary people cannot achieve. Kid, let me ask you, where did you get the martial arts of our two sects? Xie Xinran glared at Qin Yu through gritted teeth. Zhong Yu's eyes were also filled with rage. Will telling you let you retreat? No. Qin Yu smiled. Then why should I tell you? Xie Xinran was so angry that she almost bit her steel teeth. Kid, you're seeking death. That depends on whether you have the ability. I want to kill you. Xie Xinran could no longer contain herself and was about to attack, but was stopped by Zhong Yu. Hold on. Xie Xinran coldly snorted, glaring at Qin Yu with a face full of killing intent. Qin Yu, the one who robbed from my Blood Demon sect and caused the spatial black hole that killed Xian Tianjinren. Is it you? Zhong Yu asked coldly. Yan Beichen leaked that Qin Yu was the one who leaked the martial arts of the two sects, and both sides gathered together to analyze the events that occurred within their sections. They believed that the robbery of Blood Demon sect and Xian Tianjinren being killed by the spatial black hole were the work of the same person. Chapter 329. You brainless fool. Can't you see this is their scheme? Zhong Yu was furious, thinking how such a fool could sit in the position of the sect master of Xian Yuan sect. This sentence further angered Xie Xinran. Even if it is Luoxiao Mountain's scheme, so what? The exploding pills of the Blood Demon sect are in Luoxiao Mountain's hands. Do they have no responsibility at all? Being insulted and called a fool in front of the three major sects. If this sect master doesn't do something, how will he survive in the future? The people of Luoxiao Mountain watched this scene, dumbfounded. Xie Xinran glanced at Qin Yu, as if deep in thought. During this special period of preparation for war in Luoxiao Mountain, a stranger visiting Qin Yu to deliver the exploding pills had already been reported to him by the disciples guarding the mountain gate. At that time, he didn't take it seriously, thinking there weren't many exploding pills, so he didn't pay attention. Unexpectedly, Li Jianya and Chao Jingyun threw out so many, adding up to at least 60 pills, causing enormous casualties to the enemy. This greatly exceeded his expectations. He thought this was Qin Yu's arrangement, and couldn't help but feel grateful that Luoxiao Mountain had taken in such a good disciple. The people of Luoxiao Mountain simply stood still, watching the show. Chapter 330. Interesting. It really is quite interesting. Suddenly, a voice full of amazement came from afar. Hearing this voice, Xie Xinran stopped in her tracks and looked towards the direction of the sound, while the others present also turned to look. They saw a painted boat slowly flying this way. At the bow stood a man dressed in white, followed by 2 attendants. He clapped his hands lightly, his gaze fixed on Qin Yu in the crowd, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Despite the ongoing battle, not a single person from Luoxiao Mountain had been harmed. While the 2 major sects suffered heavy casualties, it was truly lamentable. Qin Yu, oh Qin Yu, you have deceived me so deeply. It turns out that the one stirring up the storm behind the southern wilderness recently is you. You are the one who leaked the martial arts of the 2 major sects, robbed the Blood Demon sect, and trapped Xian Tianjinren. I am very curious. How did you do it? As he spoke, the painted boat had already flown within 10 zhang of the battlefield, and the man stood at the bow, full of curiosity, ignoring the gazes of everyone present, focusing intently on Qin Yu. Qin Yu's heart sank. This person was none other than Yu Kuan, the core disciple of Qin Yun Mountain whom he had met on his way back to Luoxiao Mountain. Chapter 331. At that moment, a clear shout came from afar. Whoever dares to harm my husband, Qin Yu will die. Hearing this voice, Qin Yu couldn't help but stop in his tracks, looking towards the direction of the voice with an expression of disbelief. He was too familiar with this voice. It was none other than Li Qiangyao. Only Li Qiangyao has the right to publicly call him her husband. As soon as these words were spoken, the many masters of the Dao realm rushing towards Qin Yu were momentarily stunned. Such arrogance. Although the Blood Demon sect and the Xian Yuan sect were not comparable to a giant like Qin Yun Mountain, together they were not something an ordinary sect could contend with. Who exactly dared to say such a thing? Those who knew Qin Yu's background were even more astounded. They knew that Qin Yu's wife was merely a princess of a mundane dynasty, and her talent was average, having been missing for many years. Even if she had some fortuitous encounter, it was impossible for her to possess the strength to rival two major sects in such a short time. In the crowd, Guru also heard the voice. For some reason, when she heard that person refer to Qin Yu as husband, her heart ached inexplicably. She stared blankly in the direction of the voice, wanting to see what Qin Yu's wife looked like and how she compared to herself. Chapter 332, Reunion of Long-Lost Lovers. After calming down, Xie Xinran felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Just now, he had spoken arrogantly to the old woman with the fox-headed cane, and Li Qiangyao had spoken to Qin Yu with a strong hostility towards the Xianyuan sect. This made him feel a threat that could potentially lead to the destruction of the entire Xianyuan sect. He had already recognized the identity of the old woman. Just as he was about to step forward to pay his respects, he was preempted by Yu Kun. He jumped down from the painted boat, hovering half a body lower than the old woman, and bowed in a disciple's greeting. Disciple Yu Kun of Qingyun Mountain Core Disciples pays respects to Master Hulun Yu. I was fortunate to hear Master speak on Qingyun Mountain in the past and greatly benefited from it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. She was actually Hulun Yu of the Water Cloud sect of Hu Qishan. It was said that this person was once extraordinarily beautiful and possessed unparalleled talent, with exceptional combat strength that left many male peers unable to lift their heads. Unfortunately, it was later rumored that she was heartbroken and went into seclusion in Hu Qishan. A century ago, she had stepped into the integration realm and brutally emerged from her retreat to kill hundreds of members of the Heartless Man S family, causing a bloodbath. After that, she disappeared from the world. Who would have thought she had aged to such an extent? Truly, the world is unpredictable. Chapter 333. Hulun Yu's expression was somewhat hesitant. Seeing this, Gui Yusin hurriedly bowed again. Senior, please give us Junior some time. Come with me for some tea, so we can ask you for guidance. Hulun Yu glanced at the pleading expression on Li Qiangyao's face and nodded. All right, I will give you 3 days. Saying this, she tossed a storage ring from Xie Xinran to Li Qiangyao. This belongs to you now. Then she flew towards Luoxiao Mountain. Li Qiangyao slightly inclined her body, her face full of smiles. Thank you, Master. Seeing this, Zixia Jinren quickly opened the protective mountain formation to follow, but heard Hulun Yu coldly say, I don't want to see any stinky men. Let this girl accompany me. Zixia Jinren looked helpless. Gui Yusin quickly followed to serve her. Hulun Yu flew into Luoxiao Mountain, acting as if she had returned home, as arrogant as could be. Qin Yu, take good care of Miss Li, Zixia Jinren reminded, then invited Yu Kun forward, and afterward led everyone back to the mountain. Yu Kun glanced at Qin Yu, but did not step forward to disturb him. Zhao Shanhe gave Qin Yu a thumbs up and flew away. After Li Jianya and Chao Jingyan left, they flew over. Chapter 334. Seeing her say this, Qin Yu did not stop her. The two of them entered the courtyard. Li Qiangyao called out softly, channeling her energy towards the sky. In an instant, the heavens suddenly became somewhat dim, and the sky above Li Qiangyao transformed into a dark shade hundreds of feet high. Soon after, a vast ocean materialized, with waves surging and crashing. Even the sound of splashing water echoed, as if it were real. Then a bright moon slowly rose from the end of the ocean, hanging high above, emitting a soft silver light, giving a dreamlike and enchanting feeling. Although it was broad daylight at that moment, the ground beneath the phenomenon was covered in a layer of silver, resembling night. At this time, a faint moon shadow also appeared in the sky, resonating with the phenomenon released by Li Qiangyao. This caused a terrifying aura to emanate from Li Qiangyao, containing an extremely profound Tao essence. Bang! A room door was violently pushed open. Zhao Shanhe rushed out, and upon seeing the phenomenon in the sky, his eyes widened in shock. His mouth agape enough to fit a fist. Is this the phenomenon of the ocean rising with a bright moon? Qin Yu's wife is a bright moon body. Chapter 335. Hearing this, Qin Yu's expression darkened. He coldly said, What qualifications do you have to test me? The matter's between Qiangyao, and I do not require your interference. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers, including Zixia Jinren, felt their hearts drop. This was no face given to Hulun Yu at all. If she were to turn hostile, no one present would likely survive. Everyone was astonished by Qin Yu's boldness, while secretly blaming him for being so tactless as to confront such a terrifying powerhouse. Hu Lingyu's expression also turned extremely grim. Kid, your tone is quite big, but unfortunately, it doesn't team match your strength. If it weren't for considering Qiongyao's feelings, I would have wanted to kill you right away. You asked what qualifications I have to interfere in your matters? Then let me tell you, it's simply because my strength surpasses yours. I can crush you as easily as squashing an ant. Qin Yu was on the verge of taking out the void-breaking pill and crushing it on the spot, his inner fury nearly burning away his rationality. Zixia Jinren, fearing he might say something to anger Hu Lingyu again, quickly advised, Qin Yu, don't be hasty. Let us first understand what the test entails. Although Zhao Shanhe was gnashing his teeth in anger, he knew that the people present combined were no match for Hu Lingyu. So he could only suppress his anger and pulled Qin Yu back, giving him a look to indicate he should not act impulsively. Chapter 336. My master has given me a new lease on life, and Xiangyao will not hide any thoughts from you. From today on, I will devote myself to cultivation, and one day I will defeat you, then be with my husband. Li Qiangyao looked directly into Hu Lingyu's eyes as she spoke. The surrounding crowd frowned upon hearing this, feeling that Li Qiangyao should not say such things, as offending Hu Lingyu would yield no benefits. Only Qin Yu understood that Li Qiangyao was actually expressing her determination to him, indicating that she would also strive, not just him alone. At the same time, he believed that with Li Qiangyao's intelligence, her ability to say such words meant she was confident it would not affect Hu Lingyu's attitude toward her. Sure enough, Hu Lingyu was not angry, but rather pleased. Good, you have ambition. As long as you can defeat me, you can do whatever you want. By then, as long as this kid hasn't died of old age and you still have him in your heart, I guarantee that the entire Shuiyun sect will not stop you from being together. Li Qiangyao ignored her and gazed affectionately at Qin Yu. Husband, wait for me. Qin Yu smiled warmly like spring. Okay, this storage ring is for you. I believe we will eventually be together. Li Qiangyao threw the storage ring she obtained after Hu Lingyu killed Xian Yuan's sex master, Xie Xinran, to Qin Yu. Chapter 337. What? Yu Kun exclaimeth, his eyes wide open. It's quite absurd, isn't it? Qin Yu said with some emotion, I also think it's absurd. So I can't be sure that the facts are as such. It's possible that a cultivator happened to die there. But who would go to such a place for no reason? That is what I can't understand. Yu Kun fell silent, seemingly pondering something. Qin Yu took the opportunity to ask, do you know how the ghost cry demon sea came to be and why it is so dangerous? Yu Kun said, I don't know. I asked my master about it. But he seemed very wary and said not to ask what shouldn't be asked and to stay away from the ghost cry demon sea. Qin Yu carefully observed Yu Kun's expression and felt that he was not lying. This made him somewhat disappointed. It seemed that only Yu Kun's master knew something. But that kind of existence was not something he could contact now. By the way, where exactly did you find the corpses? Yu Kun collected his thoughts and asked. You really caught me off guard with that question. It was at the edge of a forest. I was fleeing and encountered it there. There were no obvious reference points around, so I can't tell you. Chapter 338. Zhao Shanhe looked at the jade slip in his hand with confusion, placed it on his forehead, and after a moment, his eyes widened in surprise. It's actually at the initial stage of the cosmic level. Our Luoxia mountain will surely flourish. After saying that, he flew towards the sect master peak with a face full of joy. Qin Yu returned to his room, called Su Qiao over, personally taught her the Divine Mansion Yuan fetus guidance method, and after confirming she had fully mastered it, began his closed-door cultivation. He had previously obtained quite a few pills, including those that aided in cultivation, and Qin Yu took them all at once. After stepping into the enlightenment realm, every step of improvement in cultivation was extremely difficult, requiring comprehension of the obscure principles of heaven and earth. Even though Qin Yu possessed the high-level cosmic primordial chaos scripture, he still needed a lot of time. It took him 3 full months to break through to the mid-stage of the enlightenment realm. He did not exit his seclusion and continued to cultivate. Another 3 months passed, and his cultivation stagnated. No matter how he practiced, there was no progress at all, and Qin Yu had to give up. Simply staying in closed-door cultivation was not enough. He needed to go out and see the world, and it was just the right time to find a place to forge a magic treasure. Qin Yu exited his seclusion. Su Qiao, who was living next door, heard the noise and hurriedly came out of her room with a joyful expression, saying, Young master, you're out. Please wait. I'll prepare warm water for you to wash up and then cook for you. Chapter 339. Qin Yu understood that Yu Kuan was judging whether he was telling the truth based on the items found in his storage ring. This was something he could not accept. Why? Just because my cultivation is stronger than yours, enough to crush you, Yu Kuan said coldly. A dangerous light flickered in Qin Yu's eyes. Are you planning to use force? Seeing that Qin Yu showed no signs of fear, Yu Kuan quickly retreated, maintaining a distance of over 10 zhang. So what? Qin Yu was slightly taken aback, and then understood why he was acting this way. Yu Kuan was afraid that he still had a space-breaking pill in hand, which could drag him into a spatial black hole and kill him. As a matter of fact, he did have one. This was precisely the confidence that allowed him to speak so boldly to Yu Kuan, who was at the peak of the Enlightenment realm. If he couldn't win, he could directly drag him into the black hole to kill him. Unfortunately, this guy was too alert. At a distance of over 10 zhang, the black hole was difficult to cover, but did not prevent him from using great powers to kill Qin Yu. At the same time, his two attendants flew off the painting boat and stood on either side, also maintaining a distance of over 10 zhang, creating a siege formation to trap Qin Yu in the middle. Both of these individuals were at the initial stage of the Enlightenment realm. They couldn't defeat Qin Yu, but they were enough to delay him for a moment, giving Yu Kuan the opportunity to kill Qin Yu. Chapter 340. The other party actually took the initiative to ask him to go all out. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, clearly treating him as a whetstone. Yu Kuan felt greatly humiliated. At the same time, he was secretly alarmed. Even using 90 of his strength, he still couldn't defeat Qin Yu. This strength was too abnormal. He compared it to his own strength at this realm and was very disappointed to find that he was simply not his opponent. The strength Qin Yu displayed was too abnormal. Not to mention, how could he cultivate such terrifying strength with the pathetic techniques of Luoxiao Mountain? Even if Qin Yu was a genius, it shouldn't be possible. Suddenly, Yu Kuan thought of something. He shouted, "You must have used some secret method to burn your essence blood to temporarily boost your strength, right?" Qin Yu chuckled in disbelief. "Are you joking?" "Oof." But Yu Kuan was even more convinced of his thoughts and coldly said, "Even if you used a secret method, so what? Today, it will still be difficult to change the outcome of your death." Saying this, he exerted all his strength and struck out towards Qin Yu. Buzz! A golden light flew out from the folding fan, instantly expanding to hundreds of zhang, exuding a fierce momentum as it pressed down towards Qin Yu, creating an overwhelming force. Chapter 341. Stop labeling me. You can think of it as me insulting you, but I have no intention of provoking Qin Mountain. If it weren't for you wanting to kill and rob, would I fight with you? Qin Yu sneered. Whoosh! Everyone looked at Yu Kuan. The core disciple cultivated by the righteous sect leader, Qin Mountain, actually did such shameless things? Yu Kuan became anxious. You're talking nonsense. With your poor appearance. Would I kill and rob you? That's just ridiculous. Once this was said, people turned their attention back to Qin Yu. Just as Qin Yu was about to speak, a mocking voice came from a distance. TSK, TSK. The people from Qin Mountain are still as shameless as ever. You say you didn't kill and rob. Then can you explain why Qin Yu is chasing you? Qin Yu looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw the man, he couldn't help but sigh at the sight of such a robust figure. This was a man who was at least half a head taller than Yu Kuan, with arms as thick as Yu Kuan's thighs, wearing a leather vest that exposed his muscular body. His long, thick black hair was casually tied up. His face was large and square, with big, spirited eyes and thick lips, and there was a bit of stubble on his chin, giving him a fierce appearance. Chapter 342. Through chatting, Qin Yu learned that he had coincidentally arrived at the auction held once every 10 years by the Haotian sect. Feng Zhanpeng was present, because every time the auction approached, there were always people around engaging in murder and robbery, which severely affected the interests of the Haotian sect. Therefore, the Haotian sect would send strong practitioners to patrol within thousands of miles around the auction to deter petty criminals. Just as Qin Yu was fighting Yu Kuan, he felt the energy fluctuations from 1,000 miles away and rushed over, only to see this scene. The Haotian sect was a large sect that was slightly weaker than the Qin Mountain, and on the surface, both were righteous sects getting along amicably. However, behind the scenes, they had been competing with each other. As time went on, practitioners of both sects at the same realm became familiar with each other. Yu Kuan and Feng Zhanpeng knew each other, and their strengths were not far apart, which is why Feng Zhanpeng did not give any face. Seeing that it was Qin Yu's first visit to the Haotian sect's trading post, Feng Zhanpeng patiently explained various rules and precautions, showing great enthusiasm. If you need any help once you arrive at the trading post, just come find me. I can handle most things. Chapter 343. There are also books on refining tools at Luoxia Mountain. Qinyu had read them before. The difficulty of refining a divine material like void divine gold is extremely high and requires a very strong refiner to refine and forge it. After thinking it over, Qinyu decided to refine it himself. Not to mention whether he could find a refiner of such caliber if the existence of void divine gold leaked out. Strong practitioners would definitely covet it, and he might not be able to keep it safe. He could even lose his life. Anyway, the chaotic energy can refine void divine gold. It would just take more time, and he could afford to wait. Moreover, he did not lack magical artifacts. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to purchase high-grade formation books and study which formations were suitable for embedding into the void divine gold to enhance its power. Formations, like magical artifacts, are also divided into 4 major grades: universe, primordial, and each major grade is further divided into 3 minor grades. The higher the grade, the rarer it is, and the price is naturally higher. The highest grade formations are generally mastered by formation experts, as they are fundamental to their survival, and they usually do not sell them. If a cosmic level formation appears on the market, it would be enough to cause a scramble. Qinyu did not expect to obtain such formations. Being able to buy a high-grade flood-level formation will be good enough. Chapter 344. I have always called you Brother Qin, while you call me Taoist friend. This clearly shows that you do not regard me as a true friend. Don't you look down on me? Feng Zhanping said with a half-smile. Qinyu suddenly realized. Then he laughed heartily and said, "It's my fault. Brother Feng, don't take it to heart. I will call you that from now on." Feng Zhanping was delighted. That's more like it. From now on, we are good friends. Qinyu sneered inwardly, but maintained a cheerful facade. He didn't want to continue pretending with Feng Zhanping, so after laughing a few times, he tentatively said, "Brother Feng's matters are my matters. If there's anything, don't hesitate to ask. You wouldn't believe it, but I just happen to have something I need Brother Qin's help with. I wonder if you're willing," Feng Zhanping said seriously. Qinyu's heart stirred. As expected, no one would be nice to someone they had just met for no reason. He finally got to the point. Qinyu was also curious about what he was plotting and said in a heroic manner, "Brother Feng, if you have something to say, as long as I can help, I will not hold back. Brother Qin is indeed righteous." Chapter 345. Little did he know that Qinyu had no such intentions. After all, Feng Zhanping had no grievances with him and was offering him such a lucrative opportunity. It would make no sense to betray him. Qinyu did not want to waste too much time and asked, "When do we set off?" "There's no better day than today. How about we set off now?" "Brother Qin, that sounds great." Feng Zhanping opened the barrier that blocked divine sense. As soon as the two walked out of the room, a disciple of the Haotian sect hurried over and bowed deeply to Feng Zhanping from afar. "Manager Feng, regarding the murder of our sect's disciple, my subordinates have not yet found the murderer. The senior steward has ordered you to take personal responsibility for this matter." Upon hearing this, Feng Zhanping's expression darkened. "Useless. You useless piece of trash. You were supposed to investigate while I was out, and now half a month has passed, and you haven't found anything? What have you been doing?" Feng Zhanping was furious. Just as he had persuaded Qinyu to break the formation, such an incident occurred, severely impacting his plans. If the cave where the formation was to be broken was discovered by others, wouldn't that mean he had worked in vain? But this was his duty. He couldn't refuse. Chapter 346. What are you afraid of? I ordered you to investigate this case. Saying this, Feng Zhanping pulled Qinyu toward the trading post management office. Rest assured, not only is this helping me, but it's also helping the Haotian sect. It will only bring you benefits, not disadvantages. Qinyu put on a reluctant expression. All right. Then I will help Brother Feng. If it weren't for your face, I wouldn't wade into this murky water, after all. No one knows what kind of terrifying existence is behind the murderer. Brother Qin is righteous. You're not changing your tune now, so don't worry. I won't reveal your identity. On the way, Feng Zhanping introduced the case to Qinyu. The deceased was a mid-stage disciple of the Haotian sect, killed by external force that shattered his chest and crushed his internal organs. Because the power used by the perpetrator left no magical residue, it was impossible to narrow down the investigation range. Previously, Feng Zhanping's subordinates had traced the deceased's movements and questioned everyone he had come into contact with, but they did not find any suspicious individuals. After taking over the case, Feng Zhanping had spent 3 days without finding any clues, and reluctantly thought of the detailed information he had previously read about Qinyu. Chapter 347. Qin Yu's heart stirred. Finally, the opportunity to complete the task had arrived. Just then, the disciples who had just left, along with many fellow disciples who had interacted with the deceased Lu He, walked in. Qin Yu clasped his hands to Feng Zhangpeng and said, "Brother Feng, I will set up a soundproof barrier later to question these disciples privately. Is that all right?" Before Feng Zhangpeng could respond, Fan Haixin angrily shouted, "What is he? What right does he have to interrogate the disciples of the Haotian sect? This is simply outrageous." Hearing this, Qin Yu's expression turned slightly cold. However, he did not say anything. Murdering disciples and plotting to poison fellow brothers is a capital crime in any sect. He had no need to argue with someone who was already doomed. "You shut up," Feng Zhangpeng shouted angrily. "I am in charge of the trading hall. If the head manager isn't here, then I have the final say. What do you have to complain about?" Fan Haixin refused to back down. "You are disgracing the Haotian sect. How can I sit idly by? You keep obstructing me. Are you the murderer? You're talking nonsense. Just shut up." Feng Zhangpeng glared at him coldly and said to the disciples present, "You all better listen to my brother's arrangements. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you." Chapter 348. However, Feng Zhangpeng had already noticed that Fan Haixin's emotions were off and was ready to take action at any moment. Almost simultaneously, he struck back. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire management office shattered into countless fragments, startling the entire trading hall, and everyone turned to look in shock. Guo Huiyin and Guoru were also alarmed by the huge commotion and quickly flew over. Qin Yu remained unharmed, coldly watching Fan Haixin. "You scoundrel! At this point, do you still want to kill to silence me? Quickly confess and accept your punishment." Feng Zhangpeng shouted, his voice echoing throughout the trading hall. Fan Haixin's strength was on par with Feng Zhangpeng's. Seeing Qin Yu's confident demeanor, he realized he had no chance of killing Qin Yu and Pan Renfeng to seize the recording stone. "Whether I am guilty or not is not for you to decide," Fan Haixin coldly retorted, transforming into a streak of light and rapidly flying toward the exit of the trading hall, reaching the limit of his speed. Now that the situation was exposed, he could only escape. However, how could Feng Zhangpeng let him go so easily? He shouted, "Want to run? Not so fast." Saying this, he unleashed several hand seals into the sky. Buzz! The void trembled. The previously invisible mountain-protecting formation suddenly appeared, dazzling golden light illuminating half the sky. And mysterious runes flowed as if they were alive, emitting a powerful aura. Chapter 349. Qin Yu slightly bowed and smiled. "Senior, you flatter me. I merely used a secret technique to temporarily enhance my strength. Is that so?" The old man smiled knowingly, not exposing Qin Yu's lie. A tree that stands out in the forest will be attacked by the wind. He understood Qin Yu's thoughts. Qin Yu felt somewhat helpless. He didn't want to be so high profile, but the situation didn't allow for it. The trading hall was enveloped by the mountain protecting formation, and he couldn't even hide far away. He could only counter passively. Regardless of whether the old man believed him, he needed a reason. Those with limited knowledge and weak spiritual consciousness might believe his words and not exaggerate his abilities. Feng Zhangpeng secretly laughed upon hearing this. Another one of those deceptive excuses. He scanned the surrounding cultivators and found that some actually believed it, causing him to sneer inwardly. Anyone who believed Qin Yu's claims would suffer a great loss. Guoru couldn't help but ask Guo Huiyuan, did he really use a secret technique to temporarily enhance his strength? Guo Huiyuan, being a return-to-origin realm expert, had a discerning eye and replied with certainty, "No, he just doesn't want to be too high profile and is saying this on purpose." Chapter 350. The system task had been completed. Qin Yu obtained 5,500 years of deduction time. However, he didn't know where to use it. He could deduce the Divine Palace Yuan Fetus guiding method, but this had no benefit for him. The original intention of deducing this technique was to enhance the qualifications of those around him, such as Li Qiangyao, Su Qiao, Zhao Shanhe, and Zi Xiaojunren. Currently, this technique had been deduced to the initial level of the Cosmos grade, which was basically sufficient for them. The only regret Qin Yu felt was that Li Qiangyao had not yet received this technique, and he didn't know how her special constitution had developed after awakening. After thinking it over, Qin Yu decided to save the deduction time for future suitable techniques. The matter of the magic weapon had to be put on hold for fear of exposing the void divine gold. Qin Yu planned to leave the trading hall after obtaining the resources from Feng Guizhang for breaking the formation. He intended to visit Shuiyun's sect to find Li Qiangyao and pass on the Divine Palace Yuan fetus guiding method to her, helping her quickly enhance her qualifications. If Li Qiangyao needed it, he wouldn't mind deducing this technique to its utmost limit before passing it on to her. After all, she was his wife, and it was only right to benefit her. Chapter 351. The act was nearing its end. Qin Yu feigned an unwilling expression, hesitating for a moment before sighing and saying, "All right, I can give you the technique, but it can't be for free. Otherwise, I'd rather destroy the technique and die." Feng Zhanpeng was overjoyed. "Don't worry. Brother Qin, our Haoyan sect is a prestigious sect. How could we do such despicable things? Then tell me, what price are you willing to pay? I can't decide that. You'll have to follow me to see my master." Outside the restaurant, the old man who had subdued Fan Haixin at the scene retracted his spiritual consciousness, revealing a satisfied smile as he flew back to his hidden dwelling. There was no helping it. The management office had been destroyed by Fan Haixin. Just as he arrived, Feng Zhanpeng brought Qin Yu along. "Brother Qin, this is my master, Lu Hezhai, a complete expert in the Return to Origin realm and the head manager of the trading hall. The matter of purchasing your technique is under his full responsibility." Qin Yu felt somewhat unwilling and perfunctorily clasped his hands. "Greetings, Senior Lu." "Ha, no need for such formalities. Please take a seat, young friend Qin." Lu Hezhai did not put on any airs, warmly inviting Qin Yu to sit down, and then someone brought over spiritual tea and fruits. Chapter 352. Lu Hezhai was furious but had no choice. The complete technique was something he was determined to obtain. However, it required 5,000 more top-grade spiritual stones than their original bottom line, which left him somewhat indecisive. 5,000 top-grade spiritual stones was no small sum. "What? Senior, doesn't he agree?" Qin Yu helplessly said, "It's not that I, as a junior, want so many spiritual stones. You also know the market price is like this. I'm not trying to extort you, and think about it. This is a technique specifically for enhancing qualifications." That guy Feng Zhanpeng was a bit righteous. Seeing Lu Hezhai's constantly changing expression, he quickly transmitted, "Master, this kid is someone who dares to chase after disciples of Qingyun Mountain. He can do anything." Upon hearing this, Lu Hezhai quickly assessed the value of the technique and gritted his teeth. "Fine, it's settled then. 25,000 spiritual stones it is. Now hand over the technique." "Not so fast. I have other conditions." "You bastard. You're being too demanding." Lu Hezhai's expression darkened. Qin Yu stood his ground. "This isn't being too demanding. It's to ensure my safety. Who knows if I'll end up dead after handing over the technique to you." Chapter 353. Nearby cultivators all turned to look at Lu Hezhai. Cultivators from afar quickly rushed over. After Lu he finished speaking, Qin Yu flew up and stood beside him, revealing himself to everyone. This time he used his true appearance. In an instant, the trading hall was in an uproar. "Isn't this Qin Yu? Why is he standing with the people from Haoyan's sect? Could it be that Haoyan's sect is stepping forward to clarify things? What clarification? In my opinion, Qin Yu couldn't withstand the pressure and handed over the cultivation method to Haoyan's sect, and now they want to protect him. Is that even possible? Qin Yu isn't even a disciple of Haoyan's sect. They can protect him for a moment, but can they protect him for a lifetime? That's the way it is, unless Qin Yu joins Haoyan's sect. But that's impossible, as Haoyan sect would never accept a disciple from another sect." Amidst the discussions of the crowd, more and more people gathered around. When Lu He felt it was about time, he spoke up loudly. "I have a few announcements to make. Everyone quiet down." Swish. The crowd of onlookers immediately fell silent, curious about what he was going to announce. The first announcement is that Qin Yu has sold the cultivation method to our Haoyan sect. That rumored method is now ours. Chapter 354. At that moment, while Lu He was announcing these matters, Yu Kuan was also present. No one was mocking him now. His goal had been achieved. But when he saw Lu He clearly defending Qin Yu, he felt somewhat unbalanced. This meant that the rumors he spread about the cultivation method had turned out to be true. Otherwise, Haoyan sect would definitely have denied it publicly, rather than openly admitting that they had obtained the method. Damn it, I lost the person, and yet all the benefits have gone to Haoyan sect. Yu Kuan sat in a corner of the tavern, listening to the discussions around him about the cultivation method, feeling increasingly frustrated. Just then, a commotion arose at the scene. Yu Kuan looked in the direction of the noise and saw Qin Yu and Feng Zhanpeng walking towards him, with all the surrounding cultivators' gazes focused on Qin Yu. This made his heart tighten involuntarily. Had he been discovered? It shouldn't be. He quickly turned his head, pretending not to recognize Qin Yu and Feng Zhamping. The next moment, Feng Zhamping's voice rang out. It's him, the one with the shifty eyes who turns his head away when he sees us, sitting alone in the corner. He is Yu Kuan. Boom! In an instant, the entire tavern erupted. Everyone turned their attention to Yu Kuan, and his heart tightened, filled with hatred. Chapter 355. Moreover, what surprised Qin Yu was that while refining Feng Zhamping's soul, he saw the location of the array-breaking cave. This meant that the treasures inside would belong to him alone. Also, there was the sect's signature cultivation method from Hao Yian's sect. Unfortunately, the method was incomplete and of low grade, not very valuable. Yu Kuan, let us see how you deal with this. Qin Yu smiled coldly, stood up, and walked out of the room towards the tavern where Yu Kuan was. As soon as he stepped out, he encountered a disciple from Hao Yian's sect. Manager Feng, good day. Are you going out? Qin Yu responded nonchalantly, and along the way, many people saw him, including several fellow disciples at the Dao Enlightenment Realm. Soon he arrived at the tavern where Yu Kuan was. This tavern was not owned by Hao Yian's sect. The tavern owner and staff recognized Feng Zhamping and, due to his status as the manager of the trading hall, did not dare to be negligent. Manager, it's a rare visit. Please come inside. I will arrange a feast for you right away. We have just received some rare beast meat. You should try it. The tavern keeper greeted him with a smile. Qin Yu waved his hand. No need. I'm here on business, not to enjoy myself. Where is Yu Kuan's room? Take me there. Chapter 356. The painting boat is in my subordinate's hands. Bring him in. Qin Yu didn't stop until he had completely looted Yu Kuan and his two subordinates. Apart from his clothes and a storage ring containing only a few hundred mid-grade spirit stones, Yu Kuan had no other resources for cultivation. The few low-grade spirit stones were only left because Yu Kuan pleaded, as he was still a person of some standing. He couldn't just be left to sleep on the streets, right? Is this enough? Yu Kuan said, staring at Qin Yu with an expectant look. Qin Yu reluctantly replied, Fine, I'll consider it a favor to you. Hand over the jade slip, and I will replicate the complete cultivation method for you. Here, Yu Kuan threw the jade slip over, reminding with a half-smile, Dao is Feng. I've given you all my worth, so I hope you won't play tricks on me. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can bear. Haha, rest assured, I only seek wealth and don't want to make things difficult for you. While speaking, Qin Yu copied the complete Divine Mansion Yuan fetal guiding method into the jade slip, and then tossed it back to Yu Kuan. Yu Kuan took the jade slip and examined it carefully. After a moment, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's real. It's really real. Chapter 357. In the room where Feng Zhamping was, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man in a blue long shirt with graying hair had an extremely gloomy expression. He was also a manager of the Hao Yian sect's trading hall, named Lu Xiuxian. However, Feng Zhamping was responsible for miscellaneous tasks. While he was in charge of the sect's auction house, collecting resources for the sect, his position was higher, second only to the chief manager Lu He. His cultivation was also high, being at the early stage of the returning Yuan realm. Now, that chief manager Lu He had left the trading hall to return to the sect, he was the one to handle this matter personally. As one of the most trusted managers of the sect, he naturally had the authority to close the protective mountain array. After closing the formation, he immediately sent someone to report this matter to the sect. In the territory of Hao Yian's sect, killing a manager of significant status was not something just anyone dared to do. He carefully checked Feng Zhamping's body and found that his bones, meridians, internal organs, dantian, and even blood were all normal, just like a regular person. However, his soul was almost imperceptibly on the verge of dissipating. This condition was beyond saving. Not to mention, he had no way to help. Even the sect's real master would have no way to assist him. Chapter 358. As the event developed up to this point, everything was within Qin Yu's expectations. He did not return to the tavern. Seeing a large group of people mobilizing energetically, he knew that the operation to capture Yu Kuan had begun. He wanted to know Yu Kuan's final outcome, so he followed the group. After all, it was Hao Yian's sect's territory, and their mobilization capability was astonishing. The entire trading hall was in motion. Soon, Yu Kuan was found. A group of people surrounded him. Yu Kuan, come with us to see the manager, immediately. On what grounds? What wrong have I done? Yu Kuan argued loudly and passionately, attracting the attention of surrounding cultivators, intending to create public pressure on the Hao Yian sect not to do anything excessive to him. We have matters to discuss with you. Please cooperate and come with us immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. said a disciple of the Haotian sect with a threatening tone. Yu Kun would not follow them, sneering as he cupped his hands to the surrounding cultivators, saying, "Did you all see that? This is the arrogant and overbearing Haotian sect, taking people away without asking for the reasons and threatening them recklessly. I ask, is a trading house run by such a sect worthy of everyone's trust?" Chapter 359 Swish. All eyes fell on Qinyu. Lu Xiaoxian was no exception. His gaze was sharp, carrying a hint of threat. Qinyu felt his gaze and secretly sneered. At this moment, Qinyu naturally would not foolishly step forward. Today, only Yu Kun could contend with the Haotian sect. No comment. Qinyu shook his head and said. The crowd showed expressions of disappointment. Yu Kun longit heartily. Did you see that? Qinyu neither denied nor confirmed it. That is the best answer. Don't you all understand what has happened? Qinyu has been threatened. The cultivation method is actually something the Haotian sect forcibly seized. This is what Feng Zhangping told me. This is self-proclaimed enough. Before Yu Kun could finish speaking, Lu Xiaoxian shouted angrily. What we are discussing now is the matter of Feng Zhangping being schemed against. In fact, he died just before I came here. You need to come with me for an investigation right now. Feng Zhangping's death has nothing to do with me. Many saw him leave my room in perfect condition. If I had schemed against him, would he not have said anything? Who knows what treacherous means he used? If you dare to talk back, I will not be polite. Chapter 360 this time. Qinyu did not return to the tavern belonging to the Haotian sect. He walked towards another tavern belonging to another sect, which had similar features to the Haotian sect, with a function to shield divine thoughts and protect privacy. On the way, Qinyu activated a secret method to alter his appearance. At this moment, the entire trading house was in a frenzy. Everyone was trying to obtain his cultivation method. So no one noticed him. Upon arriving at the tavern, the shopkeeper and attendants were somewhat distracted, anxious about being unable to go out and search for the cultivation method, discussing whether they had a chance to get it. It was only when Qinyu spoke that they came back to their senses. Their first question was not whether Qinyu wanted to stay or what level of room he wanted, but rather with eager expressions, they asked fellow Taoist, "Have you obtained that cultivation method called Divine Mansion Yuan Embryo Guiding Method?" Since the cultivation method had already leaked out, it would eventually become a common commodity. They couldn't miss the opportunity to profit while they could. Qinyu smiled and said, "I was lucky to obtain it." Hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly leaned in a bit. "Fellow Taoist, could you possibly replicate a copy for me?" "Of course, but what are you willing to pay in return?" Chapter 361 At this moment, the Haotian sect had no energy to pay attention to him. Those cultivators were busy with the cultivation method, and no one was watching him. Qinyu smoothly left the trading house. Initially, he learned from Feng Zhangping's soul the exact location of the array-breaking cave, which was 800 miles southwest of the Haotian sect, in a place called Shouyang Mountain. The mountain was not large, the water not deep, and the scenery could not be described as beautiful. It was a very ordinary place, completely unrelated to the realms of cave heavens and blessed lands. No one would expect the cave that broke the array would be hidden here. According to Feng Zhangping's memory, the location was in an inconspicuous cave at the foot of Shouyang Mountain. Qinyu flew above Shouyang Mountain and released his divine sense to investigate. Soon he discovered a cave covered by dense shrubs, showing no signs of human activity due to countless years passing. Just as Qinyu was about to approach, a figure flew in from a distance, also releasing their divine sense to investigate the area. It was a young woman. Her features were exceptionally delicate, and because she was wearing a fitted long skirt, her slim figure was revealed. Overall, she was only slightly inferior to Li Qiangyao and comparable to Guoru. The only flaw was that this woman's lips were slightly thin, her eyes elongated and cold, giving off a difficult-to-approach vibe. Chapter 362 for Qinyu. This was just a minor interlude. The pressing matter was to break the array and obtain the treasures within. He wielded the Qing Ji sword and struck fiercely. The sword energy howled out and struck the array. With a loud bang, the entire cave shook and huge stones fell from above. Qinyu activated his mana to form a protective shield around his body to block the falling stones, looking at the intact array with some helplessness. The defensive power of the array exceeded his expectations. He couldn't just stand there and watch the treasure mountain right in front of him while returning empty-handed, could he? Qinyu felt somewhat helpless. He frowned and pondered for a countermeasure. After a few breaths, Qinyu's heart brightened. He could try using chaotic energy. After all, Chaotic energy could refine even void divine gold, and could absorb any form of energy. A mere array was nothing to it. Without further ado, Qin Yu pressed his palm against the array and activated chaotic energy to surge from his palm, covering the array. Buzz! The array trembled as if it had encountered a natural enemy. The energy contained within was easily refined and absorbed by Qin Yu, becoming nourishment for his cultivation. Qin Yu was overjoyed. The chaotic energy was indeed marvelous, because this array did not absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. It used the spirit stones left behind by the array maker. Chapter 363. As long as one became a master of arrays, they would never lack cultivation resources in their lifetime. If Luoxiao Mountain could cultivate a few true grandmasters with this book, then the disciples would no longer lack cultivation resources. They could refine array devices and sell arrays, enough to sustain the entire sect. Qin Yu merely glanced through the contents before putting away the jade slip. He had no intention of becoming an array master, so there was no need to waste time on it. He shifted his focus to other items. The remaining few magical treasures were of average grade, but this was only average for Qin Yu, as he now possessed too many high-grade magical treasures. Among them were 3 initial-stage cosmic-level magical treasures, 9 high-stage flood-level magical treasures, and over 10 mid-stage flood-level magical treasures. Any one of these treasures would make ordinary cultivators envious. If sold, they could easily fetch tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Among those 3 initial-stage cosmic-level magical treasures, 1 long knife was perfectly suitable for Zhao Shanhe to use. Master, this time you have benefited from me. The only regret Qin Yu felt was that there were no seal-type treasures among them. Chapter 364. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu slashed out a sword fiercely. The sword energy whistled out, its speed as fast as a lightning bolt. His target was one of the late-stage Dao-seeking cultivators. That cultivator, seeing the sword energy slashing towards him, hurriedly activated his magical power to defend, not daring to be careless for a moment. Song Mingxin was also a late-stage Dao-seeking cultivator, her strength not inferior to his, yet she had to seek their help to surround and attack, which alone was enough to demonstrate how powerful Qin Yu was. Although he had already taken it seriously enough, he still vastly underestimated the power of this sword energy. The sword energy easily broke through his defenses, severely injuring him. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back 3 steps, his face pale as paper. Filled with horror, Qin Yu's strength far exceeded his imagination. Everyone attacked together. Fighting him alone is definitely not our match. Song Mingxin shouted, leading the charge against Qin Yu. The other 3, seeing this, dared not be careless anymore and frantically activated their magical powers to attack. Qin Yu was completely unafraid. He locked his target onto the severely injured cultivator and suddenly rushed towards him while repeatedly slashing out sword energy to counter their attacks. The sound of thunder was incessant. With another sword, the injured late-stage Dao-seeking cultivator was killed by Qin Yu. Chapter 365. Everyone knows that array masters are the wealthiest. Legendary array masters like Pe Zhenzi possess wealth that makes everyone envious, and many cultivators in the southern wilderness have searched for years for this. It was already well known that Qin Yu received 25,000 top-grade spirit stones from selling the Divine Mansion Yuan Fetus guiding method to Haoyin sect. Now, he had acquired Pe Zhenzi's wealth. The wealth Qin Yu had amassed made the vast majority of people envious. Some powerful individuals had already developed some sinister thoughts. Others went to verify the place mentioned by Song Mingxin. This was precisely the outcome Song Mingxin desired. A commoner without guilt bears the sin of possessing a treasure. If she couldn't kill Qin Yu, then she would let those greedy, powerful beings do it. She only cared about the result. As for the process, it was irrelevant. After spreading the news, Song Mingxin returned to her room with a cold smile on her face. Qin Yu, once that bastard is dead, I'll tell Li Qiangyao this news. That bastard woman loves you to death, right? I'm sure she'll go mad upon hearing this news, and she might just die directly. Opposing me, you all must die. Chapter 366. Zixia Zhenren had a serious expression. Think about it. You have eliminated the Blood Demon sect and the Xin Yuan sect for Luoxiao Mountain, armed the disciples of Luoxiao Mountain with a large number of treasures, and handed over methods that can change people's destinies and enhance their qualifications to Luoxiao Mountain. Who else is qualified to take over as the sect leader besides you? Sect leader Zhenren, you don't need to decline. I have already discussed this matter with the elders, and they have no objections. Sect leader Jinren, Qin Yu said solemnly, don't forget, I still have that terrifying existence of the Ghost Cry Demon Sea behind me. I am his disciple, and he might implicate Luoxia Mountain. Qin Yu thought that saying this would make Zixia Jinren hesitate. But to his surprise, she said indifferently, although you are his disciple, he has never stopped you from continuing to be a disciple of Luoxia Mountain. Clearly, this is not important to him. Besides, as you said, the danger. We cultivators contend with the heavens for our lives. How can there be no risk? I still think it's somewhat inappropriate. There's nothing inappropriate about it, Qin Yu. I have some personal motives as well. That existence might become our reliance in Luoxia Mountain in the future. This is an opportunity for the revival of Luoxia Mountain. Chapter 367. After leaving the Zixia Hall, Qin Yu headed straight for the library. After presenting the sect leader token, Qin Yu faced no obstruction and directly reached the highest level. When he first entered Luoxia Mountain, he was filled with longing for this place. Now that he had truly entered and perused the existing texts, he was filled with disappointment. It was too poor. The methods stored here were of such low ranks that they were hardly worth looking at. The only two passable methods were the Blood Demon True Solution and Xian Yuan Classic that he had obtained earlier. What disappointed Qin Yu even more was that he found no fire attribute methods, and he could only helplessly go to the 8th level to search. Unfortunately, the 8th level also had none. Qin Yu could only search layer by layer from above, and finally found a method called Fire Control Technique on the 3rd level, which was of such low rank that he had no interest in even looking at it. Initial stage of the Hong level. Why didn't I think of buying a fire attribute method at the trading post of Hao Ian Sec back then? Qin Yu felt helpless. This method's rank was too low. So low that Qin Yu felt it was a waste of time to deduce it. Moreover, his deduction time was already running short. There was no way. Holding on to the thought of trying to cultivate it first, Qin Yu noted down the content of this method. Chapter 368. Just as Qin Yu was about to give up, he suddenly had an epiphany. Why not try to draw in chaotic qi? Once the flames fused with chaotic qi, perhaps something wonderful would happen. With this thought, Qin Yu activated the chaotic qi to pour into the flames. Unfortunately, the flames and chaotic qi could not merge. The chaotic qi was too advanced. The flames, upon encountering the chaotic qi, seemed to possess life and directly dodged away. This left Qin Yu very helpless. Then let's try to follow this method to convert spiritual power into flames and see if I can convert the chaotic qi. He acted on his words. Then a miraculous scene occurred. The colorless and intangible chaotic qi gradually began to change, transforming into a light gray flame form, swirling in his palm. Has this succeeded or not? Qin Yu was uncertain whether this was fire, because he felt not a hint of heat. With this thought, Qin Yu took out a piece of fist-sized Xian iron from his storage ring. This Xian iron was from the storage ring of the Tao-seeking cultivator he had killed outside Pajinzi's cave, used as a basic material for refining treasures. It wasn't particularly precious, just rare. Chapter 369. No, I can't do this. Qin Yu clasped his hands and hurriedly flew towards the library. He was somewhat helpless. That Zixia Jinren was actually serious? What a pity. He had no interest in power whatsoever. Only personal strength was the most important. Now, Zixia Real Person is about to break through to the Fusion Dao realm, and Doer Real Person has made significant progress in his cultivation. It is expected that under the influence of his techniques, the disciples of Luoxia Mountain will experience a surge in their cultivation levels in a short period of time. I should also focus on my own cultivation. Soon, Qin Yu arrived at the library, and after browsing for a long time, he finally found a book documenting various anecdotes and strange events in the cultivation world, written by a senior from Luoxia Mountain who had traveled through Zhongzhou. This book recorded many well-known Yaoa, strange fires. In the end, the senior wrote a passage. There are many Yaoa in this world with varying strengths and different characteristics. But if we are to discuss which fire is the most marvelous, it must be the Chaos Fire. Chaos Fire? Upon reading this, Qin Yu's heart tightened. The flame he currently controls is derived from Chaos Qi. Could it be the Chaos Fire? He hurriedly continued reading, but the results left him somewhat helpless. The Chaos Fire only exists in legends, and no one has ever seen it. It is said that only the mighty beings in the primordial realm have the chance to catch a glimpse of it. And the existence of such fire is something that disciples from the primordial realm have passed down. Chapter 370. Wang Daozong's face turned black immediately. He awkwardly laughed, waved his hand, and said, "No rush, no rush. Since you, Qin Xiaoyu, have obtained the inheritance of the Array Breaker, We are fellow disciples. Shouldn't we get to know each other better? Not having achieved his goal, he naturally could not leave. Fellow disciples? Chinyu shook his head with a smile and said, No, no, no. I did obtain his inheritance, but I have no intention of becoming his disciple. So we cannot be considered fellow disciples. How can we not be considered? Wang Daozong became somewhat anxious. You obtained his inheritance, whether you want to or not. You are his disciple. Chinyu lost patience with the continued back and forth and got straight to the point. So, what exactly is your purpose? Just say it directly. Well, Wang Daozong rubbed his hands and chuckled. Since we are fellow disciples, you should give me a copy of the sect's inheritance. We are now fellow senior and junior brothers. Everyone had long anticipated his purpose. No one was surprised. Chinyu said expressionlessly, How do you prove you are the disciple of the array breaker? Wang Daozong was about to explain, but Chinyu continued, Even if you prove that you are the disciple of the array breaker, why should I give you the inheritance? Chapter 371. While speaking, Wang Daozong was madly fleeing. Chinyu said coldly, You brought me to this unfamiliar place, and you have no hostility? Wang Daozong was so angry he jumped and cursed. What hostility do I have? All my life savings are left in Wanxia Mountain, and I didn't attack you after bringing you here. Isn't that enough to show my sincerity? Upon hearing this, Chinyu's heart stirred. Wang Daozong's words made some sense. He could have left the formation at any time, and there was no need to engage with him in this confined space, thus avoiding the danger of being affected by the black hole of the poke void pill. Moreover, Wang Daozong was at the initial stage of the returning origin realm and could completely launch an attack against him, threatening his life to hand over the Jutian formation Dao. Of course, another possibility was that Wang Daozong did not want to offend Wanxia Mountain too much. After all, the initial stage of the returning origin realm was not enough to contend with Wanxia Mountain. If they truly got serious, it wouldn't be difficult to eliminate him. Chinyu paused. From Wang Daozong's reaction, this formation should have the effect of disrupting space. In this case, the poke void pill could not be used easily. This meant that Chinyu was in an extremely dangerous situation. He was at the mid-stage of the Enlightenment realm and had no problem battling against cultivators at the late stage of the Enlightenment realm. Chapter 372. Waste. What use are you if you just watch Chinyu get captured? After learning the ins and outs of the matter, Zhao Shana couldn't help but point his finger at doer real person and curse. Zhu Yong and the others were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. This bastard must be crazy. Just a mid-stage Enlightenment realm cultivator dares to challenge doer real person, a perfected returning origin realm master? It's simply seeking death. Elder, Zhao Madman is just like this. Don't take it to heart. Elder, he's only concerned about Chinyu's safety, so please forgive him. Yu Songhai and Zhu Yong try to restrain Zhao Shanhe, covering his mouth tightly, fearing he would say something crazy again. Doer real person's face was very ugly, with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Zhixiao real person also looked displeased. You reckless thing, it's becoming increasingly outrageous. Do you still have any respect for the elders of the sect? If I were present back then, would you have spoken to me like this too? Let him go. I want to see what other crazy things he can say. Yu Songhai and Zhu Yong exchanged glances and could only helplessly release Zhao Shanhe. Thud. Zhao Shanhe knelt down. He was just impulsive and hot-tempered, not foolish. Chapter 373. Soon, Chinyu entered a state of cultivation. Of course, to make Wang Daozong wary and not dare to sneak attack him, he held the poke void pill in his palm, ready to crush it at any moment. Wang Daozong, watching from outside the formation, felt his eyelids twitch. This bastard is really alert. Let's see who can outlast him. Wang Daozong snorted coldly, urging his power to make the flames burn even more fiercely. The formation he set up was a composite formation. This Lihua array was a killing array, extremely powerful, and now was only exerting 1/10 of its effect. Faced with the threat of being roasted to a crisp, no one could last too long. To obtain Jutian formation Dao, he had enough patience. This was precisely what Chinyu hoped for. He quietly cultivated while controlling the chaos fire to envelop his body, absorbing the flames to increase his own power. He did not need to worry about the dangers of dual focus leading to madness. The Yuan Shi Chaos Sutra granted him the ability to split his soul. He only needed to divide a tiny portion of his spirit to control the chaos fire, which was enough to deal with the current situation. Meanwhile, the vast majority of his spirit was fully dedicated to cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Chapter 374. How did you do that? Wang Daozong's eyes suddenly burst with astonishing brilliance. Looking like a person who couldn't afford a meal, suddenly seeing mountains of gold and silver. No one knew better than him the power of his composite formation. He saw with his own eyes Qin Yu simply reaching out his palm and touching the formation, effortlessly breaking it as if it were as easy as eating and drinking. He didn't even see Qin Yu use any techniques. This left him incredulous. Even the array breaker from back in the day could not have casually dismantled his composite formation like this. Qin Yu must have mastered a more advanced array breaking technique than the array breaker. This was an irresistible attraction for someone obsessed with formation techniques. This decision is based on Qin Yu's array breaking technique. Because he was too shocked, Wang Daozong did not hide his expression. However, he understood the thoughts in his heart. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. The array breaker does not belong to any sect and has not allied with any forces. He is just a loose cultivator. Luoxiao Mountain has people who study formations, but the formations they master are simply too low level. Even now that they have the array of all heavens, it will take a long time to become a master of formations. It is impossible to achieve it overnight. Chapter 375. My life is over. Wang Daozong was so scared that his soul almost left his body, and he hurriedly put away his divine powers. The crossing calamity true man is a perfect existence at the return to origin realm. Even if this strike cannot kill him, it could take half of his life. Seeing this situation, Qin Yu also became anxious. In his plan, Wang Daozong is of great use to both him and Luoxiao Mountain. True man, please stop. Do not kill him, just don't let him escape. He can't kill me. Upon hearing this, the crossing calamity true man was slightly taken aback. He did not understand what Qin Yu was doing, but he still followed Qin Yu's words. Retracting his divine powers and signaling the other two return to origin realm experts to surround Wang Daozong. Wang Daozong relaxed greatly when he saw the sword energy he had unleashed disappear. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, wanting to escape but daring not to. Just then the crossing calamity true man flew in front of him, and he hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoists of Luoxiao Mountain, I did not harm Qin Yu. Business not done does not break friendship. I left a large amount of resources before leaving. You cannot kill me." The crossing calamity true man ignored him and looked at Qin Yu. He had brought his disciples to search for Qin Yu according to the instructions of the Zixia true man, and they had already searched this area. However, they had not gone far when they felt a strong energy fluctuation, so they immediately turned back and saw the scene before them. Chapter 376. All right, I have defeated you now. Tell me your array-breaking technique. Wang Daozong said with an expectant expression. Upon hearing this, the crossing calamity true man and the others all looked surprised. Qin Yu blinked, full of confusion. What array-breaking technique? Why should I tell you? Qin Yu. Wang Daozong's face darkened, and he said coldly, "You are a well-known figure in the southern wilderness. Are you really going to go back on your word? Well-known figure?" Qin Yu was taken aback. Am I that famous in the southern wilderness now? He did not take Wang Daozong's words seriously and said with a smile, "I always said to talk after you win, but I never clearly said I would tell you if you won, did I?" You. Wang Daozong thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. Suddenly, his expression became very ugly. "You tricked me?" Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. "I am not tricking you. You misunderstood my meaning. You should think about it. If I am not willing to teach you array of all heavens, how could I possibly tell you such a subtle array-breaking technique? Bastard, you are clearly tricking me. I want to kill you." Wang Daozong completely lost his composure. He strained his neck and roared, his veins bulging, his expression ferocious, and he crazily urged his powers to attack. But he was locked down by the divine senses of the crossing calamity true man, and the other two returned to origin realm experts. Chapter 377. Furthermore, it is Qin Yu's terrifying comprehension displayed in the field of formations. How long has it been since he obtained the array of all heavens that he has achieved such shocking accomplishments? If he studies for another 100 or 80 years, wouldn't he be able to surpass the array breaker? These 2 points are the main reasons he decided to join Luoxiao Mountain. The group returned to Luoxiao Mountain, and then Qin Yu learned that Zhao Shanhe had been punished to reflect for 100 years. After learning the details, Qin Yu felt both moved and helpless. He was moved by Zhao Shanhe's loss of composure for his safety. He was helpless because Zhao Shanhe spoke so bluntly. If it were him, if a subordinate spoke so disrespectfully, he would have likely killed him by now. But the crossing calamity true man did not. This was already quite magnanimous. Qin Yu thought it would be good to temper Zhao Shanha's impulsive nature, so he did not go to Zixia True Man to plead for him. He went to the back mountain and saw Zhao Shanha. "Hey, you okay?" Zhao Shanha was overjoyed and hurried over. Qin Yu smiled and said, "What could happen? Wang Daozong is now one of us at Luoxia Mountain. You must not be so impulsive in the future. If you encounter a harsher sect leader, it wouldn't be as simple as reflecting for 100 years. Chapter 378. Take the Luoxia Bell. Zixia True Man raised her hand and tossed a small bell over. Qin Yu caught it and said with some surprise, "Master, this is the treasure of Luoxia Mountain. Treasures can be replaced, but lives cannot be regained. The Shuayan sect is not easy to deal with. You need to know when to advance and retreat. Don't be impulsive like your master. Zhao Shanha, understand?" Zixia True Man earnestly advised. Qin Yu nodded and did not say much. Zixia True Man watched his departing figure and sighed inwardly. "I hope nothing will happen." Li Qiongyo, as a rare moonlight body, is very important to the Shuayan sect. However, due to the news of Qin Yu's death, she became possessed, which is unacceptable for the Shuayan sect. Although the Shuayan sect is a prestigious orthodox sect, they're not easy to deal with. If they vent their anger on Qin Yu, they might do something outrageous. Zixia True Man could only do so much. Qin Yu's mood was very bad. Memories replayed in his mind, clear as if they had happened yesterday. Li Qiongyao's life should not end in such a way. He would not allow it. He had never been so anxious. He crazily urged his powers to fly at full speed. Chapter 379. Everyone had a look of regret on their faces. They all felt that Zhu Shiyuan, who came prepared, would not fail this time. And the bound Qin Yu had no chance of turning the tide. Zhu Shiyuan noticed the regretful expressions of these cultivators. This not only did not anger him, but instead made him feel very proud. The thrill of personally destroying a talented individual with unlimited potential, the pleasure of avenging his master, made him feel very satisfied. He took out a dagger from his storage ring and slowly walked towards Qin Yu, his face gradually becoming as sinister as a ghost. "I will use this dagger to cut your flesh piece by piece and drain your blood drop by drop, making you die in pain and despair." Qin Yu ignored him. Talking to a madman was just a waste of time. The binding magic rope did indeed trap his powers, but did not trap his chaotic energy. A thought crossed his mind, and chaotic energy surged from within him, a power even more formidable than magic, violently impacting the strange force on the binding magic rope. The speed was incredibly fast, like ice and snow meeting fierce fire. Where did it all start? Zhu Xin grinned maniacally, gesturing with a dagger, ultimately aiming for Qin Yu's arm. Chapter 380. I won't let her go. Qin Yu nodded. Song Mingxin was already on his kill list. The two set off for Shuayan sect together. Sensing the aura radiating from Li Qingye, Qin Yu was somewhat surprised, saying, "You've already reached the early stage of the Dao hearing realm so quickly?" Li Qingye glanced at him. "What's so strange about that? Back then, your cultivation was even lower than mine. Now you're two small realms above me. Sometimes I really feel like you're not my brother-in-law. The Qin Yu I know, isn't this abnormal?" Qin Yu smiled slightly, not engaging in that topic. "How are Xue Xiangming and the others?" "Xue Xiangming is quite good. He trains hard, almost like he's gone mad. He is now at the mid-stage of the celestial being realm, which is not bad." Li Qingye praised him a bit before talking about Sun Lei. Surprisingly, Sun Lei showed slightly weaker aptitude than Xue Xiangming. He had just barely broken through to the mid-stage of the celestial being realm when I left. This caught Qin Yu off guard. Back in the mortal realm, Sun Lei had a higher cultivation level than Xue Xiangming before he allied with him and showed stronger aptitude. He didn't expect that after entering the cultivation world, he would be a bit worse than Xue Xiaoming. Chapter 381. As soon as those words were spoken, Yu Kuan's pupils suddenly constricted, and he anxiously looked around. Sure enough, there was no one nearby. This made his heart sink. "Qin Yu, you can't kill me." "Why not?" "Keeping your dog life, just so you can bark and bite when you encounter me?" Qin Yu chuckled coldly and raised his sword to strike down. Just then, a cold shout came from a distance. "Yu Kuan is a distinguished guest of our Shuayan sect. No matter who you are, you can't harm him." Qin Yu frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a woman in a green dress flying over quickly, her expression dark, and her magical powers surging, clearly ready to strike at any moment. This was a cultivator at the mid-stage of the Dao hearing realm. Qin Yu didn't take her seriously at all. However, this was Shuayan's sect's territory, and he wanted to enter Shuayan's sect to see Li Qiangyao, so he hesitated. Seeing this, Yu Kuan seemed to have grasped a lifeline and shouted urgently, This fairy, please save me. Qin Yu is here to kill and rob. Upon hearing this, the female cultivator's expression darkened further. She scolded, Qin Yu, you bastard. My Shueyun sect, disciple Li Qiangyao, has been infatuated with you. Yet you turn out to be such a shameless person. She must be blind to fall for you and become possessed. Chapter 382. Yuan Sixue has successfully led the two into Shueyun sect. Since this was a sect composed entirely of female cultivators, the interior was elegantly arranged, with various blooming flowers everywhere, stunning in their vibrant colors. Pavilions and towers were arranged in an orderly manner, exuding elegance, giving a sense of exquisite beauty. The women coming and going wore long skirts of various colors, fluttering like butterflies, resembling celestial maidens, creating a beautiful scene. However, Qin Yu had no mind to appreciate it. He followed closely behind Yuan Sixue, his thoughts solely on Li Qiangyao. Ladies, our Shueyun sect is composed of female cultivators. Please do not wander around carelessly. If you accidentally enter where a certain elder is, it could end badly for you. Yuan Sixue reminded seriously. Got it, please hurry. Qin Yu urged, nodding. Soon, the three of them arrived at a courtyard filled with vibrant flowers. Yuan Sixue landed in front of a door and turned to Qin Yu. You'd better keep your emotions stable and not let Xiongyao's feelings be affected by you. Otherwise, something bad may happen. Understood. Qin Yu nodded, eagerly looking toward the room inside. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. By the way, who are you? If it's unnecessary, you shouldn't go in. Chapter 383. I'm here. Qin Yu smiled slightly, tightening his grip on her hand. Am I dreaming? No. Can't you feel the warmth of my hand? Hold me tight, okay? All right. Qin Yu bent down and picked up Li Qiangyao. Tears flowed continuously from Li Qiangyao's eyes, her breath gradually weakening, and even speaking seemed a bit laborious. Yet her face was filled with a satisfied smile. I'm content to see you before I die. With me here, you won't die. Qin Yu laughed heartily, activating the mysterious technique taught to him by the mysterious person, Magic Seed. The demonic energy within Li Qiangyao flowed into him like a tide. In the blink of an eye, it was swept away. Husband. Li Qiangyao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Don't speak, just use the technique to heal. Yes, husband. This sudden change reignited Li Qiangyao's hope for life. She hurriedly activated her technique to heal. She then clearly felt a very peculiar force, suppressing her violent magical power, gradually calming it down. This was the marvelous use of chaotic power. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the life-threatening situation that had left the entire Shueyun sect helpless was easily and completely resolved by Qin Yu. Chapter 384. So how did you do it? Li Qiangyao was very curious. This was something that broke the norm. If Qin Yu were a master above the fusion Dao realm, he could understand it. After all, cultivators of that level had reached a new height in their understanding of the great Dao. But Qin Yu was only at the late stage of the Dao hearing realm, still quite far from the fusion Dao realm. Moreover, cultivators above the fusion Dao realm might not necessarily have a solution. The helplessness of Shueyun's sect's higher-ups was the best proof. After saying this, Li Qiangyao felt that his persistent questioning might not be appropriate, as it could involve Qin Yu's secrets. So he added, if it's inconvenient for you, you don't have to answer. I'm just curious. There's nothing I can't answer. Qin Yu waved his hand, appearing quite at ease. Of course, he couldn't reveal the real reason. As Li Qiangyao reminded, he needed to provide a reasonable explanation. He spoke calmly. I obtained a pill by chance that can treat the symptoms of going into demonic possession, provided that the inner demons are removed. The Divine Palace Yuan embryo guiding technique was also obtained at that time. Chapter 385. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu raised his eyebrows, feeling very pleased. Thank you, senior. Hu Lingyu coldly snorted and said, don't be in a hurry to thank me. Listen carefully. You can come to Shueyun's sect to see her at any time. But that doesn't mean you can take her away to live as a couple. What I said before still stands. Unless you achieve the fusion of Dao within 100 years, you cannot truly be together. She made this decision because Li Qiangyao's love for Qin Yu was too steadfast and unwavering. She didn't want Li Qiangyao to be sad about not being able to see Qin Yu, which would affect her cultivation. This was the greatest concession she could make. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression darkened. The little goodwill he had previously felt towards this woman vanished in an instant. This woman was still as detestable as ever. Not happy, huh? Even if you're not happy, you have to endure it. This is a test for you. I don't believe that there are emotions that time cannot smooth over, I only believe that there isn't a single good man in this world. Qin Yu did not take the bait. He was just curious about who had toyed with her feelings to make her so resistant to men. Somewhat reminiscent of the saying, once bitten by a snake, afraid of a rope for 10 years. Qin Yu was too lazy to argue with her about this. He changed the subject and asked, what about Songmingxin? How did you handle it? Chapter 386. Li Qiangyao and Li Qingye had not seen each other for a long time either. After chatting for a while, Li Qingye, feeling quite lost, took the initiative to bid farewell and pulled Yuan Sixue towards the backyard. He knew that Li Qiangyao and Qin Yu definitely had a lot to talk about. 3 days was too short. This wasn't Hu Lingyu deliberately making things difficult for Qin Yu. It was just that Shuiyun's sect had such rules. Qiangyao, you should go cultivate to heal your injuries. Qin Yu supported Li Qiangyao towards the room, but was rejected. No need, I'm basically fine now. I just need to take the elixir and slowly recover. I just want to be with you right now. Saying this, Li Qiangyao leaned her head on Qin Yu's shoulder. All right. Qin Yu looked around and saw a pavilion in the flower bushes in the distance, so he smiled and said, standing is not good. Let's go sit over there and talk. MHM. Li Qiangyao obediently agreed. The two went to the pavilion and sat down. After a moment of tenderness, Li Qiangyao cautiously looked around and asked, Husband, that day I gave you the divine palace Yuan fetus guidance method, which is clearly of low grade, but why? Li Qiangyao did not continue. Qin Yu understood her meaning and had already made plans for this. Selectively revealing a piece of the truth. I have a special way to improve the grade of the cultivation method. Chapter 387. Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. He knew Li Qingye, back in the Dian dynasty, as the legitimate eldest son. He had once been groomed by Emperor Qianwu as his heir, and he was never short of women. He had many women, but none were made consorts. He was a very stubborn person, opposing Emperor Qianwu's political marriages and had even resisted them. In this regard, he and Li Qiangyao were quite similar. This was also one of the important reasons why Emperor Qianwu felt disappointed in him and dismissed him as heir. Yuan Sixue was pretty but not exceptionally beautiful. That Li Qingye would develop feelings for her was something Qin Yu had never expected. You like her? Of course. After getting confirmation, Qin Yu smiled and asked, Does she like you? Li Qingye shook his head. I don't know. Should I ask Qiangyao to help you find out her feelings? No need. Li Qingye waved his hand and said, I want to conquer her with my own charm, to make her willingly accept me. Having help in this matter would be counterproductive. I appreciate the good intentions, but we only have 2 days left. It's okay. 2 days isn't enough. We can come back later. What you need to do now is to become good friends with her, so I'll have a reason to come find her in the future. Chapter 388. Analyzing this. Qin Yu thought of that fellow Yu Kuan. Perhaps he was related to this matter. Otherwise, what was Wang Yuyin so excited about? It couldn't just be because of that old man, the Tianshu Daoist, could it? To verify this thought, after the woman in the yellow dress finished speaking, Qin Yu asked about the deceased cultivation level, mid-stage of the Enlightenment realm. Among the Enlightenment realm cultivators in Shuiyun's sect, regardless of talent or combat power, she could only be described as mediocre. Overall, she was a relatively ordinary woman. Such a person was completely unrelated to the Nanhuang Enlightenment Conference. She had no chance of shining at such a grand event, which confirmed Qin Yu's thoughts. Yu Kuan, if this is your doing, let's see how you explain yourself this time. Qin Yu secretly sneered in his heart and, after inquiring about some details, requested to examine the corpse. Of course, the examination was a pretense. The real intention was to deduce. However, he still pretended to act very professionally, carefully checking the condition of the corpse. System. Deduce what happened to the deceased in her lifetime, starting from when she learned that someone from Qingyan Mountain was coming. Ding. Deduction begins. On that day, Wang Yuyin lived her boring life that she had repeated for decades, sitting in meditation among the flowers, feeling that life was dull and thinking about her beloved. Chapter 389. Qin Yu stared blankly at Hu Lingyu. Suddenly, he made a realization. Senior, my previous judgment may have been wrong. No, it should be right, yes. It is right. The deceased committed suicide. It has nothing to do with anyone else. After saying this, he cupped his hands towards Hu Lingyu and forced a smile at the other female cultivators on the scene. This case can be closed like this. Senior, fellow Taoists, I'm leaving. He then hurriedly walked out, as if fleeing. His drastic change in attitude took everyone by surprise. Hu Lingyu froze for a moment, then shouted, You stop right there. Qin Yu quickly halted, turned around with a gushao, and said, Senior, I really can't do anything about it. I was just talking nonsense earlier. I truly believe it's suicide, unrelated to anyone else. At this moment, the surrounding female cultivators seemed to realize something. Just now, Qin had asked about the details of the deceased body, and Hu Lingyu's expression seemed a bit off, as if she wanted to hide something. Then, Qin attitude changed drastically. Could it be? Some female cultivators looked at Hu Lingyu with a strange expression. The timid and cautious ones even slowly retreated, fearing something unexpected might happen. After all, Hu Lingyu's brutality was well known. She couldn't stand men, nor could she tolerate women being kind to men, and many suspected she was mentally unstable. Chapter 390. Hu Lingyu, what's going on with you to be shouting so loudly? A figure suddenly appeared. It was an old man with white hair and beard, his face covered in layers of wrinkles and looking quite unpleasant. This person was none other than the Tianshu Taoist. Hu Lingyu angrily referred to him as Tianshu Old Ghost, which puzzled and angered him. As he spoke, Yu Kuan finally appeared. Yu Kuan glanced at the motionless figure lying on the bed, and his pupils slightly constricted. He quickly returned to normal. Then he saw Qin Yu in the crowd, and his expression darkened. Shouting and screaming? None of you men are any good. You must give me an explanation today, Hu Lingyu said coldly, her killing intent unmistakable in her eyes. At that moment, several figures flew in. They were all women, and judging by their age, they seemed somewhat embarrassed. Qin Yu sensed the aura around him and noticed the respectful attitude of the female cultivators, and he understood. These were the higher-ups of the Shuiyun sect. One of the elderly women, dignified and exuding an air of nobility, said somewhat helplessly, I say, Ling, stop hanging that phrase on your lips every day. Let's talk about business. The Tianshu Taoist snorted coldly and said, What do you want, you woman full of killing intent? Draw out a path. Chapter 391. The people who previously examined Wang Yuyan's cause of death had only checked her body. After all, the situation in the room was apparent. There was no need to use spiritual sense. Using spiritual sense consumes soul power, and generally, people avoid using it unless necessary. Now, with so many high-level cultivators scanning the room, it didn't take long for a master from Shuiyun sect to discover the buried storage ring in the soil of the Shuiyun flower pot. Sect master, there is something in that flower pot. Before the Shuiyun sect master could speak, Hu Lingyu, eager to prove her judgment was correct, slapped the flower pot, shattering it, and took out the storage ring. Seeing this, Qin Yu looked at Yu Kuan and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Yu Kuan noticed his gaze and felt a tightening in his heart. At this moment, everyone focused their attention on the storage ring. The deceased must have hidden something in the soil. Without saying a word, Hu Lingyu extended her spiritual sense and was momentarily stunned. There was only a piece of shadow stone. Upon hearing this, Yu Kuan immediately felt an ominous premonition. With a flash, Hu Lingyu infused her power into the shadow stone, which emitted beams of light, forming an image. In front of flowers, under the moonlight, in a pavilion, two people were tightly embraced, as if glued together. Chapter 392. With so many people wanting to kill him, Yu Kuan turned pale with fear. Fortunately, the Tianshu Taoist remained calm, releasing his aura to confront the crowd and protecting Yu Kuan at his side. After all, he was a core disciple of Qingyun Mountain, destined to become a mainstay of his sect. How could he just watch him die? Everyone calm down. Please calm down. Calm down my ass. Hu Lingyu shouted angrily. This little bastard must die today. Her words received agreement from many female disciples of Shuiyun sect. Yes, he must be killed. How can we comfort Yuyin's spirit in heaven if we don't kill him? How can we resolve our hatred? Qin Yu did not participate in this matter. Observing the people of Shuiyun sect, he helplessly discovered that the higher-ups of Shuiyun sect, including the sect master, did not explicitly state they wanted to kill Yu Kuan, remaining silent and tacitly allowing Hu Lingyu to take the lead. Obviously, Shuiyun sect still had some apprehensions about Qingyun Mountain. They did not want to completely fall out with Qingyun Mountain. The Tianshu Taoist naturally noticed this, which gave him more confidence. He glared at Hu Lingyu and asked loudly, What reason do you have to kill my Qingyun Mountain disciple? Chapter 393. Rest assured, I won't kill him. Saying this, Hu Lingyu produced a short knife, causing the crowd to change their expressions, thinking she was going back on her word. However, before anyone could say anything, she swiftly brought down the knife. Puffed. A flash of blood passed through Yu Kuan's lower body, and a certain indescribable flesh lump fell to the ground. I'll cut off your progeny root. Let's see how you continue to do evil. Hu Lingyu acted violently, roughly tossing Yu Kuan to the ground. her face filled with disdain, as if discarding a piece of trash. Yu Kun quickly reached for his lower body, letting out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, his body curling up like a large shrimp, rolling on the ground. You mad woman! How could you? This scene was also unexpected for Chinyu. Instinctively, his lower body tensed up, feeling a chill. This woman was somewhat perverse. However, punishing Yu Kun in this way did indeed feel satisfying. The Tianshu Daoist's face turned pale with anger. He thought Hu Lingyu might break all of Yu Kun's bones or use some secret technique to torture him. But he never expected she would cut off Yu Kun's progeny root. This was a tremendous humiliation for a man, especially for a cultivator. Chapter 394. Chinyu's current strength was decent. However, speed was not his forte. In the mundane world, he had deeply experienced the advantages of being one step faster, which played a crucial role in both combat and escaping. Now, with a low-level cosmic technique that excelled in speed, he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. The low-grade level of the cosmic technique was a bit lacking, but with over 6,000 years of deduction time, he could elevate it to high-level cosmic status, akin to the original Chaos scripture. Such a level would allow him to look down on the world in terms of speed. As the dignified sect master of Shueiyun's sect, would I deceive you? Rest assured, my Shueiyun sect disciples will accompany you. Hearing him say this, Chinyu was completely reassured. However, he still did not agree outright and asked, "What do you need me to do? Just follow me." After saying this, the sect master of Shueiyun's sect rose into the air, and Chinyu followed closely behind. After a few breaths, the two arrived at the back mountain. There were almost no buildings here, looking uninhabited, yet was well maintained, with various flowers blooming all over the hills, devoid of any weeds. Winding paths of stones of different sizes were laid among the flowers, looking very picturesque and giving a sense of tranquility. Chapter 395. Chinyu was somewhat surprised. According to legend, the saintess of Shueiyun sect was extremely mysterious and rarely made appearances. Even the people of Shueiyun sect seldom saw her. He didn't expect to be with her. It was said that she had a special physique, but Chinyu was unaware of the specifics. Of course, Liang Mengqi was most famous for being the first beauty of the southern wilderness, pursued by countless young talents, all of whom were ruthlessly rejected by her. Chinyu was curious about how this woman compared to Li Qiangyao. However, he was more concerned about Liang Mengqi's cultivation level. The saintess of Shueiyun sect entered the cultivation world decades earlier than him, and her talent was astonishing. He wondered what her current cultivation level was. After all, she was his partner. Senior, what is her cultivation level? Great perfection of the insight realm. Great perfection of the insight realm? Chinyu was somewhat surprised. That's right. The master of Shueiyun sect nodded and said, she deliberately suppressed her cultivation level to obtain the inheritance inside. Are you saying that only cultivators at the enlightenment realm can enter that place? Chinyu asked, puzzled. The master of Shueiyun sect nodded. Smart, you guessed correctly. Why can only cultivators of enlightenment realm enter? Chapter 396. Li Qiangyao blushed and said softly, just as my husband said. As she spoke, Li Qiangyao slowly leaned towards Chinyu. Then a bizarre scene appeared. Li Qiangyao's clothing and figure did not change at all, but her face gradually transformed into that of Guoru, and even her voice changed. Why not just do it right here in the courtyard? Guoru, how is it you? Chinyu was somewhat surprised. Yes, it's me. I've liked you for a long time. Men having multiple wives is nothing remarkable. Since you can have Li Qiangyao and Su Qiaoqiao, why can't you have me? As she spoke, Guoru moved closer to him. Chinyu felt a raging fire ignite within him. His primal instincts activated, his eyes gradually turned red, and even his breathing became a bit hurried. Since you are so infatuated with me, how can I bear to refuse? All right, then hurry and take me, quickly, right here in the courtyard. However, Chinyu's eyes showed a hint of struggle. He thought of Li Qiangyao and Su Qiaoqiao. Most importantly, he vaguely remembered that he didn't seem to like Guoru. Moreover, Guoru seemed to be slightly inferior to the other two in both temperament and appearance, and he wasn't that desperate. Chapter 397. As he spoke, the man spread his arms wide. Liang Mengqi's expression finally showed a very obvious change. She looked furious, as if she wanted to swallow the man whole. The surrounding environment became incredibly clear, almost as if it were real. Scoundrel, despicable and lowly, a lecher who bullies others with his power. My contract of servitude was clearly forced upon my parents to sign by you. You rely on being the sole son of the governor of Huazhou to bully others. A person like you deserves to die. Liang Mengqi scolded loudly as she charged towards the man. I have power and wealth in Huizhou City. Here, in this remote area, it's the Hui family that has the final say. What do you do about it? Accept your fate. Give me your body, and if you serve me well, I will give you everything you want." The man laughed wildly. He opened his arms, unafraid, waiting for Liang Mengqi's attack. Slap! Liang Mengqi delivered a slap that shattered the man's face. However, the next moment, the man appeared again a distance away, accompanied by two middle-aged people bound like Zongzi. The man held a sword, pointing it at the chest of the ragged, bruised middle-aged man, grinning maliciously as he threatened. "Look, this is your father. Guess how many times I have to stab him to kill him?" Chapter 398. You are right. I will listen to you. Liang Mengqi acted sweetly like a little girl, feeling trust for a man other than her father for the first time. Good, forget about those sad things. You should have a brand new life. Don't deliberately package yourself as someone without emotions, okay? At this moment, Qin Yu had come to her side, gently caressing her cheek with a look of deep concern on his face. You should try to accept others. You will find true love. Now you have the strength for it, don't you? Yes, you are right. Liang Mengqi nodded, not knowing why her fondness for Qin Yu kept growing. After so many years of exhaustion, she suddenly wanted to find a shoulder to lean on. Can I hug you? Just for a little while, please. Liang Mengqi pleaded softly. Of course. Qin Yu smiled, extending his arms to gently pull her into his embrace, then gradually tightening his hold, which reminded Liang Mengqi of her mother's embrace. So warm. So safe. Suddenly, Liang Mengqi had a thought. How wonderful it would be if she could stay in his strong arms forever. Chapter 399. Qin Yu approached the pavilion and extended his consciousness to observe carefully. However, he found that there were no fluctuations of spiritual energy from any formations inside. Could it be that there's nothing in there? In fact, having not studied the array path of all heavens in detail, Qin Yu couldn't be sure. After thinking for a while, he could only test it himself. Wait outside. I will go in and check. Once I confirm there is no problem, you can come in. Qin Yu said solemnly. He guessed that Liang Mengqi hesitated here because she was afraid that there might be even more powerful illusions inside, and from her previous behavior. It was evident she couldn't compete with them. All right, if anything happens to you, I will come in to help you. Liang Mengqi said seriously. Qin Yu did not respond. Stepping inside, Liang Mengqi instinctively clenched her fists, her full attention fixed on Qin Yu. Upon entering the pavilion, Qin Yu immediately saw a skeletal figure sitting cross-legged not far away, its clothing having disintegrated into fragments under the erosion of time. There was a scroll on the ground, and a long sword. Both were covered in dust. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Qin Yu did not sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy, and after scanning the area with his consciousness, he did not find any hidden formations or devices. Chapter 400. There are no other treasures. We can leave now. Liang Mengqi walked to Qin Yu's side and said, All right, I'll return the scroll to you. Did you finish reading it? Yes. Did you memorize it? Yes. After confirming, Liang Mengqi took the scroll. The two walked towards the edge of the formation together. By the way, I haven't asked you, how does a man like you end up in my Shueyan sect? And why does the master trust you so much, allowing you to participate in breaking the formation? Liang Mengqi, for some reason, became very interested in Qin Yu's situation. Qin Yu smiled and said, Because my wife is a disciple of Shueyan sect. Upon hearing this, Liang Mengqi was slightly taken aback. For some reason, she suddenly lost interest in talking. Her eyes, which had softened a bit, turned cold again. Seeing her suddenly stop speaking, Qin Yu was somewhat surprised and glanced at her. Noticing her indifferent expression, he did not pursue it further. The two maintained a silence as they walked out of the grand formation. The master of Shueyan sect was outside the formation. Upon seeing them, he showed a disappointed expression. Failed, right? That's okay, we can talk about it later. There will always be disciples who... The master of Shueyan sect's words were cut short, his mouth agape. Liang Mengqi held the scroll in her left hand and the long sword in her right, handing them over. Chapter 401. Qin Yu was astonished, unable to understand the thoughts of the master of Shueyan sect. This is a test for you. If you really agree, I would rather not take you as my disciple and would look down on you. The master of Shueyan sect laughed. Qin Yu looked helpless. The master of Shueyan sect continued. However, you still have to acknowledge me as your master and become my registered disciple. After all, you have practiced the techniques of my Shueyan sect. But don't worry, there are no restrictions on you. It's just that as a disciple and son-in-law of Shueyan sect, you must lend a hand when the sect is in trouble. Qin Yu could accept being a registered disciple, so he bowed and said, "Disciple pays respects to master. If Shueyun's sect is in trouble, I will do my best to help." "Very good. My name is Luo Huayin. Remember it. Our Shueyun sect doesn't have many formalities, so you don't need to be too formal when you see me in the future." "Yes, master." "All right, you can go about your business now." Luo Huayin waved her hand. Qin Yu did not take Luo Huayin's words about not having many formalities to mean he could be disrespectful. He still bowed respectfully as a disciple. "All right, master." Then he left. Luo Huayin watched his departing figure with a satisfied smile on her face. Not servile nor arrogant. Not proud nor impatient. With principles and integrity, this young man will surely achieve great things in the future. Chapter 402. You have joined Shueyun's sect. Li Qingye was stunned for a moment, his brows furrowing tightly. He despised traitors the most. If Qin Yu really betrayed Luoxia Mountain, it would be a great disappointment for him. A registered disciple is just a title. I'm still a disciple of Luoxia Mountain, and that won't change. Qin Yu noticed Li Qingye's thoughts and explained the ins and outs of the matter. The reason he told them this was not to show off, but to let this matter spread so that everyone would know he had obtained the Shueyun sect's technique, Feng Lei Ju. When he later displayed even stronger abilities, it would seem more normal and wouldn't easily lead people to think he had other reasons. After all, a primary level universe technique is already the top existence in the South Wilderness. After Qin Yu finished explaining, both were shocked. Your talent in formations is so terrifying. The formation that has not been broken by anyone in our Shueyun sect for thousands of years was easily broken by you. Hearing this, Qin Yu felt a bit helpless. It seemed that his reputation as a genius in formations was unavoidable. But in reality, he could be said to know almost nothing about formations. If it weren't for his incredibly powerful soul, which was not affected by the illusion formation under the enhancement of chaotic power, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to find the core of the illusion formation. Chapter 403. What does it mean that the saintess? She felt that Liang Mengqi harbored hostility towards her. Qin Yu shook his head and said, "Don't mind her. That's just her personality. She treats everyone that way, even the sect master." Li Qiangyao looked at him with suspicion. "You seem to know her well?" Qin Yu was a bit surprised. "Don't you know her personality?" "I don't know. Since I entered Shueyun's sect, I haven't seen her. I just know she has been in closed-door cultivation." "Don't change the subject. Tell me how you know her. You've only been in Shueyun's sect for 2 days. Li Qiangyao stared closely at Qin Yu and asked. As expected, no matter which world, women are like this. Qin Yu said helplessly. Here's the thing. He recounted the story of how the master of Shueyun's sect, Luo Huayin, had him and Liang Mengqi break the formation, emphasizing Liang Mengqi's personality and her indifferent expression towards everyone. Of course, there were some things he definitely skipped, like what happened in the illusion. After listening, Li Qiangyao pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you like her?" Qin Yu laughed in surprise. "How could that be? We just met for the first time today, and I don't like her cold personality." "That means she likes you." Chapter 404. After speaking, Hu Lengyu angrily flicked her sleeves and left. Qin Yu didn't even bother to look at her. "Qiangyao, I'm leaving. I'll see you off," Li Qingye said helplessly from the side. "What? Does my existence as your brother mean nothing?" "Yes, of course it matters. I'll see you both off." With Li Qiangyao seeing them off, the two left Shueyun sect. On the way, Li Qingye asked, "Are you really not participating in the South Wilderness Dao Conference?" Qin Yu shook his head. "I'm not participating. I want to participate. Can scattered cultivators participate?" "As long as they are cultivators at the Dao realm in the South Wilderness, they can participate. You want to use this to strengthen the Scattered Cultivator Alliance?" "No." Li Qingye shook his head. The Scattered Cultivator Alliance is a loose organization. There is no need to participate in such competitions. I have other reasons for participating." "Other reasons?" Qin Yu frowned and thought for a moment, suddenly realizing, and asked with uncertainty, "Is it for Yuan Cixue?" "Exactly. I need to make a name for myself. Otherwise, marrying her would be a bit difficult." Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel worried. Li Qingye practiced the technique of Xinyuan's sect, and the rank was too low, lacking any advantage in the entire South Wilderness. From Qin Yu's perspective, defeat was inevitable. Chapter 405. On the way, Qin Yu parted ways with Li Qingye. Li Qingye was returning to his Scattered Cultivator Alliance. Qin Yu returned to Luoxia Mountain. Upon returning to Luoxia Mountain, Qin Yu encountered Zhao Shana. "Master, why aren't you cultivating?" Since his cultivation surpassed Zhao Shana's, Zhao Shanhe felt embarrassed and insisted on going into closed-door cultivation to regain his dignity as a master. Now Zhao Shanhe was already at the mid-level of the Dao realm. According to his nature, he shouldn't have come out. I can't cultivate anymore. If I do, I'll break through to the late stage of the Dao realm. Zhao Shanhe said helplessly. Qin Yu was puzzled. Isn't that a good thing? It was originally a good thing, but I need to participate in the South Wilderness Dao Conference and strive to win a place in the mid-level group of the Dao realm to bring glory to Luoxiao Mountain. Zhao Shanhe raised his chin while speaking, looking very confident. Oh, I see. Master, you need to work harder then. To this, Qin Yu could only cheer him on. No matter what, Zhao Shanhe was bringing glory to Luoxiao Mountain. By the way, you also need to participate to help us win a good name for Luoxiao Mountain. Be careful not to break through to the great perfection of the Dao realm. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head. Chapter 406. Zixia, a real person, knew that Qin Yu had connections. He did not believe that Qin Yu would change sex and take another as his master. There was no need. In his view, with Qin Yu's background, no one in the entire South Wilderness was qualified to be his master, nor was any sect worthy of being Qin Yu's sect. Zhao Shanhe had merely taken Qin Yu in by chance, and it was just good luck. Luoxiao Mountain had even gained quite a bit from it. He believed there must be some special reason behind it. Zixia, a real person, knew, but the others on site were unaware and looked at Qin Yu with suspicion. It is known that for a sect, changing one's allegiance and taking someone else as a master is a great act of treachery, and it would be despised everywhere. Qin Yu, I believe there must be a reason for this. Please explain to everyone so as to avoid misunderstandings. All right. Qin Yu replied helplessly and began to explain the reasoning behind the incident. When he spoke of Hu Lungyu cutting off Yu Kuan's progeny, most of the men present couldn't help but feel a chill in their groins, whispering amongst themselves. This woman is too fierce. To have someone cut off their progeny is even harder to accept than killing them directly. Yu Kuan looks so respectable, but turns out to be a despicable hypocrite. The same goes for the people from Qingyun Mountain. Well done. That's a clean cut. Chapter 407. The Taoist Master Deduce nodded in agreement. What does it matter if you temporarily hide? You plan for the future, not caring about immediate gains or losses. Qin Yu, you shouldn't participate in the Dao conference. Hearing their words, Zhao Shanhe also changed his mind. He said bitterly, you little brat, just endure it for now. When you grow stronger in the future, you can step on them all. Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh at their reactions. Wait, do you really think I'll lose? Qin Yu, Taoist Master Zixia said with a serious expression. In fact, based on your growth trajectory, your path has been too smooth. You might be underestimating the core disciples of Qingyun Mountain. Taoist Master Deduce nodded and continued. In fact, Yu Kuan is merely the weakest among their many core disciples. Any direct disciple of the sect leader is stronger than him. That's right, and their direct disciples can't easily break through their cultivation level. They strive to refine every minor realm to the extreme before breaking through, which makes their strength extremely formidable. Taoist Master Zixia said. Qin Yu understood now. Taoist Master Zixia was worried that he might not be able to match them unexpectedly. Taoist Master Zixia felt that his own cultivation level had progressed too quickly, surpassing his master in such a short time, and that his foundation was definitely not as stable as theirs. Chapter 408. Meanwhile, Liang Mengqi, who had been thinking of Chunjin day and night, was now in the flower grove on the back mountain. Looking at the ancestral Master S retreat that had appeared within her line of sight after the array was broken. She didn't know why, but ever since Qin Yu left, she couldn't help but miss everything that happened in the illusion. She knew it was all fake. She also knew that Qin Yu had no feelings for her and might even dislike her cold personality. Yet, she still couldn't help but miss him. At some point, Luo Huayin appeared beside her. You must have experienced something in the illusion, right? Liang Mengqi's expression did not change at all. She continued to stare at the retreat and, after a long time, nodded slightly. Yes, Luo Huayin sighed. When I was young, I also went through that illusion. I clearly know what the entrance lacked the most, and what will appear in the illusion. That feeling is very real and deeply touches the human heart. Upon hearing this, Liang Mengqi's heart trembled. She asked herself what she lacked the most. After thinking for a moment, she gradually found the answer. A sense of security. A sense of security from a man. Her father had failed to give her a sense of security back then, which led to her almost being humiliated, and thereafter, no man had ever provided her with that sense of security. Chapter 409. Regardless, she could finally focus on her cultivation. Qin Yu devoted himself to practicing the Primordial Chaos Sutra, rapidly enhancing his spirit, body, and magical power at an astonishing speed. His chaotic body was becoming stronger. Yet, no one in the world knew that he was a chaotic body. Time passed without notice, and in the blink of an eye, more than 9 years had gone by. One day, Qin Yu opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He was on the verge of breaking through to the great perfection of the enlightenment realm. He was just a step away from the breakthrough. Unfortunately, that step remained elusive, forcing him to halt his cultivation. It was time to visit the Shueiyun sect. Qin Yu planned to see Li Qiangyao. For mortals, 10 years could be a world of change. Anything could happen. But for cultivators with long lifespans, it felt like just a few days had passed. Li Qiangyao might still be in seclusion, preparing for the Southern Wilderness Tao Conference. Opening the array and stepping out of the room, Qin Yu was surprised to find Wang Daozong still outside, studying the array. Upon seeing him, he became anxious. Why did you put away the array? I was about to understand it thoroughly. You waste of talent. You can't stop my progress, can you? Chapter 410. Qin Yu carefully digested the contents, and his expression gradually darkened. As expected, that mysterious person had no good intentions. The demon seed was to use one's body as a seed to feed the demon. Practicing the initial stage of the demon seed, he would become a seed, and once it grew into a tree, he would become the vessel for the mysterious person. The mysterious person's spirit would invade his body, devour his spirit, occupy his flesh, and not be rejected by the heavenly Tao, allowing him to live again in a new identity. No wonder that mysterious person repeatedly cautioned him not to let anyone know that he was practicing the demon seed. It was because he feared someone would learn the truth. Qin Yu speculated that the reason he was seen as the demon seed was that the mysterious person discovered the chaotic energy within him, making him a rare, top-quality vessel. That damned bastard truly had no good intentions. Qin Yu muttered angrily. Understanding the truth of the matter, Qin Yu finally felt relieved. The best opportunity for him to be used as a vessel was when he stepped into the merging Tao realm. At that time, he could merge his spirit with the Tao. The mysterious person could invade his spirit and merge with the Tao without being rejected by the laws of heaven and earth. Doing so in the enlightenment realm would inevitably lead to failure. Chapter 411. Qin Yu did not kill him. It was not out of mercy, but he wanted him to live and return to tell Jiang Tian that he was already aware that the Xian Yuan sect was monitoring the falling Sunset Mountain. After the Southern Wilderness Tao Conference, he would discuss with Taoist Master Zixia whether to completely destroy the Xian Yuan sect to eliminate future threats. Of course, he would not let him go so easily. He took away his storage ring as a small punishment. After doing all this, Qin Yu sped towards the Ghost Cry Demon Sea. When he stepped into the Ghost Cry Demon Sea, the thick, ink-like demon energy spread out as if it were alive, forming a path extending into the dark depths. The slightly dissatisfied voice of the mysterious person came through. Why did you take so long to arrive? I was in seclusion at falling Sunset Mountain, and it took time to fly here. This is already my fastest speed, Qin Yu replied without revealing any signs. Maintaining his usual expression, why didn't you use the void-breaking pill? In an instant, he could arrive here. Reluctant, as Qin Yu walked, he said somewhat helplessly, I've offended quite a few people during this time, and this is my trump card for survival. I can't use it unless absolutely necessary. Qin Yu wasn't just talking nonsense. Who knows how many void-breaking pills that mysterious person has? Chapter 412. Next, Qin Yu embellished his experiences, focusing on Xinyan Mountain, the targeting by Haotian sect, and the potential threats from Xinyuan sect and Blood Demon sect. So, the void-breaking pill is too important to me. I can't bear to use it unless absolutely necessary. But now the problem has arisen. It wouldn't help if a cultivator with a higher cultivation level uses the void-breaking pill, Qin Yu sighed. This statement was half true and half false. The false part was that he had never been reluctant to use the void-breaking pill. He just hadn't reached a point where he had to use it. The truth was that he indeed had no way to cover a higher-level cultivator within a Tenjong radius and pull them into a black hole. Moreover, whether the black hole's power could pull them in was also uncertain, and Qin Yu wasn't sure about that. I've said it before, it's just a void-breaking pill. Use it freely. As soon as the mysterious person's voice fell, a dense swarm of void-breaking pills flew towards Qin Yu. He scanned with his divine sense and was shocked to find that there were actually 100 of them. The power of the void-breaking pill can stack. One explosion creates a Tenjong black hole, and two exploding together creates a 20-zhang black hole. If dozens are thrown out at once, even a fusion realm cultivator would have to come in obediently. Chapter 413. Soon, Qin Yu arrived within 100 miles of Qingyun Mountain. From a distance, he could see the towering peaks that reached into the clouds, with the summit hidden among the clouds, giving a misty and ethereal feeling. This peak was about half taller than Laoxiao Mountain and was said to be the highest peak in the southern wilderness, which matched well with Qingyun Mountain being the #1 sect in the southern wilderness. Qin, you could clearly feel that the spiritual energy around him had become very dense and was significantly stronger than that of Laoxiao Mountain. It absolutely belonged to a rare blessed land. These details showed the foundation of Qingyun Mountain. Wuxiang Valley was located beneath that high mountain. Due to the powerful strength of Qingyun Mountain as a backdrop, it had become the #1 trading post in the southern wilderness. Pile, formation, magical trésor, and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures were all sold here, with high grades far superior to those in the Shilin Square near Laoxia Mountain. It was Qin Yu's first visit. He stared blankly at Qingyun Mountain from a distance. At that moment, a middle-aged man flew towards him. This middle-aged man was unremarkable in appearance, looking sneaky, glancing around as if on guard against something. Qin Yu noticed him and became secretly vigilant. "Friend, do you want the sect's unique skill from Qingyun Mountain? Only 500 middle-grade spirit stones." Chapter 414. The methods used in Shilin Square before would definitely not work here. There were too many high-level cultivators. If he was recognized, he would be hunted down by Qingyun Mountain, which could even implicate Laoxiao Mountain. For a moment, Qin Yu couldn't think of a good plan. At that moment, 4 figures flew over high speed. "You bastard, stop!" A loud shout. And 2 of them chased after the person selling the skills to Qin Yu, while the other 2 surrounded Qin Yu from the front and back. One of the 2 was a tall and sturdy man in the late stage of the Enlightenment realm, while the other was a plump man in the perfect Enlightenment realm, of medium height. Both had unfriendly expressions. "Are you Qin Yu?" the tall man asked as he sized up Qin Yu. "Yes," Qin Yu nodded. Upon receiving confirmation, unfriendly expressions immediately appeared on their faces. The plump cultivator coldly said, "Kid, you've been quite the sensation in the southern wilderness lately." Hearing this, Qin Yu's expression darkened. "I'm here to buy things in Wuxiang Valley and will also participate in the Southern Wilderness Enlightenment Conference. As the hosts, is this how you treat your guests?" "Bah." The plump cultivator spat heavily on the ground and coldly said, "You consider yourself a guest of Qingyun Mountain? We're being very polite by not killing you here." Chapter 415. Qin Yu had already been low-key enough, but he was still recognized by the cultivators on the street. "Look, quick, look. Isn't that Qin Yu? It really is Qin Yu. This guy's luck must be good. Of course. He has a wife with a bright moon physique and even obtained the initial level cosmic skill wind thunder decision. He's hogging all the good fortune. What luck? He relies on real ability. If you had that kind of talent in formations and could break the formation of Shuiyun sect, you'd also get wind thunder decision." This was reasonable. Qin Yu's talent in formations was astonishing, and his cultivation aptitude was also exceptional. In such a short time, he had already reached the late stage of the Enlightenment realm. There's no way around it. People will die if compared, and goods will be thrown away if compared. This person will surely shine in the southern wilderness in the future. Don't say it's so, absolutely. Qingyun Mountain probably won't give him a chance to grow. There were all kinds of comments. Qin Yu remained unmoved, scanning the buildings on both sides of the street while walking, wanting to find an inn to settle down before considering purchasing magical treasures. During this time, many people came to greet him out of admiration, and Qin Yu responded kindly, even to those with lower cultivation levels, showing no airs. Chapter 416. The plump cultivator waddled out like a meatball, bowing and appearing quite comical. Real person Tian Shu recalled the events that had happened in Shuiyun sect. It was precisely because Qin Yu uncovered the truth that Yu Kuan was castrated, causing Qingyun Mountain to lose face. That bastard Qin Yu. Real person Tian Shu couldn't help but curse, wishing he could rush over and deal with Qin Yu to vent his anger. But he held back. It was obvious that Qin Yu's arrival at Wuxiang Valley would attract a lot of attention, including many experts from other sects like Haoyin sect. If he were to kill Qin Yu and be discovered by these people and spread the word, then Qingyun Mountain would truly lose face. Some things could only be done in secret. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a blue robe walked in. Upon hearing the commotion, real person Tian Shu's expression darkened, and he was about to scold the person to leave when he realized the newcomer was his disciple, Su Qinghe. Greetings, master. Sukingel bowed respectfully. Get up. Tian Shu waved his hand and asked, how's the investigation going? Su Qinghe clasped his hands and replied, reporting to master. We have investigated Qin Yu's activities over the past decade and can confirm that he has been cultivating at Laoxiao Mountain and only recently left. On the way, he encountered spies from Xianyuan's sect and had no time to commit any crimes, so he can be completely ruled out as a suspect. Chapter 417. Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. He could see that this was a cultivator in the early stage of the Enlightenment realm, which would be considered an important backbone in ordinary sects, such as Laoxiao Mountain. In this place, he played the role of a clerk, full of the smell of the marketplace, and in the secular world, no one would notice anything different about him. This also reflects the strength of Qingyun Mountain from another perspective. This made Qin Yu more cautious. The matter of spreading the complete Qinyunju needed to be well planned and could not be done in Wanxiang Valley. He was polite. The clerk welcomed him with a smile, and Qin Yu did not appear too indifferent, cupping his hands and walking inside. The clerk quickly followed, grinning widely. Daoist friend. It's no exaggeration to say that our Wanxiang Tower is the largest trading point for cultivation resources in the southern wilderness, with all kinds of ranks available. I know this very well. Just let me know what you need. This was exactly what Qin Yu wanted. Very well. I need a magical artifact. Upon hearing this, the clerk's eyes lit up. This was a high-profit item. The higher the rank, the greater the profit and commission. In the entire southern wilderness, at least in Wanxiang Valley, the magical artifacts we have are definitely the highest in rank and the most diverse. I wonder what kind of magical artifact the friend is looking for. Chapter 418. Isn't that the holy son of Haotian's sect, Lu Yun? He actually came too. I heard that he had a fierce battle with the holy son of Qingyun Mountain, Chan Zhen, 30 years ago, lasting 3 days and nights without a clear winner. Now that he has appeared here, it seems he aims to take the top spot at the Dao Conference. He's a very rare Shaoyang body. I wonder which is stronger, his or Chunzhen's true dragon body from Qingyun Mountain. Who knows? They have both suppressed their realms and refused to break through. This time at the Southern Wilderness Dao Conference, a clear winner will certainly emerge, and we'll know by then. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Qin Yu looked curiously at the young man before him. Is he really the holy son of Haotian's sect? Is he Lu Yun, who competes with Chun Zhen for the title of the top young talent in the Southern Wilderness? Lu Yun was also looking at Qin Yu. You are Qin Yu? As he spoke, he had already stepped down the stairs. Yes. What a pity that the Haoyue body has devoted itself to a mere mortal like you before awakening. Lu Yun expressed his regret. After saying this, he bowed to the crowd. The person just now spoke recklessly due to my master Uncle Lu, he being punished. So I ask everyone not to take his words to heart. Our Haotian sect values reason. Chapter 419. The highest intermediate cosmic level, and it doesn't come cheap. It costs 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, Qin Yu frowned secretly. This price is too high. The clerk saw his thoughts and smiled. There's nothing we can do. Sealing-type magical artifacts are inherently difficult to refine. The time required by the Formation Master is more than double that of ordinary magical artifacts, and more materials are needed. If you were to create a sword-type magical artifact, it would only require 40,000 top-grade spirit stones. Seeing Qin Yu's frown deepen, the clerk looked around and revealed a sincere expression, lowering his voice. Daoist friend, putting aside our positions and speaking from a cultivator's perspective, at your current cultivation level, an intermediate cosmic level magical artifact is already sufficient. Haven't you heard that a commoner without guilt can be punished for possessing treasure? He wasn't genuinely kind-hearted. Rather, he judged that Qin Yu could at most come up with 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. This wasn't a wild guess, but based on reason. With Haotian sects, 25,000 top-grade spirit stones, plus the 2 impoverished sects, Xianyuan sect and Blood Demon sect. This figure was already the limit. He was pragmatic. The commission he could earn was what mattered. Moreover, for an intermediate cosmic level magical artifact, he would still make a good amount of spirit stones. Chapter 420. The man in the green clothes smiled and remained standing, showing no intention of leaving. You are very cautious, which is good. But you're a bit too cautious. As he spoke, the man glanced at the void-breaking pills around Qin Yu. This is your reliance, isn't it? It is indeed terrifying, but if you drag me into the abyss, you will die too. Saying this, a fist-sized sphere appeared in his hand, black as ink, reflecting light. Qin Yu could clearly feel the terrifying energy contained within, making him feel a slight sense of panic. I have investigated you. You once used a disposable magical artifact called the explosive pill, created by the Blood Demon sect. You can think of this as an enlarged version of the explosive pill. Qin Yu furrowed his brow tightly. Are you threatening me? No, no, no. The man in green waved his hand, a sincere expression on his face. I just want to tell you that I have the ability to crush this explosive pill the moment you crush the void-breaking pill. And the consequence will be your death and my severe injury. Qin Yu scoffed. Isn't that a threat? The man in green seemed to lose his patience. He slowly put away his smile. All right, let us skip this meaningless topic. I want to deal with Xian Yuan's sect, but I don't have absolute confidence in escaping alive. I need a void-breaking pill. You can set any price. Chapter 421, System. Simulate everything Yang Xiong did 535 years ago on the 18th of the leap 9th month. Ding. Simulation starts. On that day, Yang Xiong happily headed to the sect with more than 100 breaking realm pills, and from afar, he saw bloodlight soaring in the sect. Immediately feeling that something major had happened and hurriedly flew over. He sensed two terrifying auras inside, which shocked him to the core, making him drop from the cloud and hide. Not long after, he saw two elders from Qingyun Mountain flying by. After waiting for a long time without anyone coming out, he flew to the sect and witnessed a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with not a single living person left, not even the dogs raised by the sect disciples. There was no need to look at the subsequent simulation information. What Yang Xiong said was all true. Qin Yu, Yang Xiong said solemnly, I am not afraid of death. My heart died the day the sect was annihilated. I just cannot die before avenging the sect, so you must sell me a void-breaking pill. Qin Yu sighed deeply. I'm sorry, I can't. Upon hearing this, the aura emanating from Yang Xiong became violent. His eyes turned blood red as he stared at Qin Yu coldly. I have heard that you fought against the Blood Demon sect and Xian Yuan sect for revenge for your master. Zhao Shanhe, now that your sect's elder has been severely injured by Qingyun Mountain, do you not want to avenge them? Chapter 422. Just then, a figure rushed over. Before the person landed, their voice arrived first. Qin Yu, you are really easy to find. Today I must give Haoyan sect an explanation. As they spoke, a powerful aura surged like a tidal wave, instantly pressing Qin Yu and Yo Yukai, making their faces turn pale, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Thud! Neo Yukai knelt on the ground, his knee directly shattering the blue stone slab laid on the ground. Qin Yu's legs also went weak, nearly unable to hold himself up, but he gritted his teeth and held on. He looked at the newcomer, his expression dark. The newcomer was none other than Lu He. From Haoyan sect, could it be that Lu He wanted to kill him in broad daylight? Qin Yu glanced at the surrounding cultivators who were startled by the commotion and dismissed the thought. No matter how much Lu He's eye wanted to kill him, he wouldn't do it in such a setting. He quietly put away the dozen or so void-breaking pills that were almost crushed in his sleeve. Lu He's eye, do you want to take back the 25,000 top-grade spirit stones you spent to buy my cultivation method? Qin Yu shouted, preemptively placing this big hat on Lu He's eye before he could take further action. As soon as these words were spoken, the cultivators around who were watching began to discuss among themselves. Chapter 423. Lu He's eye was very angry, but not foolish. How could he kill someone in a place where fighting was strictly prohibited, giving Qingyun Mountain a reason to deal with him? As long as the evidence pointed to Qin Yu, then Qin Yu would undoubtedly die. Qingyun Mountain wouldn't protect Qin Yu. In that case, no one in this world could protect him. As for Qin Yu having void-breaking pills, he didn't care. The monk can run, but the temple cannot. Eventually, there would be sufficient reasons to flatten Luoxiao Mountain, also showcasing the strength of Haoyan sect to prevent Qingyun Mountain from overshadowing them. By the way, this brat must die too. Lu He's eye glanced at Nyo Yukai, who had just spoken rudely to him. All right, I will abide by Qingyun Mountain's rules. Lu He's eye looked at Qin Yu. You kill my disciple. What else is there to say? At that moment, Qin Yu heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding! New task released. Prove your innocence and find out who is framing you behind the scenes. Qin Yu felt somewhat helpless. This damn system really knows how to pick its timing for task releases. He had long since gotten used to it, didn't he think much of it, and calmly looked at Lu He's eye. May I ask, Senior, how is your disciple's cultivation? Perfected Dao Realm. Chapter 424. Zhao Hu. Come out and explain the situation. Lu He's eye said darkly, but no one responded. He looked around, not finding Zhao Hu's trace, and his expression became even darker. Where is he? The few disciples of Haoyan sect he brought also looked at each other. He was just here. How could he disappear in an instant? Yes. He just told me that it must be Qin Yu who did it. Could it be that Zhao who really lied? At this point, anyone could see that there was something wrong with Hao Yian's sect, and it was very likely an internal issue. The possibility of Qin Yu being the murderer was extremely low. Real person Tian Shu naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to step on Hao Yian's sect. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped his hands and laughed heartily, his face full of mockery. The people from Hao Yian's sect are truly clever. In such a suspicious matter, you all actually determined it was Qin Yu. Still holding a grudge over that 25,000 top-grade spirit stones, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Hizai's face turned extremely ugly. This made real person Tian Shu very happy and even more excited. Lu Hizai, how does it feel to be used as a pawn by others? Isn't it great? Chapter 425. There were too many people at the scene, including some disciples from second-rate sections. Not asking for their consent and trapping them here was quite offensive. Lu Hizai was furious. He now hoped that Qin Yu could really uncover something. Otherwise, he would have offended people for nothing. First, gather all the staff from the tavern. The manager, the miscellaneous workers, the cooks, etc. I have something to ask them. Only they, the internal personnel, would have the chance to know the array situation of each room and sneak in quietly. Everyone nodded in response. The tavern staff indeed had such suspicions. Faced with the might of Hao Yian's sect, they dared not speak out and could only gather together, looking at Qin Yu with some anger. Everyone, Qin Yu bowed deeply to the crowd and sincerely said, I, Qin Yu, apologize to all fellow Taoists. Investigating you is a last resort. Otherwise, it would be me who dies. Please forgive me. Seeing his sincere attitude, the tavern staff's expressions improved quite a bit. They understood what Qin Yu meant and couldn't help but look at Lu Hizai with faces full of anger. Lu Hizai perfunctorily cupped his hands to everyone. I apologize, everyone. Then he coldly glared at Qin Yu. Chapter 426. With these words, Qin Yu had completely cleared his suspicion. The system task was also completed. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the task, you have gained 6,500 years of deduction time. He silently retreated to the back. The next step was to watch the fun. Lu Hizai was furious. However, he did not immediately kill Yu Kuan, but looked at real person Tian Shu. Old ghost, Yu Kuan is one of your Qinyan Mountain people. What do you have to say? Real person Tian Shu quickly waved his hand to distance himself from the matter. Don't talk nonsense. He has already been expelled from my Qinyan Mountain. Everything he does has nothing to do with us. Kill or cut him as you wish. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's heart stirred, deciding to muddle the waters thoroughly. By the way, Yu Kuan, you leaked Qinyan Ju, didn't you? You harbor resentment against Qinyan Mountain for regarding you as a disgrace. So you want to take revenge on Qinyan Mountain, which led to this incident. He suddenly interjected, causing real person Tian Shu's expression to change slightly, quickly stopping Lu Hizai from killing Yu Kuan. Wait, Tian Shu, are you going to stop me from killing him? Real person Tian Shu's eyes flickered as he stared at the grinning Yu Kuan and said, I want to investigate whether this matter has anything to do with him. Moreover, don't you want to investigate if there's a connection between him and the missing disciple from your Hao Yian sect? Chapter 427. Qin Yu's gaze grew colder. This bastard never forgets to sow hatred against him. Being berated like this in front of so many people, even if real person Tian Shu knew it was Yu Kuan's scheme, he couldn't help but feel greater disgust towards himself. With old grudges and new resentments combined, real person Tian Shu would definitely want to eliminate him even more. However, Qin Yu didn't care much about that. What tightened his heart was that Yu Kuan actually had the ability to violate the heavenly Tao oath and Li cultivation methods, which meant that the guy named Yang Xiong might also have the same ability. This implied that the complete mid-level Qinyan Ju he handed over to Yang Xiong might be leaked at any time, leading to a situation of no survival. The likelihood of this was very high, because Qin Yu seriously suspected that he and Yang Xiong were in cahoots. In the blink of an eye, these thoughts flashed through Qin Yu's mind. Real person Tian Shu was completely thrown off by Yu Kuan's words. Damn it, I'll kill you. This time it was finally Lu Hizai's turn to advise someone. He hurriedly grabbed the furious real person Tian Shu and shouted, Calm down. How will you continue to interrogate after killing him? How will I interrogate? Real person Tian Shu gritted his teeth in anger, but still managed to hold back. Chapter 428. After activating the protective array, Master Tianshu glared fiercely at Qin Yu. Kid, if you dare to break the array, I will kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qinghe landed beside Qin Yu. Master, from this moment on, I will keep an eye on him and will not leave his side. Good. Master Tianxu responded, but when he saw the crowd of onlookers starting to disperse, his expression darkened as he threatened, hand over all the techniques of Qingyun Mountain, and anyone who dares to take them away will be killed without mercy. That's how it should be, someone replied, throwing a jade slip over. Soon after, the first, second, and third slips followed. In the blink of an eye, there were countless jade slips surrounding Master Tianxu. Seeing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Master Tianxu then realized what was happening and was so furious that he nearly bit his steel teeth. What good is it to retrieve the jade slips? The contents of the techniques were already engraved in the minds of over 1,000 people present. Unless he killed them all, there was no way to prevent the information from leaking. But no matter how arrogant Qingyun Mountain was, they wouldn't dare to do such a mad thing. The thief is too much, he shouted explosively, destroying all the jade slips on the scene, and said to the people around him, You immediately go to the mountain gate to report this matter, and let the sect master send someone down to assist in the investigation. Chapter 429. Qin Yu's only concern was that the incident would implicate Luoxia Mountain. Given Qingyun Mountain's despicable nature, he wouldn't be surprised by anything they did. He basically believed what Yu Kuan had said. A person with powerful strength could do anything. One day in the future, if Luoxia Mountain reached its peak with his help, it might also fall into corruption, just like the historical cycles of a nation repeating itself. But right now, that wasn't the case. This was worth protecting. Qin Yu was multitasking, chatting with them while thinking about countermeasures. For cultivators, even years of sleeplessness had no effect. The three of them ate and drank, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. So far, there had been no news about Yangxiong. According to other cultivators around, Qingyun Mountain was still madly searching for suspicious individuals, and even 3 Dao fusion realm experts were involved in the matter. At this point, Qin Yu felt a lot more at ease. After all, Wanxiang Valley was a trading market, not very large, with a small population. The efficiency of cultivators investigating cases was extremely high, and the lack of results after such a long time meant that there was basically no outcome. Dao friend Qin, I have to go on duty at Wanxiang Tower. Farewell. Chapter 430. You think too much. Which sect doesn't have a few internal traitors? We even know that some people are traitors, but we let them be because we think they can't reach the core. Otherwise, killing one enemy would just lead to another one coming in. Master Tianxu said coldly. Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly. I was a bit petty. You haven't interacted with the upper echelons and haven't managed people, so you don't know that this is normal. Now come with me to investigate. Master Tianxu urged as he stood up. Qin Yu quickly stood up and cupped his hands. Master, I've already pointed out the direction. You can investigate yourselves. I'd rather not get involved in matters that offend people. How can you go back on your word? Come with me. Qin Yu, feeling helpless, could only nod. You two come over. Master Tianxu glanced at Niu Yukai and Su Qinghe and said. Qin Yu stopped observing Niu Youcai's expression, and the 4 of them arrived at a large courtyard where Master Tianxu gathered about a dozen people, who stood before Qin Yu. Qin Yu is here to investigate the case. You all cooperate with him. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Qingyun Mountain showed astonishment. Master, how can we let an outsider investigate our Qingyun Mountain's affairs? Chapter 431. Just as Qin Yu expected, this Peng Yu was indeed unclean. He used his cultivation and special position at Wanxiang Valley to extort loose cultivators selling resources. His methods were not particularly clever. He simply forced sales. For example, when encountering a weak or loose cultivator, he would take out a few ordinary small healing pills and force them to buy at the price of large healing pills. If they refused, he would threaten them with various life-threatening accusations, such as intending to sabotage the protective array of Wanxiang Valley, plotting to rob other cultivators, or being a suspect in a theft incident in Wanxiang Valley, and so on. He had plenty of means. In most cases, those loose cultivators would obediently part with their money to avoid disaster. If he discovered that a certain loose cultivator had treasures, he would use the same method to threaten them, acquiring them at a very low price and then reselling them at a high price to some smaller sections. The profits from this back and forth were quite considerable. He dared to do this because he had backing. His master was an elder responsible for law enforcement at Qingyun Mountain. If anything happened, he could rely on him, and any punishment would be light, so he didn't have to worry about serious issues. He wasn't afraid that his master wouldn't help him. Chapter 432. Where did you get so many top-grade spirit stones? Master Tianxu withdrew the pressure he had placed on Peng Yu and asked coldly. Peng Yu collapsed to the ground. He instinctively thought that he had been betrayed by the person who bought the information. But then he thought, no, if he were really betrayed, they would have arrested him directly instead of questioning him like this. Realizing this, he immediately perked up. These are all I've accumulated. Accumulated? Master Tianxu scoffed. You receive 500 middle-grade spirit stones from the sect every month as cultivation resources, plus the allowance for working at Wanxiang Valley, totaling only about 700 middle-grade spirit stones a month, equivalent to 7 top-grade spirit stones. Even if you never spent a penny, you have only been working at Wanxiang Valley for about 3 years. How could you save up such a huge fortune? This. Peng Yu panicked again. If he couldn't explain the source of such a large fortune, he would be finished. Helpless, he could only say, I earned all of this. Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He was done for. Master Tianxu immediately pressed on. Then tell me, how did you earn it? I just did some small businesses and resold some cultivation resources with those loose cultivators. This is all legitimate profit. Chapter 433. After speaking, Qin Yu slowly retreated, appearing cautious and careful. Master Tianxu said nothing, tacitly allowing Qin Yu to leave. In fact, at this point, his expectations had already been met. He had seen Qin Yu's investigative abilities. If nothing could be found from Peng Yu, he would come back to find Qin Yu. Master Tianxu put away the recording stone and, carrying Peng Yu, soared into the sky towards Qingyun Mountain. The flying speed of a Dao Fusion Realm expert was astonishing. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he flew into Qingyun Mountain and met with the sect master, Tianjizi. Tianshu, why are you back so quickly? Were you not investigating the leak of cultivation methods? Did you find something? Tianjizi glanced at the pallid Peng Yu and asked. I guess I found something because this matter might involve the law enforcement elder, Tianshuanjinren. I couldn't make a unilateral decision, so I brought the informed person to see the sect master, Tianshu Jinren said in a low tone. Hearing this, Tianjizi's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, This is no joking matter. Do you have any evidence? I said it might be possible. I don't believe it and dare not believe it, which is why I plan to hand this matter over to you to handle personally. I hope Qin Yu's analysis and reasoning are wrong. Chapter 434. When facing the threat of death, unless one has an incredibly strong belief, no one can remain calm. In despair, Peng Yu was completely panicked. He struggled incoherently for one last time. I was confused. I thought that person was inquiring about the route of my patrol team to rob a shop. So I told him, thinking to secretly track and eliminate their gang. Who knew what they were up to? Tianshu Jinren was moved. Could it be that this kid really intended to do that? Just as he was about to question him, Yao Guang Jinren interjected. Have you reported this to anyone? He thought he had found a chance to save Peng Yu's life. As long as someone could prove this, Peng Yu's life could be spared. But he did not expect that this was just the ramblings of a panicked Peng Yu. This Peng Yu stammered, unable to say who he had reported to. Anyone with clear eyes could tell he was lying. Yao Guang Jinren, seeing this, became furious. You reckless fool. Even now you refuse to tell the truth? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you. This was his anger boiling over. But to Peng Yu, it felt like a real threat. His last hope was shattered. He no longer had any expectation of surviving, only anger towards Yao Guang for crossing him. Chapter 435. Senior. What brings you here? Seeing the suddenly arriving Tianshu Jinren, Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. The case had reached such a level that he was no longer suitable to intervene. Why was he here? I'm here to investigate the case with you, Tianshu Jinren said with a smile. Qin Yu was slightly taken aback, then decisively shook his head and refused. No way. That would just get me in trouble. I absolutely will not get involved in your matters. Don't worry. This time you will just be assisting from the side. You won't be the main examiner. That won't work either. As long as I appear, they will know what is going on, and there is no wall that doesn't let the wind through. They will eventually find out, and all the blame will fall on me. Tianshu Jinren's patience was wearing thin, and his expression darkened. You have no choice. You must participate. Absolutely not. It's not that Qin Yu was truly afraid of offending people, but he didn't want to waste time on such matters. Tianshu Jinren glanced at the large number of void-breaking pills hidden in Qin Yu's sleeve and sneered coldly. Do you think having void-breaking pills means you can get away with anything? Can you escape from my grasp? Qin Yu's expression darkened. Are you threatening me? That's right. I am threatening you. I know that the other end of the void-breaking pills must lead to a dangerous place. But do you think that place can kill a master of the Fusion Dao realm like me? Chapter 436. You've kept us here for several days. Are you done yet? You're investigating a case. So why are you restricting our freedom? You're wanting bullying of us. Is this what you call being the righteous leader of Qinyan Mountain? Open the protective mountain formation immediately. We want to leave. Don't think that just because you are powerful, you can do whatever you want. The scene was filled with similar denunciations, and many cultivators did not shy away from cursing loudly. Qinyu watched this scene with delight. Finally, the backlash appeared. No matter how powerful Qinyan Mountain was, they could not suppress so many cultivators on the scene, nor would they dare. Because Qinyu saw that among these people were members of Haoyan sect. If Qinyan Mountain were to act recklessly, Haoyan sect could rally and no one would know what might happen. Of course, Qinyu hoped Qinyan Mountain would stand firm. Only then would there be a possibility of their downfall, and Haoyan sect would also suffer heavy losses, giving Luoxiao Mountain a chance to rise. Everyone, at this moment, a figure soared into the sky. It was Tian Shuzhenren. He clasped his hands to the crowd, his face beaming with a smile. Fellow Taoists, I know this matter is a mistake on our part at Qinyan Mountain, but I hope you can understand. After all, this matter involves the foundation of our Qinyan Mountain. So please be patient for a little longer. Chapter 437. Chun Jun's expression froze, but soon he revealed a wry smile, having to watch Hu Lengyu leave. Tian Shuzhenren did not want to say a word to Hu Lengyu. He looked around and found Qinyu in the crowd. Qinyu, come with me to investigate the case. All right. Qinyu nodded and walked toward the courtyard. Whoosh. The holy son of Qinyan Mountain, Chun Jun, and the holy son of Haoyan sect, Lu Yun, both turned their gazes towards Qinyu. Lu Yun clapped and laughed. It's truly unbelievable that a dignified Qinyan Mountain would use an outsider to investigate a case. Chun Jun arrogantly said, everyone has their strengths. It is his honor to do something for our Qinyan Mountain. What Chen brother said does have some truth. This is the demeanor that the number one sect in the southern wilderness should possess. Brother Lu, you flatter me. Liang Mingqi probably followed Senior Hu here to Wanshur Valley. Why don't we go visit her? Chun Jun's eyes became vigilant. You seem quite interested in Liang Mingqi? Lu Yun laughed heartily. A graceful and virtuous lady. A gentleman should pursue her. How could I not be interested? Saying this, he flew in the direction Hu Lengyu had left. Chun Jun's face darkened as he followed closely behind. They completely ignored Qinyu, floating in the air with an air of superiority as if viewing everyone as ants. Chapter 438. Li Qiangyao was eager to see Qinyu and had no time to pay attention to these matters. After Liang Mingqi gave her reply, she followed behind her. Hu Lengyu closely watched Liang Mingqi's back, deep in thought. The two had just exited the tavern when they encountered Chun Jun and Lu Yun head-on. Mingqi, long time no see. How have you been? Chun Jun displayed what he thought was his best smile, his eyes gleaming as he greeted her in a gentle tone. However, Liang Mingqi remained as indifferent as ever, with no expression on her face. I'm not familiar with you. Please call me by my full name. A dream, Liang Mingqi. Chun Jun's expression became awkward. Before he could finish his words, he saw Li Qiangyao not even glance at him and Lu Yun, bypassing them as she walked away. With Liang Mingqi following suit, Lu Yun stared blankly at Li Qiangyao's back, his eyes filled with amazement. Chun Jun wore a bitter smile. As the holy son of Qinyan Mountain, the number one sect in the southern wilderness, he could only match up to Lu Yun among his peers. And he was also considered handsome, respected wherever he went. I never expected to be humiliated in front of dozens of cultivators, completely ignored by Liang Mingqi. As for the equally stunning Li Qiangyao, she didn't even glance at him from beginning to end, as if he were just air. Chapter 439. As more and more people joined the investigation, Qinyu discovered that Qinyan Mountain was worse than he had imagined. Many people were taking advantage of their status in Wanxiang Valley to bully others and receive benefits. When he encountered issues that were difficult to verify, Qinyu found it troublesome and chose to ignore them. For those that were easy to investigate, he would expose them, no matter how anyone looked at it. He was doing his best. Of course, this approach also made him a lot of enemies. But Qinyu didn't care. Most of these people were Celestial Realm cultivators. A small portion were Enlightenment Realm, and even a few from the Return to Origin Realm. He couldn't be bothered to investigate them, turning a blind eye. Qinyan Mountain was rotten, but it had nothing to do with him. The only regret was that he hadn't found anyone who could instigate rivalries among the higher-ups of Qinyan Mountain, which made him increasingly lose interest in continuing the investigation. Master Tan Shu grew more anxious as he hadn't yet found anyone involved in the leaked cultivation techniques. His brows furrowed tighter and his mood worsened. Without results, his chances of taking over as the law elder would be slim. Just then, Chun Jun arrived at the interrogation room. Disciple pays respects to Master Uncle. Chun Jun bowed deeply, observing all the formalities. After all, he was the holy son of Qingyuan Mountain, the direct disciple of the current headmaster. Even though Master Tian Shu was in a bad mood, he still managed a faint smile. Chapter 440. Eventually, Master Tian Shu suppressed the killing intent in his heart. There was no way around it. He wasn't good at investigating cases. Half of the disciples still needed to be checked, and he still needed Qin Yu's help. He laughed a few times and waved his hand, saying, "Go see your wife. I'm just joking with you. How could I bear to obstruct you after 10 years apart? Then thank you." Qin Yu perfunctorily cupped his hands and glanced at Xiao Chun, who was hiding in the distance. With a slight thought, a wisp of his soul flew out and attached itself to him. After taking 2 steps, Master Tian Shu's voice came from behind. "Qin Yu, don't forget to come on time tomorrow for the investigation. We agreed on this. You better not go back on your word." "Can't forget." Qin Yu coldly replied and continued walking outside. Chun Jun followed behind, watching the expression of Pekong Wan fluctuate. As they exited the courtyard, Qin Yu put away Pekong Wan. "Hubby," Li Qiangyao called softly, her face like a peach blossom, radiant as sunlight. Qin Yu's gloomy mood lifted instantly, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Qiangyao." As they spoke, Li Qiangyao stepped forward to hold Qin Yu's hand, looking up at him with sparkling eyes. Chapter 441. Next, Hulunyu recounted what Lu Yun said at the door. Qin Yu's expression immediately darkened. This bastard, trying to target his woman? Absolutely outrageous. Li Qiangyao pretty face also turned frosty. "This shameless bastard," Liang Mengqi even exclaimed. "Master Uncle, why didn't you deal with him?" Hulunyu shot her a cold glance. "I can't just cut him off because of one shameless thought, right? If I really did that, do you think the Haoyan sect would let it go?" Liang Mengqi was immediately speechless. "By the way, that Shenzhen kid is interested in you. I shouldn't interfere in your matters, but I must remind you, he is mixed up with scum like Lu Yun. He is definitely not a good person." Liang Mengqi firmly declared, "We absolutely cannot. That is good. Remember, there is not a single good man." This phrase again made Qin Yu unable to help but sigh inwardly, wondering how much of a shock Hulunyu had received to keep repeating it endlessly. "By the way, Qin Yu, how has your cultivation been over the past 10 years? Hulunyu shifted the topic to ask. Chapter 442. Hearing their conversation, Qin Yu felt somewhat speechless. The disciple Hulunyu disliked clearly referred to him. This crazy woman still looked down on him. However, she wasn't without merit. At least she was protective. Qin Yu brought them to the inn where he was staying, and after arranging their accommodations, he returned to his courtyard alone, leaving Li Qiangyao with Hulunyu, who said she wanted to share insights about the Enlightenment realm. At that moment, Li Qiangyao was a bit reluctant, but a single sentence from Hulunyu made her obediently stay. "Were you satisfied after a whole day and night yesterday?" Qin Yu was drenched in sweat, wondering whether he should consult Luo Huayin, the head of the Water Cloud sect, about changing Li Qiangyao as master. He feared that if Li Qiangyao was influenced by Hulunyu for too long, she would also become a crazy woman. With nothing else to do, Qin Yu simply began to cultivate. Just as he got into the zone, there was a knock at the door. Opening it, he found Liang Mengqi standing at the entrance. Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. "What brings you here? Can't I come?" "That is not what I meant. Not planning to invite me in?" "Guomin." Qin Yu stepped aside, and Liang Mengqi walked in, her silky hair brushing against his face, tickling him. Chapter 443. Qin Yu escorted Liang Mengqi out of the room. Just as he was about to return, a thought crossed his mind, and he sensed something. He concentrated for a moment, and a faint cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He felt the wisp of his soul he had sent out was nearby. Clearly, Master Tian Shu's disciple Xiao Chan was close by. Perfect, no need to search. Qin Yu entered the courtyard, using the Yuan Shi Hun Dun Jing to split most of his soul, leaving the main body to follow the wisp of soulless location. Soon, he spotted Xiao Chun and Su Qinghe in the main hall of the inn. "It seems they're monitoring me." Qin Yu silently merged with the wisp of soul, continuing to attach himself to Xiao Chun in search of an opportunity, while his main body went to find Li Qiangyao to create an alibi. Hulunyu talked for a long time, and Li Qiangyao needed time to digest it. when Qin Yu arrived. Although Hu Lengyu was somewhat displeased, she still kept him there to listen. This lecture lasted an entire day. That evening, Li Qiangyao didn't return with Qin Yu. Hu Lengyu kept her behind to help her digest what she had learned, which was a valid and reasonable excuse, leaving Qin Yu to return to his room alone. Meanwhile, Su Qinghe and Xiao Chan in the hall were still watching everything. Chapter 444. He didn't go directly to the stall area. Instead, he took a long detour and met up with his main body on the street. In that instant, most of his soul power returned to his body, leaving only a small part to control Xiao Qin's physical form. He had to be cautious. There are many experts in Wuxiang Valley, and if things go awry and he gets killed, this portion of soul power will be lost for nothing, which is a pain he cannot bear. Losing a little is inconsequential. His small actions did not attract the attention of Li Qiangyao and others. They passed by like passers-by and went about their own business. After a while, Qin Yu arrived at the scattered cultivator's stall area. He looked around at the various stalls like an ordinary cultivator searching for desirable cultivation resources. But in reality, he was observing whether there were any people from Qingyan Mountain nearby. It is easy to leak techniques, just throw the jade slip out. But this wouldn't deal any blow to real person Tianqiu. According to his plan, he must be caught by someone from Qingyan Mountain right after the techniques are leaked and be publicly exposed. Only then would real person Tianqiu have an inescapable suspicion. After waiting for a long time, Qin Yu did not see anyone from Qingyan Mountain nearby, and his brows gradually furrowed. Chapter 445. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yu attacked. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, and in an instant, this shop was leveled to the ground, affecting 2 nearby shops, attracting many people with a huge commotion. Real person Tianqiu, who had just arrived at the exit of Wuxiang Valley to intercept departing cultivators, heard the noise and thought someone was causing trouble, flying towards the place where the battle occurred with a darkened face. Damn it, causing trouble in my territory again. Real person Tianqiu's heart was ablaze with rage, almost biting his steel teeth to pieces. Was this not deliberately making trouble for him? Now, that such a thing had happened, he probably wouldn't be able to sit in the position of a law enforcement elder for the rest of his life. He silently resolved to unearth the mastermind and execute them in a brutal manner. Qin Yu and the shopkeeper's attack were evenly matched. Of course, this was the strength he deliberately displayed. The commotion had grown large enough, and this physical body should now be completely dead, realizing its final value. Qin Yu showed a panicked expression, abandoning the shopkeeper and hurriedly fleeing into the distance. Watching his shop being blasted to pieces and without any preparation, many precious items on the shelves were destroyed. The shopkeeper's heart was bleeding, unwilling to let Qin Yu leave so easily. Chapter 446. I was just saying that out of anger. Real person Tianqiu retorted angrily. Real person Kaiyong glanced at him warily and instructed a disciple. Quickly verify this matter. If what he said is true, there must be witnesses at the scene. The disciple responded and began to get busy. At this moment, real person Tianqiu recalled his previous arrangements, looked around, and shouted loudly, "Where is Su Qinghe? Su Qinghe, come out. Master, I'm here." Su Qinghe stepped out from the crowd with a complex expression. Xiao Chan was supposed to be monitoring Qin Yu with you. Why did he go do those messy things? What is going on? Real person Tianqiu was anxious. If he could not prove that the matter had nothing to do with him, then the consequences awaiting him would be unpredictable. The leak of the universe level initial stage, Qin Yunju, had truly shaken the foundation of Qingyun Mountain, which would plunge the entire sect into madness. Take Tianxian and Kaiyong, for instance. They were once very close as brothers, but now they regarded him as a criminal suspect, waiting for him to be unable to prove his innocence, and they would move to control him, with the worst consequence being that he would be soul-searched by the sect leader. Chapter 447. This opportunity to kick someone when they're down was naturally not missed by Lu Hizai of Haoyan sect. Old Ghost Tianqiu, you have been in Wuxiang Valley for decades. No one knows it better than you. The unique conditions you have, who else could it be? The facts are right in front of you. Do you still want to quibble? Real person Tianqiu's eyes turned red with anger, like an enraged lion. He roared, "You're talking nonsense. I am loyal to Qingyun Mountain. How could I do such a thing? If you dare to speak recklessly again, I will kill you." Lu Hizai was not afraid at all, sneering. There are nearly 1,000 fellow cultivators from the southern wilderness watching here. If you want to shut everyone's mouth, you would have to kill them all. Do you have that ability? You. Real person Tianqiu was so angry he couldn't speak. By now, real person Tianquan's patience had run out. He said coldly, "We have already given you a chance to defend yourself. Since you cannot prove your innocence, then come back with us to the mountain gate and let the sect leader decide." Real person Kaiyan had a heartbroken look. "Tianxiu, how could you do such a thing? Hasn't Qingyun Mountain treated you well enough? You are too disappointing." "No, I did not betray Qingyun Mountain. Someone is framing me." Chapter 448. After reading, Li Qiangyao handed the jade slip to Qinyu. After Qinyu finished reading, he passed it to Liang Mengqi, and then the group returned to the inn. The holy son of Qingyun Mountain no longer pursued Liang Mengqi and left with a heavy heart. Lu Yin glanced at Hu Lingyu, who didn't take Lu He's eyes goodwill seriously, and after a moment of thought, he didn't dare to pursue Li Qiangyao either. Everyone returned to the inn. After all, it was a universe-level initial stage technique, which was too attractive for ordinary people. Ongria Langyu, Li Qiangyao, and Liang Mengqi all closed their doors and began to comprehend the technique. Qinyu, feeling helpless, had no choice but to start cultivating. Now he just waited for Qingyun Mountain to lift the seal on Wuxiang Valley. There were a large number of cultivators from the southern wilderness here, including many from second-tier sections. Even if Qingyun Mountain had the audacity, they wouldn't dare to kill these people. Moreover, many had already left with the techniques, and Qingyun Mountain was already in a desperate situation. In short, the momentum was gone. It was uncertain whether the Southern Wilderness QA conference could be held as scheduled. Just after entering the state of cultivation for a short while, Qinyu heard someone knocking on the door. He initially thought it was Li Qiangyao. However, when he removed the formation and opened the door, he found it was Zixia Real Person and Zhao Shanhe. Chapter 449. Next, Tianjizi personally took charge and launched a comprehensive investigation within Qingyun Mountain from top to bottom, detaining and interrogating any suspicious disciples. Regardless of whether they betrayed Qingyun Mountain or not, anyone who violated the rules would be punished heavily, making the entire Qingyun Mountain feel like a place of panic. Tianjizi knew that the leak of the techniques was unstoppable, and continuing to seal Wuxiang Valley was meaningless. So he simply ordered the opening of the mountain protecting formation, allowing all cultivators to enter and exit freely. This caused a large number of cultivators to leave Wuxiang Valley. Of course, while some left, others arrived. Overall, with the Southern Wilderness QA conference approaching, the number of cultivators in Wuxiang Valley was increasing, and Xingyunju became a sought-after item in the black market, with many cultivators obtaining this technique daily. Qingyun Mountain certainly did not remain idle. They secretly sent people to monitor these transactions, but unfortunately found that only a small portion were scattered cultivators, with the vast majority being cultivators for major sects, which left them helpless. As the events unfolded, fluctuations in the hearts of the people within Qingyun Mountain were inevitably emerging. The originally hard-to-obtain techniques for distinguishing ranks and statuses have become something that everyone can access. Ordinary disciples and elders practice the same techniques, leaving these individuals with no motivation to serve the sect. Chapter 450. There is no feud between Luoxia Mountain and Shuiyun sect. Luo Huayin is approachable. Although Hu Lingyu spoke a bit harshly, the overall atmosphere was quite pleasant, and everyone chatted and laughed as they headed towards the guest courtyard. Only Liang Mengqi remained silent throughout, appearing somewhat out of place. Occasionally, she glanced at Li Qiangyao, who was sitting very close to Qinyu, her eyes dimming slightly. Soon, everyone arrived at the guest courtyard. The disciples of Qingyun Mountain did not make things difficult for the people of Luoxia Mountain and arranged for them to stay next to Shuiyun sect at Luo Huayin's request, which was in a very nice environment. The only thing that made Qinyu somewhat dissatisfied was that no high-ranking members of Qingyun Mountain came to greet them, clearly not taking Luoxia Mountain seriously. As for Luo Huayin, she had arrived early and must have already been received by the higher-ups. Zixia Real Person showed no signs of dissatisfaction, chatting and laughing all the way. Luo Huayin gathered everyone in their guest courtyard, and her disciples brought chairs and brewed spiritual tea. Zixia Real Person and Hu Lingyu took their seats first, while Luo Huayin pointed to the cushions on the ground. Qiangyao, Mengqi, Qinyu, Zhao Shanhe, and the disciples of Shuiyun sect took their seats. Once everyone was seated, Luo Huayin spoke freely. Our Shuiyun sect's previous techniques emphasized overcoming rigidity with softness, while Luoxia Mountain's techniques balance hardness and softness, which has its merits. Now that Qinyu is also a disciple of our Shuiyun sect and practices our Fenglei Ju, you will certainly gain something. You can exchange and verify what you have learned. Chapter 451. Upon hearing this, Chun Jun's heart settled. That's right. Although the thunder summoning technique is a separate spell from Qingyun Mountain and not a complete technique, it is extremely powerful and is said to have been passed down from a master of thunder cultivation in Zhongzhou. Wouldn't it be enough to slap Qin Yu's face with facts? Thinking of this, Chun Jun nodded. Then I shall embarrass myself. Saying this, he spread his arms and shouted. A faint wave of magical power emanating from him. In an instant, the clouds in the sky darkened, like turbulent waves, stretching over 200 zhong of Qingyun Mountain. The terrifying sense of oppression caused everyone present to change color. Thunder comes. With a loud shout, a thunderbolt the thickness of an arm crashed down. The flickering light illuminated everyone's faces, all showing expressions of shock. The surrounding crowd began to discuss fervently. Such powerful thunder. The momentum is truly astonishing. No wonder he is the saint son of Qingyun Mountain. This single thunder summoning technique surpasses most cultivators. The strength of the perfected Dao realm, capable of casting such thunder techniques, is indeed impressive. Even Luo Huayin couldn't help but praise. This young man is remarkable. Chapter 452. Seeing the thunder technique displayed by Qin Yu and hearing his views, Chun Jun put away his arrogance and felt a desire for knowledge. Qin Dao Yu, doesn't what you just said contradict your earlier statement that women are not suitable for cultivating thunder techniques? Seeing his sincere question, Qin Yu did not make things difficult for him. He spoke confidently. What I just said was specifically regarding senior sister Mengqi's practice of Feng Lei Ju. That kind of fierce and domineering thunder technique is indeed not suitable for her cultivation. However, it can be combined with another water attribute technique of Shuiyun's sect to cultivate water thunder. Or one can explore a certain mysterious Yin technique and combine it with thunder to create a new path for cultivating Yin thunder. Upon hearing this, Liang Mingqi stood up and bowed to Qin Yu. What junior brother said is very true. It was like a sudden enlightenment that made me realize. Previously, I struggled to comprehend Feng Lei Ju, but I never considered that this technique was cultivated by our sect's male founding ancestor, while the female ancestor never practiced it. This must be the reason. Senior sister, there's no need for that. Qin Yu raised his hand and smiled. Choosing a path that suits you is the most important thing. Just like a person with a calm nature is not suitable for cultivating fire attribute techniques, it doesn't mean that a higher level technique is always suitable for oneself. Chapter 453. Lu Hizai chuckled and said, Zixia real person, do you think Luoxia Mountain would cultivate Qingyunju? After all, this is Qingyun Mountain's technique. It must be said that Lu Hizai had some insidious intentions. If he said they practiced it, that would be a direct slap in the face of Tianjizi. If he said they did not practice it, it would block their future paths. If someone from Luoxia Mountain were to practice it and Qingyun Mountain discovered it, they would have a legitimate reason to deal with them. Zixia real person was also cunning. He smiled slightly and said, our Luoxia Mountain can choose not to practice, but we need Hao Yin sect to set an example. If you, Dao friend Lu, dare to make this promise on behalf of Hao Yin sect, our Luoxia Mountain can do the same. Lu Hizai was immediately left speechless. The question was thrown back at him, and Tianjizi then took the opportunity to ask, Dao friend Lu, will your Hao Yin sect practice our Qingyun Mountain's techniques? Lu Hizai chuckled. I can't make that decision. By the way, why hasn't your sect leader come this time? Do you think our Qingyun Mountain lacks this face? Not at all. Our sect leader is currently in a critical moment of cultivation and is unable to leave. I hope Dao friend Tianjizi can understand. Chapter 454. Qin Yu. What should I do? Zhao Shanhe came to Qin Yu's side, looking helpless. Qin Yu was puzzled. What do you mean? Zhao Shanhe shrugged, his mood looking somewhat low. I am also at the mid-stage of the Dao hearing realm. Qin Yu suddenly understood. Both of them were at the mid-stage of the Dao hearing realm, and to compete for the first place, there would definitely be a battle. However, Zhao Shanhe was an elder after all, as Li Qiangyao was his disciple's wife. He found it difficult to act against her. What if he accidentally injured her? How would he face Qin Yu then? As for his low mood, it was because Qin Yu had ascended to a higher stage of the arena, while he could only compete with Qin Yu's wife, which was something hard for the proud Zhao Shanhe to accept. This made Qin Yu somewhat troubled. If he asked Zhao Shanhe to hold back, it would be unfair to him. But if he went all out with his reckless fighting style, he might really injure Li Qiangyao. It was not impossible for her to be seriously hurt or even killed, and asking Li Qiangyao to concede would also be unfair to her. Forget it as an elder. I won't compete with the younger generation. Qin Yu frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Master, can't you break through to the late stage of the Tao hearing realm at any time?" "What do you mean?"